The first time Lu Shuran encountered Gu Jingjue, he single-handedly slaughtered a wolf, splattering her face with its blood. Upon realizing she was his betrothed, he merely coldly instructed, "Get out of the hunting brigade." During their second meeting, she had exerted herself to remain, her heart buoyed with hope that he had softened, only to be reminded, "Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts." In their final encounter within the hunting brigade, she stole a glance from the shadows and left behind a letter. The Lu family intends to cancel the engagement, thereby fulfilling the brigade leader's wishes. I wish you success in finding a worthy partner. Gu Jingjue, however, reacted like an enraged beast, pursuing her through the night in a helicopter. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you take the hunting brigade for a mere playground? I am Lu Shuran, the fiancé of brigade leader Gu. Amidst the vast, desolate expanse of the borderlands, the slender and demure young woman raised her voice towards the sentinel stationed at the entrance of the hunting brigade, clutching her belongings. Fiancé? The sentinel found it laughable. If our brigade leader's fiancé had arrived, we would have been informed beforehand. Many come to the hunting brigade seeking attention. Considering your youth, I shall grant you one chance. Return to where you came from, or you'll be detained. Startled by the sentinel's sudden elevation of voice, Lu Shuran stumbled back, her face a canvas of confusion. Her father had leveraged her union with the fourth young master of the Gu family. Yet upon arrival in this desolate land, she faced a rude awakening. It remained unclear whether the other party had no intention of the union or was simply unaware of her existence. At a loss for what had gone awry, she found herself unable to enter the base, forced to retreat with her luggage, distancing herself from the gate. She squatted down, attempting to contact her family repeatedly, but to no avail. As the sky darkened, the temperature in the borderlands fell drastically, with the midnight winds howling more ferociously. Lu Shuran tightened her clothing, her nose twitching at the scent of blood. Following the source of the metallic odor, she discovered a man collapsed on the ground, his face smeared with blood. Quickly, she retrieved silver needles from her luggage, needing to staunch his bleeding. Just as she began to administer aid, a howl echoed from nearby, causing her hands to tremble. She struggled to maintain her composure and continued her efforts. The overwhelming scent of blood suggested that a wolf pack would soon arrive, yet she could not afford to consider that saving this man was paramount. After approximately 10 minutes, the man's bleeding finally ceased. Checking his pulse, she found it weak but still present. Suddenly, the faint sound of paw steps pierced the night's tranquility. Lu Shuran turned her gaze sharply towards the rustling bushes, where dim, glimmering lights revealed the reflection of beastly eyes wolves were approaching. Her heart raced as she dragged the man in a desperate bid to flee. But in an instant, a wolf leaped from the underbrush, baring its fangs as it lunged at her. Overwhelmed by fear, Lu Shuran fell to the ground, certain of her impending demise. Just then, a towering figure surged forth like lightning, delivering a powerful blow to the wolf's head. Seizing the moment while the wolf was dazed, he gripped its neck with one hand, his fingers tightening like iron, and with a sickening crack, the wolf's head snapped to the side, lifeless. In that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, Lu Shuran felt as though a deity had descended. The man's broad back shielded her from all danger, eclipsing her view of everything else. Wait, wolves are pack animals, and there must be more than just one pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. There are more wolves, Lu Shuran exclaimed, but before she could finish, two more wolves sprang from the thicket. The man remained unerringly calm in the face of danger, as if he had anticipated the ambush. He regarded the two wolves encircling him with a cold gaze, unruffled, and quietly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, gripping it firmly against his chest. The wolves seemed to engage in silent communication, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, and then they lunged in unison towards the man. Lu Shuran gasped, her heart racing for him. But the man swiftly subdued one wolf with his left hand while his right hand wielded the dagger, slicing open the wolf's belly with incredible speed, blood gushing forth. A few droplets of warm blood splattered onto Lu Shuran's face, causing her to flinch slightly. Fortunately, having studied medicine under her grandfather for years, she was not easily frightened. By the time she regained her composure, the man had dispatched the second wolf as well. He turned towards her, and she finally beheld his features as chiseled yet refined visage, his slanted eyes glancing at her with a dismissive expression, his lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an aura of authority. A scar at the edge of his brow added a hint of ferocity to his good looks. Wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand, he commanded, "Leave." Lu Shuran blinked in surprise, realizing he was addressing her. He was indeed a member of the hunting brigade. She hurriedly caught up with him. What about that man? He will be taken care of, he replied tersely. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with long strides and swift pace, Lu Shuran found it challenging to keep up even while jogging. Upon entering the hunting brigade, she wondered if she would encounter Gu Jingjue, her nominal fiancé. The Gu family in Kyoto was renowned for its prestige and influence. Yet everyone was acutely aware of the fourth son, Gu Jingjue, whose wild and unruly demeanor rendered him a notorious figure. Even the Gu family itself regarded him with caution, and the official military forces of the Porcelain Nation dared not incorporate him, instead assigning him a rescue team with limited authority to maintain peace in the borderlands, suppressing local threats. Recalling the rumors of Gu Jingjue's dark, brutish, and rude nature, Lu Shuran felt her heart sink. The union had never been her desire, yet she found herself ensnared by circumstances, compelled to marry the unpredictable and fearsome man. Glancing at the man ahead, she quickened her pace to catch up. Perhaps she could inquire? Excuse me, sir, what kind of person is your brigade leader Gu? Lu Shuran ventured. The man halted momentarily, turning to face her, his expression still inscrutable, but he scrutinized her for a moment longer. So it's Gu Jingjue. Is he fierce? Lu Shuran cautiously probed, weighing her words. I've heard he is quite strict. Just then, a commotion of footsteps interrupted her courage to continue. Several soldiers rushed towards them, standing tall and saluting the man with utmost respect upon their arrival. The man said little, merely nodding towards their direction, a male adult, injured and unconscious. Be wary of the wolves. Understood. They responded eagerly, rushing off. With only two of them remaining, Lu Shuran hesitated to continue her inquiries about Gu Jingjue. Dragging her luggage, she followed the man to the familiar entrance of the base, where the lights finally illuminated their surroundings. The glow cast upon the tall figure of the man reminded her of his earlier act of heroism. To her, he appeared godlike, and her heart swelled with warmth. Despite his cold demeanor, he seemed to carry the weight of the hunting brigade's responsibility within him. Boss, the sentinel outside had already changed shifts. Chapter 2 You. Shameless. Vulgar. Unashamed. Put me down. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuran couldn't help but ponder, is this person also a significant figure in the hunter battle group? The base's main gate slowly opened, and the man walked in with a straight back. Come here. The man slightly turned his face and glanced at Lu Shuran, speaking in a calm tone. Although it was merely a casual remark, it carried an immense sense of pressure, emanating a formidable aura. Lu Shuran followed him inside. Once within the confines of the hunter battle group's base, Lu Shuran found herself unable to stop thinking about Gu Jingjue. What should she do upon encountering Gu Jingjue? Even though she had been driven out, how could she shamelessly re-enter? Yet, not being able to see Gu Jingjue, she couldn't simply leave. Lost in her thoughts, the man abruptly halted and turned around, causing her to inadvertently bump into him. How solid! She gasped softly, realizing she had collided with the man's chest. Too close. Lu Shuran instinctively stepped back, but her previously twisted ankle began to throb painfully, nearly causing her to fall again. The man naturally reached out to steady her, and as her balance shifted, she unexpectedly tumbled into his embrace. I am sorry. Lu Shuran apologized, feeling quite embarrassed. Suddenly, a group of soldiers surged forth, clad in camouflage, some with their faces smeared with various paints and dust, as if they had just returned from battle, surrounding the two of them. Hearing that the leader had returned, they braved the risk of reprimand to welcome him. However, as they finally approached, they sensed something amiss. Why is the boss holding a girl? Greetings, Captain. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhao Hang, Gu Jingjue's bodyguard, ever sharp-witted, immediately caught on and shouted with gusto, reminiscent of their training sessions. Once Zhao Hang called her sister-in-law, the others quickly joined in, calling out in unison, Hello, sister-in-law. Thank you for your hard work. The man showed no sign of acknowledgement, and Zhao Hang exchanged knowing glances with a few others, signaling them to leave the couple in peace. However, just as they were about to disperse, Gu Jingjue's voice rang out, low and threatening. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Tomorrow's training will be doubled. If you do not leave my sight in 10 seconds, it will be doubled again. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous group scattered like startled birds. Yet, Lu Shuran remained frozen in the man's embrace. Those people had called him Captain? The man beside her was the leader of the hunter battle group? Thus, this man was Gu Jingjue? No, how could that be? Everyone said Gu Jingjue was dark and ugly, a fearsome figure who instilled terror. This man before her was strikingly handsome. Apart from his towering height, he bore no resemblance whatsoever. She had even inquired about Gu Jingjue just moments ago. Surely she must seem particularly foolish to him. Had she been in the base for merely half a minute? Gu Jingjue smirked disdainfully, slightly tilting his face to coldly mock her. Have you already fallen into my embrace? Miss Lu. His words jolted Lu Shuran, her large, beautiful eyes widening in shock. You. When had this man learned her name? No. Did he know she would come today? Why hadn't he informed the sentry beforehand, leaving her waiting outside? Was he deliberately toying with her? Gu Jingjue found the sight of the startled woman before him amusing. He had expected her to possess some courage to intrude upon his domain. Yet a single remark had rendered her so frightened. Without uttering another word, he hoisted Lu Shuran onto his shoulder. Lu Shuran exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How crude. She had never been carried in such an undignified manner. Though the Lu family was not particularly esteemed, she had been raised by her grandfather, a man devoted to classical literature and traditional Chinese medicine, instilling in her a sense of refinement. She had never encountered such a rude and ill-mannered man before. Forced to lie across his shoulder, she could feel his robust physique and the unmistakable scent of masculinity. You, shameless, vulgar, unashamed, put me down. Be quiet if you don't want to die. Gu Jingjue frowned slightly, clearly irritated by her delicate demeanor. Lu Shuran pressed her lips together, falling silent. She recalled the tales surrounding Gu Jingjue. He was said to be devoid of humanity, capable of extinguishing a life as if it were second nature. She didn't perceive his words as a threat, but rather as a statement of fact. Thus, Lu Shuran was led in this humiliating, undignified manner to the dormitory. Gu Jingjue tossed her onto the bed and turned to remove his blood-stained shirt. Seeing him undress, Lu Shuran instinctively shrank back, curling herself into a ball. Gu Jingjue caught a glance at the girl on the bed, resembling a frightened little creature. Without further ado, he tossed aside his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique. Lu Shuran quickly lowered her gaze. Although she dared not look again, her ears flushed crimson. Gu Jingjue paid her no mind, entering the bathroom and swiftly showering. When Lu Shuran finally looked up, she was met with the sight of his glistening, sun-kissed skin, a muscular build that had been concealed beneath his clothing. The scars etched across his skin seemed to tell stories of battles fought. Do you find me appealing? Gu Jingjue asked nonchalantly. Lu Shuran realized she had been staring at him, her face flushing a deep red, though her scarf provided some cover. Aside from their earlier encounter, this was her first close interaction with a man in such a state of undress. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, catching a hint of gardenia fragrance wafting from her, a scent both refreshing and intoxicating. It's you. Why aren't you dressed? Lu Shuran retorted, unwilling to appear as if she had committed a wrongdoing. I'm in my own dormitory. Is it a problem not to wear clothes? Gu Jingjue's tone was steady, neither accusatory nor harsh, but the playful undertone was unmistakable. And you, still hiding your face, are you ashamed to be seen? At his words, Lu Shuran instinctively raised her hand to cover her face. Noticing her movement, Gu Jingjue reached out and, with a swift motion, removed her mask and scarf, exposing her entire face. What lay before him was a delicate, fair face, yet marred by an unmistakable and unsightly scar on one side. Chapter 3: The Lu Family's Ugly Girl. The woman discarded by his good brothers. Lu Shuran hurriedly lowered her head, allowing her long hair to veil the scar on her cheek, trembling fingers brushing against the wound, her gaze lost and uncertain. Gu Jingjue wore an impassive expression, yet the tension in his jaw suggested he was holding back something. He grasped Lu Shuran by her collar and pulled her closer, making her feel like a helpless little rabbit caught in a wolf's jaws, unable to meet his piercing gaze. A defective product. He gripped her chin, forcing her face to meet his. Gu Jingjue found the situation laughable. The notion that someone would care enough to arrange a marriage for him was merely a ruse to dispose of their unwanted remnants, akin to discarding trash. The Lu family's ugly girl, the woman discarded by my good brothers. Gu Jingjue's countenance was dark and foreboding, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Suddenly, he seized Lu Shuran by the throat. Having witnessed Gu Jingjue effortlessly dispatch a wild wolf with his bare hands, she harbored no doubts about his moral compass. Did she truly wish for death? Noticing her extreme struggles and palpable fear, Gu Jingjue spoke in a low voice. He would indeed kill her without hesitation, a fact Lu Shuran did not contest. She was genuinely terrified, yet she could not, nor would she resign herself to such a fate. The air in her lungs was dwindling, and Lu Shuran realized she could no longer remain passive. I know, Captain Gu. How could you not dare to kill me? It would be effortless for you, but the Lu family. Am I to fear the Lu family? Gu Jingjue found her words even more ridiculous. Of course, you do not fear them, but the Lu family is like a stubborn ward, a rogue. They dare not act against you, yet they can be repugnant. In truth, my life or death is of no consequence to them, for I am but a discarded pawn. Mere refuse easily cast aside. My demise means little, yet would bring you greater trouble. Is this truly what you desire? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing the term pawn, his anger seemed to dissipate significantly. He released his grip, prompting Lu Shuran to immediately clutch her chest and cough violently. Beyond the physical discomfort, the greater torment was psychological fear. Gu Jingjue sensed a peculiar scent of gardenias wafting through the air. Abruptly recalling a girl who had intruded upon his private chamber over a month ago, a girl who bore the same fragrance. Although he could endure the pain of flesh being sliced, he found himself irresistibly tempted by this scent, leading him to commit an act he could never allow himself to forgive. Was Lu Shuran the same girl from that day? What was she now pretending to be innocent about? Gu Jingjue chose not to expose her, wanting to observe what performance this jester would put on before him. She was merely a trivial plaything others used to vex him, yet he momentarily found her words to hold some truth. Eliminating her might indeed complicate matters for himself. Lu Shuran, still rattled, could hardly believe she had escaped this peril. The scent of gardenias grew ever more potent, and Gu Jingjue slightly turned his face, posing a question. Do you often seduce men this way? What? Lu Shuran was bewildered by his intent, gazing at him helplessly. The alluring fragrance of gardenias intensified, filling the room. Suddenly, Gu Jingjue's breaths became labored, an instinctual urge surging from within him. Like that fateful day, he found himself losing control, the scent emanating from Lu Shuran more intoxicating than the most potent aphrodisiac. Without warning, he lunged at her like a ferocious beast, pinning her down and biting her lip fiercely. Lu Shuran gasped, but her strength could not budge him in the slightest. This man was indeed a madman. Just moments ago, he had wanted her dead, yet now he was inexplicably kissing her. How outrageous! He pressed her against the wall, deepening the kiss, leaving her with little capability to resist. No, she had to think of a way to push him away. Seizing a moment when Gu Jingjue paused to breathe, Lu Shuran closed her teeth and bit down hard on his lip. Gu Jingjue frowned slightly, tasting blood in his mouth, and the crimson hue in his eyes faded somewhat, as if clarity returned. In that instant, he became frenzied, grabbing her hair and thrusting her into the bathroom. That hurts. What is he doing? Lu Shuran was bewildered by Gu Jingjue's sudden madness. Before she could react, water from the shower head poured down upon her. Wash away your little tricks. Gu Jingjue turned and slammed the bathroom door shut behind him. Lu Shuran curled up, drenched, resembling a pitiful creature caught in the rain. Gu Jingjue was indeed a terrifying pervert. She had no understanding of his sudden bout of insanity. Yet at least this man did not seem intent on killing her anymore. However, soaked to the skin, she had no choice but to seek her belongings to change into dry clothes. Carefully, Lu Shuran walked out, her ankle aching slightly. Gu Jingjue had already departed without her noticing. She found her luggage and, trembling, extracted her garments, beginning to change. Just as she had disrobed halfway, the door swung open unexpectedly. Who? Lu Shuran gasped, clutching her clothes to shield her modesty. Gu Jingjue entered with an expression as cold as ice, though the alluring scent had noticeably diminished. He tossed a white bath towel over her head without uttering a word and turned to leave. Gripping the towel tightly, Lu Shuran sighed in relief, thankful he had exited. Unsure if he would return, she dried herself off and changed into her dry clothes. After a moment's hesitation, she lay down on the bed. With Gu Jingjue absent, there was no reason for her to suffer. If she did not get a good night's sleep, she would find it challenging to face the chaotic events awaiting her the next day. Thus, when Gu Jingjue returned to the dormitory the following day, he found a seemingly innocent young girl sprawled on his bed. If one overlooked the unsightly scar on her face, her sleeping visage was quite sweet. Her long hair splayed about her, breathing evenly as if the entire world had fallen silent. Was she concocting new schemes to entice him? Gu Jingjue leaned slightly closer, but he detected none of the intoxicating floral scent from the previous night. It was safe to conclude that Lu Shuran was the source of the mischief. "Wake up," Gu Jingjue commanded in a low tone. Lu Shuran stirred, momentarily dazed, and upon seeing his handsome face, she recalled the events of the previous day, scrambling to rise from the bed in a panic. "First, hand over your perfume. If it indeed had aphrodisiac effects, it must contain illicit ingredients that warranted immediate confiscation," Gu Jingjue stated bluntly. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Lu Shuran thought back to his inquiries about the fragrance yesterday. Perfume? What was that? She found it utterly perplexing. Even now, she refused to admit it. Then get out of the hunting team. No unstable elements are permitted within the hunting team. Chapter 4. I'm not your soldier. Lu Shuran had no desire to remain here, but if she could not stay by Gu Jingjue's side, she feared what the Lu family might do upon her return, especially with her grandfather still in their hands. "I truly do not possess what you seek." Lu Shuran's voice was resolute, and she decisively opened her luggage, unhesitatingly revealing all her belongings, even the most private items, to prove her innocence. Her face bore the marks of humiliation and endurance. She could not accept being unjustly accused. Or perhaps, Lu Shuran took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly as she placed her hand on her clothes. "If you wish to see more, I will comply as long as it proves my innocence. I have no interest in you." Gu Jingjue's mocking gaze resembled one directed at a disobedient pet. Lu Shuran felt her eyes welling with tears. She recalled his sudden violent behavior and felt both helpless and furious. Yet, she understood that in this remote place, Gu Jingjue was the sole authority. Engaging in conflict with him would yield no benefits for her. Gu Jingjue noticed the glimmer of tears in Lu Shuran's eyes, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Internally, he remained unfazed, merely irritated by her spoiled demeanor. It was evident she had never endured hardship. Simply due to trivial grievances, she was quick to shed tears. Compared to those who had truly suffered, her ability to eat and live comfortably was her greatest luxury. "We shall not pursue this matter for now." Gu Jingjue's tone was cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation. "Commence 10 kilometers of training immediately. You need not bear any weight." "What?" Lu Shuran's expression was one of astonishment. "I'm not your soldier. Within the hunting combat corps, one must adhere to its ironclad rules." Gu Jingjue's gaze was as still as a winter lake, unruffled. In such a brutal environment at the border, failing to walk even 10 kilometers could lead to death. Lu Shuran understood Gu Jingjue's intent. He was not merely suggesting training, but rather revealing her own frailty and cowardice. "Very well." Lu Shuran nodded resolutely, striving to steady her emotions as she met Gu Jingjue's eyes. He discerned the panic within her gaze, a little rabbit trembling yet feigning bravery. Suddenly, Gu Jingjue felt that the girl before him was not entirely devoid of interest. After Gu Jingjue departed, a set of female soldiers' combat attire was sent to her. Lu Shuran, with her slender frame, found the smallest size still somewhat loose. Once she adjusted her outfit, she exited her dormitory, donning a cap to obscure her face with her hair. "It's you." A man, his head wrapped in bandages, rushed over, excitedly grasping her hand. Despite only half of his face being visible, Lu Shuran recognized his blue eyes. He was a foreigner. Startled, she took a step back in confusion. "No, Iemisuri. I was just too excited to see my savior." The man chuckled foolishly. Lu Shuran, attempting to shield her face with her cap, shook her head. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Though she had identified him as the one she had rescued the previous night, she preferred to feign ignorance. "I am Song Yan. How did you manage to escape last night?" "You treated me, and I was aware of it, but the pain became unbearable, and I fainted." Even when Lu Shuran ignored him, Song Yin continued to chatter, circling around her. When Gu Jingjue approached, he chanced upon the bashful girl with downcast eyes, while a man gleefully surrounded her. With the man's white bandage resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, Gu Jingjue observed the scene with a hint of amusement. This innocent girl had already captivated a man's attention upon her arrival at the hunting combat corps base. Gu Jingjue strode forward, causing soldiers within a 3-meter radius who had not yet reached the training ground to snap to attention, dashing to form ranks. Lu Shuran lifted her gaze to see the man in camouflage combat gear, his strides steady and powerful, each step echoing the weight of the battlefield. His expression was serious, exuding an aura of menace. Lu Shuran pondered where she had triggered this man's sensitive nerves. Gu Jingjue approached with a primal intensity, as if he were the apex predator, capable of instilling fear with a mere glance. "What did I instruct you to do?" Gu Jingjue's voice was low and commanding beside her ear. Lu Shuran pressed her lips together tightly, gingerly jogging forward despite the pain in her ankle. "Hey," Song Yin called out, eager to catch up. But Gu Jingjue seized it by the collar and yanked him back. "Enough, get out. The hunting combat corps does not accommodate idlers." Song Yin, taken aback by Gu Jingjue's imposing presence, fell silent. Lu Shuran understood that Gu Jingjue wanted her to run, yet she was uncertain whom to follow or how far to go. Spotting a group ahead, she joined them. She envisioned countless scenarios, but she never anticipated that Gu Jingjue would have her engage in cross-country running. With her injured ankle, Lu Shuran struggled to keep pace. Yet ahead of her was a soldier who faltered, nearly colliding with her. "Who are you?" The soldier turned to face Lu Shuran. "Why are you pressing your palm against your abdomen?" Lu Shuran scrutinized his complexion, diverting the topic. "It's just a bit of stomach pain, nothing serious." The young soldier dismissed her concern. "That doesn't seem like mere stomach pain." Furrowing her brow, Lu Shuran replied, "You might have a heart issue. You should stop running." "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm too young to have heart problems." The soldier retorted, ignoring her and quickening his pace. The runners ahead suddenly accelerated, prompting Lu Shuran to pick up her speed. Unfortunately, after stepping on a small stone, she stumbled and fell, her hat flying off and hair cascading down. Observers gasped as they realized someone had fallen behind. Was it a girl? In the Corps, few females had long hair, and everyone quickly recognized that this delicate-skinned girl was not one of their own. Panic coursed through Lu Shuran as she felt the weight of their gazes. Her first instinct was to smooth her long hair to cover her scarred face. Suddenly, a large hand supported her waist, lifting her off the ground. Gasps echoed from the onlookers. Chapter 5. This kiss was dominant and passionate, at least you know to cover your face. Gu Jingjue's voice remained steady. Yet Lu Shuran could detect a hint of displeasure. Others watched as Gu Jingjue carried the obscured girl, speaking to her in an unusually affectionate manner. Could this be the legendary fiancé of the Corps commander? "Commander Gu, the boy ahead has a heart condition and needs immediate medical attention." Lu Shuran, enduring the pain in her ankle, managed to speak. "You still concern yourself with others?" Gu Jingjue found her amusing, but before he could retort, someone shouted in alarm as another person fainted. "Let me down," Lu Shuran urged, tapping Gu Jingjue's arm. "I can save him." Though Gu Jingjue did not take her words seriously, curiosity piqued within him. He set Lu Shuran down, watching as she limped toward the fallen individual. "Clear the way. Give him fresh air," she commanded. "He is experiencing a heart attack. We need a vehicle right away." Lu Shuran turned to Gu Jingjue, shouting urgently, "Why aren't you moving?" Gu Jingjue's roar jolted those nearby into action. "No, he is becoming hypoxic. He needs CPR." As Lu Shuran prepared to administer aid, Gu Jingjue abruptly pulled her back. "CPR is a fundamental skill for our rescue team, isn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forward to begin resuscitation on the fallen boy. "Rest assured, they are professionals," Gu Jingjue reassured as he lifted Lu Shuran once more, taking her away from the scene. "Do you now see how weak you are?" There was a distinct derision in Gu Jingjue's tone. In the harsh reality of the border, where the weak were devoured by the strong, even in the face of humanity, one would be the first to be consumed. Lu Shuran understood his intent to dissuade her. "I may be somewhat fragile, but I am not cowardly," she declared firmly. She detested the feeling of being looked down upon, and if Gu Jingjue believed she could not endure in this harsh environment, she was determined to prove him wrong. "Is that so?" Gu Jingjue's eyes gleamed with mockery. "Then show me. How can I prove it? If I demonstrate that I can survive in the borderlands, will you allow me to stay?" Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran felt a flicker of hope in her desire to remain. As Gu Jingjue leaned down to speak with her, he caught a whiff of the sweet floral scent she exuded. "Are you employing tricks to win my favor? Hoping to marry me?" She certainly did not wish to marry Gu Jingjue. The Lu family possessed something she would rather die than let others see, and her beloved grandfather was also a pawn in their game. She could only strive to remain here, by Gu Jingjue's side, becoming a piece in the Lu family's chess game. But what significance did such explanations hold? In Gu Jingjue's eyes, she would merely be seen as a shameless woman. Before Lu Shuran could respond, Gu Jingjue suddenly grasped her delicate face and leaned down to kiss her lips. Lu Shuran was taken aback, attempting to struggle, but Gu Jingjue held her firmly. The kiss was both dominant and fervent, leaving Lu Shuran breathless, just as she felt herself on the brink of suffocation. Gu Jingjue finally released her. Lu Shuran's complexion flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with indignation and embarrassment. As the kiss concluded, Gu Jingjue felt a reduction in the primal restlessness within him. What's this? Aren't you supposed to marry me? Can't you endure this much? Do you understand what a marriage entails? Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran's face reddened even more. She was no stranger to the world. She comprehended the essence of marital intimacy. Gu Jingjue noticed the fragrance emanating from her becoming increasingly potent, and he decisively carried her into the medical building. Given the harsh conditions at the borders, Gu Jingjue's principle in leading his team was to never skimp on essentials, particularly in medical care, ensuring the equipment and personnel were at least on par with the finest hospitals in the capital, if not superior to many first-tier hospitals in other cities. He chose an unoccupied ward and laid her gently on the bed. A capable-looking female doctor with short hair and a neat appearance soon arrived, wearing a white coat. She knelt down to examine Lu Shuran's ankle, confirming the bone seemed fine, but we should take an x-ray for peace of mind. After her inspection, the doctor turned to leave when Lu Shuran called out, "Doctor, what about the heart patient we just brought in? How is he?" The doctor briefly assessed her before nodding impassively. He was treated properly and is temporarily out of danger, but he likely won't be able to remain with the rescue team going forward. Lu Shuran nodded. That was sufficient for her. Feeling quite heroic, are we? Gu Jingjue teased as he pinched Lu Shuran's small face, turning her gaze to meet his. She shook her head. I just think it's wonderful that he's all right. Helping others must bring happiness to everyone, right? Aren't you happy? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, choosing silence. Lu Shuran continued. The rescue team saves many lives, don't you think? Upon hearing her sudden laughter, Gu Jingjue pressed his thumb against her lips, applying pressure as he replied. You don't actually think I'm a good person, do you? Of course not, Lu Shuran thought silently, unable to believe that someone who had saved her from danger could be truly malevolent. If I were to return to the capital right now, how many people do you think would be too frightened to function? Gu Jingjue chuckled softly. For reasons unknown, even as he smiled, Lu Shuran sensed a shadow lurking behind his expression, as if he were a demon ready to devour flesh. Gu Jingjue continued to gaze at her, while Lu Shuran hung her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Rest now. I'll arrange for someone to bring you food. As he prepared to exit, Lu Shuran suddenly called out to him. Can I join the medical team? Summoning her courage, she declared, I can prove that I can not only survive in the borderlands, but that I am a valuable asset. Do you have any idea how stringent the medical team is? Gu Jingjue responded with a hint of amusement. Despite feeling somewhat anxious under his scrutinizing gaze, Lu Shuran confronted him directly. I believe I can do it. Gu Jingjue remained where he was, neither leaving nor acquiescing to her implausible request. Lu Shuran gingerly descended from the bed, limping towards him. Gu Jingjue, intrigued, wondered what she might attempt next. Although her heart raced with trepidation, she recalled how he had repeatedly pressed against her, kissing her lips, contemplating if this might be a means to persuade him. Drawing closer, Lu Shuran tilted her head back, attempting to rise on her uninjured foot. Yet, Gu Jingjue was simply too tall. What on earth is this girl trying to do? He mused, raising an eyebrow as he bent slightly to accommodate her. Chapter 6. Was it a sin only he could perceive? Gu Jingjue observed Lu Shuran's movements, finding them intriguing yet somewhat clumsy, prompting him to lower himself further. Despite his towering stature, he maintained a disciplined posture, standing straight. When he slightly bent down, Lu Shuran instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. As her cool lips met Gu Jingjue's warm ones, the ward was suddenly filled with an intoxicating floral aroma. He felt as if he were drowning, ensnared by an overwhelming tide of sensations. Struggling to manage his emotions, Gu Jingjue grasped Lu Shuran's wrists tightly. In doing so, he applied more pressure than intended, causing her to gasp, ouch, that hurts. Gu Jingjue glanced down at her delicate, pristine hands, realizing that her palms were likely empty. There was no object that could have released such an aroma. What precisely is this scent? He inquired coldly. At that moment, Lu Shuran's face had turned entirely crimson as she perceived Gu Jingjue's cryptic words resurfacing. She shook her head. There's no scent. I don't understand what you're talking about. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Gu Jingjue was about to dismiss the intruder when he suddenly altered his response to, "Kumin, team leader, I brought some medication." A nurse entered, her expression devoid of emotion, conducting her duties with professionalism. Gu Jingjue scrutinized her, sensing an odd feeling swell within him. Anyone, unless they were entirely devoid of smell, would instinctively cover their nose and mouth upon encountering such a potent aroma. Thus, the fragrance emanating from Lu Shuran must be something only he could detect, uniquely affecting him. Was it an aphrodisiac that belonged solely to him? Did such a thing truly exist in this world? After delivering the medication and placing the medical instructions aside, the nurse promptly exited. Lu Shuran felt her body tense. Unable to meet Gu Jingjue's gaze, utterly uncertain of what to do next. She had already yielded to him as much as she could, beginning to regret her impulsive actions. She had thought that by kissing him, she could somehow please him. Lu Shuran attempted to justify herself. Trial period, Gu Jingjue interrupted, continuing for 3 weeks. If you falter, you will return to the capital. Lu Shuran was slightly taken aback, realizing that her previous approach had indeed yielded results. No matter the circumstances, Gu Jingjue agreeing to allow her into the medical team was a victory. And do not fabricate your identity anymore. If I hear from anyone else that you and I are connected, you will be sent back immediately. His words were merciless. Lu Shuran understood his implications. He preferred to maintain distance from her. In the presence of others, she was to act as if she had never known him. She had no objections. Wishing to prove herself through her own abilities, to earn Gu Jingjue's respect as a woman capable of thriving in the borderlands. After resting in the ward for 2 days, during which she had not encountered Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran felt a sense of relief. Her ankle had almost healed, and soldiers arrived to bring her belongings. The short-haired doctor she had met before knocked and entered, introducing herself, Liang Jinwen. Lu Shuran, she replied, cautiously observing Liang Jinwen, who remained inscrutable. You will accompany me from now on. Take your belongings. I will show you to your dormitory. The living conditions in the rescue team were quite satisfactory, and the dormitories were well equipped. The medical team consisted mostly of medics like Liang Jinwen, who were both healthcare professionals and soldiers. Liang Jinwen arranged for her to stay in a 4-person dormitory. As Lu Shuran entered the room, she spotted a girl with short hair seated at a desk, engrossed in her book. The girl looked up and paused momentarily upon seeing Lu Shuran, quickly recalling that she was the new roommate Liang Jinwen had mentioned earlier that day. The girl approached Lu Shuran and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I am Zhao Qiong." "Lu Shuran," she replied. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Qiong noticed the unsettling scars on Lu Shuran's face, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regaining her composure. There were 2 other roommates, Shui Yuan and Feng Wan, who had gone for training and were expected to return shortly. Zhao Qiong glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked that dinner time was nearing. "You're the new roommate? You're not a medic?" "I am Lu Shuran, here to study." Lu Shuran had no intention of elaborating on her identity. "You must have connections to get in here. I saw yesterday that you were brought in by Captain Liang. When can we insert someone into the medical team midway? What is that on your face? Is it contagious?" Lu Shuran sensed the unwelcoming tone, but chose not to dwell on it. Roommates were simply that. There was no need to forge friendships. Medics were required to undergo the same training as other team members since the medical support needed during rescues demanded physical fitness and skills on par with those of the combat team. Aware that her delicate and frail appearance could lead to disdain, Lu Shuran decided not to take offense. However, fate had it that evening she encountered a rare night emergency drill with the medical team. This training aimed to enhance the unit's rapid response capabilities and disaster management skills. When the assembly signal sounded, she promptly opened her eyes, donned her gear, and joined her dorm mates in rushing downstairs. Though her movements were not swift, she managed to keep pace. It was only during the formation that Lu Shuran realized, in her fluster, she had forgotten to bring her marching pack. She sought out Zhao Qiong and stood beside her. Although Zhao Qiong showed no kindness, her lack of malice was the greatest courtesy she could extend at that moment. "Why the sudden emergency assembly? I heard it's for an inspection by the captain himself." "Really? The captain has time for this? Liang Jinwan stood at the forefront of the line, her gaze icy as it fell upon the two whispering individuals, her eyes suddenly locking onto Lu Shuran. Her brow furrowed slightly. What's the matter? Lu Shuran stepped forward. Without uttering a sound, Lu Shuran complied and walked to the center of the formation. The surrounding individuals stood at attention, silencing their chatter, making Lu Shuran the focal point of attention. She pressed her lips together, responding softly, "I forgot." Upon raising her eyes, she met Gu Jingjue's gaze, filled with disdain and mockery. The next moment, he spoke. "Before you speak, announce a report." The girl's face turned pale and then flushed. Chapter 7. Are you afraid? Lu Shuran could feel the weight of all eyes upon her. Though engulfed in embarrassment, she refused to succumb. "Report, I understand." She lifted her chin, meeting Gu Jingjue's gaze without the expected humility, boldly staring back at him. At that moment, Gu Jingjue approached her, leaning slightly forward. "If you don't understand the rules, how will you survive in the borderlands?" "Report, Captain. I will learn what I don't know. You may punish me for my mistakes. There is no need to deliberately make things difficult for me. I will not leave so easily." Despite Lu Shuran's attempts to appear calm, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her nerves. Gu Jingjue sensed the alluring scent emanating from her, stirring something primal within him. He was almost certain that others could not perceive this aroma. Why was it only he who could? It must be some clandestine sorcery. The hunter battle team was stationed near the border of Jinyun and Napa, a region notorious for danger and crime, steeped in legends of witchcraft. While most of the extraordinary tales encountered were mere fabrications, Gu Jingjue did not dismiss the existence of such phenomena. He swallowed slightly. "Very well, then starting now, you will complete 500 instances of packing and descending for assembly training. I hope this will aid you in not making mistakes during future emergency assemblies." "Yes." Lu Shuran clenched her fist at her side, but showed no intent to defy Gu Jingjue. She turned, casting all gazes behind her. An hour passed. 2 hours. The urgent assembly tasks were nearly completed, but Lu Shuran continued to repeatedly pack and unpack her bag. The other 3 roommates returned. Zhao Qiong still remained silent, while Shui Yuan and Feng Wan exchanged glances. Feng Wan scoffed, "If you're being punished, don't disturb others' rest." Before Lu Shuran could respond, the assembly signal sounded once more. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Another urgent assembly following the first. "Perhaps it's a test for us. Let us not dwell on it. Just head to assembly." Lu Shuran managed to keep pace this time, and downstairs the various squads are already lined up. The medical team had 3 squads. Typically, only 2 were on duty, while the third consisted of inexperienced young doctors and nurses primarily focused on training. Emergency task. Liang Jinwan surveyed the 3 medical squads before her. Squad 1 will accompany the captain, Squad 2 with the deputy captain, and Squad 3 with me. Report, Liang. All 3 squads are present. Is something amiss? Someone inquired. Liang Jinwan nodded. There has been an incident at the Delta. Radical elements from Napa have crossed the border and injured 3 members of the hunter battle team. Napa has long been plagued by security issues, particularly in a lawless triangular area known as the Napa Delta. Unfortunately, a junction of this delta is alarmingly close to Jinyun. Were it not for the hunter battle team's vigilant defense, the ceramic nation would have already been invaded. The inhabitants of the delta are often described as desperate outlaws, making it extremely perilous. Many must have sustained serious injuries. Otherwise, the 3rd squad wouldn't be mobilized. The 3rd squad primarily serves in a support capacity. Sensing their unease, Liang Jinwen added, "Hurry, run." The pressure fell on the first 2 squads. Yet the necessity for the 3rd squad's involvement indicated that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The 1st and 2nd medical squads each consisted of 10 members, while the 3rd squad, being a reserve, had as many as 18 members. Lu Shuran's roommates were all part of the 3rd squad. A group of inexperienced newcomers, hastily formed into a unit, arrived at the battlefield, apprehensive as they followed Liang Jinwen. However, it wasn't long before someone approached Liang Jinwen, reporting that the captain's team was short-staffed and requested reinforcements. Medical personnel are injured. The communicating team member did not conceal the reason for needing more hands. Someone is hurt. The medical team comprised 40 to 50 elite members handpicked by Liang Jinwen. The injury of even one would cause her immense distress. Upon hearing this, the members of the 3rd squad exchanged glances, apprehensive. If the experienced members of the first squad had sustained injuries, wouldn't they fare even worse? Liang, there's no time for much discussion. Sui Duanjuan, Feng Huan, Hikong, Liang Jinwan, observing the inexperienced members, directly called out names. Although you lack practical experience, I believe in you, Liang. Lu Shuran wants to go. Shui Yuanyuan suddenly pushed Lu Shuran forward with force, declaring her desire to bring honor to the team and secure a spot in the first squad. In that instant, Lu Shuran comprehended Shui Yuanyuan's intentions. She was afraid and wanted to push Lu Shuran forward to take her place. Shui Yuanyuan articulated a profound truth. To admit one's intentions implies a commitment to the front lines, while denial invites scorn from all. What right does a coward possess to prove their worth in such perilous regions? Yet, would Shui Yuanyuan's wishes be fulfilled? Lu Shuran was not so easily intimidated. Yes, Captain Liang, I am willing to accompany Shui Yuanyuan and the other two to support Team 1. Although I'm still new to the squad, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, and I may offer alternative solutions to challenging situations, Lu Shuran stated with resolute clarity. Very well. Sui Duanjuan, Feng Huan, Hikong, and Lu Shuran, you four must promptly gather your medical supplies and join Team 1, Captain Liang commanded. Her mind racing. Each member must be prepared to face the reality of their situation upon arriving at the border. Shui Yuanyuan's teeth ground in frustration upon hearing Lu Shuran's declaration. She had hoped to send Lu Shuran in her stead to avoid the impending risk. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuran had resorted to such a self-sacrificial tactic. Orders were absolute. Shui Yuanyuan quickened her pace to catch up to Lu Shuran, exclaiming, Lu Shuran, you wait for me. Hikong, having sustained an injury, had retreated to Team 3 and, being more seasoned than the other three, silenced them with a single word. Completing the task at hand took precedence. The communication officer drove them to the battle zone of Team 1, which was alarmingly close to the delta, where the sound of gunfire echoed clearly. What are you waiting for? Get to work immediately, Gu Jingjue said, his face stern as he approached. Lu Shuran hesitated momentarily, but, having agreed to maintain discretion about their acquaintance, Gu Jingjue refrained from speaking further, though he instinctively cast a few more glances in her direction. Lu Shuran, however, did not return his gaze. Upon his command, she swiftly followed Hikong. Yet, as she brushed past Gu Jingjue, Zhao Heng, standing beside him, detained her. Come here and help the captain with his wound. Lu Shuran nodded, placing her medical kit down. Just yesterday, this man had chastised her, and now he was battling at the border. As dawn broke, the skirmishes at the border began to wane. The adversaries from the Delta could only attempt to infiltrate the territory of the Celadon Kingdom under the cover of darkness, for in broad daylight, they dared not act against the intimidating presence of the Hunter battle group. The expression on Gu Jingjue's face remained icy. It bore a heavier air of hostility than usual. Blood stained his visage, and his disheveled hair added to his fierce demeanor. Lu Shuran rolled up his crimson sleeve to reveal a grievous knife wound that exposed bone, a sight that struck horror in her heart, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Are you afraid? Gu Jingjue's voice dripped with derision. Chapter 8. She must not return with even a scratch. Just moments ago, the man had shown no sign of pain, and Lu Shuran was genuinely taken aback by the depth of his injury. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lu Shuran assessed Gu Jingjue's wound, her hands moving swiftly. There was no time for anesthesia, but she trusted that he could endure the pain. Gu Jingjue, with a mocking glint in his eyes, scrutinized her. Can traditional medicine also stitch wounds? Of course, Lu Shuran replied, meeting his condescending gaze. You'd best not cross me now, or... She brandished her toolkit, gritting her teeth. I shall make your stitches quite unsightly. Gu Jingjue regarded her as one might view a feeble kitten puffing itself up in front of a tiger, believing itself fearsome, yet utterly harmless. Despite her bravado, Lu Shuran executed her task with remarkable dexterity, her movements cautious and deliberate. Gu Jingjue discerned her inexperience. A pampered young lady, despite having studied medicine, would have had little opportunity for practical application. Once the stitching was complete, beads of sweat formed on Lu Shuran's forehead, but fortunately, everything proceeded without error. Luckily, we avoided damaging the nerves. Otherwise, your hand function could have been compromised, Lu Shuran remarked as she tidied her supplies. Are you instructing me? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Shuran could not ascertain whether he was jesting or genuinely irked. Of course not, Captain. I fear punishment if I presume to instruct you. With that, Lu Shuran swiftly turned and dashed away. Just then, a wounded team member returned, prompting her to re-enter her work mode. Zhao Heng, observing from the side, queried, "Boss, do you know this little nurse?" Gu Jingjue shot him a cold glance, prompting Zhao Heng to feel as though his throat were being sliced open, and he fled hastily. Had it not been for the unsightly scar on her face, he might have thought his leader had taken a liking to her. With the noise of the battlefield receding, Gu Jingjue inhaled the scent of his bandaged arm, which carried not only the medicinal aroma, but also a delicate fragrance reminiscent of gardenias unique to Lu Shuran. It seemed he bore a grudge. As daylight broke, no further attempts at clandestine crossings occurred along the border, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Yet, it was precisely at such moments that one must remain vigilant. Gu Jingjue's voice cut through the air, rousing the previously relaxed individuals back to alertness, unwilling to slacken even a fraction. "Medical team reinforcements, you may return to rest," Gu Jingjue instructed. The members of Team 3, looking somewhat disheveled, released a collective sigh of relief upon hearing his words. "Captain, the border guards report that someone has thrown a baby over." The revelation left everyone present in shock. "Do not move anything. Observe the situation," Gu Jingjue commanded with an impassive expression, as if the infant tossed over was merely an inconsequential burden. "How cruel!" Lu Shuran overheard Shui Yuan and Feng Wan whispering behind her. It would be disingenuous to claim her heart was unmoved. Who among them could remain indifferent to a wailing infant? Yet, the literature she had studied taught her that blind compassion could be foolish. Using vulnerable women and children as shields was a time-honored tactic of treacherous individuals. While Gu Jingjue's cold demeanor might not be deemed entirely just in such instances, indiscriminate sympathy could lead to ruin. As the leader of the Hunter Battle Group, he bore the dual responsibility of saving lives while ensuring the safety of his team. "Everyone, maintain your posts." Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's directive, Lu Shuran quickly deduced his intention. Was he planning to personally engage in the fray? She had just deemed him rational and level-headed. Instinctively, she turned to follow him. "Lu Shuran, aren't you coming back with us?" He called out to her as he led a few individuals away. "Teacher, you all returned first," Lu Shuran replied. "I realized I haven't fully tended to the captain's wound." "Teacher, it seems Shuran has been acting a bit strangely since she arrived, perhaps with ulterior motives?" Feng Wan feigned surprise as she glanced at Shui Yuan. "Surely not." Kong interrupted their conjectures, yet he gazed thoughtfully in the direction Lu Shuran had departed. "What are you following me for?" Gu Jingjue asked, leading Lu Shuran to a secluded area. "Don't you think you're being irrational? Are you seeking to instruct me on my duties?" Gu Jingjue's tone remained steady, making it difficult to discern if he were vexed. "No, not at all. I mean, you are the captain, the cornerstone of the Hunter Battle Group. If you engage in such perilous endeavors, what chaos would ensue if something were to happen to you? Then who should I send?" Gu Jingjue suddenly grasped Lu Shuran's chin and shook it gently, his gaze shifting to one of playful intrigue. "You have quite the spirit." Lu Shuran once again provided an answer that took Gu Jingjue by surprise. "All right, come with me. I shall brief you on the terrain." Gu Jingjue never treated matters on the battlefield lightly. He was uncertain whether this girl believed he would never allow a woman to engage in such tasks, which is why she so readily agreed. If she intended to exploit a loophole, he would make it clear that he was a man of his word, allowing her to comprehend the harsh reality of survival in this vast frontier. Lu Shuran felt Gu Jingjue's grip on her wrist, pulling her forward. She was somewhat astonished that he took her words seriously, having expected him to ridicule her audacity. He tossed Lu Shuran into the vehicle and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the border. Most areas around the border were guarded by high-voltage wires, yet even the most meticulous plans could have their flaws, especially given the treachery prevalent among the Delta people. "You will pass through here," Gu Jingjue indicated the location of the infant. The other team members nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. "Captain, what is going on?" "We brought a nurse to rescue someone." Though they were puzzled, none dared to voice their concerns. Perhaps this was the captain's secret weapon? The temperature fluctuations in the border region were significant. As the weather warmed, an unattended infant could quickly succumb to dehydration. After briefing Lu Shuran on the best places to hide, Gu Jingjue sent her on her way. To his surprise, the girl exhibited considerable attentiveness. At that moment, Lu Shuran had no energy to think of anything else. The fear of traversing perilous grounds to save a child was overwhelming. As she dashed forward, Gu Jingjue immediately turned to face his team. All snipers prepare. His voice resonated with authority. If there is any sign of danger, eliminate it. I will not allow Lu Shuran to suffer, even a scratch. Chapter 9. He had only ever heard others refer to him as a monster. If she is harmed, none of you will escape punishment, Gu Jingjue declared. I trust my team. Upon hearing this, the members of his team steeled themselves, motivated by both the captain's ruthless reputation and the immense trust he placed in them. Regardless of their motivations, failure was not an option. Unbeknownst to Lu Shuran, she was already backed by the most elite sniper team in the entire hunting brigade. Her heart raced within her chest as she clenched her fists, recalling the hiding spots Gu Jingjue had instructed her to remember. Every route, every corner, she endeavored to engrave into her memory. Her steps were light and swift as she aimed to navigate the danger zone with utmost speed. Just as she was about to round a corner, a piercing gunshot made her body instinctively tremble. Her pupils dilated, and the sudden surge of adrenaline heightened her reaction time. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove forward, seeking refuge in the next hiding spot. Breath quickening, she fought to remain silent so as not to disclose her location. Observing from a distance, Gu Jingjue felt a slight tug at the corners of his mouth. After the sniper team dispatched the third assailant lying in wait to harm Lu Shuran, no further threats emerged. It appeared that those employing deceitful tactics had finally withdrawn. Do not let your guard down, Gu Jingjue cautioned the snipers nearby. The team regained their focus, aware that the enemy might resort to a feigned retreat. They could not afford to relax their vigilance. Lu Shuran had now reached the infant. She approached and gently lifted the small bundle. To her relief, this obviously non-Chinese child did not cry, but smiled upon seeing her. Lu Shuran sighed with relief and quickly retraced her steps. Fortunately, the enemy seemed to have suffered losses and did not attempt further ambushes. Lu Shuran returned successfully to the hunting brigade's camp, a smile gracing her face as she walked forward, checking the infant's condition and ensuring there were no unexpected items in the swaddling cloth. The baby's clothing appeared fine, yet when she examined his health, she froze. Don't come any closer. Lu Shuran gestured for Gu Jingjue, who was approaching, to stop. What happened? Gu Jingjue halted, raising his voice slightly. What is wrong with the child? A bomb? Lu Shuran hesitated, opting not to disclose the truth directly. No, I will explain later. First, arrange for some essentials. Before she could finish, Gu Jingjue strode towards her as if he had not heard her words. Did I not tell you to stay back? Lu Shuran exclaimed, hastily producing an unopened mask from her pocket and offering it to him. Quick, put this on. Gu Jingjue seized Lu Shuran's wrist, his gaze unwavering. I want to see what danger could possibly be so fearsome. Recognizing his fearless demeanor, Lu Shuran could only sigh in resignation. Just wear the mask. Look at the child. He has red spots on his neck and an elevated temperature. It is uncertain whether he has contracted an infectious disease. I must return and ensure quarantine. She paused, glaring at Gu Jingjue. You need to be quarantined too. I did not mention it earlier to avoid unnecessary complications. Stop right there. Gu Jingjue commanded the team members trailing behind him, then turned to Lu Shuran. Now contact Liang Jinwen. Lu Shuran nodded, realizing that Liang Jinwen's expertise was indeed necessary in this situation. Soon, they were picked up by Liang Jinwen in a dedicated vehicle. No one knew what had transpired, only that the captain and a nurse had taken the child and had not been seen since. They were escorted to a small, standalone building not far from the camp. Liang Jinwen exited the vehicle without looking back. It was only after leaving that she sent a text to both of them. I have drawn blood from the child and sent it to the infectious disease hospital in the capital for testing. Results may take 2 days. You and the captain should self-isolate in the meantime. If all is well, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. If you need anything, well, with the captain present, just direct your request to him. Lu Shuran read Liang Jinwen's message and replied with an acknowledgement. After placing the child on the bed, she retrieved some medications left by Liang Jinwen. Although Liang Jinwen provided some guidance on the medications, the ultimate decision regarding what to administer to such a small child lay in her hands. Regardless, the immediate priority was to reduce the child's fever and provide nourishment and hydration. Fortunately, despite being ill, the child was still able to eat, which was a promising sign. While Lu Shuran attended to these tasks, Gu Jingjue leaned against the doorframe. Observing her, a occasionally picking up his phone to respond to work messages. It was curious. Despite their shared space, Gu Jingjue did not detect the peculiar fragrance emanating from Lu Shuran. Was it her control over the scent, or was there a specific trigger? It was not until Lu Shuran had settled the child that she turned her attention to Gu Jingjue. Did I not tell you to stay away? Lu Shuran approached him helplessly. Now it seems you two have come to isolate. Is this how you treat your captain? Lu Shuran, how many times has it been? Gu Jingjue's deep gaze fixed upon her. Lu Shuran could not discern his thoughts, but felt no inclination to speculate. After being punished by Gu Jingjue the previous day, she had been running on fumes for 2 days and nights. Fatigue overtook her as she stifled a yawn. Report to the captain, regardless of how many times. I truly need to sleep. Any punishment can wait until tomorrow. Already tired? Gu Jingjue scoffed. Lu Shuran rubbed her eyes and cast a resentful glance at Gu Jingjue. Report to the team leader. One cannot survive without sleep. Do you think everyone is like you, devoid of life? If one indulges in slumber so greedily, they will be devoured by wild beasts on the very first day in the woods. I'm not foolish enough to venture into such a place. Without sleep, Lu Shuran's temper had worn thin. It seemed Gu Jingjue was inexplicably seeking to provoke her. Surely, only a superhuman could navigate through the primeval forest. A headache began to throb at her temples. She could not fathom why Gu Jingjue suddenly wished to engage her in conversation. Fortunately, he merely regarded her intently, refraining from further words. Superhuman. Gu Jingjue's lips curled into an arc that could barely be deemed a smile, tinged with self-mockery and perhaps some other unspoken emotion. He had only ever heard others refer to him as a monster. At this moment, the fragrance of gardenias wafted gently into his nostrils, awakening his senses. His throat trembled slightly. Chapter 10. He was hungry again, the kind of hunger that craved meat fiercely. His previously wandering thoughts were drawn back by this enticing aroma. Gu Jingjue observed the girl beside him, her head drooping in drowsiness, and his wavering heart grew colder. She appeared innocent, yet she was merely a pawn placed by the Gu family to irk him. Her surface purity was but a fade. Gu Jingjue had always been astute in judging people. Even if he misjudged, he would prefer to err on the side of caution. Rarely, he could be deceived. No, rather, he had nearly been deceived. Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue's voice was steady as he clenched his jaw, gripping her wrist. At such a moment, she ought to abandon her petty schemes. Why is she babbling nonsense again? Lu Shuran struggled, unable to free herself from his grasp. The scent of flowers enveloped the room. Though it was refreshing, to him it felt like the most fatal temptation. He instinctively stepped closer, wishing to bridge the distance between them. Teacher Liang, why are you here? Lu Shuran called out, her voice piercing the air. Gu Jingjue reflexively turned his head. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Lu Shuran yanked her wrist free and forcefully pushed him out the door, locking it behind her in a swift motion, successfully trapping him outside while he was dazed by the fragrance. Leaning against the door, Lu Shuran pressed her hand to her chest, her heart racing as she recalled the predatory gaze Gu Jingjue had cast upon her, akin to a beast ready to devour its prey. His eyes brimmed with aggression, and in that fleeting moment, she felt an uncanny familiarity wash over her. Shaking her head, she admonished herself not to overthink. Surely, it was merely exhaustion from the day. Report to the team leader, I need a shower and rest. You should return to your room and sleep as well. Lu Shuran raised her voice and dashed into the bathroom. Gu Jingjue glanced at his palm, still warm with the lingering scent of her presence. It was she who had tempted him first, yet now her demeanor seemed inviting yet resistant. Gu Jingjue turned away, retrieving his phone to dial a number. Have you made any progress on a matter I asked you to investigate? The voice on the other end was bright and clear. Fourth young master. The information you provided is rather nonsensical. I need time to look into it. Such esoteric arts and abilities, mingled with truth and falsehood, are quite challenging to unravel. Gu Jingjue remained silent on the line, not hanging up, prompting the other person to hesitate before breaking the silence. After a moment, Gu Jingjue finally spoke, Guo Lisin. If a woman employs such tactics to entice a man, yet feigns modesty when he is ensnared, could there be deeper motives at play? It was rare for Gu Jingjue to articulate so much in one breath, piquing Guo Lisin's curiosity about the woman he mentioned and her intentions. However, in their family, it was not the place of outsiders to meddle. Being trusted by Gu Jingjue, Guo Lisin was perceptive and clever. He began to analyze based on the points Gu Jingjue had provided. Fourth young master, are you perhaps being misled by your own emotions in this situation? Have you considered this woman's ultimate goal? Perhaps she does not genuinely wish to engage with this man, but rather to gain control. Listening to Guo Lisan's words, Gu Jingjue's brow furrowed, yet he seemed to grasp some semblance of clarity. Lu Shuran had not exhibited the typical urgency of women seeking to ascend in status. This led him to question whether he had misjudged her. However, after hearing Guo Lisan's perspective, he began to reconsider. It seemed that Lu Shuran's intricate methods of seduction aimed not at physical intimacy, but at ensnaring his heart and controlling him. This realization lent a rationale to her occasional displays of innocence before him. Fourth young master, Guo Lisan hesitated. I merely want to share my thoughts. They may not be accurate, of course. He treaded carefully, wary of inciting the ire of this formidable man, despite their close relationship. Investigate promptly and provide me with answers without delay. Gu Jingjue reverted to his usual terse demeanor, leaving behind the familiarity of their previous exchange. At this moment, Lu Shuran had no mind for such convoluted matters. After a refreshing shower, she climbed into bed, her head barely touching the pillow before she succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, the little one beside her remained quiet, behaving remarkably well. Awakened by the aroma of toasting bread, Lu Shuran recalled the meager rations from the past days on the battlefield, merely enough to stave off hunger. Now, she felt ravenous. The first thing she did upon waking was to check on the rescued infant from Napa. The child's face was flushed, skin burning hot. It was no wonder he had been silent throughout the night, lost to a fever. Lu Shuran hurriedly prepared medication for the infant, administering it as best she could, then applied a cooling patch and tested if he could manage a little formula. After attending to the infant, she meticulously disinfected herself before stepping out of the room. The scent of toasted bread wafted from the kitchen, and instinctively, she wandered over to find Gu Jingjue. The man stood casually in the kitchen, clad in a light blue striped shirt, the collar open and buttoned only to his chest, paired with cream-colored casual trousers, exuding a simple elegance. His posture was relaxed, his back slightly arched as sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating his tall figure. His expression was impassive, a slice of toast held between his lips, revealing a hint of irreverence. Upon hearing her approach, Gu Jingjue lifted his gaze, and a flicker of disdain crossed his features. Due to the urgency of the situation, they had come directly from the border to this isolation cabin, and Lu Shuran had not had the chance to bring a change of clothes. She had donned a bathrobe found in the bathroom, but the silk garment clearly did not fit her well, falling short above her knees and slipping from her shoulders at the slightest movement. Lu Shuran tugged the robe back up, feeling self-conscious under his scrutiny. To be so unattractive, yet to employ such tactics? Gu Jingjue's assessing gaze roamed over her. Lu Shuran, sensing the tension, quickly clarified, don't overthink it. Teacher Liang arranged for my luggage to be delivered shortly. She stepped into the kitchen beside him, determined to see if any ingredients were available for breakfast. Opening the refrigerator, she was dazzled by the array of food within. So, with all this food, you only made toast for yourself? Just enough to fill my stomach. Gu Jingjue replied, frowning as he distanced himself from the kitchen. The sweet scent of gardenias mingling with her ill-fitting attire, exposing her fair skin, irritated him immensely. Swallowing the last bite of toast, he still felt an emptiness in his stomach. Indeed, the toast provided little sustenance. Otherwise, he would not be experiencing this sudden, ravenous craving for meat. Chapter 11. The unfulfillment of desire. A man reclined on the sofa, his long legs extended, his throat quivering ever so slightly. Under what circumstances does one consume food yet still feel hunger? It is the unfulfillment of desire. He sometimes contemplated that rather than waiting for the cunning methods of Lu Shuran to ensnare his mind, it might be better to eliminate her directly. Although Lu Shuran had remarked on the troublesome and unpleasant nature of the Lu family, if his impulse to kill her were genuinely strong, he would not be deterred by such trivial inconveniences. Gu Jingjue understood that the reason many regarded him as a monster was that, as a human, he frequently harbored a distinctly primal, almost beastly thought process. If she were merely an irritating trifle, then let her perish. Lu Shuran entered, carrying 2 bowls of noodles, placing them on the dining table. Captain, she called out, turning to Gu Jingjue. Surely you can still eat? The appetite of an adult man could hardly be satisfied with mere slices of toast. Gu Jingjue rose from the sofa and approached the table, his gaze falling upon the graceful nape of Lu Shuran's neck. Despite the unsightly scars on her face, her figure was exquisite, and her skin remained remarkably smooth, less affected by the harsh winds of the borderland than most. There are two bowls, one with vegetable noodles and the other with egg and tomato noodles. Will you choose? Lu Shuran tilted her head, gazing at Gu Jingjue. Are you trying to curry favor with me? Returning to his senses, Gu Jingjue caught a whiff of the fragrant noodles. And surprisingly, much of his hostility dissipated. I am merely showing kindness, Lu Shuran said as she sat down, taking the bowl of egg and tomato noodles, blowing on the steam, and taking a bite. You only have one chance. If you do not choose, I will. Gu Jingjue took a seat and sampled the noodles she had prepared. Though simple, just a bowl of ordinary noodles adorned with a few greens and a poached egg. It evoked a peculiar sensation. The intense heat flowed from his mouth to his stomach, no matter how hot the toast might be. It could not compare to the comfort of these noodles settling in his belly. The people of the porcelain land cherished the concept of home more than others. Whether it was a light being turned on for you upon returning from work or a bowl of noodles prepared for you in the morning, these small gestures, though seemingly insignificant, were imbued with the essence of home. Yet, Gu Jingjue had never experienced familial affection, having never concerned himself with the pig that provided the meat. He found this emotion both wondrous and inexplicable. Lu Shuran understood this well. They sat quietly together, sharing a breakfast that felt remarkably peaceful. If they were to pretend to be engaged and live this way, it wouldn't be so bad. Observing Gu Jingjue's lowered brow as he consumed her noodles, she felt he appeared less menacing. Actually, you need not reject me, Lu Shuran said, biting her lip, hesitant yet resolute. I know you do not like me, and I do not necessarily wish to pursue anything with you. But look, we can sit together, face to face, having a meal. It shows you do not despise me entirely. If we pretend to be engaged, I merely need to achieve this goal. Not despise you? Gu Jingjue scoffed with a slight laugh. Have you forgotten? We are forced to be locked away here. Lu Shuran tightened her grip on her chopsticks, feeling a pang of absurdity. Just a moment ago, she had thought they had grown closer. Yes, they were indeed confined here. Were it not for this predicament, would Gu Jingjue truly sit down to eat this unremarkable bowl of noodles she had prepared? Never mind, as we agreed. As long as I prove my worth to remain in the hunting brigade, you cannot drive me away, Lu Shuran asserted. Gu Jingjue glanced at her, as if he had something to say, but was interrupted by the sound of a baby's wail from the second floor. They are crying. Lu Shuran set down her bowl and chopsticks, heading upstairs to check, finding the loud cries not entirely unwelcome. Perhaps the child was hungry or needed a diaper change. Or perhaps both issues were at play. As she ascended the stairs, it suddenly struck her, and she turned to Gu Jingjue, still seated. Captain, should you come upstairs with me? Gu Jingjue's gaze returned to Lu Shuran. Caring for this child is not solely my responsibility, she stated. I watched over the baby all night. Surely you cannot contribute nothing. The expression on Gu Jingjue's face was quite telling. Yet Lu Shuran had no qualms about admitting her intention to put him in an awkward position. She knew that despite his cold demeanor, he was not irresponsible. Otherwise, the hunting brigade would not have flourished to its current scale. They ascended the stairs together, and Lu Shuran prepared the baby bottle. Having done so before and feeling quite adept, lay him flat on the table. No, not face down. Are you trying to suffocate him? Face up, yes. Lu Shuran directed Gu Jingjue as he changed the baby's diaper, his brows furrowed and his expression one of extreme reluctance. His finely tailored sleeves rolled up to reveal strong arms. Gu Jingjue used the hands typically employed for wielding a gun to grasp a fresh diaper. The infant seemed to sense his unwillingness and cried out loudly. He must be uncomfortable. Hurry and change his diaper, and he should be fine. Gu Jingjue grasped the baby by the ankles, lifting him upside down. Lu Shuran gasped at the sight, exclaiming, "Be gentle. He is just a baby." Ugh, such a soft, fragile thing, truly revolting, Gu Jingjue remarked, observing the wet diaper with utter disgust. In that moment, Lu Shuran felt as though she were caught in a surreal joke, yet found no evidence to support her feeling. Fortunately, Gu Jingjue gritted his teeth and, despite his aversion, changed the infant's diaper under her guidance. Perhaps exhausted from crying, the baby eventually quieted down. See, he is no longer crying. Doesn't caring for a child bring a sense of accomplishment? Lu Shuran leaned in closer to check on the baby. It stinks. Gu Jingjue's distaste for the odor was palpable. Even a child's scent seemed unbearable to him. He is still a child. You just need to. Before Lu Shuran could finish, Gu Jingjue suddenly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her deeply. The distinct floral fragrance that belonged solely to Lu Shuran permeated the room once more, compelling Gu Jingjue to deepen the kiss. Chapter 12. Are you some kind of kissing maniac? The unpleasant odor dissipated from his senses, and Gu Jingjue felt significantly more at ease. Lu Shuran's large, beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the handsome face so close to her heart racing uncontrollably. Though this was not their first kiss, the thrill remained ever potent. Finally regaining her composure, Lu Shuran pushed Gu Jingjue away. Were you some kind of kissing maniac? This is utterly baffling. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. I merely sought to mask the stench with the fragrance of your body. Lu Shuran grasped her clothing, lowering her head to sniff. Detecting no odor whatsoever. She wore an incredulous expression, as if confronting a charlatan. There is no scent at all, even if there were. Is it really necessary to kiss me? Why the embarrassment? Hadn't you initiated it before? Gu Jingjue retorted dismissively. I was merely. Lu Shuran struggled to justify her previous actions. Everything was for the sake of securing her position and preventing her grandfather from being further tormented by the Lu family. Fortunately, the little one lying on the hard table seemed somewhat displeased, emitting cooing sounds that diverted their attention. Lu Shuran, wishing to shift the topic, seized the opportunity to pick up the child. As she comforted him, she lowered her gaze to the infant's cherubic face, which bore the distinctive features of a Napa people. Large, dark, gleaming eyes, and a delightful wheat-colored complexion. She pondered who his parents might be and whether they were anxiously searching for him. Captain, do you think we should name him? Lu Shuran inquired, looking up at Gu Jingjue. Gu Jingjue cast a fleeting glance at the small creature in Lu Shuran's arms and replied, Do not name things lightly. Confused by Gu Jingjue's meaning, Lu Shuran gazed back at him. With rare patience, he elaborated, If one is not prepared to take responsibility, one should refrain from bestowing a name, as it is something that will follow him for a lifetime. Lu Shuran wanted to respond, but just then, her phone in her pocket buzzed. Shuran, the results are in. Liang Jinwen stated, There is good news and bad news. Let me explain in detail. Lu Shuran switched to speaker mode. Liang Jinwen continued, The red spots on the child's skin are merely a result of a high fever, but that does not guarantee he is free from carrying infectious viruses. So, I hit the nail on the head. He does indeed carry an infectious virus, but it hasn't reached the symptomatic stage, hence he is not contagious, correct? Lu Shuran interpreted. Liang Jinwen was taken aback by Lu Shuran's quick and accurate understanding, which made her regard her with newfound respect. I'll come to take the child away shortly. We still cannot leave? Gu Jingjue caught the information he sought. Yes, although the virus in the child's body is inactive, no one can guarantee anything. Therefore, Captain and Lu Shuran, you both need to remain in isolation for another 2 days. If all goes well, I will ensure you are brought back at the earliest opportunity. Liang Jinwen assured. The prospect of another 2 days in isolation, while anticipated, still elicited a sigh from Lu Shuran upon hearing it voiced. Is it difficult to be with the captain? Liang Jinwen inquired, a hint of amusement in her tone. No, not at all, Lu Shuran hastily clarified, internally grappling with her thoughts on Liang Jinwen's keen perception. Indeed, she had no issue with an additional 2 days of isolation, but the crux of the matter was, she would be alone with Gu Jingjue for those 2 days. The presence of the child had made it somewhat more bearable. Now, they were merely 2 solitary figures confined together. Although it was a large house, they were not in the same room. As long as there are no issues, you both should rest well over these days. The work upon your return will not be light, Liang Jinwen concluded, hanging up the call and promptly sending someone to take the child away. Lu Shuran felt a pang of reluctance towards the little one, but her greater concern lay in the prospect of being alone with Gu Jingjue. After all, it was unlikely they would cross paths. She could simply remain in her room, and Gu Jingjue would probably not be so bored as to seek her out. That evening, Lu Shuran prepared dinner, and fortunately, after their meal, they returned to their respective rooms without further incident. Not even a few extra words were exchanged. As the days passed in such a manner, it did not seem too arduous. With some leisure time, Lu Shuran reflected on how she had completely severed ties with the Lu family since arriving here, and she felt little inclination to concern herself with their affairs. Her thoughts were more occupied with her grandfather. After her departure, had he received proper care from the Lu family? Would they have disclosed that humiliating incident to him? Above all, she worried about his health. With a sigh, she attempted to call the Lu family, only to be met with a persistent busy signal. Now, all she could do was hope that the Lu family would honor their promise and treat her grandfather well. Leaning on the table, Lu Shuran gazed at the door, pondering the possibility of finding an opportunity to ask Gu Jingjue to help her contact her grandfather. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she was startled by the sound of electrical devices falling silent. Not only did her surroundings darken, but silence also reigned in her ears. Was there a power outage? Lu Shuran switched on her phone's flashlight and cautiously approached the light switch, testing it twice before confirming the absence of electricity and ultimately giving up. Who could have anticipated a sudden power outage? She had just been using her phone, which still had a battery life of less than 50%. A loud crash erupted from downstairs, causing Lu Shuran to jump. While the house was relatively safe, they were in a border region often plagued by Napa refugee disturbances. Unexpected incidents were common. Gu Jingjue? Lu Shuran thought, feeling a tinge of worry. She stepped out of her room and called his name towards his room, but received no response. How peculiar! Had he not heard her, or was he simply not responding? After much contemplation, she decided to muster her courage and venture out. After all, the loud noise had come from downstairs, and perhaps Gu Jingjue might not have heard her. If something had happened to him, she would not be able to assist him in time. Ultimately, her concern for Gu Jingjue prevailed. Holding her phone, she activated the flashlight and carefully descended the stairs. Gu Jingjue, are you downstairs? Is everything all right? Lu Shuran suddenly felt something grip her leg, and before she could react, she was yanked forcefully to the ground, momentarily losing her senses. Chapter 13. Her lips. Fortunately, Lu Shuran did not truly faint. She merely experienced a fleeting sensation of dizziness. She realized she had been subdued by someone with considerable skill. Pain shot through her back from a fall, and now her arm was being twisted painfully. Thankfully, her natural flexibility prevented her arm from breaking under such force. Her phone had been knocked away to a distance, leaving her unable to retrieve it. Ouch, that hurts. Turning her head to look back, she sought to identify who was restraining her, but the darkness made it nearly impossible. Who? Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and instinctively, she flinched. In that brief moment, the lightning allowed her to see the person behind her. Gu Jingjue. Gu Jingjue, what is wrong with you? Lu Shuran exclaimed, her mind racing with the most scathing words she could muster, unable to contain her frustration. What was Gu Jingjue thinking? She had initially suspected an invasion by Napa refugees. Gu Jingjue loosened his grip on Lu Shuran's hand, clearly realizing who she was. Lu Shuran knew many people suffered from claustrophobia or had psychological traumas related to darkness. However, to apprehend someone as soon as darkness fell was utterly perplexing. She staggered to retrieve her phone, turning the flashlight towards Gu Jingjue. His expression was grave, brows furrowed, chest heaving, and his fingers clenched tightly by his sides. The rumbling thunder arrived belatedly, slower than the speed of light. Stepping closer, Gu Jingjue positioned himself in front of Lu Shuran. She instinctively raised her hands in a defensive gesture. This time, however, Gu Jingjue did nothing but sit down beside her on the floor. I apologize, he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Noticing that he seemed to have regained his composure enough to apologize, Lu Shuran found herself at a loss for words. Her heart softened slightly at his troubled demeanor. It was not as if a grave incident had occurred. Lu Shuran waved her hand dismissively, surprised that the captain, too, could fear the darkness. You fear the dark? Gu Jingjue chuckled, as if hearing a joke. Have you forgotten our first meeting? Indeed. It was only then that Lu Shuran recalled that the night she first encountered Gu Jingjue was also under a dark and windy sky. At that time, Gu Jingjue had not shown any fear. Instead, he had effortlessly dealt with a few wild wolves on her behalf. Gu Jingjue turned his gaze towards Lu Shuran, and perhaps due to the depth of the night, she felt that his eyes appeared even more profound and enigmatic than usual. In the darkness, my murderous intent intensifies, Gu Jingjue stated, his voice flat and devoid of inflection. Lu Shuran felt a chill course through her. It implied that had she not called for a halt just moments ago, she might have found herself unwittingly at his mercy. No wonder he had dismissed those wolves with such ease. Amused by how she had been frightened, Gu Jingjue added in a hushed tone, therefore, Do not provoke me lightly after dark. Is it fear that amplifies your combat prowess? Lu Shuran cautiously ventured. Gu Jingjue furrowed his brow slightly, but did not respond to her inquiry. They sat together in silence, uncertain of who was comforting whom in that pitch-black night. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Shuran's phone emitted a couple of beeps, prompting her to check it. It was a low battery warning, a consequence of utilizing the flashlight feature. What about your phone? She asked Gu Jingjue. It is dead, he replied with remarkable nonchalance. Lu Shuran found herself at a loss for words. Then what shall we do when my phone dies too? Just sit here until dawn? With me here, what is there to fear? Gu Jingjue remarked dismissively. Isn't it precisely because you are here that I should be more apprehensive? Lu Shuran muttered under her breath. I heard that, he responded. Lu Shuran made a crossing gesture in front of her lips, indicating that she would refrain from further comment. Shouldn't we take advantage of the remaining battery life to ascertain what has transpired? Lu Shuran proposed. It is likely an issue with the power supply. In a place like Jinyun, a sudden blackout is not particularly alarming, Gu Jingjue replied. So, we wait until dawn or until the power returns. Lu Shuran sighed, suggesting that perhaps it would be better to return to their room and sleep in comfort. Gu Jingjue did not respond to her suggestion. Lu Shuran blinked her beautiful eyes and tentatively inquired, So, are you not inclined to return to the room for a rest? Gu Jingjue remained unresponsive. Lu Shuran cleared her throat softly, a slight smile creeping onto her lips as she gathered her courage to continue. So, you are afraid of the sudden blackout and the torrential rain. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed Gu Jingjue leaning closer, capturing her lips in a bite. Yes, this time his action could indeed be described as a bite. He clutched her soft lips as if he intended to devour her whole. Lu Shuran regretted her momentary impulse for revenge. After all, he had just mentioned that his murderous intent intensified after dark. In that moment, she sensed that Gu Jingjue was not merely kissing her. Rather, he seemed intent on consuming her. Fear surged within her as she placed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away. However, it was not the first time she had tried, and she found herself unable to move him. Fortunately, Gu Jingjue's bite was not too forceful, merely silencing her lips. At that moment, she dared not move an inch. His biting soon transformed into a gentle licking kiss. The sweet fragrance invaded her throat, and a surge of warmth coursed through her body. Unable to resist, Gu Jingjue deepened the kiss. Lu Shuran, gradually overcoming her initial fright, realized he did not intend to harm her. This bewildering kiss caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Suddenly, a cacophony of electrical devices rebooting echoed through the air, and the lights blazed to life. Chapter 14. She was kissed. From darkness to blinding light, Lu Shuran was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Her eyes struggled to adjust, and the sharp sensation brought tears to the corners of her eyes. After a brief period of disorientation, she finally recognized Gu Jingjue, who was now mere inches away. Embarrassed, she took a few steps back. Gu Jingjue, awakened by the sudden light, was no longer entranced by that alluring aroma. Lu Shuran rubbed her slightly swollen lips, feeling at a loss. It was a strange sensation. Moments ago, they had felt like two unclothed souls exposed to the glaring sunlight. Gu Jingjue appeared unaffected. He stood and extended his hand to Lu Shuran, saying, "Weren't you going to return to sleep? Perhaps out of shyness or something else entirely?" Lu Shuran hesitated to take his hand. Instead, she braced herself against the ground, attempting to rise but struggling to do so. "My legs hurt," she confessed, massaging her thigh and looking up at Gu Jingjue. "I might have strained a muscle." It was indeed unfortunate. Since joining the hunting brigade, she had suffered one injury after another. Was it possible that Gu Jingjue was her fated nemesis? Without another word, Gu Jingjue bent down and scooped her into his arms. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Shuran instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck for support. "This was my fault," he murmured as he gently placed her onto her bed. "If you experience any discomfort due to your injury, just call for me. I can grant you one reasonable request." "A request? Then, could you tell me why you fear sudden blackouts? Or rather, why does darkness heighten your murderous intent?" Lu Shuran asked instinctively. Gu Jingjue's expression shifted instantly. "Lu Shuran, you are overstepping." Seeing his reaction, Lu Shuran quickly made a crossing gesture over her lips, realizing her curiosity had led her to pose such an indiscreet question. "Let me rephrase. At this moment, I should focus on achieving my own goal." "Commander, Could you please assist me in contacting my grandfather? I have yet to greet him since my arrival. Gu Jingjue regarded her with a raised eyebrow. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? What do you mean? Lu Shuran blinked, feeling utterly confused by his words. Do not think I do not see through your intentions. You wish for me to contact your grandfather to create the illusion that our affairs are progressing, using their mouths to announce it to the world. Gu Jingjue's cold smile revealed a disdain for her naive ploys. By heaven, you are misinterpreting me. Lu Shuran protested, feeling indignant at being labeled as cunning. I do not require you to personally reach out. Just inquire discreetly about my grandfather's well-being, whether he remains in the Lu family, and if he is in good health. Surely, that is not too much to ask? Lu Shuran retorted, feeling a surge of defiance. Or are you, Commander Gu, too afraid that such a trivial task might leak to your family? That is indeed feasible. Gu Jingjue conceded without further refusal. Lu Shuran nodded, waving her hand at him. I wish to rest now. Should any issues arise, simply call for me. Recognizing that her earlier overreaction had led to her injury, he softened his demeanor. Very well, she replied nonchalantly, as Gu Jingjue turned to leave the room. He had yet to close the door when Lu Shuran's startled voice rang out. Ouch, what happened? Gu Jingjue halted his movements and turned his gaze towards Lu Shuran. It's nothing, just grazed a wound, she dismissed, waving her hand. It should only be a minor scrape. I can apply some medicine later. Gu Jingjue nodded, acknowledging that if it was merely a scrape, there was indeed no serious concern. Members of the hunting brigade, accustomed to rolling and crawling on the ground, often brushed off such trivialities, relying on their bodies to heal naturally without the need for medication. However, that night was particularly arduous for Lu Shuran. She felt the pain from her back, having fallen flat on the ground, and the discomfort in her arm, pressed down by Gu Jingjue. No matter how she tried to find a comfortable position, sleep eluded her. Tossing and turning, she was hesitant to move too much, as any slight shift sent waves of pain throughout her body. Ultimately, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. The following day, Lu Shuran awoke to the sound of knocking. Come in, she called, forcing herself to sit up despite the searing pain as she prepared to wash up. After a restless night, the various injuries on her body seemed to ache even more than the previous day. The room was now devoid of any other presence. Gu Jingjue entered, carrying freshly toasted bread smeared with strawberry jam and a cup of hot milk. Lu Shuran was taken aback. It felt as if the sun had risen in the west. She had thought Gu Jingjue would remain indifferent to her plight. What is this treatment? She thought. Glancing at him, I presumed that even if I were to perish, you would remain unconcerned. Even a sick pig deserves care, Gu Jingjue remarked coldly. Lu Shuran nearly choked on her milk. Cough, cough. You truly are a unique humanitarian, she retorted. She did not hesitate to indulge, finishing the toast and milk quickly. What shall we do for lunch? She inquired, looking at Gu Jingjue. I had intended to extend my humanitarian efforts by cooking for you for a couple of days. But alas, I am injured. I will cook, he replied without a moment's hesitation. But I cannot eat, Lu Shuran countered, equally resolute. Then you can supervise from the living room. The kitchen was open, allowing a clear view of the cooking area from the living room. Lu Shuran shrugged, conceding that she would settle for instant noodles. She had noticed some in the kitchen cabinet earlier. After a considerable struggle to rise from the bed, Lu Shuran found it excruciatingly painful due to her fall the previous night. She silently thanked Gu Jingjue for refraining from employing any choking techniques on her. Unable to walk, Gu Jingjue effortlessly scooped her up and placed her on the living room sofa before heading to the kitchen. Lu Shuran grasped his shirt, raising her face earnestly. Gu Captain, let us make a deal. Do as you will, but please don't set the kitchen ablaze, all right? Chapter 15. Put down the spatula and become a Buddha. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jingjue's expression remained as calm and unwavering as ever. This tranquility suggested he was entirely self-assured. Perhaps she had misjudged him. After all, he had managed to toast bread that morning. So even if his cooking might turn out less than palatable, it wouldn't likely result in any catastrophic disaster. With this thought, Lu Shuran settled comfortably against the sofa with her cushion. However, just as she began to relax, a tremendous crash echoed from the kitchen. The sound was so forceful it felt as if it had propelled Lu Shuran off the sofa. Gripping her painfully throbbing thigh, she grit her teeth, muttering about the miraculous nature of medicine. Without further contemplation, she dragged her battered body to the kitchen bar. What happened? Gu Jingjue remained silent, calmly bending to retrieve the items he had carelessly knocked to the floor. He stood in the center of the kitchen, surrounded by gleaming stainless steel appliances and smooth marble counters, his demeanor unchanged, devoid of emotion. He held a spatula in one hand, surveying the chaos with an icy stare, as if the kitchen had transformed into a battlefield. His gaze fell upon the stove, where a brand-new pot, recently introduced by Lu Shuran, waited alongside a freshly opened bottle of cooking oil. Nearby lay a selection of fresh vegetables he had chosen. Lu Shuran swallowed hard, pondering whether Gu Jingjue's internal state mirrored his outward calm. Was he truly this unfazed? As he ignited the stove, blue flames danced to life, followed by the pouring of oil. Lu Shuran watched in alarm as he seemed poised to empty the entire bottle into the pot. Just a little. Only a small amount of oil is needed, she urged. He complied, cautiously adding oil, the sizzling sound filling the air as he turned to chop the vegetables. He skillfully tossed the knife, gauging its weight, and began to slice the potatoes into neat, thin pieces. Lu Shuran was surprised to discover that there was indeed a facet of cooking that suited Gu Jingjue. Once the vegetables were prepared, he unceremoniously tossed them into the bubbling oil, resulting in a spectacular eruption of sizzling. "Be careful, don't get burned," she exclaimed, her heart racing as she watched droplets of oil splatter onto his arm without him flinching. Clearly, he has learned the basics of cooking, Lu Shuran thought, although the execution might not be flawless. Gu Jingjue stirred vigorously, allowing the vegetables to tumble in the pot, yet his focus was solely on the act of stirring, oblivious to whether the vegetables were cooking evenly. Soon enough, the kitchen was suffused with an acrid scent of burning. Perhaps I no longer wish to eat, Lu Shuran realized, feeling compelled to intervene. She needed to rescue the kitchen, Gu Jingjue, and herself. What are we having?" Gu Jingjue asked, glancing at the pot. "Let us turn off the heat," she suggested, forcing a smile. "Captain, you've done well. Now, please put down the spatula and be at peace." Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. "Stop pretending to smile. It's quite unbecoming." "You." Lu Shuran huffed, her initial intent of comfort transformed into frustration. It seemed necessary for her to bluntly express that he ought to refrain from ruining the food. Without further argument, she said, "Open the cupboard above. They're instant noodles. Let me teach you some delightful ways to prepare them." Fortunately, Gu Jingjue was not entirely inept in the kitchen. Under Lu Shuran's guidance, they successfully prepared 2 steaming bowls of delicious instant noodles. They sat across from each other at the dining table. "I can't eat this much," Lu Shuran said, transferring some of her noodles into his bowl. Gu Jingjue glanced down at her bowl, which contained barely a few bites of noodles. "Is this all you're having? No wonder you're in poor health. It's not my fault for being injured. When one is hurt, it's uncomfortable to eat. Captain, you should indulge a bit more. At least at LL, keep your mouth busy." After finishing their meal, Lu Shuran felt dizzy and declared her need to lie down for a while. Gu Jingjue dutifully carried her back to bed. In truth, it was merely for the sake of convenience, and despite having embraced several times, Lu Shuran still felt an unnatural urge to turn her face away from Gu Jingjue. Concealing her embarrassment, lying on the bed, she allowed herself to relax somewhat and soon drifted into a deep yet restless slumber, as if she had been thrust into a vast whirlpool, experiencing a multitude of bizarre dreams. At times, she found herself shivering in the cold wind at the entrance of the hunter combat team, clad in thin clothing, and at other times, she dreamt of being tossed into a pot by Gu Jingjue and burned to a crisp. Lu Shuran, Lu Shuran. It was only when she heard that familiar voice repeatedly calling her name that she finally awoke from the disorienting nightmare. Blinking, she struggled to ascertain her surroundings and what she was doing. "You have a fever," Gu Jingjue said as he placed his hand on her forehead, the heat radiating from her skin evident without the need for a thermometer. The coolness of his palm was a welcome relief, and as she sensed him about to withdraw his hand, she instinctively grasped his wrist, unwilling to let him go. With dazed eyes, she gazed at Gu Jingjue, resembling an innocent little kitten. "I will fetch you a fever-reducing patch," he replied, gently prying her fingers away. At that moment, she became slightly more alert, releasing her grip and awkwardly clenching her fists. "I have a fever, but I have some antipyretics here. I can take a bit later," Lu Shuran said, touching her forehead. "Why did you suddenly develop a fever?" Gu Jingjue pressed on, applying the cooling patch to her forehead, clearly not wishing to be brushed off. The refreshing sensation immediately cleared her muddled thoughts. "Is it due to your injuries?" he continued, reaching to pull back her blanket. Chapter 16. The smooth and beautiful back shone with radiance. Seeing Gu Jingjue's actions, Lu Shuran instantly became fully alert. How rude of you. You can't just yank my blanket, she protested, quickly stopping him from pulling it away. In the hunter combat team, there are no distinctions between genders. Everyone is my teammate. Since you are temporarily joining the hunter combat team, you fall under that category too. Gu Jingjue's expression became more serious. Lu Shuran, I am commanding you now. Tell me why you have a fever and what injuries you have. It's nothing. I've treated all my wounds. Lu Shuran pressed her forehead, wanting to continue explaining, but was interrupted by Gu Jingjue's cold reprimand. When addressing a superior, how should one respond? Report to the commander. I am truly fine, she replied, instinctively adjusting the fabric on her shoulder. Gu Jingjue accurately caught her subtle gesture, his gaze turning icy. Your injury is on your back. This was a statement, not a question. Yes, Lu Shuran admitted, lacking the strength to continue concealing the truth. How did you treat the wound on your back? Gu Jingjue's brow furrowed in concern. Just a casual application, she replied dismissively. That means you haven't treated it properly, he stated, his expression growing increasingly serious. Well, I can't very well ask you to help me apply medicine. Although Lu Shuran's tone was fierce, her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. What is stopping me from doing so? Gu Jingjue retorted, reaching for the blanket again. It's merely a matter of applying medicine. Merely applying medicine, you say. She scoffed. You don't think I have any interest in your body, do you? Gu Jingjue chuckled derisively. What do you mean by that? Lu Shuran touched her lips, casting him a glance. What do you mean by what do you mean? If I intended to do something to you, would you be sitting here negotiating terms with me now? Gu Jingjue tugged at the blanket again, letting go. Lu Shuran hesitated, still holding onto the blanket, her gaze uncertain as she looked at him. You want to recover quickly so we can lift the quarantine, right? Indeed, she acknowledged. If her fever persisted, not only would she remain here under observation, but Gu Jingjue would have to stay as well. All right, Lu Shuran conceded. I believe I have a rather severe injury on my back. It may be that this wound was not treated properly, which has caused the fever. She crawled forward, burying her face into the pillow. This situation felt exceedingly strange. Throughout her life, apart from that one incident, she had never been this intimate with a man. As she lay there, she anticipated that Gu Jingjue would soon lift her clothing to apply medicine to her back. Though there were no eyes on the back of her head, every inch of her body seemed to sense what Gu Jingjue was doing behind her. As he pulled back the fabric from her back, she involuntarily shivered slightly. The contact of her skin with the air elicited an odd reaction, causing her to tremble, which she justified to herself. It's normal to react like this, Lu Shuran explained. Gu Jingjue offered no response, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward, as if she had overthought the situation. In that moment, she endeavored to cast aside her wandering thoughts, reminding herself that this was merely a routine treatment. After all, as a doctor, one should face such situations with composure. Everyone should be treated equally before a doctor. Skin, muscle, bones, nerves. With that thought, Lu Shuran felt a pang of embarrassment for her unprofessionalism. Gu Jingjue held the ointment, gazing at the long, glaring red mark on her fair skin, which was uncomfortably pronounced. The hue of her wound was alarmingly vivid, and even Gu Jingjue felt a twinge of compassion. Apologies, he said, his eyes sweeping over the injury caused by dragging. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Lu Shuran wondered, though she refrained from asking further. Gu Jingjue remained silent, and the two of them continued applying the medicine in a quiet atmosphere. The silence heightened Lu Shuran's awareness. She could feel Gu Jingjue meticulously applying the cool liquid to the hottest and most painful area of her back. To her surprise, Gu Jingjue exhibited such gentleness. Perhaps he truly felt remorse upon seeing her injury. The medication seeped into the wound, causing Lu Shuran to involuntarily gasp. Gu Jingjue paused momentarily. It's all right. Applying medicine is supposed to sting a bit. Just ignore me and hurry, she urged, feeling both embarrassed and awkward, especially since the wound on her back was sizable. Applying the ointment carefully would indeed take some time. Gu Jingjue gazed at Lu Shuran's beautiful back, mingling with the scent of the ointment, and the faint fragrance of gardenias wafted up again. His expression darkened as he quickened his pace, finishing the application and wrapping the wound with gauze before pulling her clothing back down. All done, Commander. You needn't worry about me anymore. The wound is fine, and I've taken the antipyretics. I should be able to rest for another day without affecting our release, Lu Shuran assured him, fully aware of Gu Jingjue's concerns. He was undoubtedly worried about delaying his return to work, which explained his urgency in treating her. Gu Jingjue replied softly, "If anything comes up, you must inform me." "I understand," Lu Shuran acknowledged, momentarily taken aback by his words. She felt a strange warmth at the simple statement. "Should anything arise, you must inform me." It was such a commonplace remark, likely born out of concern, yet it momentarily soothed her heart. Aside from her grandfather, she had never heard anyone express such concern for her, even in this limited context of illness. Before leaving the room, Gu Jingjue glanced back at Lu Shuran, only to be caught off guard by the overwhelming scent of gardenias that enveloped him. Though he knew this was Lu Shuran's cunning ploy to entice him, he still had yet to decipher the pattern of this fragrance. Why did the scent vary in intensity when he was with Lu Shuran? Sometimes faint and other times overwhelmingly strong? What does this have to do with anything? Lu Shuran tapped her forehead, unwilling to ponder further, and burrowed into her quilt, returning to slumber. The evening meal was a porridge concocted by Gu Jingjue, though it was merely a mixture of rice and boiling water. Fortunately, Gu Jingjue possessed the skills to cook rice and boil water, so the meal was prepared adequately, adhering to a reasonable logic. While it was not particularly palatable, it was at least edible. Did he manage to avoid setting the kitchen ablaze? Had he turned off the gas? Lu Shuran felt as if, in just 2 days, she had transformed into a fretful, nagging matron. Gu Jingjue shot her a glance, and Lu Shuran maintained her silence. That night, the pain in Lu Shuran's body diminished significantly, allowing her to sleep more soundly. In contrast, Gu Jingjue sank into an endless dream, a perplexing nightmare. In a dimly lit room, a smooth and beautiful back appeared strikingly vivid, compelling him to gently kiss it. The fair skin suddenly began to ooze crimson blood. "Who are you?" he inquired of the silhouette. Chapter 17. I was not dismissed. I was promoted. Gu Jingjue was baffled as to why that woman resurfaced in his thoughts. It was the same woman who had abruptly invaded his dreams months prior. Lu Shuran's back. How could it resemble that of that woman? When Gu Jingjue awoke, he found the notion utterly ludicrous. Of course, women's backs all bore similarities. Yet, how long had it been since he had experienced such an odd dream? Perhaps it was Lu Shuran that triggered the memory of this strange dream, and he resolved not to dwell on it. Upon awakening, Gu Jingjue promptly sought out Lu Shuran. Arriving at her room, he was about to knock when the door swung open from within. "Commander?" Lu Shuran was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Jingjue. "Oh, you're up early?" she asked. "I suppose I overslept yesterday, waking up quite early today," she continued. "Let me prepare breakfast." "No, I shall handle it," she decided, recalling the harrowing experience of having Gu Jingjue in the kitchen the day before. Lu Shuran gestured to her arm. "See, I'm feeling much better. I'll manage this." With that, she quickened her pace, leading ahead of Gu Jingjue. He watched a retreating figure, suddenly reminded of last night's dream. "Have you shown your back to any other man?" Gu Jingjue asked abruptly. Lu Shuran turned in surprise, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure. "What do you mean by that? It was just applying medicine. What are you implying?" "Nothing," Gu Jingjue interjected, hastening his steps to walk ahead of her. What was he even thinking? Lu Shuran, feeling a bit uncomfortable, tugged at her clothing. "I'm no longer feverish. If I can make it through tonight, we can return," she stated, placing the prepared millet porridge before Gu Jingjue, urging him to taste what true porridge should be like. Gu Jingjue had never been particular about food. Eating was merely a means to obtain energy and satiate hunger. He had dined on dishes crafted by renowned chefs, but to him, they were no different from simple vegetables and steamed buns. However, after 2 days of consuming Lu Shuran's meals, he felt he had finally grasped what truly delicious food was. As he sipped the millet porridge, he remarked, "Once we return, I'll have Liang Jinwen grant you a few more days off to recuperate properly. So, I don't have to face my punishment, right?" Lu Shuran blinked her sparkling eyes at Gu Jingjue. Even though he was not one to indulge in such matters, he had to admit that her eyes were captivating. When she gazed earnestly or looked aggrieved, one could not help but feel a pang of compassion. "If you wish to continue, then do so," Gu Jingjue replied, maintaining his composure. Lu Shuran let out a soft huff, choosing not to pursue the topic further, fearing that he might indeed insist she fulfill her previous punishment. The remaining night passed uneventfully, allowing both to rest peacefully and Lu Shuran's health improved considerably. Liang Jinwen arrived to escort them, accompanied by 2 vehicles, one of which was specially sent for Gu Jingjue by Zhao Hang. As Lu Shuran watched Gu Jingjue being surrounded by several guards as he boarded the car, she stood still, momentarily dazed. After living together for a few days without feeling any disparity, it was in this moment that she truly sensed the gulf between them. They were worlds apart, both in terms of familial status and their roles within the hunting battalion. What are you thinking? Get in the car. Okay. At Liang Jinwen's urging, Lu Shuran quickly gathered her wits and entered the vehicle. We have something to announce upon our return, Liang Jinwen stated as she drove. I'll drop you off at the dormitory first. Sure. Lu Shuran, feeling somewhat muddled, was unaware of what Liang Jinwen intended to announce, but she nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other 3 members were present. Feng Wan was still whispering with Shui Yuanyuan, while Zhao Qiong sat alone at her desk, engrossed in a book. Liang Jinwen patted Lu Shuran's shoulder and declared, in light of your commendable performance, starting today, Lu Shuran, you are to join the medical team. Yes, ma, am. Lu Shuran responded, standing at attention. Liang Jinwen departed, leaving Lu Shuran in a daze, still processing the news she had just received. How remarkable! Shui Yuanyuan approached, leaning against Lu Shuran's bed, rolling her eyes dramatically. You've barely been with the 3rd team for a day, and you're already promoted to the 1st team. Lu Shuran had little to pack. Her belongings had been neatly arranged upon her arrival and hardly touched since, allowing her to simply grab her luggage and depart. She piled her things together and flashed a sweet smile at Shui Yuanyuan. Indeed, I didn't expect to join the 1st medical team so swiftly. Oh, you thanks. Shui, if it weren't for you pulling me into this mission, this stroke of luck might not have come my way. With that, Lu Shuran grasped her luggage and left without a backward glance. Shui Yuanyuan, fuming with frustration, stormed out, colliding with Yikong. What is the matter? Yikong asked nonchalantly. Shui Yuanyuan glared at her. You really don't know? Lu Shuran got promoted to the 1st team by Liang. Yikong paused, glancing at Shui Yuanyuan. Promoted to the 1st team? Yes. They said it was due to her merits. I was just venting my frustration. We went together, and you were the one leading the team. Shouldn't it have been your turn first before us? Just focus on your own work, Yikong replied tersely, shaking her head before walking away. Meanwhile, Lu Shuran, dragging her luggage, stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Gu Jingjue. She hesitated, contemplating whether to stop and greet him, considering he was her superior. However, stopping might seem overly deliberate. Moreover, he had previously mentioned that while in the hunting battalion, they were to pretend as if they had no relationship, so less contact was preferable. As Lu Shuran pondered how to make a swift exit, Gu Jingjue surprisingly initiated conversation. So you've been dismissed by Liang Jinwen? Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran followed his gaze to her luggage. Did he truly look down on her? She had accomplished a significant feat. Standing tall, she declared, report to the commander. You are mistaken. I was not dismissed. I was promoted. Chapter 18. Does this not solidify the rumors of her nepotism? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, exhibiting a rare expression of surprise. Liang Jinwen promoted you? In matters of internal affairs within the medical team, unless it is of paramount importance, Gu Jingjue generally refrains from intervening. The adjustments among personnel are primarily the responsibility of Liang Jinwen. Upon observing Lu Shuran dragging her luggage, he initially presumed she had been dismissed by Liang Jinwen, or perhaps was undergoing a period of self-reflection. Indeed, Lu Shuran detected a hint of surprise on Gu Jingjue's face, and her heart swelled with joy. How unexpected it must be for him. Strangely, witnessing such an expression from Gu Jingjue brought her more delight than the news of her own promotion to the team. Liang Jinwen, who despised unilateral decisions, had promoted her directly to the 1st team. No, to the 1st team. Before Gu Jingjue could finish his sentence, Lu Shuran interjected, raising her voice to correct him. Report to the team leader. I have been promoted to the 1st team, not the 2nd. Initially, Gu Jingjue felt a slight astonishment. But upon hearing that Liang Jinwen had placed Lu Shuran in the 1st team, he instead pondered the underlying motives behind Liang Jinwen's unconventional decision. Congratulations, he remarked, just as Zhao Hang approached, prompting him to cast no further glance at Lu Shuran as he departed with Zhao Hang. Mimicking Gu Jingjue's expression, Lu Shuran repeated his words, playfully sticking her tongue out at his retreating figure. It felt as though she had just awakened from a dream in the isolated building. She reflected on how the Gu Jingjue she had encountered previously seemed quite different from the person before her now. Back in the hunter battle group, he reverted to his aloof commander persona. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Lu Shuran reminded herself that being promoted to the first team was a monumental blessing, albeit one she had no one to share with at the moment. From her guide, Lu Shuran gleaned some information about the first team. It comprised only 10 elite members, where an additional member would neither be a surplus nor a deficiency. Any operational errors could lead to reassignment to another team. In their medical unit, reaching the first team was seen as an honor, whereas being reassigned due to failure, except in the case of injury, was considered disgraceful. Naturally, the standards in the first team were far more rigorous than those in the third, with significantly better benefits, including private accommodations. All members were distinguished elites, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension. Upon her arrival, Lu Shuran found herself in a meeting called by Gu Jingjue. Without having the chance to quench her thirst after dropping off her luggage, she hurried to the conference room. As a medical team, while treating others, we must also learn how to protect ourselves, Gu Jingjue stated, reviewing her documents. Failing to treat others effectively is a professional error, but injuring oneself is equally a lapse in responsibility. Have you considered that by safeguarding yourselves, you can save more lives? The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling as Lu Shuran sat among her peers. Given her limited experience, she endeavored to minimize her presence. Yet no matter how much she tried to blend in, she remained a most conspicuous newcomer. And we have Lu Shuran, who has just joined us. Gu Jingjue directly acknowledged her. Lu Shuran immediately stood upright and responded, "Present." Gu Jingjue nodded in acknowledgement and instructed her to take a seat. Lu Shuran will temporarily fill in for Hao Jia, who has sustained serious injuries. Report, Team Leader Liang. I have a question, commanding male voice interrupted. Is it time for questions? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, casting a formidable gaze upon the male team member. Lu Shuran discreetly glanced in the direction of the voice. Spotting a burly man with a dark complexion and a fierce expression, Wu Qingxiong, a name she had memorized during a prior mission due to his striking appearance. She swallowed hard, unsure of how she had offended him. Unfair. Team Leader Liang. Another male voice chimed in simultaneously. Lu Shuran turned to see another man looking at her, though he was not nearly as intimidating as Wu Qingxiong. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of numerous unfriendly eyes, Lu Shuran felt a surge of pressure. All right, you may speak. I am listening, Gu Jingjue declared, placing her document aside and slightly leaning in, signaling that they could voice their opinions. Those familiar with Gu Jingjue understood this gesture as an invitation for open discussion. Consequently, a chorus of voices erupted. Why is this inexperienced girl in the first team? What contribution can she make? Is it merely because she noticed that child might be carrying an infectious virus? But she misjudged the situation, didn't she? It was merely a lucky guess. Lu Shuran rested her chin on her hand, listening as they exchanged opinions. If anyone should return to the first team, it should be Yikong. Exactly. Yikong is leading the auxiliary team. Why not promote him instead? At last, they had reached the crux of their grievances. Lu Shuran felt her eyelids growing heavy from their earlier discussions, finally relieved to hear them address the real issue, why someone other than the anticipated individual was being promoted to the first team. I have my own considerations, Gu Jingjue interjected. With that, we conclude today's meeting. Lu Shuran, you will join Wu Qingxiong's experimental group. Lu Shuran's fatigue dissipated instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? You want me to join Wu Qingxiong's group? She glanced at Wu Qingxiong, sensing he might crush her at any moment. Gu Jingjue was not one for idle chatter. She made her point and departed. All eyes in the conference room turned towards Lu Shuran. So, it appeared that even the disciplined first team could harbor such nepotism. Let us not speak hastily. Team Leader Liang must have her reasons, Lu Shuran thought, caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or remain. After all, she was the target of their criticism. Departing might not reflect well on her. Hey, everyone busy? A somewhat irreverent voice, laced with mirth, drifted in from outside. Everyone turned to see Zhao Heng entering. Zhao team greeted several members. Hello, everyone. Lu Shuran, come here for a moment. Zhao Heng beckoned her. Lu Shuran's eyes widened in surprise as she helplessly walked towards Zhao Heng under the scrutiny of her peers. Here, this is particularly effective for treating abrasions. Zhao Heng whispered in her ear, lowering his voice. The commander asked me to give this to you. You. Lu Shuran shot a glance at the inquisitive faces peeking into the conference room. Gu Jingjue. Wasn't this solidifying the rumors of her nepotism? What was Gu Jingjue thinking? Hadn't they agreed to pretend not to know each other in the hunter battle group? Why was Zhao Heng delivering items to her on his behalf? Zhao Heng observed Lu Shuran's expression, puzzled, while many in the hunter battle group were apprehensive of the commander. Receiving special attention from Gu Jingjue should be a cause for celebration. Yet Lu Shuran appeared anything but pleased. Please thank the commander for me. But I don't need it. You can take it back, Lu Shuran replied, trying to mask her irritation with a forced smile. This simply one do. The commander specifically instructed me to deliver this to you. If you refuse, I will have failed my task. Surely, you understand how formidable the commander can be? Zhao Heng crossed his arms, adopting a pitiful expression. Given the gravity of his words, Lu Shuran felt she had no choice but to accept, observing Zhao Heng's demeanor. It seemed Gu Jingjue had kept their relationship under wraps, perhaps merely showing concern for his subordinate. The guard should be aware of the situation regarding her and Gu Jingjue being quarantined. Lu Shuran, holding her belongings, turned to find the people in the conference room scattering like birds and beasts. She sighed and just happened to see Wu Qingxiong walking out from inside. Whether she wanted to face him or not, she had to. Lu Shuran closed her eyes and took a deep breath to encourage herself. She quickened her pace, jogging to catch up with Wu Qingxiong, team leader. Do not assume that joining the first team means you can rest easy from now on. Just because our group is called the experimental team does not mean you will be lounging in the lab every day, conducting some research to comfortably remain in the hunter combat team, right? I did not. The medical team consists of 10 individuals, divided into 3 functional groups: the experimental group, the clinical application group, and the logistics support group. This is what we primarily handle during routine periods without missions. But when it comes to actual combat support, each of us becomes a battlefield doctor. I understand. Lu Shuran did not expect someone who was so resistant to her joining the first team would take the time to explain things to her in such detail. It seemed that although Wu Qingxiong appeared intimidating, he was actually a person who distinguished between personal and professional matters. You were assigned to our group, likely due to your previous involvement with that infant case. Are we also researching that infectious disease? Anything that comes under the purview of the hunter combat team requires thorough investigation from its roots. At this moment, Wu Qingxiong finally turned to look at Lu Shuran. I will not grant you any privileges just because of your relationship with Team Leader Liang or Team Leader Zhao. I truly do not. Lu Shuran wanted to shout her innocence. While her relationship with Gu Jingjue was indeed difficult to explain, he actually wanted to send her back to Kyoto more than anything else in relation to the medical team. Thus, Lu Shuran remained in the experimental group, and she discovered that the hunter combat team had various rescue missions almost every day. Whenever there was a rescue, injuries of all sizes would inevitably arise. The 3 groups took turns executing missions, and Liang Jinwen would personally participate in important tasks. However, it was generally Gu Jingjue who would appear in person to command. On this day, perhaps due to another urgent incident, Liang Jinwen walked briskly, glancing at those not on a mission, decisively stating, Lu Shuran, Wu Qingxiong, you two come with me. Liang Jinwen typically took several group leaders for high security or particularly tricky missions. It was exceedingly rare for her to summon someone outside the leaders, especially a girl who had only just arrived a few days ago and was the subject of much debate. Consequently, her action drew many curious glances towards Lu Shuran. At this moment, Lu Shuran felt completely numb. After all, she had been in the spotlight almost every day lately. Fine, let the storm come even fiercer. There is a very important patient. Qingxiong will assist me in the surgery. Lu Shuran, do you have any methods to prolong life? Me? Well, I need to see the patient first. Lu Shuran replied, traditional Chinese medicine is not miraculous, but the commander has given us a strict order. This person must survive. There is no need for further explanation, regardless of the patient's identity or the extent of their injuries. As long as Gu Jingjue spoke, issuing a command that this person must live at all costs, their task was straightforward, to save them. What if we cannot save them? Lu Shuran asked weakly, directly receiving a glare from Liang Jinwen and Wu Qingxiong. Lu Shuran immediately fell silent. She recalled many stories where the male lead would compel a doctor to save the nearly dying female lead. If the doctor failed, they would face dire consequences. potentially involving the entire city. She never expected that today she would become this unfortunate doctor. Lu Shuran quickened her pace, jogging behind Liang Jinwen. Upon arriving at the operating room, she saw Zhao Heng covered in blood, alongside Gu Jingjue, who was also stained with blood. This was not Lu Shuran's first time witnessing Gu Jingjue's fierce demeanor, but it was her first time seeing him in such a focused, murderous state. His eyes glowed red. Ordinarily, he would not display such an expression unless he was seriously angered or had taken a life. Was the person they were trying to save truly so significant to evoke such a reaction from him? The situation was urgent, and the surgery was to be performed by Liang Jinwen and Wu Qingxiong. They did not say much, but quickly changed into scrubs and entered the operating state. Lu Shuran lagged behind. She was not proficient in major Western medical surgeries. However, she needed to see what was happening inside. Before she could turn to change her clothes, Gu Jingjue grasped her arm. Regardless of what it takes, you must save her. If you need anything, just ask. Gu Jingjue spoke in a low voice. I will do my best. Lu Shuran nodded. Doing your best is not enough. Gu Jingjue tightened his grip on Lu Shuran's hand. I need you to be certain. Lu Shuran was momentarily taken aback, stunned by the intensity in Gu Jingjue's eyes. The person they were trying to save must indeed be someone incredibly important to him. After changing, Lu Shuran entered the operating room, where two individuals were urgently stitching up the wounds of the patient on the operating table. Lu Shuran saw that the young woman, around 20 years old and strikingly beautiful, lay there with her eyes tightly closed, her complexion pale from excessive blood loss, and her lips turning purple. She has been poisoned. Lu Shuran stepped forward. That is why I need you to resolve this. Liang Jinwen replied without looking up. What kind of strange poison is it? Lu Shuran thought she had a rough idea. In border areas, the types of poison one could encounter were unpredictable. Regardless, it is up to you now. Liang Jinwen's words were resolute. Do you have such trust in me? Lu Shuran began mentally reviewing everything her grandfather had taught her and the ancient texts she had studied regarding poisons. It's not about trust. It's about the fact that there is no other choice. Liang Jinwen stated. Lu Shuran examined the girl's eyes, lips, tongue, and fingertips closely, leaving no detail overlooked, eventually arriving at a conclusion. It closely resembles the effects of the wind-eroded fern poison on a human being. Lu Shuran hesitated. Wind-eroded fern only grows in border areas with significant day-night temperature differences and sandstorms. Is there a way to treat it? Liang Jinwen did not have time for her hesitations. Yes. Lu Shuran nodded. Use the fastest method. Go now. Liang Jinwen commanded. We are about to finish the surgery here. Her wounds are severe, but we have managed them well. The most critical issue now is the poison in her system. But to make a diagnosis based solely on your glance seems rather hasty. Wu Qingxiong interjected, unable to hold back. Do you have a better method? Liang Jinwen countered. No. Then be quiet. Right now, we must treat this as though we are saving a dead horse. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Shuran nearly choked on her own saliva, thinking of Gu Jingjue waiting outside for them to stabilize the patient on the operating table. Imagining his deep, resolute gaze, she wondered how he would feel if he knew that the fate of the girl rested on her rather reckless decision. Though still hesitant, since Liang Jinwen had entrusted this matter to her, Lu Shuran would not easily give up. She exited the operating room, took out her phone, and jotted down a prescription. Team Zhao. Lu Shuran called to Zhao Heng. Take a photo of this prescription and hurry to get the medicine. Boil it vigorously for half an hour and bring it back for the patient to drink. Understood. Zhao Heng responded promptly and turned to prepare. You can save her. Gu Jingjue appeared to be more composed than before. Her injuries seemed to have stabilized. After all, Teacher Liang and Team Leader Wu were exceptionally skilled in treating external wounds, so there was no need for concern. Lu Shuran hesitated for a moment before speaking. My prescription should help her detoxify. Once today's matters are resolved, I will make a note of your contributions. Gu Jingjue nodded gently. What is she to you? Is she someone important? Lu Shuran could not suppress her curiosity and blinked her large eyes as she inquired. Gu Jingjue crossed her arms and scrutinized Lu Shuran thoughtfully. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Perhaps I have spoken too much, Lu Shuran replied, pursing her lips. Before long, the surgery concluded, and Liang Jinwen and Wu Qingxiong wheeled the girl out. Strangely, Gu Jingjue did not spare a glance at the girl, as if her fate no longer mattered to her. She merely nodded at the two emerging from the operating room, instructing, have someone take good care of her. Contact me if there are any urgent developments. As the prescription was Lu Shuran's responsibility, she remained outside the hospital room after Gu Jingjue and the others departed. She noticed 2 guards stationed outside the room. Zhao Heng approached with the prepared medicine, and Lu Shuran personally assisted the girl in drinking it. After administering the medication, Lu Shuran finally felt a sense of relief. Now all they could do was wait for fate to take its course, hoping her remedy would prove effective. After careful consideration, Lu Shuran slightly adjusted her prescription and wrote 2 more copies for Zhao Heng to collect, ensuring he was briefed on the preparation process. In the ensuing days, aside from Liang Jinwen bringing Lu Shuran toiletries, no one else arrived. Unbeknownst to her, she had become the de facto caregiver for the girl. Lu Shuran did not mind, as it fell within her duties. Days passed, and thanks to the transfusions, the girl's pallor gradually improved, and the dark purplish hue on her lips faded significantly. Each day, Lu Shuran meticulously checked her eyes, lips, and various medical indicators. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. On the 4th night, as Lu Shuran was tossing and turning in a restless sleep, she heard a faint cough. Startled, she sprang up from her bedside chair. Approaching the girl, she heard her dry lips softly utter a few words. "Water, drink." Lu Shuran immediately contacted Liang Jinwen to inform her that the girl had regained consciousness. Then, using a cotton swab, she gently moistened the girl's lips with a bit of water. "Don't rush. You sustained severe injuries and need to rest well. You cannot drink water just yet." Lu Shuran recognized that the girl was beginning to regain some awareness. X4. What? What are you saying? Do not worry. We could talk once you are better. For now, focus on resting. As Lu Shuran listened to the girl mumbling incoherently about numbers and letters, she suspected that her awareness was still somewhat muddled. To her surprise, Gu Jingjue had accompanied Liang Jinwen. It became evident that the girl truly held significant importance. At that moment, Lu Shuran was disheveled, her clothing somewhat untidy, yet no one seemed to notice her. All were there for the girl lying in the bed. "Didn't you say she was awake?" Gu Jingjue asked Lu Shuran directly. "Yes, she just said some jumbled words. But she seems to have grown tired and has fallen asleep again," Lu Shuran responded. "The blood oxygen levels have dropped." Liang Jinwen interjected abruptly. "What happened? Wasn't she improving?" "The blood oxygen," Lu Shuran exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at the monitor displaying increasingly alarming data. "Quick, initiate emergency procedures." Liang Jinwen swiftly removed her outer jacket and sprang into action. Although Lu Shuran was bewildered, she rushed to find help, unable to comprehend how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly. "Lu Shuran, stand by," Liang Jinwen commanded. Initially intending to assist, Lu Shuran found herself frozen in place, merely an observer. The medical team leaders had arrived, and it was no longer her place to intervene. "What did you do?" Gu Jingjue's voice resonated with a fierce intensity as she dragged Lu Shuran aside to a secluded area. Standing tall, Gu Jingjue exuded an imposing presence, her anger palpable, rendering it difficult for Lu Shuran to breathe. "I did nothing. I've been taking care of her the entire time." Lu Shuran was bewildered by Gu Jingjue's accusations, gazing back with confusion. "Are you negligent, or have you tampered with her?" Gu Jingjue's teeth were clenched, her voice icy as she pressed on. Chapter 21. Are you jealous of this woman? Lu Shuran ignited with indignation at Gu Jingjue's interrogation. "How absurd. You unceremoniously entrusted this girl to my care, and I have gone 4 days without a proper night's sleep, recorded her medical data, and attempting to detoxify her. And you dare question me about my integrity?" Though Lu Shuran felt the weight of Gu Jingjue's scrutiny, she was unwilling to accept blame that was unjustly placed upon her. She lifted her chin defiantly, striving to project an air of authority. Gu Jingjue regarded Lu Shuran as a cornered animal, seemingly fierce, yet internally distressed. "You are genuinely curious about this woman's identity," Gu Jingjue observed, her expression piercing through to Lu Shuran's thoughts. "Shouldn't I be curious?" Lu Shuran retorted, clenching her hands tightly at her sides. "No," Gu Jingjue replied bluntly. "Why not? Is it that I should remain ignorant, or is it that you simply do not wish for me to know? Are you jealous of this woman?" Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, revealing that she had already discerned Lu Shuran's underlying feelings. "What are you saying?" Lu Shuran hesitated, momentarily uncertain whether Gu Jingjue's words were intended to insult or were sincere. While she was indeed curious about the girl's identity and her connection to Gu Jingjue, The notion of jealousy felt utterly absurd. If it is not jealousy, then is it envy? Gu Jingjue stepped closer, her tone laced with mockery and disdain. You are speculating about my relationship with that woman. Does my curiosity have any bearing on whether I assist her? Lu Shuran found Gu Jingjue's assertion laughable. Of course, it has significant relevance. Because you have failed to maintain your position, Gu Jingjue retorted, raising a hand to adjust Lu Shuran's disheveled collar. What are you wearing? The Hunter Corps uniform. You wear the Hunter Corps attire, which makes you a member of the Hunter Corps, and as a member, you are expected to fulfill your duties. You are to follow my orders. The woman lying there, her relationship to me, her identity, and the reasons for her rescue. None of it concerns you. What do you mean by that? No matter what I think, I would never wish her harm, Lu Shuran asserted, confident in her actions. Gu Jingjue lightly tapped Lu Shuran's shoulder. You are envious and frightened. Irrespective of your feelings toward me, you fear the presence of women around me. Do you not? You are afraid of losing your position, and should she die, you would no longer feel threatened. You are insulting my character and my professionalism, Lu Shuran exclaimed, raising her hand in anger, only to have Gu Jingjue effortlessly grasp her wrist. A small cat misbehaving, refusing to heed criticism, and attempting to bite back. Gu Jingjue's other hand held Lu Shuran's chin. Regardless of your thoughts, whether you have acted with malice or not, you had better pray that she does not die. After uttering those words, Gu Jingjue released Lu Shuran, who gasped for fresh air, realizing that Gu Jingjue had genuinely lost her temper. After the girl was sent in for a few hours, Lu Shuran leaned against the corridor outside the emergency room, replaying the events in her mind for several hours. She was utterly convinced that the treatment plan she had previously provided was flawless. If her medication had not been appropriate, the girl would not have survived those 4 days. But why had her condition suddenly worsened? She meticulously considered each step they had taken. Which link in the chain could have gone awry? Was it during the treatment? Perhaps due to the traditional medicine? Although she had personally crafted the prescription and administered it, she was unaware of the decoction process. It was possible that this was where the issue had arisen. Finally, the rescue operation concluded, and even Liang Jinwen emerged from the emergency room, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Teacher Liang, Lu Shuran stepped forward. Liang Jinwen gazed deeply at her and sighed. The patient has been saved, but she has completely lost consciousness. I will find a way. Shuran, please go back and rest. Teacher Liang, I just thought of something. My prescription should be fine, so perhaps the issue occurred during the decoction. Shuran, do not concern yourself with that now. Liang Jinwen raised her hand in dismissal. I will handle this patient's case directly with Wu Qingxiang. You need to return and rest. Teacher Liang, does this mean you no longer require my assistance in her treatment? Lu Shuran stepped closer, blocking Liang Jinwen's path. Is this an order from the captain? It is my order, Liang Jinwen said earnestly, looking directly at Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran bit her lip tightly, her eyes reddening. Yet she fought to maintain her composure, gazing at Liang Jinwen with a hint of pleading. Captain Liang, may I at least observe? I can assist you. This patient's issues arose under my care. I cannot just leave. Shuran, I completely understand your feelings. But this matter is not so simple. Please return and rest. The traditional treatment was my request, and I will not let you bear this responsibility alone. So do not worry. Liang Jinwen gently patted Lu Shuran's shoulder. Lu Shuran felt a slight pain in her back. She pressed her lips together firmly, realizing that despite Liang Jinwen's soft tone, there was no room for negotiation. A bit dazed, Lu Shuran walked back to her dormitory. Once there, she quickly washed up and collapsed on her bed, slipping into a deep slumber. She was simply too exhausted. Every word she had spoken to Gu Jingjue was genuine. How could she have possibly slept well in the hospital over those 4 days, caring for the patient day and night? Never mind. All she desired now was a good night's rest. During this time, no one came to wake her, nor did anyone call her for training. When she finally awoke, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Lu Shuran splashed cold water on her face and gazed into the mirror, still bearing dark circles under her eyes. The dark red scars on her pale skin appeared even more glaring. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head and forcefully slapped her cheeks. No, I cannot simply let this go. She needed to prove her innocence and uncover the person who had sabotaged her. Furthermore, she had to seek out Gu Jingjue. With this thought in mind, Lu Shuran immediately ran toward Gu Jingjue's dormitory. She would do whatever it took to ensure he allowed her to continue participating in the patient's treatment. Chapter 22. Can a kiss procure an opportunity? Little Lu? Are you looking for the captain? On her way to Gu Jingjue's dormitory, Lu Shuran encountered Zhao Hang. Captain Zhao, I happen to be looking for you as well. Lu Shuran seized Zhao Hang and hurriedly inquired about the decoction. The prescription I provided, did you personally handle the decoction? Ah, if I had actually boiled the medicine, it would have been a disaster. I did not know how to do that, so I left it to the medical team, Zhao Hang replied. What is wrong? Is there an issue with the medicine? Zhao Hang was aware of the events that had transpired over the past 2 days. It's nothing, I was just asking. Lu Shuran mentally noted that the more people handled the prescription, the greater the likelihood of complications. But she shook her head and changed the subject. Where is the captain? He should have just gone to the medical team. Did you not run into him? Zhao Hang said, let us go together. I need to find the captain too. All right. Lu Shuran could surmise that Gu Jingjue's visit to the medical team was for a specific purpose, and she could not help but sigh. Is it really such a big deal? Who hasn't made mistakes when they first start working? Zhao Hang attempted to comfort Lu Shuran with a lighthearted tone. I didn't make a mistake. Lu Shuran shook her head. This situation is not my fault. Do you have a lead you wish to share with the captain? Is it only the captain who can hear your important secrets? Zhao Hang seemed to trust Lu Shuran quite a bit. Lu Shuran nodded, and he took her seriously. As they arrived outside the meeting room of the medical team, they heard a tremendous clatter from inside, akin to porcelain shattering on the floor. The captain? Lu Shuran mouthed. Zhao Hang shook his head and leaned closer to Lu Shuran's ear. When the captain is truly angry, he doesn't do anything. But the aura he exudes can make everyone feel as if they've died 100 times. It's likely that team leader Liang is scolding her subordinates, deliberately channeling the captain's anger so that he has no anger left to express. It's a way to protect everyone. Oh, so there's such profound reasoning behind it. One by one, the meeting participants emerged, each with a dejected expression. Lu Shuran and Zhao Hang watched them leave. Finally, Liang Jinwen stepped out, surprised to see them standing outside. However, with Zhao Hang present, she said nothing and directly addressed Lu Shuran. Once you've rested, I will assign you some work. All right, Lu Shuran replied softly. Zhao Hang glanced into the meeting room, confirming that aside from Gu Jingjue, there was no one else present. He urged Lu Shuran. Didn't you have important news to report to the captain? Hurry inside. I'll hold the door for you, but remember to be quick. With that, Zhao Hang pushed Lu Shuran into the meeting room and kindly shut the door behind them. Lu Shuran found herself in a quandary. The fervor with which she had previously rushed to confront Gu Jingjue had significantly waned. However, since she was already inside, if she did not seize this opportunity to clarify things with Gu Jingjue, it would be even harder for her to defend herself later. At that moment, Gu Jingjue sat in a swivel chair at the head of the meeting room, his back to the door, lost in thought. Lu Shuran approached. Captain, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Jingjue turned around, seemingly unfazed by Lu Shuran's presence. My medication was not misapplied. During the 4 days I cared for the patient, her various indicators consistently improved. And so, he replied, could she wake up now? Captain, could you grant me a chance to prove my innocence? Lu Shuran implored eagerly. I have no time to let you prove yourself again. Allowing you to treat her once more, only to exacerbate her condition? Gu Jingjue found her words laughable. This time, I am not only treating her, but I'm also investigating certain matters. Lu Shuran gazed earnestly at Gu Jingjue. An investigation? Someone must have meddled. I am confident. Confident? You think the captain will heed your words and take action based solely on your assertions? What do you think you are? Gu Jingjue scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. Moreover, you've already erred. What must I do to prove myself? Captain, what actions would grant me an opportunity? Lu Shuran positioned herself directly before Gu Jingjue. He was seated, needing only to raise his gaze slightly to discern the expression on Lu Shuran's face. She suddenly wore an expression of desperation, which Gu Jingjue found even more absurd. What should you do? From a personal standpoint? Gu Jingjue stood up. Instinctively, Lu Shuran wished to retreat. But Gu Jingjue's hand caught her, drawing her back. You just asked how to proceed, and now you hesitate? Lu Shuran looked up at Gu Jingjue. She recalled the previous encounter, when she had drawn close to Gu Jingjue and kissed his lips, imploring him. If such an act could serve her purpose. Gu Jingjue remained unmoved, merely lowering his gaze slightly, regarding Lu Shuran with a contemptuous expression akin to that of one surveying refuse. Curiosity flickered within him regarding Lu Shuran's intentions, much like any prior anticipation of her behavior. Yet, the fragrance of gardenias that gradually emanated from her body jolted Gu Jingjue back to reality. Whether Lu Shuran sought to prove herself was a matter for another time. Her persistent attempts to entice him were not easily forgotten. Gu Jingjue took a step back, creating distance between them. Sensing his retreat, Lu Shuran assumed he intended to reject her and, in a moment of impulsive fervor, rushed towards him. Without a second thought, she leapt into his embrace. It was a desperate act, one she repeatedly assured herself of in silence. Gu Jingjue felt the warmth of her soft body against him, igniting a surge of anger within him. Lu Shuran, do you have no shame? He rasped. The intoxicating scent mingled with her softness stirred the primal beast within him. Lu Shuran remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. Before her stood not merely the leader of the hunting brigade, but a ferocious beast capable of devouring her whole. Even when reprimanded by Gu Jingjue's furious words, Lu Shuran refrained from arguing. Could a single kiss procure an opportunity? Her voice trembled with nervousness and embarrassment. Gu Jingjue remained silent, neither consenting nor continuing his verbal chastisement. Tentatively, she inched closer, akin to a kitten testing the waters of safety before her. The disparity in their sizes was significant. She strained to rise on tiptoe, barely brushing her lips against his. However, that fleeting contact was quickly eclipsed as Gu Jingjue pressed her down onto the conference table. Chapter 23. Engaging in such shameless acts and then departing proximity was overwhelming. Gu Jingjue was nearly fused with her, and even through layers of fabric, Lu Shuran could distinctly feel the heat radiating from him. Captain, she whispered, placing her hand against his chest, her voice quivering. You just asked her a chance. Gu Jingjue scoffed softly, his breath brushing against her ear. Is one kiss sufficient? Is the leader of the hunting brigade so easily swayed? Heat surged to Lu Shuran's cheeks, even the tips of her ears blushing with a faint hue. What did Gu Jingjue mean? What more did he desire from her? The increasingly potent fragrance enveloped him, and he recognized his utter lack of resistance to her allure. Being so close now threatened to unravel his control. Yet, he was reluctant to release her. What do you wish for? Though she endeavored to mask her trepidation before him, the gentle flutter of her lashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Gu Jingjue closed his eyes, capturing her lips with his, a kiss that should embody such fervor. Lu Shuran instinctively clutched the fabric of his chest, her heart racing chaotically at the unexpected intensity of his kiss. In that moment, he seemed to return no longer the aloof leader, but rather an entity pulsating with warmth. The glimmer in her eyes reflected a mix of vulnerability and confusion as she gazed at him, silently communicating her helplessness. Gu Jingjue's gaze deepened, stirred by the sight of her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A heaviness settled in his chest, discomforting him as he acknowledged how easily Lu Shuran could influence his emotions. Their breaths intertwined, thick with tension. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Lisin, who had once assisted him in tracing the source of the fragrance, reminding him that Lu Shuran might be more intent on leveraging her advantages over him than genuinely seeking intimacy. In that instant, he awakened from the intoxicating allure of her scent and sweet lips. Suppressing his primal urges, Gu Jingjue straightened, regarding Lu Shuran as she reclined on the conference table. Her eyes glazed with confusion. Once released, she momentarily dazed, quickly rose, pressing her hand against her pounding heart and covering her flushed cheeks. Was that enough? She thought, still cognizant of her original intent in seeking Gu Jingjue. His expression darkened, realizing that this was merely the first step in her strategy to manipulate him into altering his prior decisions for the sake of a kiss. Return and await further instructions. Gu Jingjue stated coolly. Lu Shuran, embarrassed, could not meet his gaze, nodding and murmuring, "Goodbye, Captain," before hastily exiting. Outside, Zhao Hang observed her hurried departure, puzzled by her demeanor. What transpired? Did the captain mistreat her or doubt her? He wondered, shaking his head as he entered the conference room, where he found Gu Jingjue adjusting his attire. Should anyone else have witnessed this scene, suspicion would have certainly arisen. However, Zhao Hang was convinced that their captain had long been devoted to a certain someone whose whereabouts were unknown. Thus he dismissed any such notions. "Captain, are you familiar with Lu Shuran?" Zhao Hang inquired, noting the familiarity in his address of her. Gu Jingjue's sharp gaze, akin to a hawk's, fixed on Zhao Hang. Not particularly. Did you not deliver medicine to her? Zhao Hang replied, feeling as though he had encountered a blade poised to strike. That yellow-haired girl. Gu Jingjue remarked dismissively, do not take her words to heart. I have a task for you. Meanwhile, Lu Shuran took Gu Jingjue's instruction to wait for news to heart. The following day, she indeed received word, but it bore disappointing tidings. The captain had personally ordered her return to Team 3, stating that it was the leader's failure to protect her, and henceforth. Liang Jinwen attempted to console her, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Shuran's furious outburst. Gu Jingjue, that scoundrel, how shameless! She seethed, furious at his betrayal. Not only had he barred her from continuing her work with a patient, but he had also demoted her back to Team 3. What was his intent? Was it merely a game to him? Liang Jinwen was taken aback by Lu Shuran's unexpected display of anger, her usually gentle demeanor now tinged with fiery spirit, rendering her momentarily endearing. Do not be upset. Returning to Team 3 does not preclude future opportunities. The captain's orders are unassailable, she attempted to soothe. I must confront Gu Jingjue for clarity. I cannot be left in the dark like this. Unfortunately, that is not feasible, Liang Jinwen replied, shaking her head. The captain has taken new recruits for field training and likely will not return for half a month. Half a month? He must be doing this on purpose, engaging in such shameless acts and then simply walking away. Seething with frustration, Lu Shuran found no avenue for her anger, especially since Zhao Hang had followed Gu Jingjue. Bound by the captain's decree, she had no choice but to gather her belongings and return to the dormitory of Team 3. Defeated, she trudged through the door, shoulders slumped and head bowed. Suddenly, a bucket of filthy water fell from the sky, drenching her completely and leaving her chilled to the bone. Lu Shuran raised her hand to wipe the droplets from her face. Oh dear, I apologize. I just used the foot washing water to clean the floor and had nowhere to put it. Why are you back so soon? A group of teammates gathered around, and Shui Yuanyuan wore a triumphant smile as she stepped forward to reclaim her bucket. Lu Shuran was well aware that this was an intentional trap set for her. Such childish and sordid tactics were beneath contempt. It appeared she was eager to confront her openly, though raised with principles of kindness and morality. She understood that to repay malice with virtue was a folly. Her grandfather had always taught her not to suffer indignities in silence. After being humiliated by Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran was already seething with anger, and Shui Yuanyuan had seized the moment. Want her bucket back? Very well. Lu Shuran flipped the bucket upside down onto Shui Yuanyuan's head, and as the world darkened for her, she swiftly kicked her in the stomach. Chapter 24. This shameless scoundrel. I shall demand an explanation. Shui Yuanyuan had not anticipated such a direct and fierce counterattack from Lu Shuran. The force of the kick sent her stumbling back into Feng Wan. Yuanyuan, are you all right? Feng Wan asked nervously. Shui Yuanyuan hurled the bucket to the ground and charged at Lu Shuran, lifting her foot to retaliate, but Lu Shuran nimbly evaded her strike. While Lu Shuran might lack the brute strength of many, her reflexes were sharp and agile. Nearly half a month spent in the hunter combat team had honed her skills. The two quickly became entangled in a struggle, with neither gaining an advantage. Seeing this, Feng Wan immediately joined the fray. Lu Shuran found herself overwhelmed. As Feng Wan seized her hair, she cried out in pain, but retaliated by pulling Shui Yuanyuan's hair fiercely, refusing to be at a disadvantage. Stop fighting. Hurry, or else. Zhao Qiong's voice, which had been attempting to intervene, was abruptly cut off by a commanding shout from outside. What on earth is going on? He Kong entered with a stern expression. At that moment, Lu Shuran and Shui Yuanyuan reluctantly released each other. Since the conclusion of their last mission, He Kong had not been promoted to the first team, but had assumed the role of captain of the third team, with the authority to command the entire unit. Under He Kong's icy glare, the group formed a line. The hunter combat team had few female members, and, as girls, they should aspire to stand out, to emerge from the team as equals to their male counterparts. What are you all doing here? He Kong's cold gaze fell on the two fighters. Her teeth clenched as she reprimanded them. She paced in front of them before finally stopping in front of Lu Shuran. Especially you, Lu Shuran, she said with a tone laced with mockery. Do you think that just because you've been promoted to the first team, you're something special? I see you as nothing but a troublemaker. You caused chaos in the first team and returned to the third team without a moment's peace, immediately getting into a fight with your roommate. It's not my fault. I just came back and Lu Shuran's protest was cut short by He Kong's interruption. When addressing a superior, you should report. Do you not understand the rules? He Kong barked. Report, Captain. I return to find Shui Yuanyuan splashing me with dirty water. Lu Shuran tugged at her soaked clothes. Report, Captain. It was tea like that. I simply misplaced the bucket I was using to clean the floor. I even intended to prepare a towel for Xiaolu to take a shower. But she attacked me first, Shui Yuanyuan added, lifting her shirt to reveal 2 bruised footprints on her abdomen. Even if you're angry, resorting to violence against your roommate is uncalled for. What you did is akin to attempted murder. He Kong admonished Lu Shuran. That is hardly true. They often get hurt worse from training mishaps than what she did. He Kong is distorting the facts. You will now go downstairs to the playground and stand at attention for 12 hours. You may return to sleep tonight. I am being lenient, considering this is your first offense. Any further incidents, and I will expel you from the Hunter Combat Team. He Kong cast a cold glance at Shui Yuanyuan. You will both receive 30 lashes, and you will each write a 1,000-word reflection. This is what you call equal punishment? He Kong's evident favoritism was no longer disguised. In the third team, she wielded absolute authority. After He Kong departed, Shui Yuanyuan and Phone 1 immediately swelled with pride. The first team, Stray Dog, why don't you hurry up and go stand in punishment? Shui Yuanyuan shoved Lu Shuran out. Clenching her teeth and tightening her fists, Lu Shuran turned and descended the stairs. The ground floor was bustling with people, and due to her brief elevation from the third team to the first team and back down again, Lu Shuran had become somewhat notorious among the medical teams. Whispers circulated that her rise to the first team was due to her seduction of Captain Zhao. How could that be? Just look at her face. She is so ugly. Indeed, Captain Zhao is the second most handsome man in our Hunter Combat Team, even more approachable than the captain and highly sought after. How could he possibly be associated with this ugly girl? So what tactics did she employ to gain her position? Did she threaten Captain Zhao? The plainer one is, the more cunning they can be. I even heard she begs team leader Liang daily. Perhaps she excels in bed. Listening to the vile whispers as they passed her by, Lu Shuran realized that during her brief time in the first team, various slanderous rumors about her had already spread like wildfire. Surely, it was Shui Yuanyuan and her cohorts who had instigated this. Rumors, once spread by those with intent, became accepted as truth. The afternoon sky was overcast, heavy with clouds. Lu Shuran's feelings of resentment and injustice mingled with the torrential rain, streaming down her cheeks. Why was she so unfortunate? She had done nothing wrong, yet found herself targeted, standing in the rain until late into the night. She finally completed the 12 hours of military posture that He Kong had mandated. Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs, her legs gave way, nearly collapsing. Are you all right? A voice overhead offered an umbrella. Lu Shuran looked up to see Zhao Qiao. Thank you. She shook her head, regaining her composure. He Jia has reprimanded them. Shui Yuanyuan and the others won't trouble you for a while. Go home and get some rest. Lu Shuran did not elaborate further. Upon returning, the other two were already fast asleep, granting her a moment of peace. She took a hot shower, only to feel the aches throughout her body. Lu Shuran attempted to hypnotize herself, believing that if she fell asleep, she would not feel the pain. The next morning, she was roused by someone tapping her face. Lu Shuran, hurry up. The team is heading out on a mission. Shui Yuanyuan stood nearby, arms crossed as she called to her. A mission? Lu Shuran, still groggy, rubbed her forehead and cautiously glanced at the other girls in the dormitory. A mission? Why haven't they left yet? It was clear they would not wait for her. Yes, it's a trial training mission with the new recruits. We need 13 medical new recruits because we will be in the wilderness for half a month. He just said to send mostly male team members, but our third team only has 12 male members. And there is one spot that is unsuitable for any of our girls. I suggested you go, as your appearance is unremarkable, and those filthy men wouldn't be tempted to pursue you. It's relatively safe. He Jie agreed. So hurry up. We leave in 20 minutes. Trial training with the new recruits? Lu Shuran organized her thoughts, disregarding Shui Yuanyuan's derisive comments. She had only heard the information she yearned for. Training with the new recruits meant she would be with Gu Jingjue. This opportunity was a stroke of luck. She had longed for this chance. That shameless scoundrel, Gu Jingjue. She would demand an explanation. Chapter 25, a bit of skill, and you can follow along anticipating her imminent encounter with Gu Jingjue filled Lu Shuran with a renewed sense of enthusiasm. Ignoring Shui Yuanyuan entirely, she promptly gathered her belongings and descended the stairs. As expected, Everyone had already arrived downstairs, prepared to line up, surrounded by a sea of male soldiers. Lu Shuran naturally positioned herself at the end of the line. She could feel the curious glances directed her way, but she maintained her composure. As the only selected female medic, she felt a sense of pride in her role. Yikong glanced over the 13 individuals before him, cautioning, "Once we arrive, do not disgrace our medical team 3, especially those prone to showboating or causing trouble." His gaze settled on Lu Shuran, a silent threat lingering, should any issues arise. He would not hesitate to dismiss them from the hunting team. Lu Shuran was acutely aware of Yikong's scrutiny and targeted remarks. Why should she care about his words? Fortunately, their journey was brief, and the group was soon packed onto a bus. She occupied the last seat, and though someone attempted to sit beside her, they were quickly pulled away, better not to associate with her lest others misconstrue their relationship. Do they take such pleasure in spreading unfounded rumors about women? Lu Shuran thought, casting a glance at the gossiping soldier. She had assumed medical students were enlightened enough to view everyone as equals. Yet it seemed that the sight of a woman still sparked unsavory thoughts. "I recommend you cleanse your mind with hydrogen peroxide," she quipped, her words sharp. The soldier, taken aback by her response, became the target of quiet laughter from others in the bus. Embarrassed, he clenched his fists and charged toward Lu Shuran. "Enough, enough," he muttered to himself. Why stoop to quarrel with a mere girl? Others restrained him, mindful that it would not bode well to be seen as bullying a young woman. "What are you doing? Is there no discipline in the medical team?" barked the captain, who had come to escort them. The previously boisterous group fell silent, resembling a flock of quails. Indeed, they only dared to bully her, the young girl. Lu Shuran couldn't help but feel bored by the entire affair. With no one beside her, she seized the opportunity for peace and closed her eyes to catch up on sleep. Yet her mind was abuzz with thoughts of how she would confront Gu Jingjue upon their meeting, hurling accusations of untrustworthiness and hypocrisy at him. She lamented her own restraint, wishing she could unleash her frustrations without hesitation. After enduring a challenging 3-hour trek through the mountains, they finally reached the training grounds of the hunting team. Stepping off the bus, they were met with a dense forest devoid of any proper paths, and the reality of their situation set in. Losing contact with the group or getting lost in such terrain posed a dire risk, especially with the wildlife lurking within. "Stay close behind me. Do not wander off. Once we regroup with the main unit, each of you will be assigned to your respective sub-teams," the instructor directed. Most of the medics were visibly apprehensive, but Lu Shuran was bursting with excitement, practically itching to meet Gu Jingjue. After an arduous hour of climbing, they finally arrived at the camp established by the hunting team. All members donned combat uniforms, some in camouflage, their faces smeared with green and brown paint. The prospect of meeting the team leader heightened Lu Shuran's anticipation. Zhao Heng approached to coordinate with the medical team, scanning the young recruits before him. Upon reaching the end of the line, his eyes widened in surprise. Lu Shuran feigned ignorance, refusing to acknowledge him after their prior brief exchange had led to gossip. "Why is there a girl here?" Zhao Han Guetstein, reporting to team leader Zhao. "There are 13 teams in training, each assigned a medic. Team 3 only has 12 male members, so we brought along a girl," another medic explained. "That's absurd. With only 12, why not pull someone from Team 2? Zhao Heng replied, clearly unconvinced. "What's the problem, Zhao?" Gu Jingjue's deep voice cut through the air, commanding immediate silence. Lu Shuran, who had been evading Zhao Heng's gaze, straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with resolve. Reporting to team leader Zhao, Lu Shuran stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Gu Jingjue. "The team leader has stated that there are no distinctions between men and women in the hunting team. Therefore, we are all members of the same unit." "Indeed, I did say that. However, it appears that Team 3 has sent a girl along instead of finding a replacement from Team 2, Zhao Heng retorted. "She is right. There are no distinctions here, and all training must be uniform. No one is to receive special treatment," Gu Jingjue remarked, his attention unwavering on Lu Shuran. His brows slightly raised in amusement. With the leader's words, Zhao Heng fell silent, conceding the point. "Very well, you may disperse and rest. But heed this warning. Do not stray from the main camp. Should anything go awry, you will face the consequences." Zhao Han Wu Stanley. As the group settled in clusters, resting on the ground, no one paid Lu Shuran any mind, granting her the perfect chance to slip away unnoticed in search of Gu Jingjue. Upon reaching his tent, She noted the absence of guards and stealthily entered. Not finding him inside, she was about to retreat when she collided with a solid chest. Looking up, she met Gu Jingjue's cold gaze. Well, before she could speak, Gu Jingjue seized her wrist, pulling her into the tent. "You have some skill," he said with a mocking smile. "You managed to follow along." Realizing his sarcasm, Lu Shuran, already irked, retorted, "If I could come, it is thanks to your esteemed self. If it weren't for your betrayal, I wouldn't even be here for training." Enough. Chapter 26. A lack of decorum enough. Gu Jingjue snapped, pinching her eloquent mouth shut, his expression darkening. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" MMPH. Lu Shuran protested, her frustration bubbling over despite his grip. She balled her fists and pounded on his chest, demanding to be released. Though her blows were inconsequential, her relentless antics only served to further irritate him. With a sigh, Gu Jingjue released her. "You can't be serious, Gu Jingjue. You promised me one thing, yet here we are." Lu Shuran exclaimed, her voice rising. "Indeed, I told you to wait for news, but I never promised it would be good news," he replied, unperturbed. "Are you playing word games with me?" She fumed, incredulous. "As a leader, have you no shame? You deceived a young girl? Deceived you? In what way?" Gu Jingjue scoffed, unconcerned. "You tricked me into kissing you." Lu Shuran's cheeks flushed crimson. Regardless of her embarrassment, she would not shy away from voicing her grievances. "I had no idea you were so formidable when I first arrived," Gu Jingjue remarked, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of intrigue. "That was due to the audacity of a shameless person." Lu Shuran glared at Gu Jingjue and exclaimed, "Even a rabbit, when cornered, will bite. Then why would I return it to you?" Gu Jingjue suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Shuran's waist, exerting a gentle force to pull her into his embrace. "What are you doing, you rogue? Let go of me." Lu Shuran protested, struggling in displeasure. "Did you not claim that I tricked you out of a kiss?" Gu Jingjue's expression remained stoic. Yet Lu Shuran sensed a devilish glint in his demeanor. "Captain, I've assigned a new medic to a team. Do you need to review it?" Zhao Heng inquired from outside. "No need for my approval," Gu Jingjue replied, while leaning closer to Lu Shuran's ear and murmuring, "Then I shall return a kiss to you." Before Lu Shuran could voice her refusal, Gu Jingjue took the initiative and pressed his lips against hers. Though Gu Jingjue hesitated to admit it, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Lu Shuran's eloquent speech, feeling an overwhelming urge to silence her with a fervent kiss. Lu Shuran emitted an involuntary muffled sound in response to Gu Jingjue's kiss. Outside, Zhao Heng had not yet departed, but lowered his voice to ask, "So? Lu Shuran." Hearing her name sent a wave of embarrassment washing over Lu Shuran, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson than during any previous kiss. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Shuran was currently being embraced and kissed by Gu Jingjue, mere fabrics separating them within the tent. Gu Jingjue released her slightly, saying, "Consider how to arrange things reasonably." "I trust you." Lu Shuran shot him a glare that she believed could kill, ready to speak, but was silenced once more by his kiss. She dared not make too much noise, fearing Zhao Heng would overhear. It was only after Zhao Heng finally left that Lu Shuran managed to push Gu Jingjue away with force. "Is that enough? You shameless man." She despised her own inability to come up with a more creative insult. More shameless than anyone else in the world. Lu Shuran vigorously wiped her lips. "I'll return 2 kisses, considerate interest." Lu Shuran discerned Gu Jingjue's teasing tone and retorted, "This is the only time, Gu Jingjue. From now on, your credibility with me stands at 0, or rather, a staggering 10,000. In a huff, Lu Shuran seized the opportunity when the others were gathering to sneak out of Gu Jingjue's tent. Gu Jingjue watched her departure, lightly brushing his fingers across his lips, closing his eyes. The most troubling aspect was not merely the alluring scent that only he could perceive gradually ensnaring him, but rather that he found himself less resistant to it than before. Lu Shuran readjusted her belongings, taking her place at the end of the line. Lu Shuran, with Team 501. "All right, let us have the team members bond. Any issues can be brought to me." Lu Shuran accepted the team insignia embroidered with 501 from Zhao Heng and spent some time locating her other 4 teammates. The members of the other teams actively greeted one another, indicating she was not welcomed. "Hey, who was it that hoped we would have a female doctor? Well, here she is. Why aren't you all happy? I wanted a female member, but she should at least be attractive. Look at her. Can you be satisfied? Exactly. A plain woman is worse than a man who can lend us a hand. Cough. Lu Shuran maintained a stoic expression as she stood among them, lightly clearing her throat before introducing herself. Hello, I am Lu Shuran. She scanned one of the boys, who seemed particularly vocal in his disapproval. Appearing no older than 18 or 19, robust yet with dark skin and a face dotted with acne. I can tell your temper is quite poor. Perhaps you've been constipated for too long? Lu Shuran crossed her arms and shook her head. You, the dark-skinned boy stammered, finally whispering. How did you know? I'll let you in on a secret. I am the medical team's secret weapon. Being on my team is a boon for you. Lu Shuran raised her chin, extending her arm. The boy looked bewildered, but complied. Lu Shuran extracted a silver needle from her bag, expertly piercing an acupoint on his wrist with varying pressure. Minutes later, oh no, I can't take it anymore. I need to use the restroom. The boy exclaimed as he clutched his stomach and hurried away. The remaining three stared at Lu Shuran in disbelief. You're really a miracle worker? Lu Shuran smiled enigmatically, pointing at another, slightly thinner team member. Are you suffering from serious insomnia lately? Miracle worker, can you really treat it? Their disbelief morphed into admiration. Thus, when Gu Jingjue emerged from the tent, preparing to assemble the group for departure, he found Lu Shuran surrounded by several young soldiers, some with their arms slung over her shoulders, displaying camaraderie. Gu Jingjue clenched his jaw, his brow furrowing deeper. Captain Wei. Zhao Hang attempted to approach Gu Jingjue to discuss, only to be elegantly ignored. Gu Jingjue strode forward, directly addressing Team 501 at the back. What is this shoulder-to-shoulder nonsense? Chapter 27. You are my fiancé. The group of soldiers huddled together, startled by their leader's thunderous voice, jumping in surprise. Lu Shuran turned her face, meeting Gu Jingjue's dark expression. Though he rarely exhibited much emotion, his current demeanor was distinctly more severe. Lu Shuran boldly stepped in front of the others, declaring, Report, Captain. We are all members of the hunting combat team. We share a good relationship. What is wrong with being friendly? Do you wish for us to be at odds with each other? Do you often behave this way? Gu Jingjue countered, his question seemingly unrelated. Lu Shuran, oblivious to the underlying issue, linked her arm through his. At that moment, Gu Jingjue could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to forcibly separate her from him. The others looked on in confusion, speculating what Lu Shuran had done to incite Gu Jingjue's fury. It was puzzling, as their relationship had seemed quite amicable given their shared struggles. Lu Shuran, do you have any awareness of your identity as a woman? Gu Jingjue questioned in a low voice, leaning close to her ear. Lu Shuran displayed a look of confusion. Captain, do you truly suffer from memory loss? How could you forget so quickly? Did you not just say that in the hunting combat team, there are no distinctions of gender, only team members? But you are different. Gu Jingjue nearly growled, his teeth clenched. You're my fiancé. What? Lu Shuran gazed at Gu Jingjue in disbelief. Did he truly just say that? I must have misheard. I mean, you still bear that title. He insisted. Aren't you the well-mannered young lady of the Lu family? Maintain some decorum. What's the rush? Did you not claim you didn't want me as your fiancé? Are you now instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lu Shuran reasoned, feeling that the members of Team 501 were rather straightforward and thus felt comfortable interacting with them as equals. Gu Jingjue replied, Regardless of whether I marry you or not, I still have the right to oversee your conduct. He pushed her back into the group, adding, given that you are a woman, I hope you can maintain a proper social distance from the others. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Shuran stuck her tongue out at his retreating figure. The captain's words held some truth. It was indeed up to them to maintain appropriate boundaries with a miracle worker. The dark-skinned boy scratched his head and chuckled softly. Don't mind him. He's just acting irrationally. We were just discussing. Teams gather. Before they could continue their idle chatter, Zhao Hang called out, aligning them neatly. Gu Jingjue observed each individual as it was now 1 in the afternoon. The morning's physical training was waived, and they were to commence a weighted march to acclimate to the jungle terrain, returning to camp by 5 o'clock. A total of 300 color balls had been placed in the mountains by me and a few company commanders. Among them were 50 red balls worth 10 points each, 100 yellow balls worth 5 points each, and 150 white balls worth 1 point each. To everyone's surprise, a competition was to be held on the very first day. Notably, these could be snatched from one another. Gu Jingjue slowly articulated the last 4 words. Lu Shuran felt a jolt of alarm. This could be perilous. If they could seize from each other, conflict was inevitable. However, she could choose to lay low until the end. Once the possibility of theft arose, some harm was unavoidable, but maliciously injuring others was prohibited. Just light engagements, Zhao Hang added. By the way, the commander didn't mention that we also have a reward and punishment system. The team that accumulates the most points will be exempted from half of tomorrow's physical training, while the team that scores nothing will face an increased burden. Now, let the training commence, and please prioritize safety. May you all accomplish your tasks. How infuriating! Using training volume as a method of reward and punishment is utterly excessive. One must ask, is there anyone in this world who does not wish to take it easy? Lu Shuran did not believe they would secure first place. But scoring nothing was also unacceptable. It would not allow them to lay low. The group entered the forest and quickly dispersed in different directions. Let us find a spot to serve as a central point, with each person venturing off in a different direction to search for the balls, returning once found. Our goal is to avoid punishment and then lay low, Lu Shuran suggested. Agreed with the divine healer. I concur. The 4 members of the team regarded Lu Shuran as a divine healer, believing her words to be indisputable. After taking a brief stroll, Lu Shuran plucked a few blades of grass and handed them to several individuals. This grass, when rolled into balls, can ward off quite a few mosquitoes. The rainy season in the borderlands, though chilly, was also humid, and the temperatures could become quite warm by midday. The group nodded in agreement, establishing that if any accidents occurred, they would immediately return to the central point to wait for their companions. They split up, and Lu Shuran gazed at the towering trees surrounding her. This was not her first solo venture into the forest. She had previously assisted her grandfather in collecting herbs. And though the terrain was less treacherous than here, she had amassed some experience. As she walked, she marked her path. A small white dot beneath a tree caught her attention. A white ball. Lu Shuran could hardly believe her luck. This was a fortunate find that required no effort. It was no wonder the white ball was so easy to collect, as it was only worth 1 point. Carefully tucking the white ball into her pocket, she contemplated whether to return to the agreed-upon location with her companions. After surveying her surroundings, she continued walking for about 100 meters, but found no more colored balls. Deciding it best to head back. Safety was paramount. It seemed that what one fears often comes to pass. Just as Lu Shuran lifted her foot to retreat, a rope buried in the mud suddenly ensnared her ankle. Oh no, a trap! Before she could escape, the rope was swiftly pulled, and she found herself dangling upside down. Tied to a tree. Caught! Caught! Came an excited cheer. Caught what? It was too early for anyone to have found a ball. Lu Shuran overheard several male voices nearby and instinctively pressed her hand against her pocket, where she concealed the white ball. Let me see. Who do we have here? A sinister voice drawled mockingly. Isn't this the ugly girl? Hanging upside down, Lu Shuran felt her head and eyes nearly bursting with blood. Squinting to get a clearer view, she realized, by sheer coincidence, that the individual who had captured her was none other than the male medical team member with whom she had clashed on the bus. Put me down. I have no skills. I haven't found any colored balls, so I won't hinder you from continuing your hunt. Lu Shuran struggled as she spoke. Of course, we'll let you down, he replied with a sinister smile. But fate has brought us together. Chapter 28. The coat bore the unique scent of Gu Jingjue. Songshi, what's the matter? Do you have a personal vendetta? Other members of the hunting team gathered around. Lu Shuran frowned upon hearing their conversation. The tone of these men was distinctly disrespectful. One could only say that a personal vendetta? How can that be? She has insulted all of us men. Song, she said, gesturing. Let us just lower her for now. By the way, there's no need to be gentle. That face isn't worth it. With that, the others heeded Song, she's words, carelessly loosening the rope without regard for Lu Shuran's height as she dropped to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, she realized they seized the opportunity to bind her tightly with ropes once more. Song, do you think she'll report us? Someone nearby expressed concern. After all, Lu Shuran was the only girl in the team. If she played the damsel, they could end up facing repercussions. You fools! The commander has made it clear that the colored balls can be taken. It means we can use whatever means necessary. Indeed, the possibility of taking the colored balls implied that they could employ strategies or even resort to violence to acquire what they desired. Such a competition truly aligned with Gu Jingjue's Darwinian philosophy, championing the law of the jungle where only the strongest survive. As long as they didn't inflict serious harm, What problem was there in injuring others a little during the snatching of color balls? Songshi chuckled as he pinched Lu Shuran's face. Besides, you just said that the hunting team doesn't distinguish between men and women. We'll treat you as an equal. Lu Shuran initially found nothing amiss in his words until two unruly hands began to wander over her body, prompting her to realize the underlying implications. What are you doing? She exclaimed, instinctively recoiling. Not so tough now. Are you scared? Several towering men laughed around her. Originally, only Songshi had a grudge against her. But the herd mentality and inherent nature of humanity drew others into the bullying behavior upon witnessing Lu Shuran's plight. You are members of the hunting team. You are supposed to protect the safety of the border citizens. How can you behave like this? Lu Shuran glared at them indignantly. What you say and what we are doing, where is the contradiction? We are merely fulfilling the task assigned by the commander. Songshi waved his hand dismissively. We just want to find a ball on you. It's just a ball. If worst comes to worst, she can find another later. I'll give it to you. The ball is in my pocket. You can let me go now and untime me. I lack the ability to contest with you. Lu Shuran declared her surrender decisively. The other men exchanged glances, seemingly persuaded by her words, and began to loosen the ropes binding her. Lu Shuran sighed in relief, retrieving the white ball from her pocket and tossing it to the ground, preparing to rise. Just this one ball. You said one ball, so one ball it is? A wicked smile spread across Songshi's freckled face as he pressed down on her. Let us search a bit before you go. His words implied a search, but it was nothing more than a veiled assault on Lu Shuran. He suddenly yanked at her collar, and two buttons flew off as he pulled. Songshi stared at the exposed skin on Lu Shuran's neck, momentarily stunned. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Lu Shuran shouted. Do you still want to remain the hunting team? A bunch of scum. Didn't you just say that our brains are filled with waste? Songshi leaned closer to Lu Shuran, his appearance ugly, yet his skin was surprisingly fair. Not only your brain, but you yourself are worthless. Ugh, disgusting. Lu Shuran spat at Songshi while simultaneously retrieving a dagger from her backpack, a weapon for self-defense. It appeared no one anticipated her audacity to draw a blade from her pocket. The crowd stood in shock as Lu Shuran swiftly slashed at Songshi's face, blood splattering. Songshi, now bloodied, clutched her face while commanding the others to restrain her. Hold her down. She shall not escape unscathed today. Do you know who my uncle is? If I don't make you pay, I, Songshi, shall take your surname. Lu Shuran found her hands pinned down by others, the dagger slipping from her grasp. She was overpowered by 4 men from the hunter battle group. Help! Someone please! Save me! She cried, but before she could call out again, someone covered her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Suddenly, the pressure on her body lessened as the men holding her were pulled away. She felt a glimmer of hope. Lu Shuran. A familiar voice called her name, one she had never heard spoken with such gentleness. As clarity returned, she felt warmth envelop her. A coat was draped over her shoulders. It sent unmistakably belonging to Gu Jingjue. Memories of their initial encounter, surrounded by wolves, flooded her mind. Gu Jingjue, how could your hunter battle group harbor such scum? You wretched man. Lu Shuran, filled with fury and tears, pointed at the men, chastising Gu Jingjue. Gu Jingjue, visibly affected by her tears, felt his eyes redden. He turned to apprehend the few members of his team attempting to flee. Captain, one began to explain, but was swiftly silenced by a kick to the gut from Gu Jingjue, leaving him gasping and unable to defend himself. The remaining members stood frozen in fear, aware of Gu Jingjue's wrath and unsure of the dreadful punishment that awaited them, trembling uncontrollably. Extend your hands, Gu Jingjue commanded. Approaching Lu Shuran, he picked up the dagger from the ground, his tone firm. Behave, extend your hands. Songshi, trembling in fear, attempted to escape, but was dragged back by Gu Jingjue, forced to kneel. Already bloodied, she fainted as Gu Jingjue kicked her in the stomach. Pull his hands out as well. The dagger twirled between Gu Jingjue's fingers, his expression icy. If one has hands and does not use them for honorable deeds, they might as well be discarded. Captain, we were wrong. The cries were piercing. Lu Shuran covered her ears, shrinking into herself, wiping the blood from her hands. Gu Jingjue strode towards Lu Shuran, kneeling to envelop her in a gentle embrace. Chapter 29. How dare you speak to the captain like that? Lu Shuran was taken aback by Gu Jingjue's unexpected tenderness, a stark contrast to his prior taunts and desires. This embrace felt purely consolatory. Gu Jingjue's gesture caught her off guard, stirring emotions within him that he could not quite articulate. Captain, Zhao Heng's sudden voice shattered their moment. Gu Jingjue released Lu Shuran, turning to shield her behind him. Zhao Heng surveyed the scene, bewildered by the carnage. Get someone to carry them back and investigate how they infiltrated the hunter battle group. While we may not be the strongest, we certainly cannot tolerate scum. Gu Jingjue did not even spare a glance at the moaning figures sprawled on the ground. His hands clenched. That Song Shi, the one boasting about her uncle's stature. Infuriating, Lu Shuran continued to snivel behind Gu Jingjue. Yes. Dig deeper into how she got into the group, he replied, nodding to Zhao Heng. Without further questions, Zhao Heng saluted and turned to fetch assistance. Just as Lu Shuran attempted to rise, Gu Jingjue scooped her up. Hey, what are you doing? Don't let Zhao Heng see, she exclaimed nervously, glancing at Zhao Heng's retreating figure. Why the fear? Aren't you eager for everyone to know about our relationship? Gu Jingjue chuckled softly, placing her down in a secluded spot. Lu Shuran shot him a glare. Of course, the captain is the highest authority. If you don't want others to know and it accidentally gets out, I would be accused of ulterior motives. I must maintain my dignity, or I might be misunderstood. Gu Jingjue recognized her insinuations, but found himself strangely amenable to her playful banter. Enough of that. Here's the item I retrieved earlier, he said, placing a white ball in her hand. Shouldn't you gather with your team? As Lu Shuran adjusted her attire, she nodded. If you wish to withdraw, I grant you an unconditional exit from this training exercise, Gu Jingjue stated. Why should I withdraw? The real scum should be the ones expelled. Captain, you must reflect on how such individuals were allowed into our ranks. You're right, Gu Jingjue acknowledged, retrieving another object from his pocket and lifting it. Take this. Lu Shuran was surprised to see a red ball in his hand, hesitating to accept it. This is a trophy from the mission. You need not offer it to appease me. I can acquire my own. This is a reward for the mission, Gu Jingjue insisted. A reward? Lu Shuran questioned, perplexed. Gu Jingjue handed her the dagger as well. That was quite a decisive strike. Recalling how she had wounded Song Shi, Lu Shuran accepted the dagger and the red ball without further protest. They're no different from that pack of wolves. They deserve to be treated as beasts. Having straightened her attire, Lu Shuran tucked the two balls into her pocket, but refrained from storing the dagger in her backpack. She took a few steps forward, then suddenly remembered something and dashed back to Gu Jingjue, producing several grass balls from her pocket. Here, take these. They repel insect bites. They must be carried to be effective. Gu Jingjue, accustomed to his rugged lifestyle, was unbothered by such minor nuisances. However, with Lu Shuran placing them in his hand, he found no reason to refuse. Following the marker she had prepared, they soon reunited with Team 501 at their designated meeting point. Initially, Lu Shuran believed the balls would be easy to find, but by the time the five gathered, only the tall, lean boy nicknamed Leopard had returned with a white ball. You won't believe it. Thanks to the grass ball the divine doctor gave me, I found a white ball right by a wasp nest. I took off running, and those wasps were so slow they couldn't catch up. Later, I realized I hadn't been bitten by any insects on the way. It must have been the grass ball's effect. In the hunter battle group, aside from formal occasions, members often addressed one another by nicknames, both to keep their identities concealed from outsiders and to foster camaraderie. Lu Shuran's title of divine doctor had inexplicably caught on among them. Listening to Leopard's tale, Lu Shuran gulped. Gu Jingjue and his crew were quite the tricksters to place the white ball near a wasp nest. A misstep could have led to serious consequences. But still, the divine doctor is impressive. Black and Chubby chuckled. Now that we have a red ball, we can avoid extra training. All right, with 2 white balls and 1 red, it's unsafe to linger in the woods. Let's return to camp, Lu Shuran decided. Lu Shuran suggested that when the members of Group 501 returned to the camp, very few had arrived. Gradually, more teams came back, many of whom were injured, and some even fainted from fever. It was unexpected that among this group, each seemed weaker than the last. This was merely the first day. It was reported that Team 403 suffered extensive injuries, though the details remained unclear. Team 403 was led by Song Shi and his companions. Lu Shuran listened expressionlessly to the gossip around her, carefully applying medicine to her own scrapes. As soon as the clock struck 5, Zhao Heng immediately called for everyone to form ranks. Stand at attention, take a break. Gu Jingjue frowned as he glanced at the list in his hand. Had some been eliminated even before training had commenced? Lu Shuran looked around. Not only had several been eliminated, but there was also a group that appeared quite ill. With such quality, How had they all managed to join the hunter combat team? Gu Jingjue's tone seemed casual, yet it was evident that he must be seething inside. The group hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Team 301 had scored 3 white balls and 2 red, taking first place. They would be exempt from training tomorrow, while the other teams that failed to score would need to train harder on their own. Just as Gu Jingjue finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as a team member collapsed. Lu Shuran promptly rushed to assist, finding the individual flushed yet pale, beads of sweat dotting their forehead, eyes tightly shut. It seemed they were suffering from fever and exhaustion. Lu Shuran looked up at Gu Jingjue, wondering if many were experiencing similar symptoms. Those nearby watched Lu Shuran converse with Gu Jingjue, feeling a chill of apprehension. How dare she speak to the commander in such a manner? Chapter 30, Gu Jingjue. Do you realize she is no novice? How dare you speak to the commander like that? Lu Shuran, are you questioning the commander? The members of 501 were particularly fearful. They had initially thought the healer was a low-key slacker like themselves, having no ambition to vie for first place. Why had the healer suddenly chosen to stand out? Even more shocking was that when Lu Shuran raised her head to ask the commander, he responded. Gu Jingjue nodded. Since returning from training, approximately 3 individuals have shown similar symptoms. Is there a problem? Lu Shuran hesitated, giving Gu Jingjue a look that suggested they speak privately. Dismiss the ranks for now, prepare some food, and each team should prepare for evening recovery and basic training. Gu Jingjue commanded the group. Yes. The members stood rigidly, dispersing only after Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue left. It resembled an outbreak. Lu Shuran remarked, "Don't be hasty. It merely resembles one. I never claimed it was. Am I anxious?" Gu Jingjue appeared unfazed. "I'm simply concerned you might be. Would you like to hear my thoughts?" Lu Shuran took a deep breath, stating that several individuals had suddenly exhibited similar ailments, leading her to suspect a contagious disease. All members of the hunter combat team undergo routine health checks monthly. Mistakes can happen. Remember the young man with heart issues that went undetected. Lu Shuran had not forgotten the merits she had accumulated since joining the hunter combat team. Should we halt training now? Gu Jingjue inquired. Stop training and risk bringing a contagion back to the team? Lu Shuran replied, if I could identify the transmission route or source, wouldn't that earn me merit? Would it allow me to participate in treating the afflicted? If I say no, will you simply neglect their care? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of being threatened by Lu Shuran's words. Lu Shuran bristled, realizing he was indeed holding her in check. Regardless of whether Gu Jingjue awarded her or not, she would not abandon the sick. In truth, her suspicion regarding the contagious disease lingered. Why hadn't he collapsed instead? He was clearly in worse shape, while the 3 who had fainted were all robust individuals. Thus, I reiterated, the source and transmission method are crucial. I'm eager to know how they contracted it. As Lu Shuran spoke, her stomach audibly grumbled. Tonight, your team will receive a roast chicken, Gu Jingjue announced. Roast chicken? Lu Shuran swallowed hard. First, go provide them with treatment plans. If any medications are missing, send someone to fetch them from the base of the mountain. Then return for dinner. It's getting late. And we will address everything tomorrow. Lu Shuran inspected the ailing individuals, finding that after taking antipyretics, they quickly regained some vigor, albeit still appearing somewhat weak. The illness was not too severe, which relieved her. Thus, as all the team members slurped instant noodles or nibbled on compressed biscuits, Lu Shuran quietly returned to Team 501 with a roast chicken. Goddess, Your Majesty. The other 4 gazed at Lu Shuran with shining eyes, filled with reverence. Oh, it's not that dramatic. Save the drumsticks for me, and you can share the rest. At her command, the others began tearing into the chicken with delight. In no time, little remained of the bird, not even the skeleton. Lu Shuran enjoyed a hearty meal, and with assistance, set up her tent. Once inside, she finally felt a measure of security after such a taxing day. Exhausted, she quickly fell into a deep slumber, only to be beset by a frightening nightmare. In her dream, the sinister faces of Song Shi and others resurfaced. Those who had once oppressed her transformed into boulders, pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to push them away. She felt as though she were suffocating. Then, she found herself standing naked on a street, mocked by passers-by. Just an ugly girl. A defective product, they hurled various rotten eggs at her. Finally, Lu Sisi appeared, advancing menacingly. Brandishing a phone that displayed a repugnant video. You must not truly fall for Gu Jingjue. What are you saying? Are you insane? Lu Shuran pushed her away. Yet Lu Sisi charged from the other side, Do not engage in a fake romance with him. I do not like him. He looks down on me. Lu Shuran stepped back. Gu Jingjue, do you realize she is no novice? Get lost. Lu Shuran jolted awake, realizing dawn was just breaking outside, disturbed by the repellent nightmare. She found herself unable to sleep further. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shuran exited her tent, only to encounter Gu Jingjue standing outside. You're awake, he said, gazing at her. Ah, yes. Recalling that Gu Jingjue had appeared in a recent dream, Lu Shuran felt an inexplicable embarrassment, hoping she had not developed a habit of talking in her sleep. Zhao Heng has also developed a fever, Gu Jingjue stated. What? Lu Shuran was taken aback, stepping forward to scrutinize Gu Jingjue, asking, are you all right? I'm fine, do not worry. A faint smile played on Gu Jingjue's lips, hinting at an indescribable emotion. I'm not worried about you. Lu Shuran suddenly realized her reaction was rather excessive, quickly clarifying, I was merely thinking that since you two are together every day, if one caught it, the other should have as well. How come you seem unaffected? Perhaps I have been immune since childhood. You might possess a robust constitution, but no one is invulnerable. Lu Shuran touched her face and turned to call out to a few members of Team 501. Are you all well? No symptoms of fever or anything. Lu Shuran checked each small tent. A few hardy individuals emerged, yawning and bleary-eyed, yet appearing quite healthy. In contrast, others were not as fortunate. Each team had at least one or two affected. Even without Lu Shuran's prompting, everyone began to feel uneasy, questioning whether some strange virus was spreading throughout their ranks. Lu Shuran slipped her hands into her pockets, feeling the protective herbal ball within as she pondered her thoughts, absent-mindedly squeezing it. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. She grasped Gu Jingjue's arm. I think I might have a clue about how they fell ill. She pointed. You should go deliver fever-reducing medicine to those who are unwell first. I'll explain everything upon your return. Are you directing me? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. Nearby, the four members of Team 501 instantly snapped to attention, eager to take on the task in front of their goddess and captain, exclaiming, We'll go. We'll go. Note, all herbal remedies and medical practices mentioned herein are entirely fictional. Please refrain from attempting any of them. Chapter 31. Must you marry me? Can we speak now? Gu Jingjue inquired of Lu Shuran as he observed the others scurry away. Yes, I suspect it's a case of mosquito bites transmitting the illness. Lu Shuran moved a little closer to Gu Jingjue as she spoke. Mosquito bites, he mused. Exactly. Lu Shuran retrieved the herbal ball she had crafted, placing it before Gu Jingjue. Everyone in Team 501 possesses this herb, including you, which is why none of you have been bitten. Zhao Hang, who spends every day with you, has fallen ill because he lacks this, of course. This is merely my hypothesis. We will need Team Leader Liang and the others to conduct a thorough investigation for validity. However, we can also conduct a reverse experiment now. What do you intend to do? It's quite simple. We shall have all the healthy individuals carry this herb to ward off mosquitoes. If the number of sick individuals does not increase, wouldn't that confirm my theory? Lu Shuran continued. Additionally, this will ensure that our practical training can continue uninterrupted. Upon finishing, Lu Shuran received no immediate response from Gu Jingjue. She tilted her head slightly, blinking at him. Just then, the sun began to rise, casting a golden light that enveloped Lu Shuran. In that moment, Gu Jingjue did not detect the intoxicating floral scent that usually captivated him. Yet he still felt a sense of intoxication. Lu Shuran was indeed an enigma. Captain? Lu Shuran called out to him. All right, I will gather everyone shortly. You can teach them which wild herbs and flowers possess medicinal value. Gu Jingjue nodded in agreement. Lu Shuran offered him a gentle smile. Sounds good. The atmosphere between them seemed to have lightened considerably, perhaps indicating an opportunity to discuss the misunderstanding from earlier. Captain, earlier before Lu Shuran could finish her sentence, several members from the team, visibly anxious, approached Gu Jingjue, interrupting her. He promptly canceled the morning training session, instructing everyone to form a circle. This herb is called Tu Xiang Ai. We will knead it into a ball to release the juices from its stems and leaves. The essence of Tu Xiang Ai emits a unique scent that can repel most mosquitoes. From this moment on, each of you must carry one. As soon as Lu Shuran finished speaking, the surrounding individuals exchanged glances, some murmuring skeptically, why should we listen to her? Follow her instructions, Gu Jingjue commanded coldly, hands clasped behind his back. At his stern directive, everyone immediately sprang to their feet and rushed into the underbrush to gather the herb. Lu Shuran then elaborated on several herbs for stopping bleeding and detoxifying. And under Gu Jingjue's formidable gaze, all listened intently. Thus, over the next 2 days of training, only one more individual fell ill. This person had disregarded Lu Shuran's advice and failed to carry to Xiang AI. Everything confirmed that Lu Shuran was indeed correct. Meanwhile, she proposed another idea. With your resources safeguarding the hunting brigade, this minor illness from mosquito bites is trivial. However, Lu Shuran bit her lip. What if it spreads to Jinyan? Perhaps the young and healthy can withstand a fever, but what about the elderly and children? I understand your concerns, Gu Jingjue replied in a low voice. I have already sent Liang Jinwen to investigate this matter. So you had thought of this too? Lu Shuran nodded, recognizing his role as a guardian of the realm. She decided to withhold the last comment, not wishing to invoke ill fortune upon him. Though Gu Jingjue was ruthless and lacked empathy, he clearly possessed his own morals regarding significant matters. Captain, may I continue treating that girl? After all I've done, would you not agree that I have proven my medical skills? Lu Shuran gazed earnestly at Gu Jingjue. He raised an eyebrow but did not respond. Very well. Your distrust is understandable, she pouted. Indeed, Gu Jingjue was likely too preoccupied with dismissing her to easily place his faith in her. I believe in you. Just as Lu Shuran thought Gu Jingjue would remain silent, he unexpectedly voiced this affirmation. If you trust me, why not allow me to proceed with this matter? Lu Shuran expressed her discontent, questioning, is there something about this girl that we must not disturb? Do you wish to know her identity? Lu Shuran raised her hand to block her ears. I do not want to know. Please refrain from saying anything. Seeing her reaction, even Gu Jingjue couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently grasped her wrist, catching her off guard. Lu Shuran looked up, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and wariness. Gu Jingjue's lips curled slightly as he moved her hand away from her ears. She is a crucial witness. Her survival is paramount. Witness? Lu Shuran studied Gu Jingjue's eyes intently, confirming that he had no reason to deceive her. As she gazed into his eyes, an inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart. Why would he suddenly divulge such sensitive information about this woman? Wasn't that a secret? Regardless, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. Gu Jingjue stated. You're not in the wrong. Lu Shuran wished to say more, but Gu Jingjue suddenly reached out, gently ruffling her hair. You're merely a naive girl. Why must you be so headstrong? Lu Shuran's eyelashes quivered slightly. She felt a faint tremor within her. I'm not demanding. I simply have obligations to fulfill, she asserted. Obligations to marry me, perhaps? Gu Jingjue teased with a wry smile. In the stillness of the night, the two stood clandestinely conversing, the atmosphere taking on an oddly mysterious quality. It is not about marrying you, but rather fulfilling our engagement to satisfy both the Gu and Lu families. Lu Shuran corrected him, wishing to dispel any notion that she was desperate to wed. Why you seek this? Gu Jingjue pressed further. Lu Shuran hesitated briefly, but recalled that Gu Jingjue had just confided in her about the girl's identity. Sharing her own truths seemed permissible. My mother passed away early, and my father squandered our family wealth before quickly remarrying. They say when there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. I would argue that regardless of a stepmother, my father has never been a worthy parent. Thankfully, I grew up with my grandfather, and though our lives have not been easy, his companionship has been a solace. My father, seeking to avoid criticism, begrudgingly continues to care for my grandfather, but if you do not marry me, they will not allow your grandfather to enjoy his remaining days in peace. Gu Jingjue deduced. So, you would sacrifice yourself for him? I'm not sacrificing myself. Chapter 32. Used against the one she loathes most, I am not sacrificing myself. I am merely acting pragmatically. Lu Shuran certainly did not divulge the entirety of her circumstances to Gu Jingjue. In truth, she had already been schemed against by her stepmother and stepsister, leading to her losing her innocence, all while being recorded on video. At that time, she had been drugged, and it had appeared as though she were enticing the man, yet she had completely lost her autonomy and retained no memory of the event. Lu Shuran had no knowledge of the man's identity, nor did she care to find out, nor would she blame him. In that environment, he might have truly believed that he merely desired a fleeting affair with her. She, however, was indifferent, treating it as if she had been bitten by a dog. She simply did not wish for them to use this incident to demean her or to harm her grandfather. Back then, to ensure a better life for her grandfather. She had worked in bars during her studies, where money was earned quickly. Thus, she was ensnared in a scheme. You just happen to encounter someone who is not interested in you. Gu Jingjue approached her. I do not wish to have any connection with you. If that man truly fell in love with you, or merely desired your body, would you sacrifice yourself? Lu Shuran, hearing Gu Jingjue's words, could not help but laugh. She pointed to the scar on her face. With this, who would be interested in me? Is affection solely based on appearance? Gu Jingjue's voice deepened. Lu Shuran, momentarily dazed, then chuckled. Of course, this is a world that values looks. When I first arrived, everyone said that Gu Jingjue was frightening, with an incredibly ugly appearance. Are you not afraid, seeing me in person? Gu Jingjue lifted her chin. Lu Shuran, pressing her slightly upturned lips, her eyelashes trembling, replied, even more afraid. I didn't expect that beneath such a beautiful exterior, there would be such a terrifying and fierce soul. Lu Shuran, do you have the illusion that you can act recklessly in front of me? Gu Jingjue's hand, which had lifted her chin, now tightened, dared to say such things. Are you not afraid of angering me? But I know you are a good person. After Lu Shuran spoke, Gu Jingjue's lips pressed against hers. Unlike the past, where the kisses were forced, domineering, or coercive, this one felt different. For the first time, Lu Shuran did not feel the urge to push him away. She was lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, her heart constricted, sensing something amiss. She pushed Gu Jingjue away, retreating in a fluster. I will go to sleep now. What am I doing in the middle of the night? Lu Shuran clenched the tent, retreating into her sleeping bag, the heat on her face dissipating after a while. Gu Jingjue, however, pressed his lips together, savoring the kiss. Why did he suddenly kiss her? It was, of course, due to the lily fragrance that lured him. Lu Shuran, for the first time, had a restless night and glared at the instigator. The other members of Team 501, noticing Lu Shuran's sidelong glance, expressed concern. Healer, are you all right? Is your eye uncomfortable? Oh, I didn't sleep well. Lu Shuran coughed lightly, jogging to rejoin the team. Due to the previous issue with the infectious insect bites, some members could not continue with the training. With the reorganization and fewer members, they were under closer scrutiny. Lu Shuran trained from dawn till dusk, with the same intensity as the others. The initial days were painful, but she did not want to lose to herself, nor did she want Gu Jingjue to mock her. After enduring, she gradually adapted. Though she could not match the speed of the Hunter Battalion, she could complete the training within the allotted time. A week of basic training was nearly complete. Gu Jingjue announced, today we will have a comprehensive exercise, an hour of offense and defense. Each team will carry a certain number of paintballs. Being hit by any paintball from another team will result in immediate elimination. The rules are simple. This time, we will test shooting, concealment, and teamwork. Do not separate this time. Lu Shuran, still wary of the previous ambush, agreed. The other members of Team 501, though unaware of Lu Shuran's thoughts, nodded vigorously. The commander said that teamwork is crucial this time. We must protect the healer. The paintballs were for mock combat, and of course, real bullets were not used. In such a situation, the medical role was essentially a burden. Then, I will rely on you to protect me. Lu Shuran smiled at them, her eyes narrowing. The rugged, tan men blushed. Initially, they thought Lu Shuran was not pretty due to her scar, but upon closer interaction, they realized she was beautiful, kind, and intelligent. 501. Gu Jingjue, seeing the group huddled around Lu Shuran, frowned and called out. Why are we being called out again? The chubby one was confused. Yeah, it seems every time we chat happily with the healer, we get called out. It's not just our team. Leopard was a bit more perceptive, but still didn't grasp the true reason. Gu Jingjue, seeing Team 501 disperse, felt relieved. Zhao Heng, holding Gu Jingjue's phone, ran over. Commander, you have a call. Gu Jingjue, seeing it was a personal call, answered without hesitation. Fourth young master, it's me, Guo Lisin. Guo Lisin, excited, said, I have found some leads on the matter you asked me to investigate. I have found historical records with relevant descriptions. What kind of historical records? Are they reliable? Not too unreliable, Guo Lisin, unsure, continued, but the symptoms described are very similar to what you told me. Gu Jingjue did not respond, and Guo Lisin, perceptive, knew he was waiting for an answer. This is a poison from a foreign land, a type of Gu poison. Gu poison? Gu Jingjue chuckled. Do people really believe in such things? There are many things you believe in them, and they exist, you don't, and they don't. Fourth young master, You spoke of that fragrance in such a mystical way, yet you don't believe it when I say it is a Gu poison? Gu Sin, rarely, rebutted Gu Jingjue. After all, he had worked hard to find this, and Gu Jingjue, who had given him a vague task, now doubted his findings. According to legend, this poison was used by a girl from a foreign land on the person she hated the most. Chapter 33. Lu Shuran, are you mad? Come up here. The person she hated the most, Gu Jingjue murmured, not as a question, but as a repetition to himself. This means that after being betrayed by her husband, this girl from the western regions, filled with hatred, cast a love Gu on him. Whenever they touched, she could make her husband feel unbearably hot, hallucinate, or, in severe cases, only be relieved by intimate contact with her. She controlled him, making him unable to leave her, yet tormented. And, if the woman died, the man would follow. So mystical. Although Gu Jingjue said this, he was already forming a plan. If Lu Shuran had used such underhanded means on him, it meant she had no intention of being kind from the start. To her, he was a man she was forced to marry and could not refuse. Fourth young master, have you really seen such sorcery? Gu Sin, curious, asked, how much must she hate him to treat him as a faithless man? This matter ends here. Do not tell anyone. Of course. Gu Sin replied, fourth young master, you know how tight-lipped I am. After returning, Gu Jingjue searched the internet based on Gu Sin's information. The stories online were a mix of truth and fiction, but he found several versions. However, in all the stories, one detail matched Lu Shuran's peculiar situation, the lily fragrance. Why not rose or jasmine, but always lily? In all the stories, the man could always smell lilies. And in each version, the focus was on how this Gu poison controlled and tormented the victim. Lu Shuran, have you ever considered controlling him? He suddenly recalled that day when he saw Lu Shuran, illuminated by sunlight. He thought of her innocent eyes and the moments when he bared his soul to her. When Lu Shuran faced him, how much genuine emotion resided in her gaze. After more than a week of braving the wind and rain, even Lu Shuran's complexion had darkened a bit, yet her spirit was more vibrant. In the freshness of the mountains and fields, she no longer found early mornings so unbearable. That night, she turned restlessly in her sleep, but her dreams were haunted by a single figure. Gu Jingjue returned to the group, standing before her. When Lu Shuran's gaze met his, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Gu Jingjue, however, displayed little emotion, swiftly averting his eyes. Lu Shuran thought it must be her imagination. His look was as though he had never known her. Clearly, just yesterday they had. Lu Shuran gently bit her lip, feeling a touch of bashfulness. Yet she could not help but smile. What is Lu Shuran smiling about? Gu Jingjue inquired sternly. Report to the captain. Nothing. Lu Shuran shook her head, immediately suppressing her smile. Gu Jingjue paced over to her side, his gaze languidly resting upon her face. Is there some malicious thought behind that smile? Of course not. What intent could I possibly harbor? Lu Shuran replied, genuinely perplexed by Gu Jingjue's words. Gu Jingjue chose not to elaborate further. Lu Shuran sensed something was amiss with him today. He hadn't been like this when they parted last night, but she dismissed it. After all, Gu Jingjue was inherently unpredictable, and who could tell when he might seek to vent his frustrations upon her? Lu Shuran did not dwell on the matter. The practical training exercise was set to commence. The focus was on concealment and strategy, beginning with the former. Each team was to set off at 10-minute intervals, with the primary objective being to hide effectively. Once they entered the forest, they needed to remain concealed to avoid being detected by other teams, and once inside, they had to stay hidden to prevent being eliminated immediately. The training for the hunting team was relentless, and as the 501 team prepared to depart, darkness had fully descended. A torrential downpour loomed on the horizon. Lu Shuran and her comrades from the 501 team dashed into the forest. Let us find some large leaves to bind to ourselves. It will help us conceal our presence and shield us from the rain, Lu Shuran suggested. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest. It seemed someone was about to be eliminated. Each individual's ammunition was limited, and generally, one would not fire unless they were absolutely certain. Lu Shuran had not practiced marksmanship. Her recent efforts had merely elevated her to the level of a rudimentary outline artist. She wielded the firearm primarily for self-defense. The 501 team adhered to the principle of survival. Enduring until the end was paramount. They located an optimal hiding spot and settled in, taking turns to keep watch. The sounds of the forest occasionally breaking the silence. Do you think when we return, we'll earn the captain's award for survival? Black Fat chuckled. That would also be the best concealment award. Leopard shot Black Fat a disapproving glance. She'll keep it down. The longer we survive, the better our chances. Especially since all the teams in the forest will eventually be eliminated. Suddenly, a white smoke signal flared in the sky. It was a rescue flare. Such flares were seldom used unless in dire situations. Lu Shuran glanced around and noticed a flare had been fired nearby. Let's go take a look, she declared, only to be pulled back by Leopard. Are you really going to save them? Lu Shuran glanced at Black Fat and the other two, noting their reluctance. They often look down on the few stragglers like them, mocking them daily. If they really are engaging in clique behavior or bullying others, I'll report them to the captain. But right now, they might genuinely be in trouble, Lu Shuran insisted. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They hurried to the location and discovered that a medic from a small team had lost his footing and tumbled down a steep slope, apparently unconscious. The slope was treacherous and slippery. They attempted several times, but failed to descend. Let me go down, Lu Shuran declared, setting her backpack aside and retrieving a medical kit. You want to go down? The 501 members protested hastily. I'll provide treatment first and buy some rescue time, Lu Shuran said, deftly tying a knot, securing her legs before wrapping the rope around her waist. You all keep me safe. Before anyone could voice further objections, Lu Shuran began her descent using the rope they had previously tied to a tree. On her first step, she slipped but managed to regain her balance, continuing to lower herself. At that moment, Gu Jingjue and Zhao Heng arrived on the scene. Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue spotted her descending and rushed to the edge of the cliff. Are you trying to kill yourself? Get back up here. Chapter 34. She fell into Gu Jingjue's embrace. The others had never witnessed such a display of emotional volatility from him. Even when angry, he typically maintained a stoic demeanor, making this outburst exceedingly rare. Yet at this moment, the air was thick with tension. The 501 members could only hold the ropes tightly and ensure no mistakes were made. Lu Shuran's courage and decisiveness left a profound impact on everyone present. A startled cry echoed from the slope below. What happened? Gu Jingjue shouted down the steep incline. Your voice is too loud. You startled me, and I slipped again. Lu Shuran exhaled deeply, continuing. I'm halfway down now. The rest no need to come back up. I can see him. He appears to be unconscious. Lying here in the rain could lead to hypothermia. We must act swiftly. Captain, please find someone to help us. Lu Shuran spoke resolutely, leaving Gu Jingjue with little room to argue. The lives at the bottom of the valley were at stake, prompting Gu Jingjue to act swiftly. He tied a rope to another sturdy tree, shouldered Lu Shuran's backpack, and stated, I'm going down as well. No one else should follow. Bring the rescue equipment when you come. His words were rapid, yet delivered with an unusual calmness. Everyone listened to him without question. As Lu Shuran neared the ground, Gu Jingjue had already reached her side. Are you really going to jump? Gu Jingjue assessed the distance from the steep slope to the ground, which was nearly 2 meters. No foothold meant she would have to leap directly down to the valley floor. Lu Shuran glanced back and realized the height was indeed daunting. If it comes to that, I'll just roll. I'm wearing enough layers. Don't move yet. Gu Jingjue did not comment on her words, simply instructing, I'll go down first. You can jump afterward. Oh. Lu Shuran understood her place and acquiesced to Gu Jingjue's directives. It took nearly half an hour to descend the steep slope, and Lu Shuran's arms were beginning to tire. Gu Jingjue leapt gracefully to the valley floor, his movements swift and assured, akin to a nimble leopard. His feet lightly touched the rubble at the bottom, stabilizing his stance without a hint of wavering. Gu Jingjue looked up at Lu Shuran. I can't hold on much longer. Lu Shuran's arms ached. With such limited skills, you dare to show off? Gu Jingjue scoffed lightly. At that moment, Lu Shuran lacked the energy to retort. Jump! Gu Jingjue opened his arms wide for her. Lu Shuran could not fathom why she felt such trust in the man behind her. She could not turn to assess the situation. But when Gu Jingjue urged her to jump, she closed her eyes, propelled herself backward with her legs, and released her grip on the rope. Lu Shuran felt the sensation of weightlessness as her body dropped from a height, instinctively letting out a soft gasp. However, she soon found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. Given her weight as an adult woman, falling from such a height felt akin to crashing into Gu Jingjue's arms. Yet, Gu Jingjue remained steady, unwavering in his support. The rain had dampened part of her clothing, making the transfer of heat all too evident. Gasping for breath, Lu Shuran turned her face to glance at the proximity of Gu Jingjue. "Ah, we must check on that team member," she exclaimed, quickly leaping from his grasp. She rushed to the side of the injured member of the hunting team, beginning to assess his vital signs. It turned out her leap had been justified, for the man was indeed alive, albeit with serious injuries. "Let's carry him to that small cave over there to escape the rain. Be careful not to jostle his body too much." Gu Jingjue supported him under the armpits while Lu Shuran assisted with his legs. And together, they easily moved him to the cave where they could shield themselves from the rain. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Shuran retrieved some medicine from the medical kit and administered it to his mouth. Then she took out silver needles, meticulously inserting them into various acupoints on his body. The man lay there, pale and bloodless. As she concentrated on her task, she suddenly felt a weight on her body. Looking up, she realized it was Gu Jingjue draping a coat over her shoulders. "You just got drenched. You mustn't catch a chill." Gu Jingjue had somehow procured some wood. The supplies in his military pack were ample, making it easy to kindle a fire. Wonderful. With warmth, he went to suffer from hypothermia. Finally, while Lu Shuran was again applying needles to the man, he suddenly coughed violently, indicating a flicker of consciousness. At that moment, Lu Shuran finally exhaled in relief. She instinctively tried to rise, but realized her prolonged kneeling had left her legs somewhat numb. "Ouch!" She stumbled, nearly falling. Gu Jingjue reached out to catch her. "Thank you," Lu Shuran said instinctively. Gu Jingjue, for reasons unknown, felt a moment of awkwardness. "You have quite the nerve," he said through clenched teeth. "I was anxious to save a life, and instead of commending me, you chastise me?" Lu Shuran pouted, somewhat displeased. "Those who do not follow orders will never receive praise." Gu Jingjue replied. "Is that so?" Lu Shuran disagreed, asserting, "In emergencies, we ought to make our own judgments. In a hunting team, one must adhere to its rules." Gu Jingjue continued. "If everyone believes their actions are justified and acts recklessly, what use is it to have me as the leader? Without my intervention, you likely would not have saved him and would have complicated our rescue efforts." His tone was cold, yet Lu Shuran understood the rationale behind his words. "I understand. I too am eager to save lives. I will reflect more on my actions in the future," she replied. The fire crackled warmly. Lu Shuran curled up with her legs drawn close, the orange glow casting a warmth over her face. Gu Jingjue retrieved her medical kit, extracting iodine and cotton swabs, and pulled her hand toward him. Taken by surprise, Lu Shuran opened her palm, revealing numerous red scratches and abrasions. Gu Jingjue applied the iodine, and she winced, instinctively furrowing her brow. "Such delicate hands are not meant for this," he said with a hint of mockery. "Are you trying to dissuade me again? What does it matter if I'm delicate? I only know that my hands are meant for healing." Chapter 35. Do you truly wish to annul our engagement and send me back? Lu Shuran, if I guarantee that upon your return, your father cannot touch you or your grandfather, would you choose to abandon the hunting team? Gu Jingjue posed the question without meeting her eyes. Do you truly wish to see me gone? Lu Shuran was taken aback by the query, suddenly considering a rather absurd possibility. Are you testing my loyalty to the hunting team? I am serious. Gu Jingjue finally raised his gaze to meet hers. The scent of gardenias seemed to well up from Lu Shuran, enveloping him entirely. Have I done something wrong? Lu Shuran discerned that Gu Jingjue genuinely intended to send her away. Since joining the hunting team, every outcome, good or bad, was the result of her own efforts. I have saved lives and fought valiantly. Am I inferior to those new recruits here for practical training? Gu Jingjue sensed the underlying meaning in her words, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. You've noticed, then? The new recruits in the hunting team have clearly exhibited issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble in just 10 days of training. Lu Shuran recalled hearing Song she boast of his connections, realizing that he was not the only one with ulterior motives. A bunch of useless sycophants from Kyoto have been shoved into my hunting team, Gu Jingjue said, his usually stoic face now contorted in rage. His eyes filled with a murderous glint. I will ensure they arrive alive, but leave without their lives. Seeing Gu Jingjue like this made Lu Shuran instinctively swallow hard. Those who plot against me never meet a good end, he warned slowly. The one plotting against you is not me, Lu Shuran retorted, burying her head in the coat. She was not wrong. In truth, she was also a victim of manipulation. So I ask you again, Lu Shuran, if you let this opportunity slip by, It will never come again. I can arrange everything for you. I can resolve any issues you have with your grandfather. You now have one last chance to withdraw from the hunting team and annul the engagement." It was rare for Gu Jingjue to speak so earnestly. Lu Shuran noted the unwavering resolve in his eyes. "Do you truly wish to annul our engagement and send me back?" she asked, gazing deeply into his eyes. A peculiar ache of reluctance and grief stirred in her heart. Gu Jingjue met her gaze, his heart fluttering slightly, unable to pinpoint the source of this inexplicable emotion. He seemed to sense a resistance to the proposal. Did she not want to leave? Why? Gu Jingjue reached out, gently caressing her cheek. Lu Shuran did not shy away from his touch. Instead, she surrendered to her feelings of reluctance. Pressing further, "Gu Jingjue, do you truly wish for me to leave?" Suddenly, an alluring fragrance emanated from Lu Shuran, enveloping Gu Jingjue like a drowning man caught in a current, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself, all his impulses morphed into action as he leaned closer to her. Lu Shuran remained still, closing her eyes. Gu Jingjue abruptly halted, grappling with the temptation radiating from her. He observed her tightly shut eyelids, trembling lashes, and slightly disheveled hair, daunted by the implications. In that moment, every subtle movement and word from Lu Shuran felt meticulously crafted, as if she awaited his kiss, fully aware of his impending actions. Gu Jingjue could not comprehend why he felt angered by this. From the very beginning, Lu Shuran had schemed against him. Was that not an obvious fact? Why did it evoke feelings of regret? He pondered if Lu Shuran were not such a calculating individual, or had not resorted to vile methods to control him. Would his attitude toward her have changed? Gu Jingjue did not underestimate his own self-control. Even though he was continuously tempted by Lu Shuran, he refrained from making any further movements, merely gazing at her face. The kiss he had envisioned did not materialize, leaving Lu Shuran uncertain whether to express disappointment or to pretend that nothing had transpired. With a hint of embarrassment, she opened her eyes and met Gu Jingjue's icy gaze, which contrasted sharply with the earlier atmosphere. A slight tension tightened in her chest. Was it her? Had she misinterpreted something? Lu Shuran quickly fluttered her eyelashes and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her unease. After all, why had she thought Gu Jingjue would kiss her? If he intended to send her away, he would not engage in such actions. His cold stare felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her, bringing her back to calmness. Gu Jingjue sensed the diminishing concentration of floral fragrance in the air, leading to his astonishment. This was the first time he experienced such a decline in the sweetness of the aroma. So, the scent was controllable? "You truly wish for me to leave." This time, Lu Shuran stated it as a certainty rather than a question. She realized that throughout the past 2 months in the hunting war corps, Gu Jingjue's feelings towards her had not changed. He still wanted her to depart. "My patience with you has already reached its limits." Gu Jingjue's throat trembled slightly. Indeed, in his presence, Lu Shuran was the first person capable of eliciting such emotional fluctuations from him, despite her employing a few clever tricks. Lu Shuran inexplicably felt a warmth rising in her eyes. She struggled to grasp her emotions towards Gu Jingjue. Was it the bridge effect? They had encountered each other in perilous situations more than once, and he had saved her from danger. Thus, it was understandable to feel this way. With this thought, she exhaled softly. "I refuse." As Lu Shuran prepared to stand and stretch her limbs, her legs, having been crouched for too long, felt numb, causing her to stumble and nearly fall onto a fellow member of the hunting war corps lying on the ground. Observing this, Gu Jingjue reacted swiftly. Reaching out to pull her back, Lu Shuran landed directly in his embrace, and their bodies seemed familiar with such closeness. "I refuse to leave, Gu Jingjue." They were in close proximity, and Lu Shuran spoke her decision with utmost conviction. Nearby, the person lying down suddenly stirred, emitting faint sounds. He groggily turned his face. Chapter 36. A curious change in her heart. The two embracing individuals immediately sensed the movement of the person who had awakened. While it was generally a joyous occasion for someone to wake from unconsciousness, the timing seemed rather unfortunate. Instinctively, Lu Shuran glanced over, recalling how their current position might lead to misunderstandings. She quickly scrambled away, situating herself at a distance. "Use your needle to put him back to sleep." Gu Jingjue remained unfazed. "Huh? Let him continue sleeping." Lu Shuran hesitated. "He has finally regained consciousness," she added. "If you are unwilling to act, I shall have to take matters into my own hands and render him unconscious, Gu Jingjue replied, clenching his fist. That's rather violent, Lu Shuran thought, deciding to save him instead. She withdrew a silver needle and deftly needled several acupoints on his body. The injured man, already weakened, promptly fell back into a deep slumber after Lu Shuran's application of a few sleep-inducing points. Your techniques are quite impressive, Gu Jingjue remarked, raising an eyebrow. To render someone conscious and then back to sleep with just a few needles was a remarkable feat in his eyes. Lu Shuran paused, uncertain why Gu Jingjue suddenly took an interest in traditional Chinese medicine. What do you mean by techniques? This is our method of treatment in Chinese medicine. It is based on scientific principles. Moreover, we cannot accomplish everything. Both Chinese and Western medicine need to be integrated. As she spoke, her thoughts wandered to her grandfather. Compared to her, he was the true miracle healer. Yet, he rarely opened a clinic and never believed that Chinese and Western medicine should oppose one another. They complemented each other, and as long as one could heal, they were a good doctor. Noticing Lu Shuran lost in contemplation, Gu Jingjue seized the opportunity to probe her further. So, does your Chinese medicine have any special research on puppetry techniques and poisonous insects? Lu Shuran initially thought Gu Jingjue was merely curious and took a moment to consider her response. I've heard my grandfather mention poisonous insects. It's quite fascinating, but I don't understand it well. Raising insects sounds terrifying. I'm not interested. Gu Jingjue remained silent, but could sense that Lu Shuran was not entirely dismissive of these matters. However, her reaction to his mention of poisonous insects was not as extreme as he had anticipated. Was it possible that she was merely putting on an act? Yet, this was not the first time she had performed in front of him. Why are you so chatty today? Lu Shuran inquired curiously. It was normal for Gu Jingjue to speak more during serious matters, but such trivial chatter was unprecedented. To prevent you from being bored, Gu Jingjue nonchalantly shifted the blame onto her. With me. Captain, Xiao Lu, where are you? Zhao Hang's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation from outside. Fortunately, the pit was not very large, and upon seeing the smoke from their fire, Zhao Hang quickly reacted. Gu Jingjue rose first, casting a glance at Lu Shuran seated nearby. Wait for me to come back for you. Lu Shuran obediently remained seated and nodded. Miracle Healer, there's a flat path over there that leads out, but it requires quite a walk. Are you okay? Haipeng approached. The leopard followed closely, looking anxious. Can you still walk? If not, I'll carry you. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingjue abruptly turned his face. What's wrong? Zhao Hang noticed Gu Jingjue's sudden action and assumed something significant had occurred, quickly joining him in searching. 501. What kind of people have you assigned to Lu Shuran? Gu Jingjue questioned, recognizing that the somewhat foolish individuals in 501 were clearly arranged by Zhao Hang. Ahem, you caught me. Those fellows did not perform well in the hunting war corps, but they have good character. They may not react quickly, but they are honest. I thought they would never bully a girl. I didn't expect Xiao Lu to be quite capable, taming those big oafs in just a few days and improving their training results. Quite impressive. Captain, why did you leave? Aren't you going to check on your health? Zhao Hang continued talking without noticing Gu Jingjue's impatient expression. Meanwhile, Lu Shuran found herself facing several sturdy backs and quickly waved her hands. Oh, no need for that. It's not such a big deal. I just sat here resting for a long time. I can climb back up on myself now. As she spoke, she jumped up from the ground to demonstrate her robust physique. The group chatted and laughed, but Lu Shuran caught a glimpse of Gu Jingjue moving rapidly away. And no matter how much she looked, she could no longer see his figure. The smile on Lu Shuran's face faded slightly. Occasional moments spent alone with Gu Jingjue always made her feel as if she were witnessing another side of him. Yet, upon returning to a larger group, Gu Jingjue would revert to his cold demeanor, reminding her once more that he was indeed Gu Jingjue, the leader of the hunting war corps, a man who did not fancy her delicate, pampered persona. Lu Shuran gently bit her lip, raising a hand to her chest. This feeling of being both near and distant made her heart feel strangely curious. Why so silent? Miracle Healer, are you feeling unwell? Haipeng asked innocently. Lu Shuran shook her head and asked, when do you ever feel a little uneasy inside? The responses came when they hadn't eaten enough during punishment drills, when their assessments fell short. Well, Lu Shuran silently closed her eyes, questioning the necessity of such inquiries. By the time she and her companions returned to camp, it was already late. The combat training had concluded, and unlike them, others bore various injuries, many lamenting the hardships and fatigue of the exercises. She had not noticed this before mentioning it to Gu Jingjue, but now, observing the disheveled, new recruits sprawled on the ground, it was evident that their morale paled in comparison to the team led by Gu Jingjue. Surely, new recruits should not be in such a state. The live training was abruptly terminated. Gu Jingjue did not even call for formation. Instead, he addressed the seated individuals directly, stating that all should return to their original units and schools, never to re-enter the hunting brigade. Gu Jingjue's cold demeanor left no room for doubt. The previously lax new recruits immediately tensed up, many scrambling to their feet. What was happening? What had they done wrong? Surely poor performance did not warrant being sent back to their original units. They were merely novices, after all. Wasn't it their duty to teach them where they faltered? Even the medics? A timid voice ventured to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuran anxiously clenched her clothing and glanced towards Gu Jingjue, realizing he was looking at her as well. Why was he staring at her when he spoke? Lu Shuran pressed her lips together, awaiting his response. Her gaze fixed intently on him. Gu Jingjue had intended to dissuade her, and with this opportunity, to send her back alongside the others. He would not let it slip away. The medics. The same applies, Gu Jingjue replied coolly, his gaze dropping, no longer meeting Lu Shuran's eyes. She stepped forward. So you mean everyone here is to be sent back? I understand you have your reasons, but why not investigate thoroughly rather than resorting to sweeping measures? Because there is no compelling reason for the hunting brigade to retain you, Gu Jingjue countered. I refuse to accept this. Lu Shuran's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Your opinion is inconsequential. You are to follow orders. Gu Jingjue dismissed her emotions with indifference. No one else dared to challenge him. Some among the recruits had connections that facilitated their entry into the hunting brigade, and they now trembled in fear, while others were intimidated by Gu Jingjue's authority. The healer, the stout one, and the leopard approached to comfort Lu Shuran. These individuals had never aspired to excel in the brigade and felt little remorse in returning to their original units, but they could see Lu Shuran's desire to stay. Report to the commander. We do not meet the requirements of the hunting brigade. Returning is no big deal. Why must the healer be sent back? The stout one bravely interjected. I do not know how the healer was before, but she has taught us about medicinal herbs, addressed issues of insect bites and disease transmission, and selflessly aided others. Why must she be sent back? Indeed, Commander, the healer is truly exceptional. Lu Shuran interjected with a soft scoff, because he is taking personal revenge. After saying this, she turned her back to Gu Jingjue, not wishing to look at him again. Gu Jingjue was indeed in the wrong. Did he not remember their agreement from 3 weeks ago? Now that she had proven herself, why could she not remain at the border? Not only could she stand her ground in the hunting brigade, but she could also fulfill her role. Gu Jingjue's actions were utterly unreasonable. She recalled Team 501. Regardless of others, there was no justification for sending them back. Perhaps they were all victims of a blanket decision because of her. If Gu Jingjue was truly intent on sending her away, he would not have returned everyone else. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved and guilty she felt, remorseful towards her good comrades. What would she do if Gu Jingjue forcibly sent her back? Although he had assured her that he would protect her and her grandfather from the Lu family, she had never disclosed that she had compromising evidence in Lu Cici's hands. If Lu Cici were to reveal the photos and videos of her night with a stranger, her grandfather would be furious, and she would have no face to continue living in Kyoto. Healer, please do not be upset. We will always be good brothers. Yes, we were at the bottom of the hunting brigade anyway. Returning home is no issue. The members of Team 501 comforted her instead. I'm fine. Lu Shuran lowered her head, refraining from looking at Gu Jingjue again. Zhao Hang found it peculiar as well. He had always believed Gu Jingjue held Lu Shuran in high regard. Initially, he had harbored prejudice against her, thinking a girl who couldn't lift a finger deserved no attention from their leader and Captain Leon. However, after this training, he realized that Lu Shuran, despite her petite stature, was far more resilient than many male team members and possessed great determination. She was intelligent, and he finally understood why Gu Jingjue valued her. Yet he could not fathom why she was suddenly being sent back with those who had been forcefully placed there from Kyoto. Zhao Hang was left with questions he could not voice. He noticed their leader had been unusually sullen these past few days. After resting overnight in the camp, the team returned to the hunting brigade's base. The vibrant energy with which they had arrived had been replaced by despondency on their return. Lu Shuran gazed out at the scenery retreating behind her, her chest heavy with a sense of oppression. Upon disembarking, the hunting brigade would part ways with the medical team. Until we meet again, Lu Shuran looked at the other 4 members of Team 501. Thank you for protecting me these days. To her surprise, the 4 towering figures began to tear up. Indeed, in a lifetime, one might only encounter such bonds once. Parting felt like an eternal farewell. Lu Shuran shouldered her belongings and pushed open the door to her dormitory, finding it empty. Everyone was likely off working. With her impending return, she felt there was no point in continuing to work or train. She simply closed her eyes and took a restless nap. When she awoke, it was already afternoon, and her stomach grumbled. She retrieved her lunchbox, contemplating heading to the cafeteria to see if there was any food left. If not, she would settle for instant noodles. Just as she prepared to leave, she spotted Shui Yuan and 2 others, laughing and chatting as they returned to their dormitory. A stray dog is still a stray dog. She thought, oh dear, I can't help but feel sorry for you, Lu Shuran. You seem to be on the verge of being sent back, right? Shui Yuan forced a mock-serious expression. Lu Shuran switched her lunchbox to her left hand, raising her right fist and aiming it directly at Shui Yuan's face. Those days of combat training had not been in vain. Though Lu Shuran's fist was small, it had gained significant strength, halting just before Shui Yuan's face. Perfectly timed to avoid contact, Shui Yuan was taken aback by Lu Shuran's sudden aggression, and in her startled retreat, she stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. Witnessing her clumsiness, Lu Shuran felt a release of the pent-up frustration she had harbored, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only those kneeling on the ground are dogs. You, how dare you hit me? I will report you to Captain He, Shui Yuan declared, knowing that Kong had recently become the captain of Team 3, and she had been flattering him excessively. Go ahead, Lu Shuran tightened her fist. Have you forgotten what you just said? I've already been sent back. Even if Captain He comes, I would still hit him. Lu Shuran was not merely boasting. If she were to encounter Gu Jingjue now, she genuinely wished to deliver a few kicks, though whether she could land them was another matter. Stop. Just as she mentioned Gu Jingjue, Kong appeared, his expression cold. Causing a scene is one thing. Disrespecting the commander is another. What the commander? Is the captain truly remarkable? He is about to be sent back, and Lu Shuran has completely given up. What is there to admire about him? All he knows is to settle personal scores. The more Lu Shuran thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She cannot leave without a clear resolution. Chapter 38. Gu Jingjue. Do you particularly dislike me? Even if I am to be sent back, certain formalities must be completed. Lu Shuran did not leave the dormitory immediately. Feeling hungry, she ignored Kong and Shui Yuan, who were shouting angrily behind her, and treated herself to a delightful meal at the cafeteria, where she even found her favorite rice bowl. Suddenly, Lu Shuran realized that those who are adept at playing tricks seem to lead a more joyful life. During the day, they infuriate others, yet they still return to their dorms to rest without a care. Of course, it might also be because she is about to leave, and Kong and Shui Yuan have achieved their aim, so they no longer wish to bother with her. However, while in the dormitory building, Lu Shuran's furious remarks about the captain quickly spread. Perhaps she had slept too much during the day, for Lu Shuran found herself tossing and turning at midnight, unable to fall asleep. Why not settle the score with Gu Jingjue? This thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Since leaving the hunting team had become a foregone conclusion, Lu Shuran disregarded any rules and, under the cover of night, stealthily slipped out of the dormitory building. There were still patrols at night, so Lu Shuran cautiously made her way toward Gu Jingjue's dormitory. What are you doing? A voice suddenly came from behind, sending chills down her spine. She turned to see only a tall shadow in the darkness, which was indeed frightening. Startled, Lu Shuran almost cried out, but a large hand covered her mouth. It's me. At that moment, Lu Shuran recognized the person behind her. What should they call this? Fate or simply a case of enemies crossing paths? Lu Shuran pursed her lips and pushed Gu Jingjue's hand away. What are you sneaking around for at this hour? Gu Jingjue looked down at Lu Shuran, lowering his voice to inquire. I can't sleep, Lu Shuran replied casually, her gaze dropping to the ground, avoiding Gu Jingjue's eyes. Gu Jingjue had never seen such an expression on Lu Shuran before, and it piqued his interest. If caught by the patrol, there will be consequences. I'm about to be sent back anyway, and I dare to scold the captain. What do I have to fear? Lu Shuran found Gu Jingjue's words amusing and couldn't help but scoff. Gu Jingjue had indeed heard others mention this matter today, but since it was Lu Shuran, he chose to disregard it. You're sulking. Even with Gu Jingjue's lack of emotional perception, he knew what Lu Shuran's behavior represented. I wouldn't dare sulk in front of the captain, lest I provoke personal vendetta. Lu Shuran huffed. I promised you that I would see it through. Gu Jingjue said, when you return, I will ensure that no one makes things difficult for you or your grandfather. That is not what I mean, Gu Jingjue. Let us set aside what will happen upon my return. I want to ask you, did you go back on your word? Lu Shuran stated, do you remember your promise to me about the 3-week probation period? I have already spent more than 3 weeks in the hunting team. I haven't forgotten. Gu Jingjue looked down at Lu Shuran, unsure if it was merely the darkness that made her eyes appear slightly reddened. But I only said that the 3 weeks was a probation period. I never stated that I wouldn't send you back afterward. Are you playing word games with me? Lu Shuran was infuriated. Gu Jingjue, I truly cannot trust you any longer. Gu Jingjue thought she might be crying and reached out to gently wipe her face, only to find it dry. Lu Shuran swatted his hand away. Moreover, Gu Jingjue, I want to ask you, is it to expedite my return that you are dismissing everyone from this training exercise? Did I cause harm to those who entered the hunting team through proper channels? Absolutely not. Gu Jingjue answered decisively. This matter has nothing to do with you. If there is a pot of bad porridge, it's prudent to discard all. But they are not porridge. They are your soldiers, your team. This is utterly unfair to them. Lu Shuran shook her head. You should not have done this. In this world, what is fair? At that moment, a smirk crept onto Gu Jingjue's lips, yet was laced with sarcasm. The Gu family wields considerable influence in the capital. Why am I the only one exiled here, among the many wealthy daughters in the capital? Why did you end up marrying into this barren and perilous place? There are so many fortunate souls on this earth. Why do some enjoy a stable life in the porcelain country, while others are born in Napa, facing war, hunger, and disease from a young age? Is any of this fair? Lu Shuran's throat tightened slightly, but you can change. I'm also striving to alter my fate. Return. Gu Jingjue slowly uttered those 3 words, leaving it unclear whether he meant for her to return to the capital or to the dormitory. I sense your determination to change your fate. Gu Jingjue realized that he had unconsciously begun to excuse Lu Shuran in his heart, which was not a good sign. But your means should be directed towards the right path. Means? I have employed no means at all. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran felt puzzled. Suddenly, a strong voice echoed from not far away, run. Gu Jingjue grasped Lu Shuran's wrist. Don't run, stop, the patrol yelled. Gu Jingjue pulled Lu Shuran into a sprint. Behind them were 2 patrolling soldiers, their flashlights illuminating their figures. Even though Lu Shuran had trained for a time, keeping pace with Gu Jingjue was still quite challenging. What a ridiculous scene this is. Could these patrol soldiers not have a bit of awareness and recognize who they are pursuing? The esteemed captain of the hunting team, being chased around by his own soldiers. Does this seem normal? Lu Shuran began to understand that Gu Jingjue's avoidance of confronting them was likely due to her presence. What difference does it make if Gu Jingjue gets caught? However, if he were apprehended alongside her, it would carry a different meaning. Gu Jingjue pulled her into a narrow alleyway. Lu Shuran had never anticipated that there would be such a small hiding spot between these 2 buildings. Indeed, no one knows the hunting team better than he does. The space was incredibly cramped. Gu Jingjue stood inside while Lu Shuran was nearly pressed against him. Where did they go? The patrol soldiers questioned, puzzled. Forget it. Let us return and report. Another patrol soldier said, call more people to search together. I refuse to believe he can escape right here in our base. The 2 hurriedly departed. Lu Shuran looked up at the closely positioned Gu Jingjue, who slightly turned his face away, seemingly reluctant to face her. Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran gazed at the delicate contours of his profile and softly asked, setting everything aside, as mere individuals, do you particularly dislike me? Chapter 39. He took Lu Shuran away. Lu Shuran raised her gaze, looking deeply into Gu Jingjue's eyes, her expression remarkably sincere. For a fleeting moment, Gu Jingjue felt as though he might be drawn into the depths of her gaze. The familiar fragrance that belonged to Gu Jingjue surged between them as he gently cradled the back of Lu Shuran's head. Her beautiful eyes sparkled under the dim light. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Otherwise, you'll cling to the hunting team and refuse to leave. Gu Jingjue murmured softly. I have no such intention. Lu Shuran found herself stifled by Gu Jingjue's words, her chest aching from the indignation, and shot him a glare. Lu Shuran, however, did not let Gu Jingjue's comment divert her. She continued to press him. Why won't you answer me? I detest this world, Gu Jingjue replied with a faint smile. Does that count as an answer? Lu Shuran was slightly taken aback by Gu Jingjue's response, but before she could articulate her thoughts, he took her hand and led her out. Now, they should have all departed. I will escort you back to your dormitory, Gu Jingjue stated, turning around and walking away, entirely ignoring the intentions of the person behind him. Must I leave? Lu Shuran hastened her pace to follow Gu Jingjue, inquiring. Must you stay? Lu Shuran shook her head. Perhaps I could leave the hunting corps and find a place to reside in Jinyun, and we could become engaged? She had come to realize that being Gu Jingjue's fiancée, he did not necessarily mean she had to remain in the hunting corps. What thoughts occupy your mind? Gu Jingjue frowned, perplexed by Lu Shuran's line of reasoning. My escorting you back is a refusal of the engagement, a rejection of you as my fiancé. Pose no harm to you. I can choose not to marry you, Lu Shuran persisted, unyielding in her inquiries. At that moment, Gu Jingjue had already reached the foot of Lu Shuran's dormitory. He grasped her chin, silencing her with a clear and concise statement. Lu Shuran, this is where it ends. As Lu Shuran gazed at Gu Jingjue, a chill suddenly enveloped her heart. Despite their earlier proximity, they remained strangers to one another. She still had not found the opportunity to draw closer to Gu Jingjue. Or perhaps, it should be said that he had no need for her closeness. Gu Jingjue closed his eyes briefly before resolutely turning away. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Shuran felt a sudden release, as if a tightly wound spring had been loosened. She covered her face, assuring herself that neither she nor her grandfather would suffer at the hands of the Lu family. Indeed, Gu Jingjue had shown them considerable mercy. Lu Shuran was suddenly reminded of her farewells with the members of 501. Human encounters may sometimes last only a fleeting 2 or 3 months, with no further opportunities for connection in this lifetime. Gu Jingjue, if you insist on my departure, and it brings you peace, then I shall leave. Lu Shuran had only recently joined the hunting corps, her entry being somewhat unconventional. Now she was to be expelled. She had prepared herself to endure several more days of torment from Shui Yuan and her clique. She had even devised some methods of resistance, yet for 2 consecutive days, Shui Yuan appeared to ignore her existence entirely. Occasionally, Lu Shuran caught Shui Yuan glancing her way with a hint of curiosity, though she could not ascertain if she was mistaken. During her remaining days in the hunting corps, Lu Shuran had not entirely given up. She was still contemplating ways to stay, though to no avail. That day finally arrived. Lu Shuran dragged her luggage aboard a bus with the others being sent back. Those individuals seemed to have composed themselves. After all, the border was harsh, and with such a difficult commander in the hunting corps, those with connections at home had little to fear from expulsion. The new recruits shared little attachment to the hunting corps, reminiscing briefly before departing. Lu Shuran cast one last glance at the gates of the hunting corps, recalling her arrival and the man who had saved her, like a deity descending into her world. A faint smile graced her lips. This is where it ends. Lu Shuran had expected Gu Jingjue to bid them farewell, yet he did not appear at all. It made sense. There was no reason for the commander to see off those being expelled. Lu Shuran lowered her head to glance at her toes, feeling a lingering discomfort in her heart that she could not quite articulate. Never mind. She kicked at the dirt beneath her feet, hoisted her luggage, and turned aboard the bus. So be it. She would depart Jinyun, leave the hunting corps, and bid farewell to Gu Jingjue, this enigmatic man. The bus journeyed toward the train station, where some passengers had begun to sing joyfully. Lu Shuran rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Suddenly, the bus screeched to a halt, sending several passengers sprawling from their seats. In that instant, the doors swung open, and armed individuals surged inside. What do you want? We are merely individuals being sent back from the hunting corps. We have no money or information regarding the corps. There is no need to make things difficult for us. Although the passengers on the bus possessed sufficient strength, they were unarmed and felt a twinge of fear towards the newcomers. Everyone remained calm. A long-haired man stepped forward, a grotesque scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his chin. Without that scar, his visage could almost be deemed handsome. A sardonic smile played on his lips. Yet his gaze betrayed a ruthless edge. Lu Shuran immediately perceived that this man was not to be trifled with. He pointed his gun at the passengers, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will not trouble you, nor do I seek anything from you." He treated the firearm as a tool for searching, scanning the interior before settling on one individual. "I will take just one person." Zhao Heng burst into Gu Jingjue's office in haste. Gu Jingjue lifted his head, his expression radiating extreme impatience, clearly in a foul mood. "Zhao Heng, what is the meaning of this? Who permitted you to barge in without knocking?" Zhao Heng, breathless from a sprint, replied, "Commander, Guang Zichuan just intercepted the bus transporting new recruits back." Gu Jingjue's face contorted in confusion. "Guang Zichuan? I doubt he has any pressing need to intercept our returning recruits. He only took one person." Zhao Heng hurriedly clarified, "It was Lu Shuran." "What?" Gu Jingjue sprang from his chair, his pupils dilating, a surge of crimson flaring in his eyes. The news was indeed grave. Chapter 40. Gu Jingjue is not your man. Guang Zichuan was a local tyrant before Gu Jingjue arrived in Jinyan. This man was ruthless, and his subordinates were fiercely loyal. Most importantly, he had connections to a powerful faction in Napa. In the absence of Gu Jingjue, he had virtually run rampant in Jinyan. However, once Gu Jingjue arrived, although he was essentially exiled to this place, he would not allow the situation in Jinyan to deteriorate further. In his domain, the presence of criminal elements was entirely intolerable. The hunting corps was a rescue team, but to Gu Jingjue, rescue meant more than mere assistance. Saving lives from the flames of adversity was a form of salvation. Was it not? Upon his arrival in Jinyan, Gu Jingjue had exchanged blows with Guang Zichuan, quickly discerning that neither was an ordinary opponent. Both sought to overpower the other. Guang Zichuan was a madman, having thrived on his insanity to dominate Jinyan. Yet unfortunately for him, Gu Jingjue was even more deranged and relentless. Furthermore, Gu Jingjue was a regular soldier, which ultimately led to Guang Zichuan's repeated defeats. He was forced to retreat to the deep mountains near the Napa border, where he established himself as a king of the hills, yet he no longer posed a threat to the city dwellers of Jinyan. How could Gu Jingjue tolerate this affront? Why did they capture Lu Shuran? Zhao Heng could not fathom it. Did these mountain bandits intend to descend and capture wives? There was no need for them to apprehend anyone from the hunting corps. Of course, capturing anyone was unacceptable. Gu Jingjue clenched his fists tightly at his sides, slamming one into the desk with a resounding thud, leaving a deep dent in the solid wood. Given that it was Guang Zichuan, it was evident that Lu Shuran had been purposefully abducted, not merely seized for harm. Therefore, her life should be safe for the time being. Yet why did his chest feel as if a great stone pressed upon it, a torrent of anger and unease swelling within him? Gu Jingjue inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Silence. We must rescue her at once." He dashed out the door, leaving Zhao Heng bewildered. So, why did Guang Zichuan choose to abduct her of all people? Who could explain this to him? Meanwhile, Lu Shuran found herself tightly bound, at the mercy of a group of evidently professional bandits. She was bound tightly, with no possibility of escape. "Boss, are we really not mistaken? Abad Zubordinata Apoachet Gvang Tsechvan, Skutinitzing Lu Shuran." Though her figure was appealing, her face, could that madman Gu Jingjue really choose such an unattractive woman as his wife? Indeed, hasn't everyone said he is the son of the renowned Gu family in the capital, with power, advantages, and martial prowess? Is this really the woman he chose? Guang Zichuan crouched down, holding a small knife, and gently traced the scar on Lu Shuran's face with the smooth side of the blade. Who knows? Perhaps this is exactly Gu Jingjue's taste. My information is absolutely correct. Lu Shuran understood that these people had captured her because they believed she was Gu Jingjue's fiancée, but her relationship with Gu Jingjue was known only to the two of them, and even Gu Jingjue's closest friend, Zhao Heng, was unaware. How did these men in the mountains learn of it? Suddenly, Guang Zichuan kicked Lu Shuran in the stomach, his eyes wide and face twisted. What was that look just now? What kind of gaze is that? Damn, do you think we're trash? He continued to kick her more forcefully, striking every part of her body. Lu Shuran lowered her head, protecting it as much as possible. Finally, Guang Zichuan ceased his assault, pausing for a moment before peeling the tape from her mouth. "It's no fun if you can't make a sound." He stood tall, looking down at her. "Why did you capture me?" "I don't know you." Her voice was hoarse. "We know you, and that's enough, as long as Gu Jingjue knows you. Guang Zichuan laughed, reaching to touch her face. Did I hurt you just now? Lu Shuran flinched, turning her face away. Gu Jingjue was my former commander. I've already left the hunter combat team. Gu Jingjue is not your man. Gu Jingjue was just my commander, and that was in the past. There's no need for you to go to such lengths to capture me. It seems Gu Jingjue has no intention of harming you. Release me, and pretend you never captured the wrong person. Guang Zichuan sneered, a malicious expression on his face. So, you're saying Gu Jingjue is not your man, and you have no man? If you truly have no man, I'll find one for you. Lu Shuran understood his implications, shuddering involuntarily. Guang Zichuan reached to pinch her face, and she struggled fiercely. Let me go. He slapped her, grabbing her hair and lifting her face, turning it for his men to see. Look, if you ignore the scar. She's quite pretty. So pale, it's hard to believe she was in the hunter combat team. Don't touch me. Lu Shuran's breathing quickened, but every word she spoke brought another blow. Clearly, this man and Gu Jingjue had a long-standing grudge. Boss, there's a call. The bald man handed the phone to Guang Zichuan, who eagerly answered, his mood elated. Yes, she's in my hands. Guang Zichuan laughed, dancing with joy, and approached Lu Shuran, putting the call on speaker. Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue's voice came through the phone. Lu Shuran's eyes welled up, but she remained silent, unsure of the consequences. Speak up. Guang Zichuan kicked her in the waist. She groaned in pain. Guang Zichuan. Gu Jingjue's voice was sharp. What kind of man are you? To bully a woman? Lu Shuran, it's all right. Talk to me. Let me know you're safe. Gu Jingjue's tone was gentle, a stark contrast to his earlier anger. Lu Shuran, though moved by his voice, remained silent, fearing the repercussions. She thought that if she denied her connection to Gu Jingjue, it might save him. After all, he had rejected her proposal to stay and marry him. Lu Shuran, say something to let me know you're all right. Gu Jingjue continued. I have no connection to Gu Jingjue, she said, her voice choking. We were supposed to be engaged, but Gu Jingjue doesn't like me. I'm returning because he refused a marriage. Why would you think I'm valuable to him? Meaning, you're useless to us? Guang Zichuan's eyebrows arched, a playful smirk on his face. Lu Shuran, be quiet. Gu Jingjue's voice was stern. If you're useless, we might as well kill you. Guang Zichuan's knife pressed against her throat. She's my fiancée. Gu Jingjue's tone was calm, but his words were urgent. All right, he's admitted it. It seems he cares about you, regardless of your status. Guang Zichuan chuckled. Lu Shuran understood Gu Jingjue's message. Though his words momentarily shook her, she knew he would not abandon her, not just because of their relationship, but because he was a member of the hunter combat team and a rescue unit. He would not give up on anyone. I will save you, were the last words Lu Shuran heard before Guang Zichuan ended the call, stepping aside to speak with Gu Jingjue in hushed tones, his laughter still ringing in her ears. She tried to relax, her body aching from the abuse. Guang Zichuan returned, no longer violent, but with a curious and odd expression. Lu Shuran remained silent, wary of his unpredictable nature. He raised his hand, and she flinched. What are you afraid of? He touched her hair. I promised Gu Jingjue I won't hurt you anymore. Lu Shuran did not fully trust him. Am I, in your eyes, a peculiar and disgusting madman? She did not answer, but her gaze spoke volumes. Actually, do you know why Gu Jingjue is also called a madman? Lu Shuran, intrigued, focused on his words. It seems you're very curious. Guang Zichuan smiled faintly, revealing that the individual he spoke of was far more terrifying than himself. Lu Shuran remained silent, prompting Guang Zichuan to continue, extolling the formidable Gu family, of which even a humble shrimp like him, residing in Jinyun, was well aware. The young masters of the Gu family were indeed exceptional, but Gu Jingjue stood out with his notoriously eccentric nature. At the tender age of 15, during a family banquet, he had inexplicably lost control, overturning an entire table. As punishment, his father had cast him into the depths of the mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts. Astonishingly, within 10 days, he had returned to Kyoto, relying solely on his wits and primal instincts. Can you fathom a mere boy, unarmed and without provisions, emerging from the wilderness? Is this punishment? It borders on attempted murder. Lu Shuran listened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Upon Gu Jingjue's return, the Gu family had trembled in fear, hesitant to provoke him further. They contemplated enrolling him in the military, but his notorious reputation rendered him unfit for service. Consequently, the military and the Gu family conspired to send him to Jinyun under the guise of appointing him to lead the hunting brigade, when in truth, It was akin to banishment. It was no wonder Gu Jingjue harbored such animosity towards the Gu family and the marriage arrangements they orchestrated. Lu Shuran recalled how Gu Jingjue had once remarked upon their meeting that she was merely a flawed commodity, unwanted by the others in the Gu household. Initially, she had thought his words were meant to mock her, but now she pondered whether the Gu family had indeed intended to belittle him through her. Her heart ached, not for herself, but for Gu Jingjue, who, despite appearing to be the center of admiration, endured such a dire predicament. One's character is shaped not only by nature, but also by nurture, and Gu Jingjue's current disposition was a reflection of his familial environment. Guang Zichuan continued, his eyes glimmering with malice, lamenting how he, once a powerful figure, had been relegated to this desolate mountain by Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran absorbed his words, realizing the truth in them. Gu Jingjue indeed had no vulnerabilities, devoid of affection or concern for wealth and power. Suddenly, Guang Zichuan grinned maliciously, asserting that Gu Jingjue had now acquired a weakness, her. Lu Shuran grasped the implication immediately. She had become Gu Jingjue's Achilles heel. And how did you come to know my identity? She inquired, feigning casualness while probing for more information. You won't deceive me. I know you are Gu Jingjue's woman. For it was his hunting brigade that divulged this to me. Chapter 42. A cold and ruthless smile that sent chills down one's spine. Hunting brigade? Are you jesting? They are unaware of our connection. Lu Shuran replied nonchalantly, eager to extract more details from Guang Zichuan. Stop right there. I received this information from someone close to you, and it is quite reliable. You are indeed Gu Jingjue's fiancé, and after all these years, he has finally acquired a soft spot. Someone close to me. Lu Shuran's mind raced through several faces. You are mistaken, she protested, shaking her head. I am not a pawn against Gu Jingjue. If you capture me, he will come to my rescue. If I were merely an ordinary girl from Jinyun, he would still act, for he lacks compassion, yet he is not devoid of principles. Guang Zichuan paused momentarily, then laughed. True, you are correct. How could I compare to the young master? The beggars of Jinyun can't even beg properly, living in constant fear of the desperate Napa people sneaking across the borders. Gu Jingjue possesses humanity, whereas we do not. Jinyun, being remote, was indeed at a geographical disadvantage. Yet, Lu Shuran asserted, hasn't Gu Jingjue changed Jinyun during his years here? Now, there is protection. Every household can afford to eat, children have access to education. And the walls between Jinyun and Napa grow ever stronger. This is all due to Gu Jingjue. Do not engage in moral coercion. What of it? Is it selfish to desire a better Jinyun? Without a streak of selfishness, how can one survive in this cursed place? Guang Zichuan scoffed, intrigued by her eloquence. Were it not for your connection to Gu Jingjue, I might have found you genuinely interesting. Lu Shuran chose silence, aware of her inability to escape and resigned to waiting for Gu Jingjue's arrival. Rest assured, I am not a remorseless killer. Otherwise, Gu Jingjue would not have left me to fend for myself atop this mountain. I merely wish to reclaim my territory and bring my sister back. Sister? Is she a girl with curly hair and a red mole on her back? Lu Shuran ventured tentatively. Do you know where she is? Guang Zichuan exclaimed, suddenly agitated. To her astonishment, the poisoned girl he sought was indeed Guang Zichuan's sister. I once met her, but I am leaving Jinyun soon and have no knowledge of her whereabouts now. Lu Shuran deflected, deeming it unnecessary to divulge more. Suddenly, someone rushed in, whispering urgently to Guang Zichuan. As he departed, Lu Shuran felt a slight relaxation wash over her, allowing her to observe her surroundings. She found herself in a bamboo hut, spacious yet shabby, likely constructed by Guang Zichuan's men. As she shifted to sit up, she realized her hair was a mess, her body marred by bruises, and she looked utterly disheveled. Would Gu Jingjue mock her upon seeing her like this? Moments later, Guang Zichuan returned, accompanied by a man whose hands were bound behind his back. The man was tall and had to bend slightly to enter the low bamboo structure. Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran, previously preoccupied with her appearance, now focused entirely on him. She could not rise but craned her neck to gaze at him. Gu Jingjue, caught off guard by her wide eyes, felt an unfamiliar pang in his chest. Upon noticing her disheveled hair, bruised face, and abnormal redness on her fair skin, his expression hardened. Even when she was pursued by wolves, she had never appeared as vulnerable as she did now. His demeanor shifted to icy coldness, his gaze sharp as an ice blade, devoid of warmth. directed squarely at Guang Zichuan. Did I not instruct you not to touch her? Gu Jingjue's voice was a low, chilling growl, each word imbued with malice. It was the prior injuries. Guang Zichuan began, but Gu Jingjue swiftly kicked him in the stomach, sending him staggering backward. You scoundrel! I have yet to finish my sentence, and you dare interrupt me. You ought to have your legs bound as well. Guang Zichuan retorted, swinging a fist toward Gu Jingjue's face in retaliation. Gu Jingjue, agile as ever, nimbly evaded the blow. If you find it difficult to reach out, then practice more. Observing his flawed movements, Gu Jingjue slightly raised his knee and delivered a powerful strike to Guang Zichuan's chest. Cough, cough, cough. Guang Zichuan clutched his chest, nearly rolling his eyes and fainting. Stop hitting, Lu Shuran shouted. Guang Zichuan, weren't you going to negotiate with Gu Jingjue? Why are you fighting? You little brat. After I got hit, you talk about negotiations now? Why didn't you tell him to stop earlier? Guang Zichuan complained, supported by his lackeys as he clutched his chest. Of course, I'd help him. Lu Shuran shot Guang Zichuan an exasperated glance. As previously discussed, Guang Zichuan, as long as you cease your misdeeds, I can retract my earlier orders and allow you to return to Jinyan City. Gu Jingjue stated indifferently. Do you take me for a fool? Gu Jingjue, I demand that you return my territory and release my sister. Guang Zichuan insisted. Apart from what I mentioned, nothing else is negotiable. Gu Jingjue slowly shook his head, his expression devoid of any turbulence. Gu Jingjue, Guang Zichuan scoffed, staggering to the door and shutting it. Fine if you refuse. Let us spend today with your fiancé, as desperate lovers. Gu Jingjue took a seat beside Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran's eyes widened as she turned to Gu Jingjue, her gaze filled with an unspoken question about his intentions. Guang Zichuan, equally puzzled, exclaimed, Gu Jingjue, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say we would be desperate lovers here today? Gu Jingjue replied, then I shall accompany her. Guang Zichuan couldn't contain his rage. Gu Jingjue, you think I won't dare to touch you? You know that if either of us loses even a hair today, you can forget about staying in this area. As Gu Jingjue spoke, a chilling smile crept across his face, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 43. Lu Shuran leaned against Gu Jingjue's chest. Gu Jingjue, are you threatening me? Do you think I fear you? Guang Zichuan seethed, clenching his fists. Gu Jingjue remained calm, lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Locking onto Guang Zichuan, aren't you the one who fears me? His voice was steady, yet carried an undertone of mockery. Guang Zichuan's anger intensified. His face twitched as he stepped closer to Gu Jingjue, pointing a finger at him. Do you really think I fear you? If you aren't afraid of me, why do you abduct an innocent person? Gu Jingjue, unfazed by Guang Zichuan's fury, turned his head slightly. You are merely a defeated adversary, which necessitates underhanded tactics to lure me here. Throughout the exchange, Lu Shuran's gaze remained fixed on Gu Jingjue's flawless profile, contemplating what Guang Zichuan had shared about the Gu family. It was difficult for her to fathom that the person before her had experienced such events. What must he have felt when he was cast into the wilderness by his father's orders? Gu Jingjue, noticing Lu Shuran's unwavering attention, assumed she was merely frightened. It's nothing, he said dismissively. Lu Shuran nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Guang Zichuan was fuming. You genuinely believe I won't kill you, Gu Jingjue? How long has it been since you last heard from she too? Are you starting to panic? Gu Jingjue smirked, his eyes piercing as they bore into Guang Zichuan. Guang Zichuan's earlier bravado had waned. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Just pretend you don't. Tell she too not to entertain any ill intentions towards Jinyan. As long as I, Gu Jingjue, am in Jinyan, he won't be able to set foot here. From this dialogue, Lu Shuran gleaned that she too was a force from Napa, eyeing Jinyan. No wonder Guang Zichuan, despite his bravado, dared not acknowledge it. Robbing a home could be forgiven, but colluding with outsiders would earn one eternal disdain. Forget others. I demand you return my territory and my sister. Guang Zichuan insisted. Suddenly, the ropes binding Gu Jingjue's wrists snapped. He rose from the ground, flexing his wrists, and then bent down to lift Lu Shuran effortlessly. Lu Shuran gasped in surprise at Gu Jingjue's sudden action, quickly covering her mouth. Gu Jingjue, Guang Zichuan, witnessing Gu Jingjue's move, ground his teeth in frustration, clearly enraged that Gu Jingjue was unperturbed by potential consequences. A corner dog will jump over the wall. Gu Jingjue, you call yourself a dog. Do you really think I would fear you? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow. Hearing Gu Jingjue's sardonic remark, Lu Shuran couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be too quick to laugh," Gu Jingjue said, glancing down at the tightly bound girl in his arms. "We have accounts to settle when we return." Lu Shuran immediately silenced her laughter, sensing impending trouble. Watching Gu Jingjue confidently prepare to leave with her, Guang Zichuan grew anxious. After all his efforts to gather information and capture her, Gu Jingjue was now walking away with her. Guang Zichuan stepped forward, blocking Gu Jingjue's path. Gu. Before he could finish, a loud explosion echoed from outside, causing the flimsy bamboo house to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds and a shower of dust from above. "Don't even look. Our home is gone," Gu Jingjue remarked, shielding Lu Shuran from the falling debris. Guang Zichuan rushed to the window, witnessing several of his subordinates' quarters reduced to rubble. The henchmen who had fled the buildings were already subdued by Zhao Hang's men. Indeed, no matter how numerous his men were, they could not compare to the Hunters' Brigade. No matter how advanced their weapons, they could not match the firepower of the Hunters' Brigade. "Gu Jingjue, you scoundrel! You broke your promise!" Guang Zichuan raged, cursing loudly and unleashing every insult he could muster. "Ignore him," Gu Jingjue instructed, pressing Lu Shuran's head down with one hand while cupping her ear with the other, guiding her other ear against his chest. It certainly is deafening." Leaning against Gu Jingjue's chest, Lu Shuran felt her cheeks inexplicably heat up, her heart racing as she clearly heard Gu Jingjue's heartbeat, each thump resonating like a powerful drum, affirming the vitality of his existence. "I promised to come alone, and I have indeed done so. As for whether my subordinates followed me, that is beyond my control," Gu Jingjue stated calmly, casting a glance at the chaos outside. "You despicable coward," Guang Zichuan shouted. "You've kidnapped someone, yet you dare to call others despicable? It's laughable." "Ouch!" Lu Shuran exclaimed, pulling at her lip in pain. "Did it hurt that much?" Gu Jingjue had heard her cry of discomfort. Lu Shuran's eyes darted as she nodded vigorously. "Captain, he hit me. He was quite rough just now. It hurt so much." Now that it was clear they were safe, Lu Shuran felt emboldened to complain. You guys?" Guang Zichuan stammered. Gu Jingjue's eyes narrowed slightly. "Guang Zichuan, I can see through your intentions. You can either make a final stand, risking complete subjugation, or choose to lead a peaceful life, refraining from causing me or the Hunters' Brigade any further trouble. The choice is yours." Guang Zichuan's hand lingered behind him, and it was evident to all what he intended to pull out. However, he listened to Gu Jing's words and hesitated, simply standing there, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Jingjue. At that moment, someone burst in, forcefully kicking open the door of the bamboo house. Zhao Hang, with a gun slung over his shoulder, pointed at Guang Zichuan and urged, "What are you struggling for? Let's go." Thus concluded a rescue that bore little technical merit. Was Guang Zichuan truly that weak? Lu Shuran had not anticipated that for Gu Jingjue. Dealing with Guang Zichuan was akin to a crushing victory. Of course, it was not that Guang Zichuan was weak. Zhao Hang, who was nearby, responded to Lu Shuran. "It's just that the boss is too ruthless." Chapter 44. "I will stick with you for life." Lu Shuran looked at Zhao Hang with curiosity. Zhao Hang seemed to have found someone to share with for the first time, gleefully approaching Gu Jingjue and saying to Lu Shuran, "Now you see, Guang Zichuan doesn't seem so terrifying, right? That's because he once confronted our boss, and the methods our boss employed were exceptionally ruthless. He nearly killed him. The only reason he spared his life was to prevent other local tyrants from gaining power and to keep them in check." Was Guang Zichuan particularly fierce before? Lu Shuran inquired. One could say it wasn't just him. Before our boss arrived, the Golden Melody's guard team had an agreement with the local tyrants here. They were not to harm the citizens indiscriminately, but were allowed to maintain their own power. Thus, even though the citizens were ostensibly unharmed, it was difficult for them not to be oppressed, Lu Shuran commented. Exactly. And with the local tyrants around, many normal matters become complicated. Everything changed completely after the boss arrived, Zhao Hang said proudly, puffing out his chest. He led us fearless brothers to subdue those rascals one by one, driving them back to the mountains or straight to the delta. Some of the less fierce ones were given a chance to reform. In short, he restored normalcy to Golden Melody. Once order was restored, the economy here gradually improved, and life became more bearable. Indeed, in that light, it is not an exaggeration to say that Gu Jingjue is a divine being that suddenly appeared in this land. No wonder they had previously mentioned that most people who could join the hunting war corps revered Gu Jingjue. Have you finished your storytelling? Gu Jingjue shot Zhao Heng a warning glance. With so much chatter, you are henceforth barred from participating in any classified missions. I was wrong. I was just looking out for my sister-in-law. After all, Zhao Heng chuckled and hurried over to Guang Zichuan, giving him a kick on the backside, urging him to move. Zhao team you. Don't say such things. Lu Shuran exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered an explanation. While pondering how to clarify, she glanced at Gu Jingjue, who remained expressionless. I'm sorry, Zhao team. You wouldn't speak of this outside, would you? Lu Shuran blinked innocently. If you weren't here, there wouldn't be so much chaos, Gu Jingjue remarked coldly. Upon hearing his words, a sudden pang of heartache struck Lu Shuran. She was unsure why, but in the past, she had heard Gu Jingjue's harsh words before. Yet now, they felt particularly painful. No, they felt even more heart-wrenching. It's fine. I was planning to leave anyway. Please clarify with Zhao team and ask him to not tell anyone else, Lu Shuran said. Such matters are natural. Do I need you to remind me? I have already told him not to spread this around, Gu Jingjue replied, lifting Lu Shuran out of the bamboo house. The few individuals in Guang Zichuan's possession were already captured by Gu Jingjue's men. Lu Shuran felt awkward. She had already been sent back by Gu Jingjue, and had accepted the fact that he would not allow her to remain in the hunting war corps. Yet, hearing his disdainful tone still left her feeling suffocated. Lu Shuran puffed her cheeks and remained silent until Gu Jingjue tossed her into the car, preparing to take her back. Only then could she no longer hold her tongue. Captain, are you really not going to untie me? She was paraded about, bound hand and foot, by Gu Jingjue. Along the way, she couldn't even begin to count how many of Gu Jingjue's subordinates they encountered. Everyone looked at them with strange expressions. Hadn't they just agreed not to reveal their identities? Now, propriety between men and women seemed entirely disregarded. Lu Shuran wished to cover her face, but found her hands restrained. You must face some punishment for disobedience, Gu Jingjue said. Why I called earlier? Why did you defy my orders? Only then did Lu Shuran recall that, during the call, she had refrained from speaking, fearing it would endanger Gu Jingjue. I wasn't defying orders. I just didn't want you to take risks for me. Lu Shuran bit her lip gently and continued, I thought, since we no longer have a relationship, it would be best to maintain that distance. If you simply stated I'm not your fiancé, he shouldn't give you any trouble. He wouldn't give you trouble? Gu Jingjue scoffed lightly. If you weren't mine, just some random person picked up off the street, and he knew your whereabouts in the mountains, would he let you live? Lu Shuran felt her ears flush at Gu Jingjue's words. Don't be so naive, Lu Shuran, and don't think so highly of yourself. Do you believe that by trying to sever our ties, you can escape bringing me trouble? I admit I was too presumptuous, but I only wanted to think of you. Lu Shuran's voice was low. She didn't want to appear weak and give Gu Jingjue a reason to mock her. Forget it. I'm not blaming you. Gu Jingjue did not voice any harsh judgment. Internally, he felt little resentment towards Lu Shuran. He simply hadn't expected someone to disregard their own safety in a situation that required his rescue, all in an effort to avoid putting him at risk. Lu Shuran was indeed a peculiar woman. Gu Jingjue, Captain, Lu Shuran shifted in her seat. Can we not discuss this for now? My body is going numb. They bound me too tightly. Do you know that if I remain tied for too long, my limbs could die? Once that happens, I'll be forever dependent on you. Yikes. Gu Jingjue abruptly slammed the brakes, pulling the car over to the side of the road. Lu Shuran pouted. The notion of being forever dependent on you seemed to wield great power. How much did he truly detest her? Lu Shuran was now almost certain of the answer to her previous question to Gu Jingjue. As far as human relationships went, devoid of all entanglements, would he still resent her? The answer appeared to be affirmative. He did indeed despise her, very much so. Finally released from her bindings, Lu Shuran felt as though her entire body was pricked by tiny needles. Yet, on another note, she believed that during her time in the hunting war corps, their confidentiality measures had been quite effective. After all, who would ever believe that Gu Jingjue would marry an ordinary girl with scars on her face? You must be curious about how Guang Zichuan knew I was your fiancé, he captain. I mentioned before that there might be an insider in the hunting war corps. Chapter 45. Seeing you with the captain after Lu Shuran spoke, Gu Jingjue glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Just then, Lu Shuran also looked up, their gazes meeting in the mirror for a fleeting moment. It might not be as dire as an insider, but I just wanted to say that someone is definitely stirring up trouble. Stop with the nonsense, Gu Jingjue replied as he started the car and continued toward the base. Lu Shuran touched her injuries, realizing how brutally Gu Jingjue had acted. She likely bore numerous wounds now. Are you implying that you already know who did it? Including the incident with Gu Zhichuan's sister? As Gu Jingjue heard Lu Shuran utter the words Gu Zhichuan's younger sister, he raised his gaze once more, capturing a fleeting glance from her. Lu Shuran couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. After all, Gu Jingjue had likely not anticipated that she had learned the girl's identity from Gu Zhichuan. Gu Jingjue replied. No wonder you didn't pursue this matter further with me later. You already knew I was correct. My prescription was indeed flawless. Someone tampered with my medicine, wasn't it? Lu Shuran pressed eagerly. This revelation had only just come to light. Gu Jingjue, unusually lacking in confidence, remained silent for a moment. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuran burst into laughter, feeling triumphant. Since you know I was right, you ought to apologize, and you must let me stay, as well as compensate me. Lu Shuran, emboldened, leaned against the back of Gu Jingjue's car seat. He did not respond to her, but did issue a command. Your words are rather harsh. They sound just like dog training. Lu Shuran huffed. Well, you are the captain. You can justify anything. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, you cannot evade responsibility. But now that it has been clarified, I shall not act dishonestly. Gu Jingjue turned the steering wheel sharply, executing a skid as he rounded a corner. Lu Shuran nearly flew out of her seat. I told you to sit tight. There are several sharp turns ahead, Gu Jingjue said coldly. Lu Shuran made a face at the back of his head, but obediently returned to her seat and fastened her seatbelt. For a moment, silence enveloped the car, and after a few more sharp turns, the road gradually smoothed out. Captain Zhao informed me that he is not skilled in decocting medicine, which is why he entrusted this task to the medical team. It was given to our team, right? Lu Shuran inquired. Gu Jingjue remained silent for a long while. When they arrived at the entrance of the base, the sentinel on duty recognized Gu Jingjue's face and allowed them to pass without question. Indeed, Gu Jingjue confirmed. Parking the car beneath Lu Shuran's dormitory. I have yet to deal with that person. Would you like to join me to take a look? Lu Shuran pursed her lips, inhaled deeply, and nodded. Gu Jingjue moved around to open the door for her, assisting her out of the vehicle. Lu Shuran quickly jumped back, waving her hands. I can walk by myself. It's not that serious. Gu Jingjue did not insist further, allowing her to lead the way. Upon entering her dormitory, Lu Shuran was surprised to find all three of her roommates present. I told you that lost pup would finally leave. Shui Yunyuan's raucous laughter rang out from within, only to abruptly cease when she heard the door creak open, her face turning towards the entrance. Lu Shuran regarded Shui Yunyuan with an impassive expression. Shui Yunyuan appeared taken aback. Her lips moved, yet she could not articulate the biting, mocking remarks she typically wielded. It was only when she saw Gu Jingjue emerge from behind Lu Shuran that she trembled and suddenly knelt. In that moment, Shui Yuanyuan seemed transformed into an entirely different person. See, Captain, I didn't know, I truly didn't. I had no idea Lu Shuran was yours. Before she could finish, Lu Shuran charged forward, seizing Shui Yuanyuan by the collar. What do you know? You all can leave. Gu Jingjue's indifferent gaze swept over the other two occupants of the dormitory. Zhao Qiong exchanged a glance with Lu Shuran, nodded, and exited. Feng Wan, who usually trailed closely behind Shui Yuanyuan, cast a worried glance at her, but ultimately chose self-preservation, lowering her head and hastily leaving. Shui Yuanyuan trembled like a leaf, fear evident in her eyes as she regarded the two of them. At that moment, Lu Shuran no longer appeared as the annoying little girl, but rather as an insurmountable mountain. How did you know about my relationship with the captain? Lu Shuran questioned. Shui Yuanyuan lowered her head, her voice trembling. I was planning to sneak out that night, but I ended up seeing you and the captain together. Lu Shuran suddenly recalled that evening when she intended to seek out Gu Jingjue. He had escorted her back to her dormitory, and it must have been during that time that Shui Yuanyuan overheard their conversation. No wonder since then, Shui Yuanyuan had regarded her with a strange, scrutinizing gaze. Now, Lu Shuran understood the coldness that had emanated from her eyes. Previously, Zhao Hang had enlisted assistance in decocting medicine. Did he also reach out to you from a third team? Gu Jingjue interjected at this moment. I truly had no idea. I didn't know Lu Shuran was. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Gu Jingjue coldly interrupted, his 5 words striking like thunder, halting Shui Yuanyuan's attempt to continue. Captain. Shuran, please plead for me with the captain. I merely wish for you to be punished. I truly did nothing wrong. At this point, Shui Yuanyuan had succumbed to tears, crawling to Lu Shuran's feet, desperately clutching her legs in supplication. Lu Shuran kicked her away, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? What are you begging for? What do you have to ask for clemency? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You poisoned a patient simply to ensure I could not remain in the hunting brigade? I didn't know your identity. I only administered a small dose of laxative. It wouldn't be too severe. There must be others involved." Shui Yuanyuan vigorously shook her head, desperately seeking a way to absolve herself. How could you, a medical student, not know that even food can have adverse interactions, let alone various medicinal substances? The effects of mixing them cannot be deduced merely by your imagination. Lu Shuran fumed, her anger escalating with every word Shui Yuanyuan offered an excuse. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Lu Shuran, please speak to the captain for me. Given our status as roommates, could you not? You still have not grasped the severity of your actions. You are merely afraid of the consequences. Lu Shuran's lips tightened, her heart heavy with self-reproach. Chapter 46. Knowing your identity. Fear of captain's retaliation. If not for her conflict with Shui Yuanyuan, none of these subsequent events would have transpired, regardless of whether that girl was Gu Jingjue's criminal or an ordinary individual. They should not suffer such consequences due to their personal grievances. All of this stemmed from her, and Lu Shuran felt a profound sense of guilt. Although her heart ached, Gu Jingjue lightly patted her shoulder. There are more pressing matters at hand. His tone was devoid of emotion, yet anyone who heard it would perceive a chilling breeze sweeping over them. Lu Shuran pressed her lips together, locking eyes with Gu Jingjue, comprehending his intent. Now, I shall ask you another question. When you witnessed me with the captain that day, whom else did you speak to about it? Shui Yuanyuan was unprepared for this inquiry, hastily wiping away her tear-streaked face and taking deep breaths. I only mentioned it to Hikong. Although Shui Yuanyuan was petty and venomous, she occasionally displayed some cleverness, particularly regarding matters related to Gu Jingjue. What of it? Shui Yuanyuan asked, bewildered. I was simply fearful that I would face the captain's wrath for having bullied Lu Shuran, so I inquired with Hikong about what to do, and she said, "She has her ways." Lu Shuran turned her face towards Gu Jingjue, their eyes locking. Hikong. Neither of them had anticipated that the revelation of Lu Shuran's identity was connected to Hikong. However, the crux of the matter did not lie in whether Shui Yuanyuan or Hikong was aware of Lu Shuran's relationship with Gu Jingjue, but rather that Hikong had divulged this information to Guang Zichuan. Guang Zichuan was not merely an outsider to the hunting brigade, he was also an adversary. How could such a person, conspiring with outsiders, commit such a grave error, especially as the third captain of the medical team? This matter holds significant weight. And Gu Jingjue's expression darkened as he took out his phone to call Zhao Hang. Lu Shuran understood that he was treating this issue with utmost seriousness. Both Gu Jingjue and Lu Shuran fell silent, while Shui Yuanyuan knelt on the ground, her face pale as if she were a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. "Shuran, I'm sorry. In the past, it was all my fault. Could you please speak to the captain and ask him not to turn me in? I don't want to go to jail. I can leave the hunting warfare team." Shui Yuanyuan's sobs grew more pitiful. Lu Shuran sighed softly, lamenting that had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have acted so carelessly in the past. "No matter how much you despise me, you should not involve the innocent." She shook her head. "Zhao Hang will come and take you away shortly," Gu Jingjue stated. "Are you certain you haven't disclosed your identity to anyone else?" "No, I truly haven't," Shui Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head vigorously. "What about Phone Wan? I know you two often share your secrets." "No, I've only treated Phone Wan as an assistant and have not divulged anything significant to her." Lu Shuran nodded in understanding. Moments later, Zhao Hang arrived with a few individuals to escort Shui Yuanyuan away. As soon as she was taken, Phone Wan and Zhao Qiong rushed in. "What happened? What is wrong with Yuanyuan?" Feng Huan anxiously questioned Lu Shuran. "Did you speak ill of her in front of the captain?" Zhao Qiong tugged at Phone Wan's arm. Lu Shuran chose not to engage with her, recalling Shui Yuanyuan's casual remark that Phone Wan was merely an assistant. She likely didn't realize that Phone Wan was the only one who genuinely cared for her. Having committed some wrongdoings and now being taken away, she would likely become an accused. Lu Shuran's lips curled slightly, wishing everyone would take heed of this lesson. Phone Wan and Zhao Qiong, seeing Lu Shuran's expression, paused momentarily. Although they did not fully grasp what had transpired between Shui Yuanyuan and Lu Shuran, it seemed they finally understood. Lu Shuran was not to be trifled with. You should rest in the dormitory. You were injured today, and you can handle it yourself. Gu Jingjue looked down at the wound on Lu Shuran's face, suppressing the urge to touch it, and asked softly, "Report to the captain. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Lu Shuran exclaimed, startled, breaking into a salute. To an ordinary person, such words may seem inconsequential, but one must recognize who stood before them. Gu Jingjue, a person of cold demeanor who would not waste a single punctuation mark on others. For him to express such words was entirely out of character. If Feng Wan and Zhao Qiong noticed anything amiss, it would spell disaster. With her back turned to the two in the dormitory, Lu Shuran raised her eyebrows at Gu Jingjue, silently urging him to leave and not reveal their identities. Even if she hadn't contorted her face, Gu Jingjue would comprehend her intent. She was signaling him to depart to maintain their secrecy. Although he had previously suggested they keep their identities hidden, seeing Lu Shuran attempting to distance herself from him inexplicably irked him. Hence he nodded, purposely adding after she exhaled in relief, "Make sure to rest well." Finally, Lu Shuran had managed to send Gu Jingjue, the towering figure, on his way. Facing the two in the dormitory, she felt a tinge of awkwardness. "Something happened today," she said, adjusting her disheveled hair in front of the mirror. "Yes, we know." Zhao Qiong rarely replied. "We didn't touch your bed. You can continue to rest here." "All right." Lu Shuran smiled faintly at her. "It seems you're injured in many places. Let me take a look." Zhao Qiong approached her. "Sure, my ribs took a hard hit. Do you think I should get an x-ray?" Lu Shuran finally found the opportunity to assess her injuries. Zhao Qiong lifted Lu Shuran's shirt, revealing large bruises on her abdomen and ribs, startling her. "What happened?" "This looks serious. You must get checked." "Cool. I'll accompany you to find teacher, he, for a referral." Lu Shuran nodded, but then shook her head. "No need to find team leader, he. Let us go to team leader Liang instead." "Huh? Why?" Zhao Qiong halted, puzzled. "Do you feel there is some issue with team leader, he? It should be fine to let her write a referral." Lu Shuran shook her head. "It's not that I'm afraid to approach her. It's just that team leader, he, is probably busy right now. Gu Jingjue should be seeking out He Kong at this moment." Seeing Shui Yuan's recent tearful demeanor, it seemed genuine. She hadn't even mentioned Feng Wan, suggesting she dared not divulge her identity to anyone else. Therefore, the only one likely to have heard about this matter from her was He Kong, who might have connections with Guangzhou Chuan. But did she truly despise herself to such an extent? To conspire with enemies of the hunting warfare team? What could possibly drive He Kong to act in such a manner? Chapter 47. Do you like him too? Lu Shuran and Zhao Qiong ultimately went to team leader Liang to obtain a referral and proceeded directly to the radiology department for an x-ray. Once the film was developed, they were able to inspect it themselves, confirming there were no fractures or severe injuries, just some minor soft tissue bruises, which were not too serious. With their minds eased, they returned to the dormitory. Zhao Qiong and Feng Wan still had training classes, and Zhao Qiong asked Lu Shuran, "Shuran, are you going to class?" Lu Shuran lay on her bed, phone in hand, shaking her head. "Sigh, I'm no longer part of the hunting warfare team, so why should I attend class? I want to be going. You all should." Zhao Qiong agreed with Lu Shuran's reasoning. Given her current situation, attending class might not be beneficial, and she might even face reprimands. Meanwhile, Feng Wan, having lost Shui Yuan, was listless and hardly concerned about anyone else's affairs. After Feng Wan and Zhao Qiong left, Lu Shuran set her phone down. She pondered how Gu Jingjue would handle her situation. Theoretically, she had been expelled from the hunting warfare team. However, she still remained within its ranks, while the others had already departed. Lu Shuran pulled the covers over her head, feeling a tumult of confusion, unable to make sense of it all. "Shuran, are you all right? You're not feeling unwell, are you?" Zhao Qiong returned to find Lu Shuran buried under her blanket. Startling her, she feared something might be wrong, especially considering how many injuries Lu Shuran had sustained upon her return. No. Everything is fine. I'm just tired and fell asleep." "Did something significant happen?" Seeing Lu Shuran was okay, Zhao Qiong breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned closer to Lu Shuran and whispered, "Team leader, he didn't come to lead today." "Didn't he come? Did they say why?" Lu Shuran inquired, feigning curiosity, fully aware that He Kong must have been taken away by Gu Jingjue and his team. Zhao Qiong shook her head, which was not unexpected for Lu Shuran. He Kong's accusations were unverified, or rather, difficult to substantiate, since she had directly informed the medical team what had transpired. "Well, team leader, he not being here isn't necessarily a bad thing. But unfortunately, we have a strict new leader named Wu Qingxiong who has come from Team 1. Even Zhao Qiong, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, couldn't help but sigh. Wu Qingxiong. The mere mention of his name made Lu Shuran's head throb. It seemed that fate had conspired to bring her into contact with all her adversaries within the hunting warfare team. Yet, it was fortunate that she no longer needed to attend training or classes, thus narrowly escaping a predicament. Just as she thought this, the dormitory building, silent enough for one to hear a pin drop, was suddenly filled with the sound of footsteps, more than one person, coming to inspect the dormitory's cleanliness. Lu Shuran stealthily peeked her head out to assess the situation, confirming her suspicions. Wu Qingxiong was inspecting each dormitory with several members of Team 3, scoreboards in hand. Could it be that he needed to personally oversee such matters? However, Lu Shuran had no time to critique Wu Qingxiong. She had to leave before he reached their dormitory. Seizing the moment, she crouched low and dashed down the stairs as they entered the previous dormitory. She couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of her training in the hunting war corps over the past few months. Despite being injured, she managed to run without even panting. With no other option, she decided to seek out Gu Jingjue. Sprinting at full speed, she navigated through the campus while avoiding the playground and classrooms, easily making her way into Gu Jingjue's territory. She had come to feel a profound sense of security whenever she entered his protective sphere, akin to the safety she felt when standing at the center of a healer's ultimate ability during a clandestine gaming session with her fellow comrades from Team 501. Suddenly, Lu Shuran couldn't suppress a laugh. What on earth had she learned during her time in the hunting war corps? Following her intuition, Lu Shuran knocked on Gu Jingjue's office door, but no one responded. She smacked her forehead, realizing her mistake. Gu Jingjue was likely still interrogating Yikong. Just then, she noticed someone nearby. Regardless of who it was, anyone who saw Lu Shuran attempting to enter the commander's office would naturally intervene. Sweat trickled down her forehead in nervousness. What are you doing? Can't you even deliver something properly? Gu Jingjue's voice rang out, instantly enveloping Lu Shuran in a comforting sense of security. Seeing the commander speaking to her, the passerby ceased their suspicion and left with a perplexed expression. Sister, why didn't you let anyone know you were coming? You might have caught us unprepared, Zhao Hang exclaimed upon spotting Lu Shuran, immediately engaging her in conversation and offering her tea and a seat. Overwhelmed by such attention, Lu Shuran quickly replied, "No need to fuss, Zhao, it's not what you think. It's best not to call me that to avoid misunderstandings." Upon hearing her mention misunderstanding, Gu Jingjue's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lu Shuran. "Oh, it's nothing really. I may talk a lot, but I'm very discreet. Otherwise, how could I work beside the boss?" Zhao Hang continued jovially. "Did you forget what I assigned you just now?" Gu Jingjue interjected coldly, not even sparing Zhao a glance. Realizing his mistake, Zhao Hang quickly apologized and took his leave, mumbling about a two-person world. Zhao was just joking. He's a good guy. Many girls in the team say that while he may not be as formidable as the commander, his character more than compensates for it. Lu Shuran blurted out, slightly flustered. Gu Jingjue, his jaw clenched, tightened his grip on Lu Shuran's hand. "Yes, quite popular in the team." "Ah, well, quite a few girls seem to like him," Lu Shuran admitted, though she felt intimidated by Gu Jingjue and didn't wish to lie. "What about you?" Gu Jingjue inquired slowly. "Do you like him?" "You're currently resting in my dormitory," Gu Jingjue stated. The intensity in his gaze felt akin to a slow torture. Lu Shuran, fearing for her life in this isolated area, quickly shook her head. It wasn't a lie. Although she believed Zhao Hang's temperament was infinitely superior to Gu Jingjue's, she certainly did not harbor any feelings for him. Gu Jingjue released her hand, and Lu Shuran rubbed her wrist, contemplating a complaint but choosing to remain silent, noticing Gu Jingjue's evident displeasure. "Weren't you supposed to rest in your dormitory?" Gu Jingjue asked. "Do you have any idea how many enemies I have in the hunting war corps?" "There are countless people who look down on me," Lu Shuran replied, shaking her head in frustration as she recounted her earlier troubles to Gu Jingjue. His expression darkened as he frowned. The hunting war corps strictly prohibits forming cliques. Actually, Wu Qingxiong is quite principled. In his eyes, "I'm the one who broke the rules to get into Team 1, Lu Shuran explained, shaking her head at Gu Jingjue. He fell silent, and she sighed in relief, knowing he was not entirely unreasonable despite his strict demeanor. "Come on," Gu Jingjue said, taking her hand and leading her out of the conference room. Don't hold on to me. People will see us. Where are you taking me? Lu Shuran asked, feeling disoriented until Gu Jingjue ushered her into his dormitory. You are now resting in my dormitory, he remarked. Lu Shuran glanced around, recalling her first days in the hunting war corps when she had stayed in Gu Jingjue's dorm. Months had flown by, and while Gu Jingjue still exuded an arrogant demeanor, he had invited her to rest this time. Regardless of how one viewed it, their relationship had made a minuscule yet positive shift. Staying in my dormitory is the safest option. You're not allowed to leave. I'll have Zhao Hang bring your meals. If anyone sees him, he'll handle it. Just remain silent, and there won't be any problems. Isn't this akin to imprisonment? Even with her usual composure, Lu Shuran felt exasperated. Perhaps she had overthought the matter. Gu Jingjue was no different now than when they first met. You are involved in some significant cases within the hunting war corps and cannot return for the time being, Gu Jingjue said, gazing down at her flushed face. The scent of gardenias, unique to Lu Shuran, filled the cramped space. In larger areas, Gu Jingjue had learned to hold his breath and evade such fragrant distractions. But in this dormitory, where they had shared countless moments of intimacy, he found it hard to resist the allure. Stop causing trouble, Gu Jingjue said coldly, gripping Lu Shuran's chin. What's wrong? She asked, alarmed. After spending time together, she had discerned the nuances of his emotions. Gu Jingjue was indeed angry, the kind of anger that instilled fear. I haven't done anything. If not for the lingering aroma, Gu Jingjue would have been convinced by Lu Shuran's trembling lips and anxious demeanor. She's just acting. She's putting on a show. Keeping her by my side prevents her from seeking out other men. Once again, the unfounded accusations and ire surfaced. This time, Lu Shuran had learned her lesson. She understood that under these circumstances, anything she said would only provoke more anger from Gu Jingjue. I'll just rest here, following your instructions. If Gu Jingjue believed she was stirring up trouble, she would comply with his wishes. Though it felt uncomfortable to be so controlled, if it meant he would cease his suspicions and leave her be, it was a tolerable arrangement. Surely, after a few days, he would no longer seek her out. Once they clarify the situation regarding Hikong, she will be able to return home. Lu Shuran does not expect Gu Jingjue to retain her presence. Her primary concern is to arrive home safely. As for what follows, she can only take it one step at a time. Gu Jingjue, she believes, should be a man of his word, willing to assist her and her grandfather through the trials posed by the Lu family. However, if the Lu family, in a fit of rage, publicly announces her association with that man, Lu Shuran is uncertain how to respond. In truth, she is indifferent to the opinions of others. After all, what era is this? Her greatest fear is that her grandfather will discover this matter and react with overwhelming anger, as he is an elderly man with traditional views. Lu Shuran cannot predict whether he will show her more affection as his granddaughter or feel utterly humiliated and sever their bond. She has faith in her grandfather's love, but dares not gamble with it. Thus, with her mind swirling with various chaotic thoughts, Lu Shuran once again succumbed to a deep slumber. When Gu Jingjue pushed the door open, he found Lu Shuran sleeping on her side, her round face slightly flattened, appearing utterly defenseless in slumber. At that moment, the room was devoid of the floral scent that he so despised. Gu Jingjue was reminded of the first time Lu Shuran entered this room, lying there in restless sleep, struggling and frowning. He could hardly fathom when Lu Shuran had become so comfortable sleeping in the quarters of her enemy, completely unaware of his presence. Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran muttered in her sleep, causing Gu Jingjue to raise an eyebrow and listen intently, curious if her current assessment of him differed from her past sentiments. Scoundrel, shameless, lecherous rogue. Lu Shuran repeated the same mild insults, which unexpectedly lightened Gu Jingjue's mood. He reached out and poked her cheek, which had puffed up due to her sleeping position. Her skin retained its elasticity, though it was slightly darker than before. Yet, compared to her lightest moments, it was still fair and smooth as jade. Once she returned home, he believed she could regain her former complexion. Gu Jingjue intertwined his fingers, rubbing them together, when suddenly Lu Shuran awoke, startled to find a handsome face almost inches from hers. "Why are you scaring me?" Lu Shuran exclaimed, wide-eyed, gazing at the face so close before her. "What do you want, so near?" She was reluctant to ponder further. Gu Jingjue, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor as he straightened his posture and replied, "Naturally, I came back to rest. This is my dormitory." Oh, I see, Lu Shuran nodded. Then I shall sleep on the floor. Forget it. You can sleep, Gu Jingjue said, blocking her attempt to rise from the bed. Lu Shuran tucked herself back under the covers, leaving only her eyes visible as she blinked at him. I'll go take a shower, Gu Jingjue announced as he got up. When he emerged from the bathroom, he noticed that the space beside the bed had been neatly arranged with several blankets. He glanced over at Lu Shuran, who had turned her back to him, covering her face with the blanket. He gently pulled the cover down from her face. Lu Shuran slowly opened her eyes. Gu Jingjue, observing her clear gaze, chuckled lightly. Feigning sleep, are we? This was not merely a guess, but an astute judgment of Lu Shuran's behavior. She couldn't possibly have fallen asleep so quickly. Her voice was muffled beneath the blanket as she mumbled. Gu Jingjue caught a whiff of that floral fragrance again, and as he closed his eyes to steady himself, he seized Lu Shuran's wrist, drawing her closer for a gentle sniff. What are you doing? Lu Shuran found his actions odd and attempted to withdraw her hand, but Gu Jingjue's grip was too strong. Indeed, the scent emanating from her was intoxicating, confirming his suspicions about its allure. Gu Jingjue, who had felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, quickly found himself submerged in a deeper longing. Lu Shuran's demeanor often led him to perceive her as an ordinary, kind-hearted girl, yet whenever he drew near, she seemed to employ subtle tactics to entice him. Have you not given up on such underhanded tricks? Gu Jingjue leaned closer, whispering in her ear, why do you always say such things to me? Your act of feigning ignorance is commendable. You should not have become a doctor in our combat team. You should be winning Oscars, he remarked with a slight lift of his brow, laying his cards on the table. I've already discovered your tricks. Do you still wish to keep them hidden from me? To remain in the combat team, you truly will go to any lengths. Tricks? Lu Shuran pondered momentarily, recalling that Gu Jingjue had posed a similar question before. Do you think I poisoned you to control you? How could the captain of a combat team believe in such nonsense? And what about your traditional medicine? Isn't it equally bizarre that a single needle can cure countless ailments? And those herbs, if you want to deny the existence of poisons like this, what evidence do you have? Lu Shuran was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, while many dismissed the notion of poisons and control as impossible, who could definitively prove them false? Our traditional medicine is about healing and saving lives, not indulging in superstitions. Be cautious with your words, Captain, she retorted, her anger bubbling as she despised being falsely accused and her profession misinterpreted. Very well, if you claim I cannot provide evidence that such poisons do not exist, then you must prove to me that they do, she challenged. That would be effortless, Gu Jingjue replied, burying his face into the crook of her shoulder, unabashedly inhaling the fragrance of the gardenias that enveloped her. Though it was a pleasant scent, to Gu Jingjue it felt like the most lethal essence in the world. Soon, Gu Jingjue's breathing grew rapid, and his body temperature escalated. He could distinctly feel his blood surging within him, as if it were about to burst forth from his veins. He grasped Lu Shuran's delicate hand, guiding her fingertips to his pulse. What a chaotic heartbeat. Quite abnormal, Lu Shuran observed, her eyes widening as she noticed the flush on Gu Jingjue's face, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Are you all right? Gu Jingjue swallowed hard, his reddened gaze fixated on Lu Shuran. At this moment, you ought to be asking yourself if you're all right. You cannot mean. Lu Shuran scrambled to rise from the bed. I'll find you something to calm your nerves. Before she could get up, Gu Jingjue swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Do you not wish to know if I've been poisoned? But this truly has nothing to do with me. Lu Shuran's words were cut short as Gu Jingjue captured her lips in a fervent kiss. A kiss that transcended mere affection, teetering on the edge of desire, as if he intended to consume her whole. As their eyes locked, Lu Shuran was reminded of a ravenous wolf from that fateful night, but this time, the wolf was Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran, lacking the strength to resist him, found herself ensnared in his grasp. Her mind swirled with memories of their previous kisses, wondering if this was indeed related to the poison. Yet, she remained skeptical of such notions. As the kiss drew to a close, it was Gu Jingjue who finally restrained his overwhelming impulses, rising from her. Lu Shuran's lips were swollen and marked with traces of blood from the fervent kiss she had just endured. She was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jingjue's overwhelming impulse. Gu Jingjue gazed deeply at Lu Shuran, his voice hoarse. What are you afraid of? I will not harm you. Such a profound kiss surprisingly calmed the tempest within him. He rose and made his way to the bathroom. "You, please refrain from questioning," Gu Jingjue remarked before stepping inside. Lu Shuran lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed, gently touching her sore lips. This was no mere kiss. It was akin to a ravenous consumption, a whirlwind of passion. She pressed her hand against her heart, contemplating the veracity of Gu Jingjue's words. The sound of running water in the bathroom washed away the recent intimacy. And when Gu Jingjue emerged, his demeanor had notably normalized. "I truly do not understand how your actions concern me," Lu Shuran stated, shaking her head. "This may not even be a matter of poison. It could very well be some peculiar illness you have contracted. Once I return, I will investigate and find a way to aid you." Gu Jingjue chose not to respond to this assertion, but instead grasped Lu Shuran's chin. "You are not convincing at all. If you do not wish for me to use you to resolve this issue entirely, then remain silent." Chapter 50. Our leader's affection for you is unique. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps echoed from outside. Gu Jingjue released Lu Shuran and turned to open the door. "Boss, Hikong has committed suicide," Zhao Hang spoke urgently from the threshold. It suddenly dawned on Lu Shuran that Gu Jingjue had previously gone to deal with Hikong's situation, and she had yet to inquire about the details. Boss, are you available?" Zhao Hang cautiously peered in, noticing Gu Jingjue's damp hair and the oddly tense atmosphere within. "Can you not discern between significant and trivial matters?" Gu Jingjue's gaze grew icy as he extended a hand to obstruct Zhao Hang's prying eyes. "No, what I meant was, Hikong has been rescued. However, she is in a precarious state, and I have arranged for someone to watch over her around the clock, fearing for her safety. Yet, your visit may not yield any benefits." Zhao Hang sighed in resignation. "Is it truly that severe?" Lu Shuran emerged fully dressed. "She merely revealed my identity to Guang Zichuan. Surely, she cannot be that formidable." Gu Jingjue's brow furrowed slightly. Regardless, disclosing secrets of the Hunter's Corps constituted a breach of confidentiality. "Lu Shuran, you would do well to abandon your naivety." Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran fell silent. "Let's go and see," Gu Jingjue said. "May I accompany you?" Lu Shuran's gaze flickered as she added, "I wish merely to observe. After all, this matter pertains to me, albeit slightly." "Absolutely not." Gu Jingjue's succinct refusal extinguished Lu Shuran's hopes. "Very well. If it is forbidden, then so be it." She reclined back onto the bed, her mind swirling with the chaotic events that had transpired with Gu Jingjue. She lowered her head to inhale her own scent. Aside from the usual fragrance of the shower gel, there was nothing peculiar about it. Lu Shuran intended to search for the scant ancient texts online, but before she could delve deeply, another knock echoed from outside. Initially, she remained silent, fearful that someone had come to seek Gu Jingjue, which would expose her presence. "It is me, Zhao Hang. Sister-in-law, Hikong wishes to see you." Zhao Hang's voice came from beyond the door. Lu Shuran felt a twinge of curiosity, but still proceeded to open the door. "Why does Hikong wish to see me?" she queried, trailing behind Zhao Hang, equally puzzled. "I cannot say," Zhao Hang shrugged. "However, it is rather odd. Does she harbor such animosity that she wishes to betray me? I am on the verge of departure. Is that not to her advantage? Moreover, Miss Lu, you're unaware that the person she contacted this time is not Guang Zichuan," Zhao Hang said mysteriously. "It is she too, which only complicates matters further." "Onstu." The name resonated vaguely in Lu Shuran's memory from her earlier abduction. He was a nefarious figure from Napa, likely coveting Jin Yun or seeking to extract some advantage from him. It was she too who informed Guang Zichuan of your situation. No wonder it complicates matters. Guang Zichuan is from the ceramic nation, while she too hails from Napa, which alters the stakes entirely. This implies that a more formidable figure is also aware of my identity, thus placing me in increasing peril. Lu Shuran pondered aloud. "Perhaps. But the reason Hikong desires to meet you remains a mystery. We shall have to see once we arrive. Fear not. With the boss present, you will be safeguarded." Zhao Hang smiled, continuing, "Sister-in-law, shall I bring you a tube of lip balm tomorrow morning? It is exceptionally effective, crafted from natural ingredients in our research lab." Upon hearing Zhao Hang's suggestion, Lu Shuran instinctively touched the wound on her lips, a slight sting eliciting a blush on her cheeks. She wondered whether Zhao Hang had guessed the cause of her lips' condition. Soon, they arrived at the Hunter's Corps holding room, where the authority they wielded allowed them to address any unlawful actions against the Corps itself within reasonable bounds. The holding room was not as terrifying as Lu Shuran had envisioned. It consisted of small chambers, yet the stark black and white decor created an oppressive atmosphere. Gu Jingjue stood before Kong's cell, awaiting Lu Shuran's arrival. I will accompany you inside. If you find yourself unwilling to speak with her, do not hesitate to voice it, Gu Jingjue offered, extending his hand to her. Lu Shuran was momentarily bewildered by his intent, prompting Gu Jingjue to take the initiative, clasping her hand and pulling her inside. Upon hearing the noise, Kong lifted her gaze, immediately spotting the entwined hands of Gu Jingjue and Lu Shuran. TSK, she scoffed. Leader, did you not declare you would remain unmarried forever? So this is your taste? You find such an unattractive woman appealing? My personal affairs are of no concern to you, Gu Jingjue retorted, irritation creasing his brow. If this is the nature of your visit, we shall not engage further. You summoned me here merely to mock and deride me? Kong spat. So you're truly concerned about my identity? Lu Shuran tilted her head, gazing at Kong, clearly unperturbed by her words. Instead, she smiled. I thought you were a career-driven woman who was merely upset about not being reinstated to Team 1. Of course, you are mistaken. You are devoid of talent, virtue, and beauty, unworthy of remaining in the Hunter's Corps. Yet you dare to fantasize that Gu Jingjue would harbor feelings for you? He sees you only as a plaything. You summoned me to incite discord between us? Lu Shuran feigned affectionately wrapping her arms around Gu Jingjue's, leaning closer. I must sincerely apologize. Our bond is as strong as gold, our love deeper than the ocean. I advise you to confess any wrongdoing and seek leniency, rather than continue down this misguided path. At that moment, Lu Shuran could think of nothing else but to perform for Kong, believing that such a villain should be incensed to the point of fury. Had it not been for your demise, you would not have had this opportunity. Kong seethed, blaming Guang Zichuan for being cowardly and ineffectual. Had he merely eliminated you, none of this would have transpired. Why has she reemerged? Who are you referring to? Lu Shuran pressed. However, Gu Jingjue stepped in front of her, addressing Kong. Since you are not here to discuss serious matters, I shall take her back. Are you reluctant to let her hear one more word? Kong's voice echoed with bitterness. Gu Jingjue pushed Lu Shuran out, and Zhao Hang promptly closed the door with a resounding thud, isolating Kong's voice. Zhao Hang chuckled, sister-in-law. Do not heed Kong's nonsensical ramblings. Our leader's feelings for you are unlike those he bears for anyone else. From my perspective, he has never been particularly special to anyone else. All right, let's get to work. Gu Jingjue cast an impatient glance at Zhao Hang, who quickly fell silent and left. Lu Shuran smiled. Whether Zhao Hang explained or not made little difference, as she and Gu Jingjue had never shared such a bond. Chapter 51. Unexpectedly consumed by jealousy, Kong has made a misstep. Lu Shuran struggled to muster a smile for Gu Jingjue, determined not to let this trouble her. For she and he were fundamentally unrelated. Little did she expect that her words would inflict no harm on him, right? Gu Jingjue remained silent, merely lowering his gaze upon the carefree Lu Shuran. Fortunately, she posed no threat to him. Tilting her head, Lu Shuran inquired, But do you genuinely have a girl you like? What? Gu Jingjue displayed confusion. Never mind. As Lu Shuran was about to voice her question, she realized she had overstepped. Whether Gu Jingjue truly had someone special was of no concern to her. Let Zhao Hang. Gu Jingjue's words shifted. Come on. I'll escort you back to rest. You needn't dwell on Kong's matters. I understand. Lu Shuran nodded. Yet, despite her words, it was impossible to dismiss all thoughts. The moment she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but ponder Kong's remarks. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have the opportunity. What opportunity? I wouldn't have the chance to be Gu Jingjue's fiancée, nor to draw near to him. The her that Lu Shuran envisioned involuntarily took on a touch of romantic sentiment. Why? Perhaps it was simply a woman's intuition. She had been naive. Gu Jingjue was 7 or 8 years her senior. How could he have gone all these years without ever liking a girl? She had thought his eccentric nature made him hard to approach, and that it was normal for him to have never been in a relationship. Yet, upon reflection, Gu Jingjue was handsome and influential. Surely, even in the prestigious Jinyan, he must have saved many a girl. It was impossible for no one to have ever liked him. Lu Shuran lay in bed, turning to see Gu Jingjue resting on the floor beside her. Though the lights were off, she could still make out his tall silhouette. It seemed a pity for such a large man to be squeezed into such a small space. Gingerly, Lu Shuran stretched out her hand from the edge of the bed, but before she could touch Gu Jingjue, he suddenly seized her wrist. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingjue opened his eyes, filled with vigilance. Startled, Lu Shuran nearly forgot that at night, Gu Jingjue's combat readiness was at its peak. Years of habit made it impossible for him to remain unresponsive to sudden intrusions. "Nothing, my hand slipped." Lu Shuran hastily concocted an excuse. Yet, not even Gu Jingjue would believe such a flimsy rationale. Gu Jingjue, however, did not pursue the matter further, simply tossing her hand back onto the bed. Lu Shuran cautiously withdrew her hand beneath the covers. Sighing, she couldn't sleep. For reasons unknown, her mind was a whirlwind. Particularly curious about the girl Kong had mentioned in her connection to Gu Jingjue. Of course, it was merely curiosity. Clutching her blanket, Lu Shuran surprisingly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Gu Jingjue had already vanished. Just then, Zhao Heng knocked on the door to deliver lunch. "Is it already lunchtime?" Lu Shuran chuckled sheepishly. "You were sleeping so soundly this morning, the boss didn't want to disturb you, saying you'd wake up hungry by noon." Indeed, the captain knew her best. As Zhao Heng spoke, he placed the lunch on the dining table. "Is that what you call knowing? That's just normal." "Hey, Zhao Heng, wait." Lu Shuran stopped Zhao Heng, whispering, "I need to ask you something, but you mustn't tell your captain." "Huh?" Zhao Heng was taken aback, unable to comprehend, and was promptly pushed down into a chair. "Do you know if Gu Jingjue, has he ever liked a girl?" Lu Shuran narrowed her eyes, smiling charmingly. No, I can vouch for it. In the years I've worked with him, the captain has always upheld his virtues, never engaging in any inappropriate relationships with other women." "Oh dear, I mean sister-in-law, what are you worried about? With someone like our captain, how many girls would dare to fall for him? That's not the point. He is so handsome. It's not impossible for several girls to harbor feelings for him, especially in this era where looks matter. He probably just doesn't like anyone." "Well, is there anyone who pursued him, and although he never confessed to liking her, he wasn't entirely resistant either?" Lu Shuran pressed on. Asking Zhao Heng was no different from asking Gu Jingjue. Let me think. I might have heard of someone." "Zhao Heng." Gu Jingjue's voice echoed from outside. Lu Shuran glanced at the door, realizing it had been inadvertently left ajar. Zhao Heng gasped, waving his hands frantically. "Sister-in-law, I won't treat the closed commodonies anymore. I can still look handsome without it." Gu Jingjue pushed the door open, his expression frosty as he entered, teeth clenched, his gaze sharp as blades. "You could deliver meals, but why are you chatting away? If I hadn't come..." "Boss, how could you think that way?" Zhao Heng exclaimed, wide-eyed, unable to fathom that their leader could be so possessive, even over something trivial. "Gu Jingjue, don't say such things." Lu Shuran detected the underlying message in Gu Jingjue's words. "I asked him to come in. I wanted to inquire about something. It's not as scandalous as you interpret it. Please don't misinterpret. Leave." Gu Jingjue shot a glance at Zhao Heng. "From now on, just deliver the food and leave. I will message her to come out and collect it." Gu Jingjue closed the door. "What's wrong with you? Why are you saying such things in front of Zhao Heng?" Lu Shuran was exasperated. She hadn't even finished her questions and was just about to pry open Zhao Heng's tight lips. "Why did you ask him to come in?" Gu Jingjue's expression was particularly irritable. "Do you really have feelings for Zhao Heng? He is decent-looking, has a good character, and is capable, right?" As Gu Jingjue uttered those words, it felt as though he was squeezing each one out through gritted teeth. Lu Shuran swallowed hard. If Gu Jingjue's anger could take form, it would surely resemble a beast pouncing upon her, ready to tear her apart. She hadn't anticipated that he would take her earlier casual remark so seriously. "Of course not. How could I possibly like Zhao Heng? Don't say such things." Lu Shuran shook her head. "I was just trying to ask about you." Chapter 52. I am not like ordinary people. As the words hung on her lips, Lu Shuran suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. To bluntly tell Gu Jingjue that she was probing into his privacy, she feared that voicing it might only incite him further. "I was just asking about Kong." Lu Shuran thought to herself. Her statement held merit. Had it not been for Kong's mention of others, she wouldn't have been consumed by such thoughts. "Do you think I'm foolish?" Gu Jingjue scoffed. "That's exactly how it is." Lu Shuran abruptly recalled a crucial question. "Wait, how did you know Zhao Heng came to chat with me? Is that question more important than what you were going to ask?" Gu Jingjue replied dismissively. "Of course they're equally important." Knowing that if she admitted the significance of her own inquiry, Gu Jingjue would undoubtedly flare up. Lu Shuran had learned to navigate his temperament somewhat. "Fine, there's a surveillance camera outside my room that only I can access. You use surveillance to monitor me? Lu Shuran widened her eyes and instinctively shifted her body. No, this is the camera I have always been using. It cannot capture the situation inside the room. Only the people passing by. I merely care for your safety. Yet who would have thought that I would witness this scene? With Zhao Hang being brought in while I was away and not coming out for such a long time. As Gu Jingjue spoke, his expression darkened with each word. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Shuran decided to explain. I just wanted to ask him a few questions regarding you. Upon hearing Lu Shuran's explanation, Gu Jingjue's expression softened considerably, regardless of whether he believed her or not. There is nothing more to say. This is a one-time exception. With Gu Jingjue relenting, it appeared he would not pursue the matter further. Lu Shuran breathed a sigh of relief, feeling increasingly aware of how difficult it was to appease Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran, do not think I am unaware of your cunning. It would be best if you refrain from displaying it in my presence, Gu Jingjue warned as he left the room, still simmering with anger. She glanced at the sumptuous meal on the table, surprised at how the provisions of the hunting battalion had improved. After all, a full stomach often brings forgetfulness of worries. Just as Gu Jingjue stepped out, he caught Zhao Hang circling around. What are you doing here? Gu Jingjue frowned. Nothing up. I was just worried about you and your sister-in-law having a quarrel. Zhao Hang replied with a sheepish smile. It's not worth it for me. Gu Jingjue scrutinized Zhao Hang, thinking Lu Shuran would likely not take a liking to him. Actually, boss, I must tell you, your sister-in-law is quite concerned about you. Zhao Hang winked, promptly betraying Lu Shuran. She wanted to ask me if any girls had liked you in the past. Gu Jingjue's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Zhao Hang's words, yet his demeanor became significantly more relaxed than before. And how did you respond? I hadn't answered yet when you arrived. Zhao Hang chuckled. Boss, your sister-in-law is evidently quite interested in your romantic history. She must have been provoked by He Kong's words. Provoked? What did He Kong say? Gu Jingjue inquired, puzzled. Huh, you don't know who she was talking about? Zhao Hang was astonished. Enough of this nonsense. Let us cease this topic here. From now on, do as I say, without my permission. You are not allowed to enter my dormitory, especially when Lu Shuran is present, Gu Jingjue commanded. Well, there's one more question, boss, Zhao Hang continued. Are you planning to keep her confined in your dormitory while I deliver her meals? It's a temporary measure. Once the situation with He Kong is resolved, she will be sent back, Gu Jingjue decisively replied. Send her back? Zhao Hang clicked his tongue and shook his head. I can see you are quite reluctant to let her go. Lu Shuran had also contemplated asking Gu Jingjue when he would release her, whether to return home or continue her stay in the hunting battalion. Remaining in his dormitory indefinitely didn't seem feasible. However, having already upset Gu Jingjue at noon, she refrained from bringing it up again. That evening, she obediently helped him prepare the bedding and lay down on the bed herself. Gu Jingjue often returned late, yet he moved quietly enough not to disturb Lu Shuran, watching her sleep as innocently as a child. Gu Jingjue found himself thinking that if she could always be this docile when asleep, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Days passed in this manner. Lu Shuran would wake up, Gu Jingjue would leave, she would fall asleep, and he had yet to return. After repeating this cycle for several days, Lu Shuran began to feel that this room was her private sanctuary. That night, she stayed awake, waiting for Gu Jingjue to return. How was the matter with He Kong progressing? Do I still need to assist? Lu Shuran inquired sweetly as she sat on the edge of the bed, gazing up at Gu Jingjue. What will happen to me afterward? Am I still to return to Kyoto as planned? You had me investigate your grandfather's situation. I have received news recently. Gu Jingjue suddenly shifted the topic without addressing Lu Shuran's questions. What news? Lu Shuran jumped off the bed, grasping his wrist. Her face filled with urgency. Is my grandfather all right? Yes, I contacted someone at a hospital. They mentioned that they had been conducting regular checkups for the elderly gentleman, and his health is stable, with no significant issues. However, it is evident that he feels quite lonely. He has mentioned his granddaughter several times, Gu Jingjue informed her. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuran felt a weight lift off her heart, yet a wave of longing surged within her as she repeatedly murmured, as long as my grandfather is in good health, that is all that matters. When you return, if you need any assistance, you can. Gu Jingjue began, but Lu Shuran interrupted him. Captain, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to trouble you from such a distance. Lu Shuran shook her head. She understood that Gu Jingjue took his words seriously. She feared that her polite response might be misconstrued. You are right. Once you return, you will surely find someone better to protect you. Gu Jingjue's words suddenly cast a chill over the atmosphere in the room. Strangely, even though Lu Shuran was close to him and her hand rested on his arm, the faint scent of gardenia that surrounded her felt indistinct. Gu Jingjue, do you? Lu Shuran's voice faltered as she struggled to articulate her question. I'm not like normal people. It is better for you not to remain by my side, regardless of the reason. Chapter 53. Lu Shuran, can I truly stay? Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran felt as though time had momentarily frozen. A subtle tremor coursed through her heart. At that moment, Gu Jingjue did not push her away for any other reason. Rather, he stated that he was not a normal person. Why would he describe himself with such words? Lu Shuran suddenly recalled the things Guang Zichuan had told her during her abduction concerning Gu Jingjue's past. I find you quite normal, Lu Shuran replied, a smile curving her lips. Why do you speak of yourself in such a way? Are you not aware? You have seen for yourself. Gu Jingjue extended a hand, grasping Lu Shuran's neck. Do you know how much blood is on my hands? I can barely distinguish it myself. But you're in the hunting battalion. You are also protecting the citizens of Jinyan. Lu Shuran gently placed her hand on Gu Jingjue's wrist. Where did you hear my gossip? Gu Jingjue accurately deduced the reason behind Lu Shuran's reaction. He released her hand, pushing her away. Between us, any relationship is acceptable, but I do not wish for it to be out of pity or charity. I did not mean it that way. Lu Shuran realized Gu Jingjue had misunderstood her and felt it unwise to elaborate further. Yet, a vague understanding settled in her heart as to why Gu Jingjue had become who he was today. It all stemmed from the Gu family. It seemed that both the Gu family and the Lu family were alike. Behind the seemingly glamorous Kyoto lay a world of filth. Is the curse on me reversible? Will your departure affect me? I have not placed a curse on you, Lu Shuran retorted, slightly annoyed. I have no idea what you are rambling about. But I will uncover the truth. Until then, maintaining a distance of at least 3 meters from you should suffice, right? Lu Shuran declared with irritation. Let us temporarily take your words to heart. Gu Jingjue stepped closer to Lu Shuran. Or perhaps you can join me in experimenting under what circumstances your skin will emit the fragrance of gardenia to entice me. Gu Jingjue took hold of Lu Shuran's hand and leaned down to sniff her skin, indeed detecting a faint scent emanating from her. Is this how you behave when you are near? Gu Jingjue's eyes were remarkably captivating. Their hue was lighter than most, exuding both coldness and an alluring charm. Suppressing the anger within, the man before her evoked an irresistible fluttering of the heart. Gu Jingjue raised his hand and gently stroked Lu Shuran's cheek with his thumb. The warmth of her skin intensified with the frequency of his touch, and the fragrance in the air became increasingly sweet and intoxicating. Thus, the more I touch you, the more potent this aroma becomes. As soon as Gu Jingjue finished speaking, Lu Shuran hurriedly stepped back. I understand. Since you dislike it, I shall keep my distance from you in the future. She cupped her nearly aflame face with both hands. Despite having engaged in more intimate gestures, she still found herself flustered by Gu Jingjue's prolonged gaze or a mere touch. In any case, there would be no future, at most in 3 days. I shall send you back, Gu Jingjue declared. Lu Shuran longed to ask him if returning was truly necessary. Yet his tone was so resolute that she refrained from inviting further discomfort upon herself. The following afternoon, Zhao Hang arrived to deliver lunch, knocking on the door. Yet Lu Shuran remained despondent, lacking any motivation. She could not conceive of a way to persuade Gu Jingjue to let her stay. With a deep sigh, she wondered what was happening. Had he not instructed Zhao Hang to deliver the items and leave without lingering? Why was he still knocking? Was there something he needed from her? Just as her confusion mounted, a voice came from outside. Shuran, it's me. Please open the door. Liang Dui. Lu Shuran exclaimed in surprise, never expecting Liang Jinwen to visit her at such a time. She rushed to open the door and saw Liang Jinwen holding her lunch. Eat up. Are you hungry? Liang Jinwen smiled gently. Liang Dui, you are one of the few who have shown kindness to me in the hunting brigade, Lu Shuran thought. Feeling a wave of gratitude, her defenses crumbling. I've been sleeping and eating all day. I'm not hungry at all. But does Gu Jingjue know you are here? When I arrived, didn't he know, but he should by now. Liang Jinwen glanced up at the camera above the dormitory door. Oh, I forgot there was a camera there. But that's not important. Shuran, I want to ask you, if given the choice, Would you prefer to stay in the hunting brigade or leave? Of course, I want to stay. Lu Shuran answered without a moment's hesitation. That is all I needed to hear. Liang Jinwen nodded with a smile. Liang Dui, do you have a way to help me stay? But Gu Jingjue wants me to leave, Lu Shuran said glumly. This is the hunting brigade. Is there anyone with more authority than the commander? I know, Liang Jinwen replied. So, how do you plan to tell him? Lu Shuran was unsure if Liang Jinwen was aware of the specifics of her relationship with Gu Jingjue, so she tentatively asked, Is there a way to argue with him? Liang Jinwen raised her voice. Argue? Lu Shuran blinked in confusion. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. The commander arrived quite swiftly. He wants to be monitoring the surveillance for every meal, will he? Liang Jinwen showed no surprise at Gu Jingjue's sudden appearance. Liang Jinwen, what are you doing here? Return to your post, Gu Jingjue said coldly, dismissing her. What am I doing here? Didn't I just say? I came to find you. Argue. Liang Jinwen rolled up her sleeves. The hunting brigade may have been founded by you, Gu Jingjue, but the medical team is also my hard work. I didn't confront you about returning so many reserve members because of your status as commander. Heikong is gone and cannot return. Lu Shuran is the one I have my eye on. No matter what, I will not let her go. Though Lu Shuran knew Liang Jinwen had always been more casual with Gu Jingjue than others, she was surprised by her boldness in confronting him directly. What do you mean, Liang Jinwen? Gu Jingjue furrowed his brow. The medical team 3 is not a primary team. You can recruit more people quickly. Is that all you want to discuss? Liang Yinwen met Gu Jingjue gaze fearlessly. I'm standing here today to ask you, can Lu Shuran stay or not? Chapter 54. Thank you, Commander. I will certainly perform well. Although Lu Shuran wanted to urge Liang Jinwen to reconsider, she had already accepted her fate of having to leave the hunting brigade. However, facing someone who was helping her fight for her future, she knew she could not express any discouragement in front of her. Is this your rescue? Gu Jingjue turned to Lu Shuran. Liang Jinwen stepped forward to shield Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue, the person you're speaking to is me. This is entirely my decision, and it has nothing to do with Shuran. Do you know how much she has accomplished during her time in the hunting brigade? No matter what she has done, it cannot change my intention to send her back. Gu Jingjue remained steadfast in his decision. She discovered the virus in that Napa child, identified the dangers you faced during training, and saved a suspect who is very important to you. Gu Jingjue, do you intend to burn bridges? Liang Dui, are you saying that girl has recovered? Lu Shuran quickly asked upon hearing Liang Jinwen's words. Yes, it has been confirmed that your medicine was effective, and she indeed suffered from the toxin you predicted. You did well, and if there are any issues, I should bear the responsibility. But I trust my judgment. Liang Jinwen turned to Gu Jingjue. Commander, didn't you inform Shuran of this news? Is there any reason for her to know? Gu Jingjue scoffed. Do you understand how guilt can impact a medical professional's future career? You are being unreasonable to express your regret. Why not let Lu Shuran continue her stay in the hunting brigade? What difference does it make to have one more person or one less? Gu Jingjue was starting to grow impatient with Liang Jinwen's persistence. It depends on who that person is. Lu Shuran has a great potential. If she doesn't wish to leave, I believe keeping her would not be a detriment. Liang Jinwen stated seriously. Where do you plan to place her? As soon as Gu Jingjue posed this question, Lu Shuran's eyes brightened. Surely, this implies he intends to keep her? It would be perfect for her to remain as the captain of Team 3. Liang Jinwen had evidently already devised the best plan for Lu Shuran's future. Captain, Lu Shuran exclaimed in astonishment. I've only just arrived. Given her few accomplishments, being a reserve team, captain shouldn't be an issue, right? Commander, besides, Team 3 currently has only a few female medics left. Having a girl lead is just right. Fine, after all this, I believe you genuinely want to keep her. Gu Jingjue lifted his gaze, glancing at Lu Shuran, then pointedly at Liang Jinwen. However, you must vouch for her. If any issues arise in the future, it won't simply be a matter of sending her back. Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words indicating that she could remain, Lu Shuran felt elated, nodding vigorously. I will be more cautious and ensure that Liang Dui has no trouble. Gu Jingjue had not anticipated that Liang Jinwen would emerge to advocate for Lu Shuran. Were she a man, he might have suspected she was employing her charms on other men as well. Nevertheless, Liang Jinwen, as a core member of the hunting brigade and a subordinate of Gu Jingjue, also counted as one of his few friends within the team. He did not wish for a rift to form between them over Lu Shuran. Taking one step at a time, whether one can truly continue depends on Lu Shuran herself. To her surprise, happiness arrived swiftly, transforming her previous disappointment about leaving tomorrow into the opportunity to return to Team 3. Furthermore, Liang Jinwen wanted her to be the team leader. Lu Shuran, in fact, wished to avoid any spotlight. Having previously drawn too much attention to herself had ultimately hindered her ability to remain in the hunter battle group. This time, she merely aspired to serve as a humble soldier, enduring in the hunter battle group for a while longer. Pack your things, Gu Jingjue stated coldly to Lu Shuran. Thank you, Captain. I will certainly perform well, Lu Shuran replied, saluting him. Gu Jingjue shot her a frosty glance, his eyes like the sharpest winter ice blade. Yet Lu Shuran felt no fear. Once she had gathered her belongings, she followed Liang Jinwen. Captain, I do not wish to be the leader, Lu Shuran murmured, her military backpack slung over her shoulder. I simply want to work diligently as a regular medic in Team 3. Would that be acceptable? Shuran, as I mentioned, Team 3 currently has only a handful of female soldiers. Hikong has encountered issues, and this time, it is not I who is keeping you in the hunter battle group, but you who must support Team 3. Is that agreeable? Liang Jinwen spoke sincerely, and Lu Shuran could discern her earnestness. We both know that it is difficult for girls to survive in this hunter battle group, let alone in the Jin Yun unit. Liang Jinwen sighed. However, Jin Yun is harsh, yet filled with opportunities. As others say, heroes emerge in chaotic times. I understand, Lu Shuran nodded. Captain, I am not rejecting your offer. I simply believe I lack the capability to take on such a responsibility. However, I can recommend someone. Do you have a suitable candidate? Liang Jinwen inquired curiously. Yes, my roommate, Zhao Qiong. She is generally reserved, steady in character, and excels academically, though she tends to shy away from the limelight. I believe she would be able to command the team effectively. Of course, she is currently just a member of Team 3. If you have reservations, you could appoint her as acting captain initially, and should she prove her worth, promote her thereafter. Having made her case, Lu Shuran felt Liang Jinwen could not press any further. However, Shuran, although you have returned to Team 3, when I need you I will be there at your beck and call. Thank you, Captain, for exerting yourself on my behalf in front of the commander. Lu Shuran silently acknowledged Liang Jinwen's kindness. Upon returning to the familiar yet foreign dormitory of Medical Team 3, she pushed the door open to find a tranquil atmosphere. Feng Wan was lying on her bed, fiddling with her phone, while Zhao Qiong sat at the desk, engrossed in her studies. Upon hearing the door open, both instinctively turned to look. Shuran, you're back, Zhao Qiong exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Yes, this time it's for real, Lu Shuran replied as she began to organize her belongings. In the afternoon, she joined the team for training, and Liang Jinwen arrived to announce Zhao Qiong as the acting team leader. Seeing the astonished expression on Zhao Qiong's face, flushed with a rosy hue, Lu Shuran found her endearing. She hoped she had not made a poor recommendation. Chapter 55. The commander is looking our way. After returning from a mission, Zhao Qiong appeared in a daze, unable to fathom the impact of her new role as acting captain. Is this really such a shock? Lu Shuran mused, surprised at the profound effect the position had on Zhao Qiong. Are you happy? Lu Shuran inquired. Let us go out for a nice meal tonight. Sure, I'll treat, Zhao Qiong responded, glancing at Feng Wan, before leaning closer to Lu Shuran and whispering with Shui Yunyuan gone. Feng Wan has calmed down, as well should we invite her. Should we ask her? Lu Shuran replied, while she believed that Feng Wan's nature to cling to others would not easily change. She had no desire to create animosity among roommates. Feng Wan agreed, and the three girls made their way to the cafeteria, where Feng Wan had already linked arms with Zhao Qiong, chatting animatedly. It was my fault before, but with Yuan being so domineering, I couldn't defy her words. I had to comply, but from now on, I will be diligent in class. Zhao Qiong, now that you're the captain, please take good care of us. I'm just the acting captain, Zhao Qiong clarified earnestly. Captain Liang mentioned that with new members arriving, we will need to reorganize the team and appoint a permanent captain. Oh, don't say that. You're the captain now. As long as nothing goes wrong, Captain Liang won't strip you of the title. In time, you will be our true Team 3 captain. I'm so thrilled to be roommates with a captain. Feng Wan flattered, causing Lu Shuran to involuntarily twitch her lips. Feng Wan was indeed one to cling to a leg, regardless of its size. Though Zhao Qiong had taken on the role of captain, Lu Shuran found herself enjoying a more comfortable routine. The work in Team 3 primarily revolved around learning and training. As a reserve unit, the opportunities for direct medical support were limited. Zhao Qiong adapted to her new responsibilities as captain faster than Lu Shuran had anticipated, while Fengwan transitioned from being Shui Yunyun's follower to becoming Zhao Qiong's. Today's inspection, Shuran. I've told you several times not to leave your things on the table, Zhao Qiong admonished, frowning as she stood impatiently beside Lu Shuran. But this is my book. I just organized my class notes, and Haven T had a chance to put them away yet, Lu Shuran explained. I don't want excuses, Shuran. Though I'm a captain, I can't turn a blind eye to you. Zhao Qiong shook her head. Exactly. We should lead by example. Captain, look. I have nothing on my desk. Fengwan chimed in, eager to please. Indeed, Shuran. Look at how well Fengwan is doing. Yet, regardless of past or present, the medical team maintained high standards for cleanliness, never having stated that desks could not hold items. Lu Shuran found Zhao Qiong's rigid approach rather amusing. Shuran, what do you mean? Are you defying me? Zhao Qiong furrowed her brow. I know you must feel a bit resentful, having always been favored by Captain Liang, but not being appointed team leader. When did I ever say that? Lu Shuran couldn't help but laugh, genuinely amused by Zhao Qiong's assumptions. It's just a book. I'll take it away. Lu Shuran could not comprehend how a mere title could so easily alter a person's demeanor. After tidying her belongings, she took a break. Zhao Qiong had other matters to attend to as captain and left first, while Fengwan, though free, followed behind Zhao Qiong under the pretense of helping. Lu Shuran opened her phone to find a group notification. Tomorrow marked the Hunter Battle Group's quarterly training day, which occurred at the end of every third month. It was not particularly formal. Typically, each team would send their strongest members to demonstrate their skills, while the smaller members would watch from the sidelines. Thus, the medical team's participation would likely involve the first and second teams, with Team 3 merely observing the prowess of their seniors. Given that Gu Jingjue and other significant officers would be present, the event was treated with due seriousness. Tomorrow, we'll rise at 4, Zhao Qiong announced. 4 o'clock is too early. We're not even participating in the drills. It seems excessive, Lu Shuran protested, dreading the thought of waking up at 4, especially after a long day. It's different. We will meet the commander, Zhao Qiong stated. It's not our first time, Lu Shuran chuckled. Nevertheless, as the captain of Team 3, you must cooperate with us and rise at 4 to prepare, Zhao Qiong insisted in an authoritative tone. Lu Shuran was left speechless. Fengwan, clearly apprehensive about the early wake-up call, nevertheless followed Zhao Qiong without question, having grown accustomed to being swayed by others. 4 o'clock is simply 4 o'clock. It merely means waking up a little earlier, and one will not perish from it, Fengwan remarked, suggesting that rather than squabbling, they would be better off resting early. Lu Shuran was reluctant to heed their chatter, but was helpless as Fengwan persistently roused her the next morning, seemingly determined to ensure that if she suffered, others would not be spared either. Lu Shuran cast a glance at her 2 roommates, who had evidently put in considerable effort into their appearances. Was such extravagance truly necessary? After all, everyone was clad in the same attire, and from a distance, there was little to differentiate them. Naturally, she refrained from voicing this thought, hastily completing her morning routine before joining them. It turned out that the entire medical team 3 had been summoned by Zhao Qiong to gather at 5 o'clock. Arriving early would secure them prime positions. Some members stifled yawns from fatigue, yet many were in agreement with Zhao Qiong's suggestion. It appeared that there was considerable enthusiasm among them to meet the esteemed leader. Indeed, setting off at 5, they reached the largest training field of the hunting brigade, only to find a scant number of teams present. They had claimed the best spot right in front of the podium. Lu Shuran had not seen Gu Jingjue for quite some time, and she had not anticipated encountering him under such circumstances. They sat on the ground, while Gu Jingjue held court on the podium above, dressed in the formal uniform of the hunting brigade. A black leather belt cinched at his waist accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His stature was commanding, and with each step he took in his military boots, it felt as though he was not merely ascending the steps, but rather treading upon the hearts of those who beheld him. The moment Gu Jingjue entered, his gaze fell upon Medical Team 3, situated in the center of the field, facing the podium. Hey, did you notice? Zhao Qiong is looking our way, Fengwan whispered, exchanging knowing glances with the girls beside her. You must be dreaming. Take another look, one girl urged her, adding, not only is Zhao Qiong glancing over, but the leader is as well. Chapter 56. Gu Jingjue was indeed exceptionally handsome. What does it mean that the leader is looking our way? It's clear we aren't participating in the drills today. Oh, are you really that oblivious? Currently, in the entire hunting brigade, only our medical team 3 consists entirely of female members. Both Zhao Qiong and the leader are men, after all. It's only natural that they would steal a glance at beautiful girls. Lu Shuran fluttered her long lashes, clearing her throat softly. Do you think perhaps you're reading too much into this? It might simply be because we're seated directly in front of the podium. Oh, come on, Shuran. Don't be a spoilsport, Feng Wan chided. It's just, on the podium, Zhao Heng nudged Gu Jingjue's elbow. Boss, your wife is looking over again. Gu Jingjue sighed. Can you stop talking? He gritted his teeth, exasperated. Was today meant for observing drills or for watching her? Well, we see drills every day. You and your wife haven't seen each other in days. I thought you two lovebirds might want to catch a few glances, Zhao Heng replied, feigning innocence. I have eyes. I can look when I wish without your help. Gu Jingjue snapped back. Zhao Heng couldn't suppress his laughter. Ah, so you do want to look after all. Lu Shuran found it quite astonishing that the girls around her were vying to steal glances at Gu Jingjue at such a moment. The leader appeared fierce and unapproachable, seemingly barbaric and rude, yet Lu Shuran's thought was cut short as she felt the piercing gazes of those nearby. What was this notion of barbarity? Was the leader truly uncouth? Just look at him. He was nothing like those rough soldiers beside them. He radiated an abundance of masculine charm. The leader and Zhao Qiong represented 2 extremes of manhood. Indeed, the leader is handsome yet somewhat aloof, which only enhances his allure. While Zhao Qiong is equally attractive but more approachable, one girl remarked. Oh, they're looking our way again. Who do you think Zhao Qiong and the leader are gazing at? Surely, it's not at anyone in particular. You're imagining things. Lu Shuran attempted to interject, but was interrupted. Why do you always counter our observations? Everyone believes Zhao Qiong and the leader are looking this way, yet you alone remain skeptical. Perhaps she thinks she is too plain to be the object of their attention, and thus feigns such indifference, another teased. Oh, please don't be ridiculous. Shuran is simply trying to keep us grounded, Feng Wan said with a smirk. Come on, Shuran, let us chat. You don't need to be so serious. Lu Shuran fell silent. The girls continued their chatter, and Feng Wan suddenly piped up. I feel like they're looking at the captain. Yes, another chimed in. The captain has risen from being a medic to leading the team. He must have performed exceptionally to earn such a promotion. Perhaps the leader holds the captain in high regard. Indeed, both the leader and Zhao Qiong have visited our side. Feng Wan added, omitting the fact that it had been to apprehend Shui Yuan. Stop talking nonsense, Zhao Qiong interjected. If we wish to see more of the leader and Zhao Qiong, we must strive harder. Lu Shuran found the increasingly fanciful conversation overwhelming and decided to turn her attention to the competitions among the other hunting brigade members. The athletes on the field were impressive. Years of training had sculpted their physiques into statuesque forms. During the competition, some donned combat uniforms, while others wore camouflage pants paired with military boots and vests, each showcasing their well-toned bodies. Lu Shuran watched intently. On the podium, Zhao Heng furrowed his brow, a look of concern on his face as he addressed Gu Jingjue. Boss, Medical Team 3 is all looking our way, yet your wife remains fixated on the competition, occasionally smiling. Is your charm waning? Gu Jingjue followed Zhao Heng's gaze and indeed found Lu Shuran utterly engrossed in the match. His brow arched slightly as he stood. It seems it's time for me to enter the fray. As Gu Jingjue rose from the podium, he attracted the attention of many. The leader is getting up. This single action drew Lu Shuran's focus back to him. She looked toward Gu Jingjue, only to find his icy gaze fleetingly sweeping over her. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Was it merely her imagination? What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Lu Shuran dismissed the thought, but overheard others continuing to speculate. What is the leader doing standing up? Oh, you're unaware? I've inquired ahead. Each year, the hunting brigade selects the top marksman, who earns a chance to compete for the title of Shooting King. The Shooting King? Lu Shuran felt a surge of curiosity. Yes, but the title must be wrested from our leader. And thus far, no one has succeeded. The rules dictate 3 different firearms, disassembled and then reassembled. Each has 10 shots at moving targets, and the one with the highest accuracy and shortest time wins. Whoever surpasses the leader will claim the title. The leader was known for his impeccable marksmanship. Lu Shuran watched as Gu Jingjue descended from the podium with agile grace, casually tossing his jacket back, revealing a military green shirt underneath. As he walked, he unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves to reveal well-defined forearm muscles. The meticulously fastened collar was loosened a few buttons. His movements were fluid and captivating. Those who were aware of the impending competition understood his intentions, while others might have thought he was preparing for a fashion shoot. Yet, it was merely a contest. Did he truly need to captivate the attention of the girls? Though Lu Shuran silently critiqued Gu Jingjue, his actions undeniably incited gasps of admiration from the girls nearby. Lu Shuran could only add, "All right, good-looking people could do anything with reason." Gu Jingjue was indeed exceptionally handsome. Beside him, Zhao Heng could not help but silently cheer for their leader, wondering why he remained unfazed by the shift of attention towards his sister-in-law. Their leader, as expected, effortlessly drew her focus back with his captivating charm. Gu Jingjue approached the table where firearms were laid out and nodded in acknowledgement to the young man who had just received the title of marksman for this quarter in the hunting battle team. They inspected each other's weapons, confirming that everything was in order. Before the competition commenced, Gu Jingjue turned slightly to glance in Lu Shuran's direction. She was momentarily taken aback, forced to absorb his gaze. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. "The captain is so handsome. The captain is sure to win." Only Lu Shuran pondered. Did he just smirk? Chapter 57. Why didn't Tishi cheer for me? Lu Shuran paused, contemplating what he found amusing. Was it merely her imagination? However, she had no time to dwell on it, as the competition between the two had already begun. It was a race against time. The newly crowned marksman appeared quite nervous. Yet Gu Jingjue showed no sign of complacency due to his opponent's apparent lack of skill. As the whistle blew, both competitors skillfully began to dismantle their firearms, their movements fluid and harmonious. It was difficult for the naked eye to discern a victor. Lu Shuran glanced at Gu Jingjue's face, noting his almost impassive expression, his gaze unwavering and serious. Each action he took was calm and precise, executed with an elegance that seemed effortless. As the final screw was unscrewed, Gu Jingjue had completed the disassembly just slightly ahead of his rival. Perhaps it was this slight advantage that disrupted the opponent's rhythm. As beads of sweat began to roll down the marksman's forehead, Gu Jingjue remained undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the presence of anyone around him. There were no rivals, nor spectators. He was entirely engrossed in his own world. His movements were so rapid that bystanders could scarcely comprehend his actions, swiftly reassembling the components, each piece fitting together flawlessly. Once assembled, he raised the firearm, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger, the shot ringing out as the bullet struck true. Gu Jingjue's actions were seamless, while his opponent was equally quick in his shooting. Despite the cacophony of the training ground, the audience watching the contest seemed to only then realize they could breathe. "Captain, I yield." The marksman smiled at Gu Jingjue. Gu Jingjue placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "No wonder you're from the third squad. Old Zhou has taught you well. You have potential, but your arm strength needs improvement." "Yes, Captain," the young man responded with a salute, his eyes filled with admiration for Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran couldn't help but marvel at how Gu Jingjue was a master of winning hearts, regardless of gender. "The captain is simply too handsome." "Oh my, yes, looking over here again." Lu Shuran heard someone nearby exclaim that Gu Jingjue was looking in their direction, and instinctively, she raised her eyes. She noticed Gu Jingjue glancing over, and some bold individuals began to shout his praises. "Captain, you're so handsome. Go, Captain. You're amazing, Captain." Gu Jingjue displayed no signs of annoyance on his face, merely casting a brief glance before retrieving his jacket and returning to the podium. "Boss, your performance just now had the sister-in-law completely captivated," Zhao Heng whispered into Gu Jingjue's ear. He had been too focused on the competition to notice Lu Shuran's reaction. "Lu Shuran, does she usually not fit in?" Gu Jingjue inquired slowly. "Huh." Zhao Heng found his leader's question rather abrupt and was momentarily confused about how he arrived at that conclusion. "Have you heard anything about her?" Gu Jingjue pressed. "No, not much. Although it seems she doesn't often engage with the others, it doesn't seem like she's south out of place," Zhao Heng recalled. "Everyone was cheering for me. Why didn't she?" Gu Jingjue thought it peculiar, but kept his thoughts to himself. There was no need to dwell on her actions. The day of drills lasted all day, and at noon, They were not allowed to return to their dorms for rest, but had to go to the cafeteria for a communal meal. At that moment, Lu Shuran was both hungry and fatigued. After finally eating her fill, her tiredness deepened. Moreover, she was on her period, experiencing mild cramps and discomfort throughout her body. It wasn't a crucial matter, so slipping away for a moment shouldn't be an issue, right? Zhao Qiong, I'm feeling unwell. May I take a leave? Lu Shuran indicated her abdomen to Zhao Qiong. As they shared a dorm, Zhao Qiong was aware of Lu Shuran's condition and hesitated before saying, "Today, there is no need for training. How about this? You don't leave the training ground, but I'll allow you to find another spot to rest however you like. Don't say I lack compassion as a roommate." Does that count as taking a leave? Lu Shuran thought. Regardless, it was better to relax a bit. They were seated in front of the podium, where they had to sit upright, and Lu Shuran found it tiring. After requesting her leave, she began scouting for a suitable resting spot. The temperature difference in Jinyun was particularly pronounced, and with midday sun shining down, a warm spot would be quite pleasant. Soon enough, Lu Shuran found a corner by a wall where the sunlight poured in unobstructed, creating a spacious patch of warmth. So comfortable. Leaning against the wall, Lu Shuran yawned, curling up slightly and cradling her abdomen as she dozed off. In the afternoon, Gu Jingjue noticed Lu Shuran was missing from the medical team's area. Zhao Heng babbled on about how strange it was. Gu Jingjue decided to rise from the podium. Just as Zhao Heng was about to ask, he suddenly realized that Gu Jingjue was likely going to find his sister-in-law and thought it unnecessary to voice his question. "Continue," Zhao Heng instructed the others. "The captain has some personal matters to attend to. Who would dare inquire about the captain's affairs?" After searching for a while, Gu Jingjue found Lu Shuran curled up in an unoccupied corner. His brow furrowed as he removed his jacket and draped it over her. Lu Shuran was startled awake by this sudden gesture. Still disoriented, she was lifted from the ground. What is happening?" She rubbed her eyes and focused on her bearer. "Captain, what is wrong?" Gu Jingjue's voice was low. "Why are you sleeping here? Do you wish to catch a cold and skip training? Am I really that inconsequential in your eyes? Is it the captain who won T grant leave?" Lu Shuran yawned. "It's not that he won T grant leave. It's just hard to leave. I was allowed to find a place to rest." Gu Jingjue softly acknowledged her, though he was uncertain of his own thoughts. There were few people around, and whenever they encountered someone, Lu Shuran would hide her face within Gu Jingjue's jacket. Who would dare pry into the captain's matters? Gu Jingjue escorted her back to the dormitory. "If you need a rest, do it properly in the dormitory," he instructed. "I'll leave now." "All right." Lu Shuran's eyelashes fluttered lightly then. "I'll consider this a direct grant of leave from the captain." Gu Jingjue said nothing further, and Lu Shuran watched him depart, her mind swirling with questions. How did Gu Jingjue know she hadn't participated in the afternoon activities? And how did he find her? Chapter 58. Her return to rest is permitted by me. Is there still a need for punishment? Although her mind was filled with uncertainties, once back in her own bed, Lu Shuran lay down and enjoyed a deep slumber, until she was abruptly awakened by an angry voice. "Lu Shuran, what on earth is going on?" Zhao Qiong stood by Lu Shuran's bedside, furrowing her brow and crossing her arms, her expression a portrait of displeasure as she interrogated Lu Shuran. "I just granted you leave. Did I summon you back?" Lu Shuran, feeling a bit unwell, replied, "It's not unreasonable for me to return to rest. Is it? After all, sleeping against the wall is still sleeping." Lu Shuran was perplexed by Zhao Qiong's fury. "You need my approval for that." Zhao Qiong's eyes widened in indignation. It was then that Lu Shuran realized the source of Zhao Qiong's anger. She felt her authority had been undermined. "Zhao Qiong, why be so incensed? It's not a significant matter. You know I have a stomachache. I admit my fault. I will handle the cleaning duties for the dormitory this week, all right?" Lu Shuran sought to defuse the situation, opting for humility. "What do you mean not significant? Disobeying orders in the hunting brigade is the gravest of matters," Zhao Qiong stated flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. In that moment, Lu Shuran felt as if she were facing He Kong, who had once targeted her. "Indeed, Shuran, what you did was wrong. You must accept whatever punishment the captain administers and ensure there is no repeat of this." Phone 1 chimed in from the side. "Zhao Qiong, were I the captain, I would certainly grant you all leave to rest under special circumstances." Lu Shuran took a deep breath and continued. "Captain Liang appointed you as the acting captain of Team 3 precisely because of your composed demeanor. Leading a team of girls is not meant to burden us, but to assist us. At last, Your true self is revealed. Lu Shuran, Zhao Qiong scoffed, fixing her gaze on Lu Shuran. Your resentment stems from my promotion to captain, while you were favored by Captain Liang but not chosen for the role. You harbor a grudge and seek to create trouble. I truly do not. Lu Shuran replied helplessly, fine, today I was in the wrong for not following the organization's arrangements. What is my punishment? Go downstairs and stand at attention all night. Zhao Qiong pointed toward the door. Captain, that seems excessive. Even Feng Wan was taken aback by Zhao Qiong's punishment, but she understood the necessity of keeping silent to avoid Zhao Qiong's wrath. Lu Shuran stared incredulously at Zhao Qiong. Does it really need to be this severe? A chill settled in her heart. Had she truly misjudged Zhao Qiong? They were roommates. And if Zhao Qiong could be so harsh with her, it was unfathomable to consider how strict she might be with others. Do you wish to defy the brigade's orders? Zhao Qiong chuckled coldly. The orders are not a tool for you to manipulate others at will. As Lu Shuran spoke, she pushed past Zhao Qiong and turned to head downstairs. Recalling the last time she stood at attention was due to He Kong's punishment during a torrential downpour. She felt fortunate that it wasn't raining this time. Zhao Qiong had been the only one to bring her an umbrella then, and now she was the one enforcing punishment. Lu Shuran found it difficult to comprehend human nature. Grandfather, am I too naive? Is human nature truly this intricate? Is the authority of a mere team captain sufficient to cloud one's judgment? Are you not feeling unwell? Why are you standing downstairs? Lu Shuran heard a voice and looked up abruptly, feeling a rush of grievance well up within her. The moment she met Gu Jingjue's gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Jingjue, taken aback, found himself staring into her reddened, glistening eyes, reminiscent of a mistreated, abandoned creature. What happened? He inquired. I've been punished to stand. Lu Shuran replied nonchalantly. Just then, Zhao Qiong noticed Gu Jingjue had arrived at the playground beneath their dormitory. To her astonishment, she saw Lu Shuran conversing with him. Zhao Qiong rushed downstairs and saluted Gu Jingjue. Report, Captain, she is currently receiving punishment. Please do not speak with her. Gu Jingjue abruptly turned his gaze to Zhao Qiong, and at that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Zhao Qiong was unprepared for the stark contrast in his presence. Just moments before, when standing before Lu Shuran, he had appeared composed, yet approachable. Now, his expression radiated an intimidating aura, as if he were born to command submission. Standing before Gu Jingjue, Zhao Qiong trembled uncontrollably, forcing herself to maintain her composure. Who are you? He asked succinctly. Zhao Qiong, taken aback, replied, I am Zhao Qiong, Captain. This is not our first meeting. I am now the captain of the medical team 3. Captain? Gu Jingjue turned to Lu Shuran. What is going on? Lu Shuran nodded yes. Zhao Qiong is the captain now. Zhao Qiong felt bewildered. Why was Gu Jingjue inquiring about her instead of her? Was it merely because Lu Shuran had spoken to him before? Why is she being punished? Gu Jingjue directed his question back to Zhao Qiong, who felt a surge of excitement, her tone rising. She disobeyed military regulations. I ordered her to rest by the playground, but she took it upon herself to return to the dormitory. So now you are punishing her to stand? Gu Jingjue inquired, looking pointedly at Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran hesitated, not wishing to unveil the complexities of their relationship. Zhao Qiong, observing the familiarity in their interaction, felt her mind whirl. Gu Jingjue's demeanor turned icy as he continued. Perhaps she forgot to mention that her return to rest was sanctioned by me. Must she still be punished? Chapter 59. If only my sister-in-law were here, you could gaze upon her a little longer. Zhao Qiong, hearing Gu Jingjue's words, wore a look of astonishment. Her expression almost contorted. She cast a disbelieving glance at Lu Shuran before turning back to Gu Jingjue. The captain granted her leave. Of course, Zhao Qiong attempted to remain calm internally as she addressed Lu Shuran. If the captain has granted you leave, why did you not inform me? Lu Shuran found it difficult to respond, reluctant to reveal her connection with Gu Jingjue. Moreover, would Zhao Qiong even believe her? Since I received the captain's approval. There is no need to inform you, Gu Jingjue interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Zhao Qiong. Is it permissible for a brigade captain to administer punishment without cause? Captain, I was mistaken, Zhao Qiong stammered. You were mistaken. So should you not also be punished for standing here at attention? Gu Jingjue began. Yet Lu Shuran interjected. Captain, I feel a bit dizzy. Lu Shuran sought to shield Zhao Qiong from further punishment due to her own issues. Gu Jingjue, catching her intent. Remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, then returned to rest swiftly. Thank you, Captain, Lu Shuran acknowledged with a nod. Zhao Qiong followed behind Lu Shuran, observing her retreating figure with a mix of emotion, clenched fists at her sides. Lu Shuran, why does it seem you are so familiar with the captain? What means did you employ to gain his trust so thoroughly? Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Qiong pulled Lu Shuran aside, demanding, what is going on? How could the team leader grant you leave? Zhao Qiong asked urgently. If the team leader gave you leave, why didn't you inform me? How do you know the team leader? Do you understand how defenseless that makes me feel in front of him? I should have mentioned it to you beforehand. It was my oversight. I had no idea you would become so upset over this matter, especially since you had already permitted me to take a break. And the team leader didn't seem to mind either. Didn't you notice his anger? Zhao Qiong's chest heaved violently, her body trembling with either anxiety or anger. Lu Shuran, am I not fit to be a captain? Tell me, am I unworthy of this position? What are you talking about? Lu Shuran gazed at Zhao Qiong in confusion. Zhao Qiong, are you under too much pressure? Shuran, I'm sorry. I might indeed have been too tense lately. Zhao Qiong approached Lu Shuran, linking her arm with hers. I didn't know you were so close to the team leader. I'm not close to the team leader at all. It was just during work. He learned my name and saw me resting in a corner today. He asked what was wrong. I said I felt unwell, so he allowed me to leave. It's not that serious. Lu Shuran hurriedly clarified, fearing that her relationship with Gu Jingjue might be exposed. Oh, I see. Let us forget about today. In the future, don't make assumptions. Always inform me if something happens, understood? Zhao Qiong smiled at her, narrowing her eyes. Lu Shuran inexplicably sensed that Zhao Qiong's smile didn't reach her eyes. Lying back down, she found herself unable to sleep. Had she done something wrong? Yet, she believed that Zhao Qiong, being quiet and gentle, would surely treat the remaining girls in their team well. What exactly was amiss? The next morning, Lu Shuran awoke to the news that they had a day off. She was unsure what everyone planned to do, but noticed Zhao Qiong and Feng Wan leaving the house looking quite exquisite. Today isn't even a scheduled day off. Lu Shuran thought, perplexed, and returned to bed. At that moment, Gu Jingjue stood outside a building belonging to the hunter team. Today, he was leading 2 teams in a practical training exercise for rescuing hostages. To enhance the realism and difficulty of the exercise, he decided to recruit some team members who were relatively less skilled in self-rescue to act as hostages, a responsibility that naturally fell to the medical team. Before long, 3 elegantly dressed girls jogged over. Are all the people here? Gu Jingjue glanced at the girls from the 3rd medical team and quietly inquired. Yes, these should be enough. Zhaohang Zipli Hun Stili. Team leader, we will cooperate fully, Zhao Qiong said, adjusting her outfit. Today, we even dressed in casual clothes to appear more authentic. All right, then let us begin. Gu Jingjue did not look at the 3 girls again. The training commenced, and Gu Jingjue stood outside, observing the internal surveillance cameras and assessing the 2 teams' responses to various situations. Zhao Hang's gaze darted between the captured hostages and finally exclaimed, Oh, isn't that just the girls from the 3rd medical team? If only your sister-in-law were here, you could have seen her a bit longer. Realizing he might have inadvertently revealed something significant, Zhao Hang abruptly covered his mouth. Originally, the team leader's presence at this rescue training was not essential. Zhao Hang, believing himself clever, thought he had discerned Gu Jingjue's hidden motives. Once the training concluded, he solemnly remarked, I think this training was quite effective, boss. Tomorrow, I'll organize the 4th and 5th teams to participate as well. By the way, regarding the 3rd medical team, tomorrow make sure to bring a few more people, preferably some fresh faces, to allow everyone to take turns resting. Understood. Zhao Qiong saluted Zhao Hang, affirming her comprehension. The next day, the practical training for hostage rescue continued. Zhao Qiong still appeared exquisite, accompanied by 2 other girls. Didn't we suggest switching a few people? Everyone should rest a bit. Zhao Hang coughed lightly. As the captain of the 3rd team, I have a greater responsibility to respond to the team's training. I don't need to rest. It's perfectly fine, Zhao Qiong stated, standing tall and proud. Oh, you're the captain of the medical team. Very commendable. Good, very responsible, Zhao Hang replied with a stiff smile, patting Zhao Qiong's shoulder. This time, Gu Jingjue stood behind the monitor without approaching. Zhao Qiong glanced at him, his demeanor cold and unapproachable. making it hard to fathom how Lu Shuran had become acquainted with such a person. The medical team had a rare opportunity to interact with the team leader, yet it felt like a missed chance for Zhao Qiong, leaving her unsatisfied. On the other side, Zhao Hang felt equally unfulfilled. He had set his sights on securing this romantic interest. Tomorrow, we'll continue with the 6th and 7th teams, and remember to let others rest as well, he instructed. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to seek out Lu Shuran later. Gu Jingjue cast a fleeting glance at him, but said nothing. Lu Shuran, your relationship with the team leader seems quite special, doesn't it? Lu Shuran was intercepted while jogging to the cafeteria. Zhao Heng pulled her into a secluded corner, catching her off guard. Blinking her large eyes and recognizing it was Zhao Heng, she finally relaxed. What's going on? Sister-in-law, why haven't you come around these past few days? Zhao Heng asked, his tone slightly dissatisfied. Come where? Lu Shuran replied, puzzled. The rescue team has been conducting hostage rescue training these days, and they're looking for girls from your medical team to act as hostages to make it more realistic. Zhao Hang et lai. Oh, that's why we've had time off these last few days, Lu Shuran said with a smile. Thanks to you. We've had some time to rest. Right, but the team leader is also here. Why didn't you come to be a hostage? Zhao Heng queried. Lu Shuran quickly deduced that Zhao Qiong had been quietly leaving the house these past few days, and the team leader was there, so she would be working overtime. She didn't want to be the odd one out while everyone else was resting. You understand now, right? Zhao Heng remarked, somewhat displeased. The team leader misses you. Coughing. Lu Shuran nearly choked on her own saliva upon hearing Zhao Heng. What are you talking about? She blinked in confusion. You must have misunderstood. Come on. Being a hostage is really fun. I've been one before. Lu Shuran protested. Zhao Heng hesitated. Well, you have more experience, sister-in-law. Do you want this experience? Lu Shuran shot him a glare. Will you come or not? Zhao Heng, why not? Unable to resist, Lu Shuran shook her head. Is there overtime pay? Zhao Heng, bao set. Nodding vigorously, yes. Double overtime pay. Just make sure you come. He seemed afraid she would change her mind and dashed off before she could respond. Before Lu Shuran could even voice her thoughts, Zhao Qiong was the one to bring it up. Shuran, wake up early tomorrow. We'll go help the team leader with the hostage rescue training. All right, Lu Shuran nodded. This was the first time Zhao Qiong had mentioned this to her in 3 days. The next morning, Lu Shuran yawned as she arrived at the training site with Zhao Qiong and another member from the 3rd team. This time, Gu Jingjue walked directly towards them. Zhao Qiong discreetly pinched the hem of her clothing. As expected, Gu Jingjue approached upon seeing Lu Shuran with Zhao Qiong. Their eyes met, and Lu Shuran cursed Zhao Heng for making her feel anxious. Gu Jingjue would never come to see her willingly. She just hoped to avoid reprimand. Before we begin the training, who wants to try rescuing a hostage from my grasp as the villain? Gu Jingjue announced, grasping Lu Shuran's wrist and gently pulling her into his embrace, locking her chin with his hand. Lu Shuran closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Was this truly Gu Jingjue, the hostage, who appeared utterly unfazed? Gu Jingjue leaned closer, whispering in her ear. The warmth of his breath made her instinctively shrink her neck. Help! Lu Shuran let out a desperate cry, prompting someone to step forward. Zhao Heng stood by, amused, knowing no one could rival Gu Jingjue, especially with his own wife in his embrace. Zhao Qiong glanced at Zhao Heng's expression of detached amusement and couldn't help but inquire, Captain Zhao, wasn't this process supposed to be different? Ah. Zhao Heng nodded, acknowledging her point. Whether we teach anything depends on our leader's willingness to step in personally. If he chooses to, then so be it. Their bodies pressed closely together. Lu Shuran could distinctly smell the unique scent of Gu Jingjue's pheromones. She felt the strength of his firm muscles as he defended her. And even though the situation was staged, each of his defensive maneuvers felt undeniably solid. This gave her a fleeting illusion of being protected. Gu Jingjue, in turn, noticed the faint fragrance of gardenias emanating from her. In this public setting, however, Lu Shuran refrained from using an overly strong scent to entice him as she once did. Gu Jingjue realized that the subtle hint of gardenia was refreshing rather than overwhelming, filling him with a sense of ease. For a full 20 minutes, Gu Jingjue held Lu Shuran in his embrace, fending off various attacks without allowing anyone to touch even a strand of her hair. Finally, he released her and addressed the surrounding team members, shaking his head, "You all need more practice. All right, let the formal training commence." Zhao Hang interjected, organizing the next steps. Several team members donned villainous attire and approached to simulate binding her. Just as one of the villains seized Lu Shuran's wrist, preparing to twist her arm, Gu Jingjue called out, "Wait." The entire area fell silent, awaiting his next words. "Let her go." He effortlessly pulled Lu Shuran back from the villain's grasp, stating, "Since she has been through enough today, let's limit it to 2 hostages." Zhao Qiong watched in astonishment, while Zhao Hang suppressed a cough, musing that Gu Jingjue's protectiveness was rather conspicuous. Weren't we supposed to keep your relationship under wraps? At this rate, you'll be exposed yourself. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind. "Sister-in-law, come watch their training. It's quite entertaining." Zhao Hang beckoned Lu Shuran over to observe the monitors, providing her with a chair. "This doesn't feel right," Lu Shuran remarked, glancing at the other 2 individuals being awkwardly apprehended. "They are working overtime, yet I seem to be enjoying myself far more. What's wrong with that? You've helped out." Zhao Hang dismissed her concerns. After Zhao Qiong and the others had rolled around on the ground covered in dust, they were successfully rescued and emerged to see Lu Shuran standing clean and composed, which only heightened their irritation. On the way back, Zhao Qiong trailed behind Lu Shuran, scrutinizing her silhouette. Once they returned to their dormitory, it appeared that Feng Wan had gone to the cafeteria first, leaving just the 2 of them. "Lu Shuran, your connections with the captain and Captain Zhao seem rather unique," Zhao Qiong observed, sitting on the edge of the bed while watching Lu Shuran tidy her bedding. Lu Shuran paused her movements and smiled. "Don't say such things. The captain and I, what could our relationship be? We merely know each other. Merely acquaintances?" Zhao Qiong stood and approached Lu Shuran, challenging, "You might fool others, but not me. Let me guess your true relationship with them. What do you want to say?" "Zhao Qiong?" Lu Shuran set down her belongings, looking bewildered at Zhao Qiong's insistence. "Your relationship with them must be quite special, right?" Zhao Qiong pressed on. "Zhao Qiong, what exactly are you implying? There is no need for such circumlocution. I work hard as the 3rd team leader, yet whenever we appear before the captain, he doesn't even spare me a glance. Why do you think that is?" Zhao Qiong regarded Lu Shuran closely. "Is that truly the case?" Lu Shuran felt perplexed. "Shouldn't your goal as the 3rd team leader be to unite with your teammates? Why concern yourself with the captain's gaze? Without the captain, without team leader Liang or Captain Zhao witnessing my efforts, what value do they hold?" Zhao Qiong bit her teeth in frustration. "Without their support, how can I continue to improve? You have your priorities mixed up, Zhao Qiong. It is not I who am mixed up. You have always enjoyed their attention, which is why you remain indifferent." Zhao Qiong scrutinized Lu Shuran. "Don't try to divert the topic. I know there was some interaction between you and team leader Liang. You've been to the 1st team. What is the nature of your relationship with the captain and Captain Zhao? During my support mission at the border, I merely bandaged the captain. It is that simple. In a predominantly male environment, it must be easy for a girl to seek their favor, right?" Zhao Qiong chuckled lightly. "Though you bear scars and may not be conventionally attractive, you do have a decent figure." Lu Shuran's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such words coming from Zhao Qiong. She lunged forward, grabbing Zhao Qiong by the collar. "Mind your language." Zhao Qiong, unfazed, remarked, "Are you angry because I spoke the truth, or because I struck a nerve?" Zhao Qiong's lips pressed together. "I've heard rumors about certain behaviors in the military." Slap! Lu Shuran's hand connected sharply with Zhao Qiong's face, cutting her off mid-sentence. Zhao Qiong rubbed her cheek, refraining from retaliating, both aware that this slap severed the ties between them. Lu Shuran felt no remorse for her action. Had it been Shui Yuan or someone else in Zhao Qiong's place, she would have delivered the same blow without hesitation. She always believed Zhao Qiong wouldn't take matters to such extremes. Yet, she regretted suggesting Zhao Qiong become the team leader in the first place, never anticipating that such a title would cost her a friend. In the following days, Lu Shuran resumed her commute, deliberately avoiding Zhao Qiong and Feng Wan. Being alone was not entirely unpleasant. Yet, she soon realized that gossip about her began circulating widely. Yes, I witnessed Captain Zhao pulling her into a corner last time at the cafeteria. Which Captain Zhao? It must be Zhao Hang. Captain Zhao doesn't seem like that kind of person. Men, when a woman presents herself, they seldom refuse. Lu Shuran picked up her tray and approached the gossiper from behind, tipping her food directly onto her head. What are you doing, Lu Shuran? Have you lost your mind? The girl screamed, jumping up in shock. I was disgusted by your words. I couldn't eat, so I overturned my meal Lu Shuran stated calmly, her expression icy and unwavering. You dare, the girl, realizing the situation, charged at Lu Shuran. Unfazed, Lu Shuran met her head-on. Seeing their friend in distress, others quickly joined the fray. Outnumbered, Lu Shuran found herself at a disadvantage, but focused solely on the one who had started the rumors. The commotion drew attention in the cafeteria of the hunting brigade, and Liang Jinwen entered just in time to hear the commotion. With purposeful strides, Liang Jinwen swiftly recognized the individuals engaged in a brawl and shouted, Medical Team 3, cease this at once. She scrutinized the disheveled appearance of those involved, then glanced at Lu Shuran, who sat on the ground, and approached to help her up. Follow me to the office. Liang Jinwen led the way, with the others trailing behind. Lu Shuran, her expression impassive and devoid of remorse, brought up the rear. Now, let's discuss today's incident. What was it all about? Liang Jinwen tapped the table, exasperated. There are so few of you left in this class, all girls, and yet you choose to create trouble? It seems you all wish to be expelled. What caused today's commotion? The three who had been gossiping lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak, aware they could not admit to discussing Zhao Hang's private matters. Yet they thought that Lu Shuran likely wouldn't have the audacity to expose such trivial gossip. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Liang Jinwen scanned the group. Fine. If no one wants to speak, then I won't ask anything further. Everyone return, and each of you will write a 20,000-word reflection. You think you can vent your frustrations through fighting? Starting today, for the next week, all four of you will double your physical training. Now off you go. Lu Shuran silently prepared to leave, but was called back by Liang Jinwen. You stay. The other three exchanged glances, believing that Captain Liang intended to address Lu Shuran alone, and hurriedly exited. As for the rest, I won't intervene. Shuran, I know you're not a troublemaker. There must be a reason for this. Clarify it for me. If you've been wronged, I will stand up for you. Liang Jinwen spoke as she handed Lu Shuran a clean towel to wipe herself down. Lu Shuran accepted the towel and wiped away the grime. It's nothing, just some baseless rumors that angered me, so I gave them a beating. That's all. Captain Liang, may I leave now? Seeing Lu Shuran's demeanor, Liang Jinwen understood she was unwilling to divulge more. She nodded in acknowledgement. It's your choice not to tell me, but if you've erred, involving your parents is appropriate. Lu Shuran stared at Liang Jinwen, puzzled. Parents? Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a tall figure with a straight back and brisk footsteps. Lu Shuran turned at the sound and locked eyes with Gu Jingjue. Parents. Why did Captain Liang summon Gu Jingjue? Chapter 62. All I want is to bite my lip to alleviate my pain. Lu Shuran pressed her lips tightly together and turned her head away, avoiding Gu Jingjue's gaze. Such matters were even more difficult to discuss with him. Upon entering, Gu Jingjue noticed Lu Shuran standing in front of Liang Jinwen, looking distressed and dirty, resembling a lost, innocent kitten that had accidentally wandered into a group of wildcats and gotten into a scuffle. Are you hurt anywhere? Gu Jingjue approached Lu Shuran and asked softly. Lu Shuran shook her head, indicating that her opponent was likely more injured. Observing Lu Shuran's silence, Gu Jingjue glanced at Liang Jinwen. Fine, in her office. I seem to be the intruder now. Liang Jinwen stood up. Since the captain has arrived, I shall leave everything to him. Lu Shuran raised her eyes to Gu Jingjue, listening to the sound of Liang Jinwen closing the door. At that moment, the space contained only the two of them. Why can you speak about the fight? You're not one to cause trouble without reason. If a fight occurred, it must have crossed a line. Gu Jingjue raised his brow slightly, studying Lu Shuran's expression. It's nothing, just some common friction, she replied softly. Gu Jingjue turned and sat in the chair Liang Jinwen had just vacated. Does this relate to your team leader? His question was both an inquiry and an assertion. No, Lu Shuran shook her head. Is that so? Gu Jingjue chuckled coldly. Do you regret relinquishing the captaincy to someone like her? At that moment, Lu Shuran finally lifted her face, her eyes widening in shock as she gazed at Gu Jingjue. Did he know everything? She anticipated that he would take an interest in her matters. Gu Jingjue shrugged. Look at you. You still don't understand human nature. Just because you've encountered some good people doesn't mean that everyone who treats you well is genuine. I don't believe she is a bad person. Lu Shuran acknowledged that many things couldn't be hidden from Gu Jingjue, so she decided to be honest. I simply took a wrong turn. Mistaking authority and being favored by the officer is something good. If none of this is good, then what is? Lu Shuran? Gu Jingjue stood up and approached her. He grasped her chin, observing her disheveled state with a mix of amusement and tenderness. You underestimate human nature, but even I can't discern it completely. He refrained from voicing the latter part. He particularly found Lu Shuran difficult to comprehend. Stripped of all pretense, she appeared almost too pure and unblemished to survive in this world. Thus, Gu Jingjue understood that this could not be Lu Shuran's true nature. You know everything, Lu Shuran asserted suddenly. You've always been aware of the rumors about me, yet you deliberately chose not to intervene. What rumors? Gu Jingjue feigned ignorance. You know very well. Lu Shuran struggled to articulate the words. What do I know? Gu Jingjue remained silent. You know that they're spreading rumors, claiming that I seduced Xiao Heng, and that's why Liang Jinwen took notice of me and treated me specially. Just saying this makes me feel utterly ashamed. So, they're merely rumors? Gu Jingjue abruptly seized Lu Shuran's wrist and drew her closer. Of course they're rumors. You've always known, haven't you? Why didn't you stop them from saying such things? Lu Shuran scrutinized Gu Jingjue's expression. You've allowed them to speak such slanderous words. You're testing me. What are you trying to ascertain? How could this be just a rumor? Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue leaned in, gently capturing her lips. The fragrance of gardenias enveloped him, intoxicating his senses, filling the cramped office with her essence. His gaze burned with intensity, mingled with mockery and playfulness. This was not their first kiss, yet Lu Shuran's heart raced uncontrollably. Under Gu Jingjue's relentless advance, their lips met fervently. His kisses were never gentle. They were wild and passionate, as if trying to consume her very soul. Lu Shuran struggled against the grip on her wrist, but could not escape his hold. If their initial meeting had been driven by Gu Jingjue's uncontrollable attraction to her scent, now he was aware of the danger, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to her soft lips, seeking solace. From passive to proactive, Gu Jingjue himself was unsure of his own motives. Aren't you enticing me? Since the first day we met, Lu Shuran, you've never ceased this behavior. I haven't. After their kiss, Lu Shuran's face flushed crimson, and amidst her breaths, she defended herself. Previously, I researched the matter of the poison, and recently there's been new progress. I heard that the creation of love poison requires a particularly rare herb to cultivate the insects. Gu Jingjue remarked, if there is anyone in this hunting brigade with a profound understanding of medicinal herbs, it must surely be you. His subsequent words were almost accusatory, pressing her for answers. Lu Shuran felt her eyes redden under the pressure. I am aware that your condition is unusual. The world is full of mysteries. I do not dismiss your claims of poison or some arcane technique, but I assure you, it does not originate from me. I am a physician, raised with the teachings of compassion and benevolence from my grandfather. I would never resort to malevolent practices to harm another. Knowledge of traditional medicine, along with an understanding of the principles of harmony and opposition, granted her the means to inflict harm, yet she would never choose to do so. Suddenly, Gu Jingjue covered his mouth and nose, his breathing becoming labored, his eyes and skin taking on a peculiar hue. Observing the veins in his forehead throb, Lu Shuran recognized that he was succumbing to his ailment again. A thought struck her, and she struggled to distance herself. Since you claim I am the one harming you, I have been keeping my distance. Why do you continue to approach me? If you were to remain further away, I couldn't possibly devise a means to harm you. It's said to keep 3 meters apart. Gu Jingjue, burning with fever, watched Lu Shuran as she spoke, her lips parting. Who could discern the words escaping her? All he desired was to sink his teeth into her to alleviate his suffering. In this chapter, she had prepared herself, preventing Gu Jingjue from kissing her. He swallowed hard, pressing closer to Lu Shuran. She turned her face sharply to the side, having anticipated this moment, successfully avoiding his kiss. Her lips still throbbed from his earlier touch. Gu Jingjue's distraction momentarily returned him to reason, his gaze fixated on the pale curve of her neck. It was a striking silhouette. Suddenly, he pushed Lu Shuran away, pressing his hands against his head. In the past, he had mocked others for their infatuation with women. Yet now he found himself the subject of ridicule, unable to control his desires due to this woman before him. Guo Lisin, who had once investigated Lu Shuran, had warned him that her ultimate goal might not be to engage with him romantically, but rather to manipulate him effortlessly. Gu Jingjue gazed at Lu Shuran, pondering the extent of her control over him. Yet, when their eyes met, she felt lost, unable to decipher his thoughts. Are you all right? Lu Shuran's voice was slightly hoarse, filled with concern for him. Perhaps you should go and tidy your clothes, he suggested, lowering his gaze and rubbing his temples. Lu Shuran instinctively clenched her fists at her sides. Despite feeling nothing, Gu Jingjue appeared to be influenced by her presence. What fragrance, what poison? She had studied numerous medical texts, both ancient and contemporary, aware that some substances could induce hallucinations or manipulate the mind. Yet none aligned with Gu Jingjue's current condition. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Shuran immediately took a shower, trying to wash away the lingering tension from their earlier encounter. Standing beneath the cascading water, she felt a sense of relief. "Shuran, are you all right?" Fengwan's voice called from outside the bathroom. "I've heard about what happened. Will you still be attending the afternoon training session? Don't forget." "Yes, I'll remember." "Thank you," Lu Shuran replied, quickly drying her hair before changing into her training attire and heading to the gym. As she entered the locker room, she sensed numerous gazes upon her. Yet she remained indifferent, finding an empty locker to stow her belongings. She was used to being solitary. When the instructor arrived, silence fell over the crowd. The training session for the next 2 hours was outlined. The first half hour dedicated to physical conditioning, the following hour to sparring practice, and the final half hour to recovery. Understood. The initial half hour passed smoothly. Although Lu Shuran occasionally caught whispers directed at her, she chose to ignore them, focusing on her training. During the sparring segment, the instructor stood centrally, glancing at the few individuals beside him with a smile. Is there anyone eager to step forward for a challenge? Among the medical team, only 7 girls remained. They exchanged glances and, suddenly, Lu Shuran felt a nudge at her back. Turning, she recognized Ya, who had pushed her. Lu Shuran recalled that she bore no grudge against her. Ya was not among the trio from the morning, and they had hardly exchanged words. So, was she now the target of the entire medical team? With a nonchalant smile, Lu Shuran grasped Ya's hand and raised it. "Instructor, Ya wishes to spar with me." The onlookers gasped in surprise, unprepared for Lu Shuran's initiative. Ya hailed from family of martial artists, her brother also serving in the hunting brigade, and her stature was nearly that of an adult man, making Lu Shuran appear diminutive beside her. "Remember to hold back," the instructor cautioned, ensuring neither would be harmed. Understood. They took their positions, nodding in agreement. As the instructor called for the match to begin, Ya advanced relentlessly, launching a barrage of strikes. The spectators watched, eager for the spectacle. Few could withstand Ya's onslaught. Lu Shuran, however, was undeterred. Initially, she was forced to retreat, deftly dodging and blocking Ya's attacks, her reflexes keeping her from harm. Just when Ya seemed to relax her assault, Lu Shuran seized the moment, delivering a sharp knee to Ya's elbow. "Ah, it hurts." Ya's fingers flailed uncontrollably in the air, disarmed by Lu Shuran's strike. Recognizing her opportunity, Lu Shuran leaped, striking Ya's shoulder with her elbow. Days of training in the hunting brigade had significantly enhanced Lu Shuran's strength. Ya felt a wave of discomfort wash over her shoulder, her arm suddenly heavy and unresponsive. "What's wrong with my arm?" she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. "All right, that's enough," the instructor intervened, stepping between them. Lu Shuran stood with her hands behind her back, while Ya grimaced, her arms hanging limply at her sides. The instructor checked Ya's arms to ensure no damage had been done, allowing both girls to return to their positions. "What did you do to my arm?" Ya's voice trembled, her tone a mix of fear and aggression. "Just a pressure point technique," Lu Shuran replied cryptically. "Surely, you know who I am." Her expertise in traditional medicine and esoteric arts was well known among them. Raising her arm, she tapped the spot she had struck. "This is called the Tsuchi point. My strike was gentle, merely rendering your arm temporarily unmanageable, causing your fingers to flail helplessly. Here." Lu Shuran gently patted her shoulder, explaining that it was a pressure point she had targeted with minimal force, merely rendering the arm temporarily numb, soon to return to normal. Had she exerted greater strength, the outcome would have been quite different. Chapter 64. How could you possibly go on a date with another man? Lu Shuran merely let out a soft hum, while the eavesdroppers around her held their breath, daring not to utter another word, amused by how easily she had intimidated them with her talk of pressure points. After all, she was not a martial artist. Lu Shuran chuckled inwardly. She had merely struck a nerve, albeit with greater precision than most. Nevertheless, it was beneficial to have startled them. For a considerable time, she would likely be free from their overt harassment. Indeed, her assumption proved correct. These individuals no longer dared to bully her openly. opting instead for covert tactics. After her physical education class, Lu Shuran returned to the changing room post-shower. Once dressed, she retrieved her water bottle and, upon lifting the lid to quench her thirst, noticed something wriggling within. Startled, she splashed the contents onto the floor, revealing a centipede the width of her thumb. "What on earth?" exclaimed one bystander, horrified at the sight. Lu Shuran surveyed her surroundings and chuckled softly. Approaching the centipede, she crouched down and pinched its antennae, remarking, "Such a hefty centipede. It must have taken ages to find. A splendid ingredient for herbal liquor." She stowed the creature in a small bag. While onlookers grimaced and averted their eyes. Unable to confront her openly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Lu Shuran clicked her tongue at the centipede in the bag. Bullying was not a new sport for some. If they harbored grievances against her, it would be far more honorable to voice them directly. With only 7 girls left in Team 3, there was no need for petty squabbles. Those who chose to stand idly by today could easily spread rumors about her tomorrow, and they might lack her resilience in retaliation. Bullies typically thrive on the sight of their victims in distress. Although Lu Shuran was unaware of the identity of her tormentors, she deemed the other 6 merely complicit. "It can't be that serious," suggested Feng Wan, stepping forward. "Perhaps a centipede simply crawled into your cup." "Perhaps," Lu Shuran replied. "But my cup was sealed. There was no way for such a large creature to get in." She did not wish to dwell on this triviality. Whether her words held sway or whether the lesson imparted to Ya bore fruit, for several days henceforth, no one troubled her again. Yet, no one engaged her in conversation either, leaving her with a sense of solitude. On the 3rd day of the break, as she observed the other girls dressed beautifully in casual attire, forming small groups to exit the Hunters Guild, she began to comprehend her situation. Zhao Hang, upon spotting Lu Shuran, inquired curiously, "Sister-in-law, didn't anyone inform you?" Recently, peace has returned to Jinyun, and the captain granted everyone a 3-day holiday to explore. "Haven't you visited other parts of Jinyun yet? Is that so?" "That's wonderful." Lu Shuran nodded, her response noncommittal. She recalled being dropped off directly at the guild's entrance by the Lu family's vehicle, and though the fear she felt then was merely months old, it now seemed distant. "Sister-in-law," Zhao Heng lowered his voice, "I can ask the captain to accompany you. He's on leave too." "He's on leave?" "Indeed, a rare occurrence." Zhao Heng not that vigo du sin. "But let him enjoy his time off," Lu Shuran gently countered, shaking her head. She refrained from expressing her thought that if Zhao Heng brought up her name to Gu Jingjue, it would surely dampen his spirits. Seeing Lu Shuran's earnestness, Zhao Heng hesitated before suggesting, "How about I accompany you instead?" "That is unnecessary." Lu Shuran quickly declined. "Come on, I insist. I'll just act as your bodyguard while we explore." Zhao Heng waved his hands dismissively, glancing at his watch. "Let us meet at the entrance at noon after you change. I'll treat you to some local delicacies, and then we can visit several unique sites." Sighing, Lu Shuran realized Zhao Heng's enthusiasm was unyielding. Relenting, she acknowledged that he was indeed a good person, and she had no means to resist such kindness. Having spent considerable time at the Hunters Guild, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not curious about the outside world. Dressing simply in a plain sweater and a light blue wool coat, appropriate for the significant temperature fluctuations of Jinyun, she glanced at the time and arrived early at the guild entrance. Waiting for someone, Gu Jingjue's voice, though low in volume, exuded an intimidating presence. Startled, Lu Shuran turned to find him standing behind her, his expression shrouded in gloom. "Ah, Captain." She glanced past him, searching for the absent Zhao Heng. Gu Jingjue seized her wrist, pulling her closer. "Disappointed that you didn't find him? Captain, please let go. We're still at the guild entrance. It wouldn't be proper if someone saw us." Lu Shuran squirmed, but could not escape his grip. "While everyone is out having fun, let us not stray from the topic. Are you disappointed not to see the person you were expecting?" Lu Shuran sighed. "Zhao is the one who invited me out, and since he hasn't shown up, I was just planning to look for him." "Invited?" Gu Jingjue's incredulous laugh was tinged with anger. "You two made plans right under my nose. Could you refrain from being so harsh? Zhao merely offered to be my guide and show me around Jinyun. Everyone else is on holiday, and I am too." Lu Shuran fervently corrected him. "How could you go on a date with another man?" Gu Jingjue's teeth clenched in rage. "If you wanted to go out, why not tell me?" How could I tell you?" Lu Shuran gazed at him. "Just say it. How would you phrase it?" Gu Jingjue's expression remained stormy, a sardonic laugh escaping him. You must have been planning this all along, seeking out Zhao Hang first. Indeed, he is more entertaining. Lu Shuran's response was met with a peculiar tone that felt somewhat off. Since Gu Jingjue initiated the topic, she felt no need to hold back. Fine. Let us say I wanted to go out. I would approach you and say, Gu Jingjue, I wish to explore. Would you accompany me as my guide today? As she spoke, Gu Jingjue attempted to interject, but she pressed on. Have you considered how you might respond? Surely, you would scoff and say, how presumptuous of you to think I would accompany you. Gu Jingjue found himself momentarily silenced by her words, caught off guard. Is that so? How do you know I would reply that way if you never asked? Perhaps, considering that we are no longer so antagonistic, you might suggest going out for some leisure? Our hunting brigade has never indulged in such frivolities. Lu Shuran continued to mimic Gu Jingjue's disdainful expression, asserting that the hunting brigade was not a place for leisurely tourism. It truly seems a waste to have you serve as a doctor in the hunting brigade, such a talented individual reduced to this. Why don't you return to pursue your career as a leading actress? Gu Jingjue, rarely agitated, found himself rebutting her remarks. Lu Shuran suppressed her laughter. Witnessing Gu Jingjue's discomfort was undeniably delightful. Yet, she felt a warmth in her heart, as if this side of Gu Jingjue was no longer sharp or cold, but rather, he seemed more human, embodying the normal range of emotions. Ahem, are you flustered, Captain? Did my imitation strike too close to home? Lu Shuran feigned a look of innocence as she gazed at Gu Jingjue. Stop diverting the conversation with nonsense. Gu Jingjue frowned. My dear Captain, you have wronged me. I have no desire to go out, nor did I seek out Team Zhao. It was Team Zhao who kindly offered to accompany me as a guide, suggesting a stroll around Jinyan. What? Is he too busy to join? Then it matters not if I don't go. Lu Shuran turned to leave. Gu Jingjue grasped her wrist. What do you think you're going? To where? Lu Shuran's question was cut short as Gu Jingjue led her toward an off-road vehicle. Where are we headed? She asked, bewildered, as he ushered her into the car. Without uttering a word, Gu Jingjue started the engine and sped away. Lu Shuran was unsure of their destination, but felt no concern for her safety with him. She gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, her thoughts diverted. In recent days, her life revolved around training and missions with the hunting brigade. Seldom did she contemplate the bustling areas of Jinyan. As the landscape transitioned from barren fields to clusters of people, her interest in exploring peaked. Observing the unique architecture of Jinyan, Lu Shuran marveled at the tall structures with pointed rooftops reaching for the sky. May I take photos there? She wondered, recognizing some buildings carried spiritual significance. She knew certain temples forbade photography, deeming it disrespectful. However, these structures, while reminiscent of temples, were merely tourist attractions. Gu Jingjue finally responded, pulling the car to the side and stepping out to open her door. The elevated stance of the vehicle made her hesitate as she prepared to jump down. But a hand reached out to assist her. Startled for a moment, she took Gu Jingjue's hand without hesitation as he helped her descend. Around them, people conversed in the local dialect, which sounded foreign to Lu Shuran. A woman clad in traditional Jinyan attire approached her, chattering away. Unable to comprehend, Lu Shuran waved her hand dismissively. Gu Jingjue stepped in front of Lu Shuran, creating a barrier between her and the woman. His tall figure resembled a wall, and despite his calm demeanor, a mere glance was enough to silence the woman. Noticing her silence, Gu Jingjue took the initiative to speak. Lu Shuran listened curiously as he fluently conversed in the local language. After a brief exchange, Gu Jingjue produced several bills from his pocket, handing them to the woman, who nodded repeatedly in gratitude as she presented him with a set of clothing. Gu Jingjue handed the garments to Lu Shuran. Would you like to find a place to change? What? Lu Shuran tilted her head, puzzled. This is a traditional Jinyan garment, called shalong. It's handcrafted. Would you care to try it on? Gu Jingjue inquired. Upon mentioning clothing, Lu Shuran took the opportunity to observe Gu Jingjue more closely. Both of them were not in their brigade uniforms today. Gu Jingjue had deliberately chosen a low-profile outfit, clad in a sleek black leather jacket paired with matching trousers and boots. Despite his intention to remain inconspicuous, his tall stature and innate grace rendered him striking. Every movement he made exuded an effortless charm, even in the simplest black attire, drawing numerous glances from passers-by. What are you staring at? Gu Jingjue caught Lu Shuran's gaze, prompting her to avert her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Where do I change? Gu Jingjue gestured toward the car, You can change inside. The windows are tinted, so no one can see. All right. Lu Shuran nodded, spending a considerable time in the car before finally donning the shalong. She stepped out, feeling slightly self-conscious. How do I look? The shalong fit her figure more snugly than her previous attire, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Since her injury, she had seldom adorned herself, but this outfit was undeniably more splendid than her usual clothing. All right, turn around and walk ahead. Keep close to me. Chapter 66. He must be mad to comply so easily. Lu Shuran observed Gu Jingjue's back as he only glanced at her once before continuing forward. Was it truly strange for her to wear this outfit? Suddenly, a thin, dark-skinned man appeared from nowhere and approached her. Excuse me, are you not from Jinyan? Lu Shuran, wary, pushed him away. Unfazed, the man leaned closer, cheerfully asking if she needed a guide. As he reached for her again, a large hand descended from above, firmly pressing down on him. Hey, the thin man yelped in pain. Get lost, Gu Jingjue coldly commanded, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with, prompting the man to scurry away. Stay close. Jinyan can be a bit chaotic, Gu Jingjue remarked as he took hold of Lu Shuran's hand. The sudden warmth of his grip made her cheeks flush unexpectedly. Yet, it was undeniable that Gu Jingjue's imposing presence effectively deterred any potential troublemakers, as people respectfully made way for them on the street. Now that I'm dressed in this beautiful attire, would you be so kind as to take some photos of me, Captain? Lu Shuran asked, handing her phone to Gu Jingjue. Without a word, he accepted the device and, through the lens, captured Lu Shuran as she joyfully posed in various stances. Her vibrancy shone through, and he effortlessly documented her radiant smiles. Suddenly, the phone emitted a series of beeps. Gu Jingjue glanced at it and returned it to her. Your battery is running low. Oh no, I forgot to charge it before leaving, Lu Shuran lamented. Allow me to take some photos for you. I'll send them later, Gu Jingjue offered, retrieving his own phone. Wait, Captain, have we not yet exchanged WeChat? Lu Shuran suddenly recalled. I don't use it. Gu Jingjue replied nonchalantly. Then it's not that we Haven T exchanged it at all. No matter, let us add each other so you can send me the photos later. Lu Shuran encouraged, urging Gu Jingjue to scan her code. Hurry, my battery is dying. Gu Jingjue complied, allowing her to add him on WeChat. Lu Shuran coughed softly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. It was Zhao who suggested they go out for a meal first, which was why she had skipped lunch. Following Gu Jingjue, she initially assumed his invitation to accompany her was merely polite. To her surprise, he genuinely seemed to enjoy their time together. Although he remained mostly silent, he would approach whenever she expressed curiosity, purchasing whatever she showed interest in and explaining things she didn't understand. He even covered all the expenses several times. She attempted to pay her share, only to be met with a stern glare from him. Oh well, if it was a matter of his traditional masculinity, she accepted it. As the orange sunset bathed the streets, Lu Shuran felt a pang of reluctance about the day coming to an end. Perhaps sensing her mood, Gu Jingjue remarked, there will be more opportunities in the future. Lu Shuran replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of something, and she hurriedly pulled Gu Jingjue into a nearby alley. What's wrong? He asked, frowning slightly, displeased with her jumpy behavior. My roommate, Lu Shuran whispered instinctively, lowering her voice. What are the odds of running into Jinyan here? Are you that frightened? Gu Jingjue inquired. It's not fear, please, Captain. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been startled and hiding in this corner. Lu Shuran shot him a glare. Is this my fault? He raised an eyebrow. Of course. I don't know who made the rule about keeping our identities secret. If they saw us together, it would be a real problem. Lu Shuran carefully observed Feng Wan and her friends as they chatted and walked away, finally exhaling in relief. Let us go. She tugged Gu Jingjue back onto the street. Gu Jingjue felt an odd sensation as they sneaked around. It seemed as if they were doing something shameful. He felt inexplicably annoyed. As the evening grew late, Lu Shuran climbed into his car, but not without reminding him, stay back a bit when we arrive. I'll get out first, and you can drive home. I'll walk back slowly, so we can avoid raising suspicion. Are you that worried about others' opinions? Gu Jingjue asked impatiently. It's not me who's worried. It's you, Captain. Aren't you the one who doesn't want anyone to know? Lu Shuran replied, confused. Gu Jingjue could only concede. Indeed, it was his request to keep their relationship under wraps within the Hunter Combat Team. Should it become public, complications would arise. He didn't dwell on it further. stopping the car a distance from the Hunter Combat Team's gate. However, Lu Shuran remained seated, deep in thought about something that had been swirling in her mind. "Aren't you getting out?" Gu Jingjue asked, puzzled. Actually, I wanted to say. Just say it, he urged, his teeth gritted. "Well, since we had such a fun day, and you took so many photos of me, how about I take one of you?" Lu Shuran reached for his phone. "No photos." He firmly refused. "Oh, don't be such a spoilsport," Lu Shuran said, feeling slightly emboldened after spending the day with him. Her large, beautiful eyes twinkled as she suggested. "How about we take a selfie together?" Seizing the moment while Gu Jingjue was distracted, she snatched the phone. Despite the dim light in the car, she adjusted their positions. But using her hand as a selfie stick proved too short to capture both their faces perfectly in the confined space. Gu Jingjue watched her struggle and, with a sigh, took the phone from her, placing a hand on her shoulder and drawing her close. He couldn't quite understand why he allowed this spirited girl to act so freely around him, yet he felt compelled to cooperate. Gu Jingjue snapped the photo without overthinking it, quickly tucking the phone away afterward. Lu Shuran cheerfully exited the car, humming a tune as she made her way back. Gu Jingjue's car sped away like a gust of wind. He must be out of his mind to have gone along with it. Chapter 67. There was another man beside that girl. Lu Shuran returned to her dormitory clad in a sheer robe, attracting curious glances along the way, but she remained unfazed. Upon entering her room, she rushed to the outlet. Charging. She hurriedly plugged in her phone, eager to retrieve the photos taken by Gu Jingjue today. Leaning against her bed, she browsed her phone, her curiosity piqued. When she added Gu Jingjue earlier, her phone had died, preventing her from examining his profile closely. Now that she looked, his account was quite bare, just his real name and a casual photo of the Hunter Combat Team emblem for a profile picture, with no personal signature or posts. However, Lu Shuran noted the number 0208 in his username, reasonably suspecting it to be his birthday. Though she wasn't entirely certain, it was easy to remember, and she jotted it down. "Ding ding, Captain, it's me. Could you send me the photos?" Lu Shuran knew that if she didn't initiate contact, he would likely never send her the pictures from today. At that moment, Gu Jingjue sat at his desk, idly playing with his phone while Zhao Hang protested nearby. "I told you to take your wife out to have fun, but you wouldn't listen. Now I'm sacrificing my hard-earned break. Now that you're free again, have you told her properly? Not that I stood her up, it's you." "Hard-earned break?" Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Hang. "You seem quite free. Why not just? Tomorrow is already booked for me, so I won't linger on it. I'll take my leave, boss." Zhao Hang quickly cut off his complaints and fled, fearing for his vacation. Gu Jingjue redirected his focus to his phone, flipping through the myriad of photos he had taken of Lu Shuran and Jin Yun, observing her various expressions. Each gesture and movement reflected the essence of an ordinary girl. If it weren't for the impending marriage alliance with the Gu family, was this not her true self? Gu Jingjue's fingertip unconsciously brushed over the image of Lu Shuran's scarred face on the screen. Apart from their initial meeting, he had been apprehensive about the scar, yet she seemed not to carry any particular insecurity about it. He reached the last photo, a selfie of them together, taken by his own hand. The dim light in the car rendered it less clear than the others, yet appeared more genuine than her earlier posed shots. An unexpected WeChat notification disrupted Gu Jingjue's scattered thoughts. He opened the app, said nothing, and sent the photos in waves. To his surprise, he had captured hundreds of images throughout the day, many from similar angles. Rather than sifting through them, he sent them all to Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran, overwhelmed by the flood of photos, pondered why Gu Jingjue hadn't said a word. Did he feel upset? Was he displeased to have been used as a mere prop during her outing? Or perhaps he was annoyed by her insistence on taking a selfie together? Without face-to-face communication, relying solely on WeChat could lead to misunderstandings about each other's thoughts. As the last photo arrived, Lu Shuran recalled how Gu Jingjue hadn't even counted to 3 before capturing the moment, catching her off guard. Now it seems that unexpectedly, things turned out quite well. Lu Shuran sent over the group photo along with a brief comment. Gu Jingjue glanced at the reply that popped up from Lu Shuran, raising an eyebrow slightly. Gu Jingjue responded with a single word. Lu Shuran felt that conversing with this person was rather uninteresting. The conversation could easily fall flat. She ceased her attempts at dialogue and began browsing through the photos instead. Gu Jingjue scrolled through his phone for a while, realizing that no new messages had arrived on WeChat. He opened Lu Shuran's profile picture, which featured a fluffy lop-eared rabbit, and then checked her moments. It was set to 3 days visibility, so he couldn't see her previous posts. After browsing aimlessly, Gu Jingjue felt bored once more and closed WeChat. That night, Feng Wan and Zhao Qiong did not return. The holiday was 3 days long, and Lu Shuran had initially thought they would come back every evening. But it turned out no one was monitoring their whereabouts. Upon reflection, it made sense. Perhaps some locals from Jinyan had returned home to visit family. Feng Wan and Zhao Qiong returned on the 3rd day at noon, coincidentally encountering Lu Shuran, who was carrying a pile of clothes to the laundry room. Zhao Qiong caught sight of a particularly vibrant piece among the garments. A sarong? Zhao Qiong raised an eyebrow. Did you go out to play these past couple of days? It had been quite a while since she and Lu Shuran had engaged in a conversation that extended beyond the ordinary. Thus, when Zhao Qiong called out to her, Lu Shuran was somewhat surprised. "What's up?" Lu Shuran glanced at the clothes in her arms. "Yes, I bought this sarong while I was out. It looks quite exquisite. It must be handmade and rather expensive," Zhao Qiong remarked. "Indeed, I recall that handmade sarongs are particularly costly. Some might even cost us a month's allowance." Feng Wan chimed in, noticing the conversation between the two. "Oh, this one isn't handmade," Lu Shuran replied, feigning innocence with a slight smile. "It was only a couple of hundred. It looks impressive, right? I'll recommend you both to get one next time." "Wait, let me take a look." Zhao Qiong was not about to let Lu Shuran off easily. She stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "What?" Lu Shuran tilted her head. Wait and see if Zhao Qiong was simply looking for trouble. Zhao Qiong touched the fabric of the sarong, smiling slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. The other day, I was out with Feng Wan and the others and passed by a market. I saw a girl wearing a dress like this, accompanied by a man. I couldn't see her face clearly because she left quickly, but when I saw this sarong, I thought it might have been you." Lu Shuran maintained her composure, though her heart skipped a beat. It seemed Zhao Qiong had indeed spotted her that day. Fortunately, her face had remained unclear. "Huh, you mentioned a man and a woman. I was out alone, so you must have mistaken me for someone else. It's just a coincidence." Lu Shuran squinted playfully at Zhao Qiong. "If there is nothing else, I'll go do the laundry now." Chapter 68. How dare he punish his wife in front of the boss? The incident of nearly being recognized was brushed aside by Lu Shuran. The bustling area of Jinyan was not particularly large, and running into someone was quite normal. Over the 3 days, whenever Gu Jingjue found himself with idle time, he would sift through the photos on his phone. He realized that his true intention was not merely to view these images, but to deliberate whether he should delete them. Each time he selected the photos, just as he was about to erase them, he hesitated, pondering whether they might serve some purpose in the future. After all, the phone's memory was ample. There was no pressing need to delete them. "Boss, you've been thinking about sister-in-law again," Zhao Hang remarked. Having observed the situation clearly over the past few days, it was evident that after the sweet outing with sister-in-law, Gu Jingjue's feelings had intensified, as he often found himself gazing at Lu Shuran's pictures repetitively. Gu Jingjue tucked his phone away, choosing not to respond to Zhao Hang's trivial speculation. "Actually, boss, how about I think of a way to set up a task that puts you two in the same group?" Zhao Hang suggested, winking at Gu Jingjue. "If you have time for that, you might as well hurry up and investigate the matter I asked you to handle," Gu Jingjue replied. "It seems that those in Kyoto are beginning to meddle in our hunters' affairs." "Hey boss, you shouldn't have brought that up. It just makes me angry. When we took over Jinyan, what was it like? Now that Jinyan is starting to thrive and the people are living normally, everyone wants to reclaim their power. We, the hunters, were merely a rescue team." Gu Jingjue fell into a moment of silence before letting out a cold laugh. "While the hunters may be a rescue team, I, Gu Jingjue, am not to be trifled with." Zhao Hang, seeing the expression on Gu Jingjue's face, couldn't help but chuckle. "Exactly. If they have the guts, let them send someone more competent than us to manage Jinyan." "Oh," Zhao Hang suddenly recalled something, nearly getting sidetracked by serious matters. "Boss, weren't we discussing you and sister-in-law? You've been thinking about her, right? I have an idea for you." Gu Jingjue shot him a sharp look and continued, "I will say this only once. I am not thinking of her. I am merely deleting photos from my phone." With that, Gu Jingjue opened his camera app and selected all the photos, tossing them into the trash to be deleted. Zhao Hang watched in dismay as so many delightful images of sister-in-law were cruelly erased, his heart aching. "Well, at least the real person is here. These photos don't mean much. By the way, boss, sister-in-law still doesn't have a title. When do you plan to take her home to get married?" Zhao Hang asked curiously. "That can be discussed later." Gu Jingjue, weary of Zhao Hang's probing, knew that the more he said, the more he would reveal. He simply offered a vague response. He lowered his gaze to the now empty album, momentarily lost in thought. Then, at 9 o'clock that evening, after a long day of training, Lu Shuran was just about to drift into slumber when her phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Shuran opened her phone to find a WeChat message. I accidentally deleted the photo with me in it. Can you send it to me again? It was Gu Jingjue, taking the initiative to message her. Wait, that's odd. Didn't I send a photo of the two of us before, along with a comment? Yet, some individuals, especially someone like Gu Jingjue, who held a position of authority, might habitually clean up their chat records, leaving minimal traces on their phone. It was entirely normal for him to want his own photos. Lu Shuran sent it over without a second thought. Gu Jingjue observed that Lu Shuran had only sent a single photo and had not included any text. It seemed that the conversation could not continue any further. Was this normal? Gu Jingjue pondered, noting how Lu Shuran, usually so chatty and lively, had suddenly become so reticent. Something felt amiss. After sending the photo, Lu Shuran fell asleep. However, it appeared that fate was not in her favor. That night, an alarm sounded, signaling a long-awaited emergency training assembly. Lu Shuran responded with remarkable speed this time, leaving Gu Jingjue with no opportunity to catch her off guard. Yet, she was utterly exhausted. Lu Shuran glared at Gu Jingjue, who appeared indifferent, even as he caught glimpses of her slightly pouting lips, revealing her discontent. Are you upset? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly, perplexed by the girl's emotions. Lu Shuran, what is wrong with your collar? Before Gu Jingjue could speak, the team leader, Zhao Qiong, approached. Lu Shuran hesitated, glancing down at her collar, noticing that one corner was slightly askew. She understood that Zhao Qiong was trying to find fault with her, and thus had been particularly vigilant during training to avoid any mistakes. This was why her training had been so grueling lately, as Zhao Qiong had kept a close watch on her, demanding more mental and physical energy than usual. However, given that it was an emergency assembly tonight and she was exceptionally tired, she had not meticulously checked her attire. Zhao Qiong's lips curled slightly as she approached Lu Shuran, gently smoothing one corner of her uniform. Tonight's training will be doubled, she declared, casting a glance towards Gu Jingjue. If she was not mistaken, the captain had been surreptitiously observing Lu Shuran's face throughout the day. Zhao Qiong was uncertain whether Lu Shuran had inadvertently displeased the captain, but she decided to impose a penalty regardless. Lu Shuran, not wishing to engage in unnecessary dialogue, refrained from arguing. After all, she was the captain now. Gu Jingjue, observing from the side, furrowed his brow at Zhao Qiong's strictness. Indeed, the captain of the third team was quite severe. He approached Zhao Qiong, who was taken aback by his praise, turning to him in surprise. Report to the captain, this is merely my duty, she responded. Gu Jingjue nodded, his gaze drifting to the team emblem on Zhao Qiong's collar. Noticing that her hair had caught on the emblem, causing it to jut out awkwardly, he raised an eyebrow. It seems the captain is not strict enough. As a leader, one must set an example. Therefore, the penalties should be increased twofold. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Qiong clenched her teeth, her hands balled into fists at her sides, the earlier joy dissipating in an instant. Yes, she replied, 5 kilometers of weighted running for everyone. Gu Jingjue called out, and the team promptly assembled, turning right and beginning their run. Lu Shuran, witnessing Zhao Qiong's predicament, felt a strange sense of happiness despite the additional 5 kilometers she had to endure, grateful for the captain's just and firm approach. Gu Jingjue's expression softened slightly as he noted the cloud of gloom lifting from Lu Shuran's face. Zhao Heng, standing nearby, felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Qiong, pondering how two individuals with the same surname could differ so remarkably. How audacious to penalize his partner in front of the captain. Chapter 69. A photograph of Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue. Though Lu Shuran had to run an extra 5 kilometers, her spirits were lifted knowing someone else was suffering even more. After completing her run, she gestured to Liang Jinwen and Gu Jingjue before heading back to the dormitory, leaving Zhao Qiong alone on the track, enduring triple the training of her peers. By the time Zhao Qiong finished, she was panting heavily, while Liang Jinwen and Gu Jingjue remained by the sidelines. Zhao Qiong yearned for the captain's acknowledgement, and now, with the entire field to herself, she was indeed being watched by both Liang Jinwen and Gu Jingjue. Yet, it was in this humiliating manner, having been punished, that she garnered their attention. With her lips pressed tightly together, she approached them, gasping for breath. "I'm done," she announced. Liang Jinwen regarded Zhao Qiong intently. "Yes, Captain Liang," Zhao Qiong replied, raising her voice to maintain her dignity before her superiors. "Our hunting team upholds strict rules." Liang Jinwen continued. "However, rules should not be wielded as instruments of oppression against team members." "Captain Liang, I did not," Zhao Qiong began, but Liang Jinwen silenced her with a gesture. "I am not naive. I am aware of the dynamics within the team. It is evident that you harbor a dislike for Lu Shuran. I do not wish to delve into the reasons behind your feelings, but I implore you to treat every team member with fairness. If you cannot do this, perhaps you should reconsider your position as captain." Zhao Qiong's eyes widened in shock at Liang Jinwen's directness, not anticipating such a bold statement. "No, Captain Liang. Lu Shuran has been acting strangely lately. It is not a holiday. I saw her with a tall man. She has been preoccupied with her phone for long periods." "What are you implying?" Liang Jinwen found Zhao Qiong's focus amusing and probed further. "It seems she is in a relationship," Zhao Qiong replied. "Isn't it common for young women in their 20s to date? As long as it does not interfere with their duties, it is not an issue," Liang Jinwen remarked. "But how can we ascertain that Lu Shuran's romantic partner is trustworthy? What if she compromises our integrity? Enough. Let us not pry into others' private matters." Liang Jinwen sighed, exasperated with Zhao Qiong. She pondered what Lu Shuran saw in Zhao Qiong, who had now entangled herself in a dilemma. Zhao Qiong, having been bested by Liang Jinwen, turned to leave. At that moment, Gu Jingjue's phone buzzed in his pocket. Liang Jinwen glanced at him, and he expressionlessly opened the message. "Thank you, Captain." It was from Lu Shuran. Despite his stoic demeanor, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Liang Jinwen pretended not to notice and swiftly departed. Having sent her message, Lu Shuran fell asleep with her phone beside her, the screen still lit. When Zhao Qiong returned to the dormitory, she chanced upon this scene, her lips pressed tightly together, feeling a pang of resentment. She was increasingly eager to discover what Lu Shuran was engrossed in on her phone. Treading lightly, Zhao Qiong approached Lu Shuran, hoping to catch a glimpse of her screen before it dimmed and required a password. Just as her hand reached for the device, Lu Shuran jolted awake. "What's wrong?" she asked, half asleep. "Oh, nothing. I saw your phone about to fall and was concerned it might hit the ground," Zhao Qiong replied, attempting to sound casual. Lu Shuran merely acknowledged her and retrieved her phone, discovering that her screen was still on a chat with Gu Jingjue, causing her to gasp in surprise. Thankfully, Zhao Qiong had not seen it. On the other hand, Zhao Qiong noted Lu Shuran's reaction, growing increasingly convinced that there was something concealed within her phone. She resolved to find a way to uncover Lu Shuran's secrets. Having been startled by Zhao Qiong, Lu Shuran regained some clarity, suddenly recalling the message she had sent to Gu Jingjue, which he had responded to. Business as usual. Oh well, the captain is all about business, not influenced by her, she mused, finding solace in his response. Business as usual, but I still appreciate the captain. This time, Lu Shuran ensured her phone was securely locked before sleeping. Over the next 2 days, Zhao Qiong's demeanor towards her softened inexplicably. Lu Shuran found herself puzzled by Zhao Qiong's fluctuating temperament. Could it be that the captain's reprimand had caused her to reconsider her approach? One day, as Lu Shuran absent-mindedly organized her belongings with her phone in hand, Zhao Qiong rushed into the dormitory in a flurry, colliding with Lu Shuran and sending the phone tumbling to the floor. Zhao Qiong hastily picked it up, feigning to check for any damage. "Take a look, it should be fine." Suddenly, she stumbled upon a photograph in Lu Shuran's gallery. Staring at the image, she froze. Lu Shuran quickly reclaimed her phone, glancing at the screen and finding no significant damage, but her brow furrowed as she regarded Zhao Qiong. "Don't rush. Fortunately, the phone is intact." "Oh, my apologies," Zhao Qiong offered, though her mind lingered on the photograph she had glimpsed. It depicted Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue together. Zhao Qiong had anticipated uncovering evidence of Lu Shuran's romantic misdeeds, yet she had instead stumbled upon a picture revealing an intimate connection with the captain. Shaking her head in disbelief, Zhao Qiong questioned whether she had truly seen what she thought she had, but she had observed it closely. The pose of the two was undeniably intimate, leaning against each other. Zhao Qiong had pondered whether Lu Shuran might have some unspeakable relationship with Zhao Hang and Gu Jingjue. But that was merely Lu Shuran's unilateral betrayal. The photograph, no matter how one looked at it, suggested a close relationship, a bond that allowed such a candid shot. Throughout the entire Hunter Corps, or even the entire nation, who had ever seen Gu Jingjue with such an expression or in such an intimate pose? Chapter 70. Let me see, what kind of duo photo is this? What on earth is going on? Zhao Qiong could not fathom the Gu Jingjue in the photograph. He seemed like a mannequin. Wait, a mannequin? Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Qiong. Could it be that Lu Shuran, secretly harboring a crush on the captain, had doctored such a photo? In this age, with the prevalence of photo editing and AI-generated images, it was not uncommon for fakes to pass as real. This line of thinking seemed plausible. Zhao Qiong couldn't help but sneer. She would do everything in her power to obtain this photograph and hand it over to Liang Jinwan, or even directly to Gu Jingjue, so they could see what Lu Shuran had done. What's wrong? Lu Shuran noticed that Zhao Qiong had been standing there, motionless for a long time. Nothing. Zhao Qiong tried to regain her composure. She took a deep breath and turned to Lu Shuran with a smile. Shuran, do we need to talk? The inevitable had arrived. Lu Shuran had sensed that Zhao Qiong had been acting strangely these past few days, but she couldn't figure out her intentions. Now, seeing Zhao Qiong wanting to chat, she guessed that Liang Jinwan must have spoken to her after the punishment run. Actually, there's nothing between us that can't be resolved, Zhao Qiong said, looking at Lu Shuran. I just want to advance so much. Shuran, I'm a bit envious of you, of being favored by Captain Liang and of having been in the first team. What's there to envy? I'm still in the third team. As your subordinate, Lu Shuran said, shaking her head with a smile. She walked up to Zhao Qiong, patted her shoulder, and said, don't overthink it. We're still teammates. Although Lu Shuran said this, she now understood that people's hearts were inscrutable. Zhao Qiong, whom she had recommended to Liang Jinwan, was not as pure-hearted as she had thought. So, it was enough to maintain a superficial camaraderie. Lu Shuran was not so naive as to believe Zhao Qiong's words and continue to be her confidant. After their conversation, Feng Wan no longer had to hold back and could speak openly with Lu Shuran. The atmosphere in the dormitory improved. Lu Shuran no longer cared to pursue who had put the centipede in her water cup. Maintaining a superficial relationship with Zhao Qiong would prevent further trouble in the team. Moreover, her sparring with Iya had intimidated the others, who now knew that her family was renowned for traditional Chinese medicine. They feared that she might use some unknown methods on them. This peaceful period did not last long. About a week later, Liang Jinwan brought 5 new recruits into the team. The third team, which had been 7 members, now swelled to 13. Since we have new members, I need to reassess the captain's position, Liang Jinwan said, looking at Zhao Qiong. From now on, I will base my decision on everyone's performance. Hearing this, Zhao Qiong's face turned pale. Lu Shuran could guess that Zhao Qiong had assumed her position as captain was secure. Even if Zhao Qiong failed to secure the position, Lu Shuran had no interest in it. But now, Zhao Qiong saw everyone as a potential rival, even Feng Wan, whom she had always treated as a lackey. And Lu Shuran, who had always been favored by Liang Jinwan, was an even greater threat. Is the position of captain in a small 13-member team really that important? Lu Shuran, standing beside Feng Wan, watched Zhao Qiong become a solitary, hardworking figure, studying and training obsessively. Even Feng Wan couldn't help but sigh. She seems to have gone mad. What should we do? Feng Wan, a fickle follower, now that Zhao Qiong no longer paid her much attention, turned to Lu Shuran for advice. Everyone has their own destiny. You should be yourself, not someone's lackey or appendage, Lu Shuran said, raising an eyebrow. Feng Wan pursed her lips and stood silent, not responding. Zhao Qiong studied day and night, even obtaining a laptop, while Lu Shuran and Feng Wan rested. Zhao Qiong was still on her computer, studying and doing assignments. On this day, a rest day, Lu Shuran had intended to sleep in, but Zhao Qiong suddenly woke her. Come with me, Zhao Qiong said, tapping Lu Shuran's arm. Lu Shuran rubbed her eyes, looking at Zhao Qiong, who seemed lifeless and almost like a zombie, and sighed. Where to? A duel? What are you talking about? Zhao Qiong shook her head. I want to ask Captain Liang a question. Come with me. What question? Why do you need me to come? Lu Shuran sensed something was amiss. Yes, I need you to come, Zhao Qiong said, looking at Lu Shuran seriously. Lu Shuran nodded and quickly changed into her clothes. She decided to follow Zhao Qiong, ready to face whatever she had in store. She knew Zhao Qiong was up to something, but she couldn't figure out her exact intentions. Zhao Qiong, carrying her laptop, led the way, and Lu Shuran followed. Feeling increasingly uneasy, are we going to see Captain Liang? This isn't the way to her office, Lu Shuran thought. I've decided to go directly to the captain, Zhao Qiong said in a low voice. The captain? Lu Shuran was confused. What does this have to do with Gu Jingjue? Zhao Qiong's actions had thoroughly perplexed her. Forget it. I'll just see what she's up to, Lu Shuran thought. Zhao Qiong knocked on Gu Jingjue's office door. Captain, we need to talk to you, Zhao Qiong said as she entered. Liang Jinwen and Zhao Hang were also in the office. Quite the gathering, Lu Shuran thought wryly. It was a significant moment for Zhao Qiong, with all the top leaders of the Hunter Corps present. What is it? Gu Jingjue asked, looking at Lu Shuran with interest. Lu Shuran averted her gaze, signaling that she was not involved. Lu Shuran, do you dare show the photo on your phone to the captain? Zhao Qiong said bluntly. What photo? The ones I took in the city center? Why show them to Gu Jingjue? He took them, Lu Shuran thought. How did Zhao Qiong even find out about this? The duo photo, Zhao Qiong said, her tone commanding. Show it to the captain now. Show it, Gu Jingjue said, his gaze casual yet piercing. Chapter 71. The photo is well photoshopped. Lu Shuran's eyes widened at Gu Jingjue's words. What duo photo? You don't know? You've not only seen it, but also have a copy. Lu Shuran frowned, glancing at Zhao Qiong. How did she know about the duo photo on her phone? In this age, phones were the most private of possessions, containing bank accounts, ID attachments, photos, and passwords. Each phone was password protected, making it difficult to access the contents. But Zhao Qiong, sharing a dorm with her, could have easily taken her phone. Seeing Lu Shuran's expression, Zhao Qiong felt a sense of triumph. Lu Shuran was getting nervous, which only confirmed Zhao Qiong's suspicions. Luo Shuran, stop pretending. Hurry up and show the team leader. Zhao Qiong was eager to witness the moment when Gu Jingjue discovered that Luo Shuran had edited his photo, anticipating the change in his expression. What does it matter what I have on my phone? It has nothing to do with you or any of the officers. Luo Shuran remained steadfast. Seeing the photo meant nothing. As long as she didn't reveal it, Zhao Qiong's glance was futile, and Gu Jingjue would not voluntarily disclose their relationship. Do you think that by not handing over the photo, the team leader won to see it? Zhao Qiong triumphantly declared. I will expose your shameless act in front of the team leader today. What shameless act? Luo Shuran blinked at Zhao Qiong in confusion. This doesn't seem right. She initially thought Zhao Qiong came to reveal her relationship with Gu Jingjue, but there seemed to be a hidden meaning in her words. No wonder it felt strange. How dare Zhao Qiong confront Gu Jingjue with such secrets? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Please don't speak recklessly, Zhao Qiong. Stop messing around. Luo Shuran was utterly speechless. Zhao Qiong produced the laptop she had brought and set it on the table. While you were asleep, I hacked into your phone and found this photo. You mustn't, Luo Shuran tried to intervene, but Zhao Qiong swiftly turned the laptop screen toward the others present. The photo of Gu Jingjue and Luo Shuran in the car was now laid bare for all to see. Liang Jinwen crossed her arms, standing aside with a bemused expression as she watched the unfolding drama. Zhao Hang approached, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the enlarged faces on the screen. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. So, this photo, I trust everyone has realized, was created by Luo Shuran using Photoshop or AI. Her intentions toward the team leader are not pure. Zhao Qiong let out a triumphant huff. Luo Shuran, how could you engage in such disgraceful behavior, Photoshop? I'm going insane. Hiring someone to create such a photo. Luo Shuran rubbed her temples. So, you made it yourself? Zhao Qiong replied. I've observed it closely. This photo is quite blurry with many suspicious details, some of which are distorted. It's normal for a photo taken in such dim lighting with a phone to have flaws. Luo Shuran countered. Is this photo truly your work? Gu Jingjue's voice was slow, sounding neither angry nor doubtful. You don't know if it's my work. Luo Shuran was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jingjue's question. What does he mean? How dare Luo Shuran speak to Gu Jingjue in such a manner? Zhao Qiong mistakenly believed Luo Shuran had been defeated by her evidence and had completely given up resisting, only to find that she was directly confronting Gu Jingjue. The photo is quite well edited. Since you possess such remarkable graphic skills, why didn't you mention it sooner? However, Gu Jingjue's next words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Liang Jinwen nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing repeatedly. Zhao Hang had something to say, but hesitated. Luo Shuran was even more astonished. She never expected Gu Jingjue to behave so unorthodoxly. Since Luo Shuran is so capable, and the Hunter Battle Group values talent, Why not make her the captain of the medical team? Gu Jingjue directed his gaze toward Lu Shuran. This time, it was Zhao Qiong who was left dumbfounded. Team leader, what are you saying? Lu Shuran has been editing your photos. Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Zhao Qiong grew frantic. I hold great esteem for Lu Shuran's abilities. Is there a problem? Gu Jingjue glanced at Zhao Qiong with disdain, his tone laced with irritation. People like you, who casually invade others' privacy, are unwelcome in the hunter battle group. Team leader, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Zhao Qiong realized that not only had she failed to expel Lu Shuran from the hunter battle group, but she had also harmed herself. Shuran, I truly regret my actions. I won't trouble you again. Let us be good roommates. I don't want to leave the hunter battle group. Zhao Qiong stepped forward to grasp Lu Shuran's arm. Although she couldn't comprehend why Lu Shuran, who had clearly erred, was not punished despite Gu Jingjue acknowledging that she had indeed edited the photo. The captain will have her own private quarters, Gu Jingjue softly reminded her. The implication was unmistakable. Who would want to be your roommate? Zhao Qiong, in her desperation, clung to Lu Shuran, knowing that Lu Shuran was not a heartless person. All she needed was to remain in the hunter battle group. Can I make decisions? Lu Shuran asked Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong's lips quivered slightly. Indeed. How could Lu Shuran hold sway over Gu Jingjue? I will do my best. I truly want to overthink things again. Captain Liang, since you chose me as your captain, you must have expectations for me. I will rise to the occasion. Zhao Qiong stumbled toward Liang Jinwen, realizing that she could only seek help from her now. Zhao Qiong, you made a grave mistake by treating Lu Shuran as an enemy from the very beginning. Liang Jinwen looked at Zhao Qiong with exasperation, gently shaking her head. In fact, I initially chose Lu Shuran as the acting captain. Zhao Qiong stepped back in disbelief upon hearing Liang Jinwen's words. It was Shuran who said she didn't want to be captain and recommended you to me. I understood her intention. She thought you were excellent, but too introverted, thus wanted to give you a chance to shine. At first, I share that sentiment. After reviewing your performance, I noticed that while your results were commendable, you often went unnoticed, so I agreed to Shuran's suggestion. Zhao Qiong whirled around to face Lu Shuran. No, Lu Shuran. Why did you pass the captaincy to me? Why did you do this? I see now. You wanted to see me humiliated, didn't you? Chapter 72. Come over and put out the fire. Lu Shuran pursed her lips and shook her head. Do you remember, Zhao Qiong, that day when I was punished? And you held an umbrella for me. Zhao Qiong gazed at Lu Shuran. She had only a vague recollection of that incident, not deeply ingrained in her memory. She never anticipated that Lu Shuran would take such a seemingly trivial matter to heart. At that moment, I thought you were a wonderful person. Lu Shuran took a deep breath, but I was mistaken. She was utterly wrong. Everyone has their own trajectory of growth. Zhao Qiong's inherent introversion was not a result of her exceptional performance that caught Liang Jinwen's eye, leaving her anxious and fearful of being overshadowed by others when suddenly thrust into the captaincy. Shuran, Zhao Qiong stood rooted in place, no longer seeking anyone's help. Zhao Hang, take her away. Gu Jingjue's voice was cold, still the same emotionally detached man. Zhao Qiong glanced at Zhao Hang approaching her and shook her head. There is no need to trouble Team Zhao. I'll handle the withdrawal procedures myself. Zhao Qiong turned to leave, and only after she exited did the two spectators in the room finally burst into quiet laughter. Team leader, I had no idea you were such a person. Liang Jinwen couldn't help but chuckle, discovering that you also possess a sense of humor because of your editing skills. You promoted Shuran. Haha, that is simply brilliant, boss. How are you so good at acting? You look at that photo, every day say less. No one thinks you're mute. Gu Jingjue shot Zhao Hang a warning glance, silencing his impending words. Apologies, team leader. I've caused you trouble. Lu Shuran felt a headache coming on, uncertain why Zhao Qiong had suddenly created such a scene. You know you've caused trouble. Gu Jingjue scoffed, exasperated by the daily influx of such nonsense. Team leader, Zhao, and I will take our leave. Liang Jinwen exchanged glances with Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang, still puzzled, realized just as he was being pulled away. Yes, it's time for the sister-in-law and the boss to have some alone time. This situation arose because of me, but I was unaware that it would lead to such an incident. Lu Shuran gazed at Gu Jingjue with a pleading look. Was it really necessary to be angry over this? Which of your eyes saw me being angry? If not, why did you make me the captain of the third team? Isn't this a punishment? Lu Shuran cautiously looked at Gu Jingjue. Promoting you is a punishment? I don't want to see you being bullied by the team again. So, do you still want to be my fiancé? What's wrong with me? Didn't I fight back? Lu Shuran was dissatisfied. Too merciful, Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue said as he rose from his chair and approached her, gently lifting her chin to look in her eyes. Mercy is a derogatory term for me. Letting others walk all over you will not end well. Gu Jingjue was perplexed by Lu Shuran. She could employ tactics on him, yet she repeatedly let those who treated her poorly in the Hunter Corps go. Which Lu Shuran was the real one? The proximity between them was so close that Lu Shuran could clearly feel Gu Jingjue's breath. The fragrance of gardenias filled the office, and with each breath, the intense, captivating scent flooded his nostrils. He felt as if he were drowning, unable to control the fragrance that kept pouring into his body. Gu Jingjue's forehead veins bulged, and his face turned red. Do you smell that scent again? Lu Shuran recalled what Gu Jingjue had mentioned before. Is this an episode? But why does it happen so suddenly, and only in front of me? Lu Shuran found it strange and unexplainable. She had done nothing. Yet in Gu Jingjue's eyes, she was the trigger for his episodes. Lu Shuran reached out and placed her hand on Gu Jingjue's wrist. How about I take your pulse? Gu Jingjue gritted his teeth. Lu Shuran carefully observed him. Although Gu Jingjue knew she was acting, he let her have her way. Fine, he managed to say. Then sit down first. Lu Shuran guided Gu Jingjue to sit and found something to use as a pulse pillow. Place your hand here. Let me check. She gently held his wrist, closed her eyes, and concentrated on the beat of his pulse, occasionally adjusting her touch to discern the strength, speed, and rhythm. Gu Jingjue watched Lu Shuran take his pulse with a serious expression, almost believing her. Lu Shuran felt his rapid pulse. His heart fire was extremely intense. But as for any illness, she couldn't discern anything. How is it? Did you find anything? Gu Jingjue asked, holding his forehead. Captain, you're in good health. Lu Shuran smiled. So you found nothing? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. For now, but maybe I can prescribe something to calm your mind. Would you like to try it? Lu Shuran suggested. You want me to take medicine when I'm not sick? Gu Jingjue questioned. Not entirely, but your heart rate is quite fast, and you seem tense and agitated. You don't have this problem when you're not around me. Gu Jingjue bluntly stated. So, if I stay 3 meters away from you, then? Lu Shuran met his gaze, not daring to continue. You still refuse to admit it, Gu Jingjue said. How do we solve this? He didn't want to continue this charade. We can coexist peacefully. You don't need to control me with this. I really didn't. Lu Shuran quickly retorted, disliking the feeling of being unable to defend herself. The truth is right in front of you. Why struggle? It's not shameful to have your little tricks exposed. Gu Jingjue felt the withdrawal of Lu Shuran's hand, and the unbearable restlessness in his heart intensified. Maybe I should go back and ask my grandfather about this, Lu Shuran, clearly at her wit's end, suggested. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Come here. Gu Jingjue closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. What for? Lu Shuran looked at him warily. Come and put out the fire, Gu Jingjue said through gritted teeth. Chapter 73. Will this make you feel better? Put out what? Lu Shuran's eyes widened, and she instinctively took a step back. What are you talking about? Come here. Gu Jingjue's tone was impatient, urging her to come closer. I can't. Lu Shuran struggled internally. Though Gu Jingjue said he was like this because of her, he didn't need to solve it immediately. Don't you want to marry me? If you're afraid now, how can we talk about engagement? Gu Jingjue's brows furrowed, clearly uncomfortable. But I haven't even married. I have some Huoxiang Jingqi liquid. Would you like some? Gu Jingjue's gaze was cold. If that worked, why would I need you? He sneered, seeing her reluctance. As I thought, Lu Shuran, you didn't do this to sleep with me, just to keep me hanging. Gu Jingjue stood up and walked towards her, pulling open his shirt to reveal his chest. Hey! Lu Shuran turned her face away, thinking Gu Jingjue didn't need to be so direct. His physique was too perfect with tan skin, a broad chest, and defined muscles. His 8-pack abs, a blend of strength and beauty, were also visible. Lu Shuran knew her face was as red as Gu Jingjue's. She covered her face with her hands, her voice soft. Captain, we need to discuss this. There's no need to. What's the need? Didn't you cause this? Gu Jingjue frowned, grabbing her wrist and pressing her hand to his chest. You. Lu Shuran's hand trembled, trying to pull back, but Gu Jingjue held it firmly. He guided her hand down his chest. I feel it, it's muscle. It's not as hard as I thought. It's more Q-elastic and firm. Lu Shuran turned her face away, feeling a bit awkward. His muscles were solid, not the kind from a gym, but from real training and combat. Every inch represented strength. Lu Shuran's palm covered Gu Jingjue's heart, feeling his powerful heartbeat. When Lu Shuran took his pulse, Gu Jingjue felt her touch calming him. As he felt the heat and restlessness, her touch brought him some comfort. Strangely, Lu Shuran felt her own heart beating faster with his. What would I do now? Lu Shuran noticed Gu Jingjue hadn't moved. Just touching is enough? Lu Shuran turned to look at him, confused. She saw Gu Jingjue's eyes closed, his flushed face calming down. The redness faded, and Lu Shuran felt his heartbeat slowing. What's the principle behind this? Is Gu Jingjue a little animal, calmed by a belly rub? Lu Shuran dared to think this only in her mind. Gu Jingjue slowly pulled her hand up. Lu Shuran was compelled to draw closer to Gu Jingjue. He took her hand and gently placed it against his face. Lu Shuran's body stiffened slightly, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, Gu Jingjue opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. Stunned, Lu Shuran shyly inquired, "So, just touching is sufficient, right?" Gu Jingjue's prominent Adam's apple moved slightly as he emitted a simple sound from his throat. Without hesitation, Lu Shuran placed her other hand on his face as well. Cradling it, "Is this more comfortable?" she asked. Was Gu Jingjue's succinct response. Lu Shuran wished to further explain that his condition had nothing to do with her. Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. No matter how much she explained, without evidence, Gu Jingjue would not believe her. Perhaps it would be better to find a way to cure his ailment, thus providing her own proof. With this resolve firmly set in her heart, Lu Shuran vowed to heal Gu Jingjue's mysterious illness at all costs. "All right," Gu Jingjue said, releasing her hand. "You may go back now." Lu Shuran hurriedly withdrew her hand. Gu Jingjue was already straightening his clothes, turning to sit back down in his chair. Lu Shuran cast her eyes downward, glancing at her palm, biting her lip as she exited Gu Jingjue's office. After a brief period of calm, Zhao Qiong's departure sparked new discussions within Medical Team 3. Starting today, Lu Shuran would assume the role of team leader, Liang Jinwen remarked, adding a note that she was the leader, not an acting leader, and that she was well aware of the incidents that had transpired within their medical team. She hoped that no more outrageous occurrences would arise and urged everyone to focus on their responsibilities. Lu Shuran nodded at Liang Jinwen and stepped to the front of the team, standing with her feet shoulder-width apart and hands clasped behind her back. She faced the 12 team members. Almost everyone exchanged glances, but given that it was assembly time, they refrained from gossiping. With Zhao Qiong's departure, Lu Shuran unexpectedly became the leader of Medical Team 3. During her time with the team, it had undergone numerous changes. "Attention! At ease!" Lu Shuran commanded. The team complied in unison, with no one daring to disobey. "I trust you are all aware of my capabilities," she stated, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Being your leader should be more than sufficient, yes?" Liang Jinwen was taken aback. This was not typical of Lu Shuran. Had Gu Jingjue perhaps said something to her during their private moments? Indeed, Lu Shuran had contemplated Gu Jingjue's words regarding her compassion. Rather than compassion, it was more a matter of her indecision and lack of confidence. The 12 members stood in 2 rows, nearly half being newcomers, regarding Lu Shuran with curious eyes, while the others expressed their astonishment at her seemingly transformed demeanor. "If anyone has objections to my leadership, feel free to voice them now. No need for backchannel schemes," Lu Shuran declared, suddenly recalling something as she produced an item she had brought with her. Chapter 74. I will fulfill any conditions for our engagement. What she had brought was a small bottle of medicinal liquor containing a sizable centipede. This was a gift from a former team member for making liquor, Lu Shuran announced. Surveying the team. "If anyone wishes to surprise me with something similar, please do." The members below felt a shiver under her gaze, inexplicably sensing that it resembled that of a commander. "Oh, if any of you are feeling unwell, I can assist with some acupressure. I studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. As you all should know, if you have any ailments I can help with, feel free to seek me out," Lu Shuran said, narrowing her eyes with a smile. The team collectively declined in their hearts. Once the brief meeting concluded, Lu Shuran, with Liang Jinwen's approval, granted them a half-day off, blending work with relaxation. Instantly, the team's attitude toward Lu Shuran shifted. Under Zhao Qiong's leadership, They had often been subjected to unpredictable wake-up calls at 4 or 5 in the morning. Thus, even with Zhao Qiong's sudden exit, they merely exchanged small talk, which soon faded into oblivion. Hearing Lu Shuran announce the time off, they were elated. However, Liang Jinwen called Lu Shuran aside. You seem quite at ease in your role as team leader. Not at all, Captain Liang. I'm merely putting on an act. Lu Shuran replied. There's something I need to discuss with you, Liang Jinwen said with a slight smile. You were appointed as the team leader by the commander, so henceforth, your reports will go directly to him. Is that even permissible? Lu Shuran exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Given how many ranks we've jumped, isn't it a serious breach of protocol to bypass the chain of command? Others may see it as bypassing, but you cannot be considered as such, Liang Jinwen reassured her. Shaking her head, it's fine, I call the shots in the medical team. Are you worried someone will undermine you? Lu Shuran was rendered speechless. Who suggested that? It certainly wasn't Gu Jingjue. Just follow through. If you need anything, go directly to the commander, Liang Jinwen replied, amused at being able to lessen her own responsibilities. Isn't this a bit absurd? Lu Shuran thought, trying her best to manage all matters within the team flawlessly, which would mean avoiding encounters with Gu Jingjue. Yet, she could not escape the weekly report that necessitated a meeting with him. Holding her meticulously prepared report, Lu Shuran intended to slip away unnoticed. Leaving without a word, Gu Jingjue's calm voice halted Lu Shuran, who was just on the verge of exiting his office. He scrutinized her handwriting, noting its clarity and structure. Raised in an esteemed family, Lu Shuran's skills as a highborn lady surprised him with their practicality. Lu Shuran herself was taken aback by how her report seemed to captivate Gu Jingjue's attention. Gu Jingjue lifted his gaze, appraising Lu Shuran. Though her complexion remained fair and seemingly untouched by the sun, she had still darkened a shade since her arrival in the sun-drenched region of Jinyan. Has remaining in the Hunter battle group held any significance for you? Gu Jingjue queried. Lu Shuran was puzzled by the sudden shift in topic. Was there something wrong with her report? Everything we do holds significance, she replied, gazing at Gu Jingjue in confusion. Is there something incorrect in my weekly report? There's not. Gu Jingjue shook his head. Then I shall take my leave to prevent your discomfort. Before he could respond further, Lu Shuran swiftly departed. Gu Jingjue frowned slightly. Her evasive demeanor left him feeling unsettled. Sister-in-law, leaving already? Zhao Heng greeted Lu Shuran as they brushed past one another. Gu Jingjue grunted in response, saying nothing further. Clearly, there's a lack of substance in their interactions. His carefully crafted plan with Liang Jinwen had aimed to facilitate more opportunities for Lu Shuran to report to the commander. Yet her swift departure betrayed a disinterest in solitary moments with him. Is she upset? Zhao Heng discreetly inquired, acting as Gu Jingjue's advisor. What reason would she have to be upset? Gu Jingjue retorted coldly. After all this time, Lu Shuran's status within the team remained unrecognized. Everyone still treated her as a mere junior member. Even before becoming a leader, she had faced bullying. Bullying? Gu Jingjue's expression darkened further. Why didn't you tell me? I only just learned of it myself. But if you observe Zhao Qiong's attitude toward her, it's evident she faced difficulties while Zhao Qiong was captain. Gu Jingjue remained silent. Zhao Heng discreetly leaned in and said, Boss, you can't possibly regret letting Zhao Qiong go, can you? This should serve as a lesson for her. When Liang Jinwen appointed her as the captain, she simply handed over the position. It's high time the sheltered young lady understands the realities of life. TSK, I bet you're heartbroken. Why not bring your wife over to serve as your personal physician? Zhao Heng suggested with a smirk. What do you think my hunting brigade is? Just a merry-go-round for a woman? Gu Jingjue shot him a cold glance, prompting Zhao Heng to fall silent. Any news from Guangzhou, Chuan lately? Gu Jingjue swiftly changed the subject. Not yet, Zhao Heng replied, suddenly recalling something. However, I heard that Kyoto intends to send more people to our team. From what I know, several company commanders have been approached privately. Gu Jingjue pondered for a moment and nodded. Jinyan must not be handed over. Zhao Heng adopted a serious demeanor. I suspect Kyoto is aware that we have caught wind of their intentions. They are no longer discreet. The Gu family will likely find a reason to summon me back soon. They might take action while I'm away. Marrying your wife. Zhao Heng in Guit. Gu Jingjue remained silent. There was no question he would never consider an engagement with Lu Shuran, let alone marriage. Observing Gu Jingjue's silence, Zhao Heng assumed he was caught in a dilemma. It's simple, really. Why not just marry your wife here in the brigade? There's no need to return to the Gu family. Zhao Heng continued with his ill-conceived suggestions. Your time in the military hunting brigade is over. Gu Jingjue replied coolly, picking up his phone to browse through his WeChat messages with Lu Shuran. After a moment's hesitation, he typed, annul our engagement. I will meet any conditions you have. Seeing Gu Jingjue engaging with his phone, Zhao Heng cautiously observed his expression. What are you discussing with my sister-in-law that has you in such high spirits? Zhao Heng seized the opportunity to gossip. Gu Jingjue bluntly stated he was inquiring about the annulment of their engagement, leaving Zhao Heng momentarily at a loss to discern if Gu Jingjue was jesting or serious. Annulled engagement? How could that be? In all these years, I've never seen anyone whom Gu Jingjue holds in such regard as Lu Shuran. Yet, with Gu Jingjue's declaration, Zhao Heng felt it was inappropriate to press further. On the other side, Lu Shuran was bewildered by the message she received, her temper flaring. What does he mean by this? Suddenly wanting to annul our engagement and send me back? What is wrong with Gu Xiao? Furiously, she retaliated with a message of her own. She had been considerate, trying to find ways to help him recover. Gu Jingjue, you are truly pushing your luck. Anything is acceptable? Gu Jingjue responded. Upon reading his reply, Lu Shuran felt that he was not merely teasing her. That's fine, but the condition is, will you agree to return and get engaged to me, Commander? No agreement, Gu Jingjue replied succinctly. Lu Shuran, frustrated, sent back a fist emoji, choosing not to engage further. She exited WeChat and began searching online for information related to Gu Jingjue's illness. It was evident that Gu Jingjue had also sought information. Yet he was told it was a type of poison. Lu Shuran pondered whether such a thing truly existed. But if it required her to use poison on Gu Jingjue to achieve such results, then it could not be. Her thoughts drifted to the ancient texts her grandfather had collected, many of which were unique medical manuscripts not found online, systematically organized and reliable. Unlike the chaotic information available on the internet, there were numerous ways to control a person. Aside from using poison or drugs, psychological manipulation was also a possibility. The emergence of peculiar symptoms made it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find corresponding ailments. Although the relationship between Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue had somewhat thawed, it remained in a state of stalemate. Only Liang Jinwen and Zhao Heng, Gu Jingjue's confidants, were aware of their connection. Time passed, and Lu Shuran had been with the hunting brigade for over 3 months. The weather grew increasingly cold. December in Jinyan was particularly harsh. Everyone continued to train, engage in combat, and practice shooting. Medical students could not afford to neglect their skills either. Needlework and dissection kept their fingers red and raw. For someone delicate like Lu Shuran, her hands had begun to crack. She recalled the ointment Gu Jingjue had entrusted Zhao Heng to give her, claiming it was particularly effective for minor wounds. This was the first time Lu Shuran felt a special care from Gu Jingjue. The ointment proved useful. At least it alleviated the pain in her hands. While Jinyan did not celebrate Christmas, the name Peaceful Night was too lovely to ignore. Given that the medical team now had more girls, Lu Shuran decided to bring a good omen. She bought some apples, decorated them, and distributed them as gifts, holding an apple adorned with bells and red-green ribbons. She wished for the safety and well-being of everyone in the hunting brigade. At that moment, Gu Jingjue was out on mission. Jinyan had seemed peaceful for a while. But recently, unsettling occurrences had begun to arise. Even without Gu Jingjue's words, Lu Shuran sensed something was amiss. The daily lives of the people in Jinyun had evidently returned to normal. Who would disrupt their lives without reason? There had to be hidden motives behind this. However, in non-urgent situations, the third team was not typically called upon. Recently, Gu Jingjue had been notably busier. She hadn't prepared a report for him in 2 weeks. Once he returned, she would deliver this apple to him, or perhaps she would place it on his desk for later. Captain, are we dismissed? Someone gently reminded Lu Shuran. Oh, after distributing the apples, you may return to rest. As she spoke, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Turning her head, she saw Gu Jingjue striding toward her, looking worn and saying nothing as he grasped her wrist, pulling her away in full view of everyone. Commander? Lu Shuran looked at Gu Jingjue in confusion. Come with me. We need to detoxify. Gu Jingjue's brow was furrowed, his expression grave. Oh, last time the detox nearly sent me back. Why is he seeking me directly this time? Lu Shuran silently grumbled, yet seeing Gu Jingjue's anxious urgency, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. On the hospital bed lay a girl of about 12, appearing slightly older than her age, with skin fairer than the locals. Large watery eyes and a cherry-red mouth, undeniably beautiful. Her long hair fell in soft curls, and she wore a white sweater, lying there with labored breaths, clearly unwell. "Gugo, where have you been?" the girl exclaimed, quickly sitting up and anxiously tugging at Gu Jingjue's sleeve. "Here we go again." Lu Shuran refrained from making assumptions about Gu Jingjue's relationship with this girl. However, her condition seemed stable, unlike the urgency of the girl from Guangzhou. At least she could speak and was aware of her surroundings. "I brought a doctor for you." Gu Jingjue turned to Lu Shuran and said, "Take a look at her." "Oh," Lu Shuran replied, observing Gu Jingjue. Their gazes locked. "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Gu Jingjue observed Lu Shuran, who remained still, gazing at him intently, and softly inquired, "Captain, if you do not step aside, how can I examine the pulse of this young lady?" Lu Shuran responded, addressing Gu Jingjue, who then retreated a step, allowing her space. However, the girl lying on the bed suddenly spoke up. "Brother Gu, could you please not leave?" Her large eyes were filled with panic and fear. "I'm a bit scared." "There is no need for fear. This is the doctor from our team. She will help you recover," Gu Jingjue assured her, revealing a gentler demeanor than ever before. Chapter 76. Why did you give the gift I sent you to someone else? Lu Shuran was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jingjue's unexpected gentleness, but quickly regained her composure and proceeded to check the girl's pulse. As her fingers rested on the girl's wrist, she frowned slightly after a moment. The pulse was peculiar, weak, thin, and formless, feeling almost hollow under her touch. "Do not be afraid. Let me see your tongue," Lu Shuran said with a reassuring smile. The girl nodded and extended her tongue, revealing a white, cracked coating. "How is she? Is her condition serious?" Gu Jingjue asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lu Shuran. "This young lady does appear to show signs of poisoning, but—" Lu Shuran tilted her head slightly. "But what? Speak plainly. Do not withhold your thoughts," Gu Jingjue urged her. "She seems to be suffering from chronic poisoning, and it has likely persisted for some time, rather than being acute," Lu Shuran explained, adding, "We must conduct Western medical tests and, if necessary, report this to the authorities." Though Lu Shuran's sentence trailed off, the two exchanged glances, and Gu Jingjue understood her implication. If it were chronic poisoning, it was highly probable that someone close to her had administered it. Thus, Lu Shuran suggested involving the police. "Should I prescribe something to alleviate her condition?" Gu Jingjue inquired. "I can only prescribe something mild. Her pulse is very weak, indicating her body is still fragile. A high dosage would be unbearable," Lu Shuran replied. "Understood," Gu Jingjue nodded. The girl observed him closely, noting that despite his assertion that the young doctor was part of their team, he remained fixated on her face while she spoke. "I'll write the prescription and send it to you via WeChat shortly. You can have Zhao team collect the medicine," Lu Shuran stated. "Very well," Gu Jingjue agreed. "I will escort you back." As they exited the ward, the girl called out in a tearful tone, "Brother Gu, where are you going? I'm a bit scared." Upon their departure, Lu Shuran felt a twinge of curiosity about the girl's identity, but recalling her previous experience, she refrained from probing further. She feared that Gu Jingjue might perceive her inquiries as jealousy or unwarranted interest. "Well," Gu Jingjue paused, and Lu Shuran immediately interjected, "I am returning to the Hunter Brigade. There is nothing more to discuss." As she turned to leave, an idea struck her, and she called out to Gu Jingjue before he re-entered the ward. She retrieved the apple she had cradled in her hands and handed it to him, saying, "A gift for the Peace Festival." Although it was a foreign holiday, gifting an apple imbued it with a unique flavor characteristic of their culture. Gu Jingjue accepted the apple and turned back into the room. Lu Shuran returned to her dormitory, contemplating the girl's condition while awaiting the blood test results. If it was a type of poisoning that Western medicine could address, it would be more manageable. However, if it were akin to the previous case involving herbal toxins, she might need to intervene directly. For some reason, thoughts of that girl kept echoing in her mind, filled with the refrain of "Brother Gu, Brother Gu." Shaking her head, Lu Shuran attempted to dispel the persistent thoughts. If this were indeed a case of long-term poisoning, it was likely perpetrated by someone familiar, suggesting deep-seated animosity. Unable to fathom others' complex emotions, Lu Shuran sent a warming detoxification prescription to Gu Jingjue. "Receive the prescription. Once training concludes tomorrow, I would appreciate your help in checking on her." Gu Jingjue's words felt somewhat unfamiliar. Lu Shuran pondered whether the tone of the text rendered it cold. Or if Gu Jingjue intended it to come across that way. It is not a significant matter. Even if she is not your friend, merely a stranger, I would still assist her. Lu Shuran sent this message. Gu Jingjue did not contest the term friend, suggesting that for the time being, their relationship could be defined as such. The following day, after training, Lu Shuran went to the girls' ward as previously discussed. Upon entering, she found the girl sitting up in bed. Her complexion evidently improved since yesterday, cradling the very apple Lu Shuran had given to Gu Jingjue. Surprised by the sight of the apple, Lu Shuran paused for a moment, but maintained her composure as she walked in. "You're the doctor from yesterday," the girl beamed. "I am Mang Jin, a Napa person." "What's your name?" "Napa person. Your Mandarin is quite fluent," Lu Shuran noted. "My name is Lu Shuran. Thank you for coming to treat me yesterday. The medicine Brother Gu brought must have been prescribed by you." "I can tell it is traditional Chinese medicine," Mang Jin said, her radiant smile brightening the room. "After drinking it, I felt much better." Holding the apple, Mang Jin continued, "Would you like to have an apple? I can treat you, but not this one." Lu Shuran remained silent, while Mang Jin continued, "This apple was a Christmas gift from Brother Gu." In that moment, Lu Shuran felt as if two small voices were battling within her. One urged her to brush it off, thinking it was merely an apple, while the other furiously chastised. "Gu Jingjue, are you out of your mind? That is my apple." Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Lu Shuran checked Mang Jin's pulse again. It was stronger and steadier than the previous day, yet fundamentally unchanged. The girl's health remained fragile. Lu Shuran offered her some advice and turned to leave. As she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran's expression fell. "Did you see her? Is she all right?" Gu Jingjue inquired. "Yes," Lu Shuran replied softly. "I noticed she seemed better today, thanks to your medicine. The fasting test results will be ready soon. Will you wait before leaving?" Gu Jingjue observed Lu Shuran's face, sensing her lack of response. What is wrong? Even Gu Jingjue, lacking in emotional sensitivity, could detect that something was amiss with Lu Shuran. To speak or not to speak? That is the dilemma. Lu Shuran pondered. Stifling her frustration, she found it difficult to voice her feelings. Was it simply an apple? Would she appear petty for being upset? "Are you hungry? What do you wish to eat?" Gu Jingjue asked, attempting to probe. "I can have Zhao Hang fetch something for you." "Gu Jingjue, you speak your mind." Gu Jingjue encouraged her. The more indifferent Gu Jingjue appeared, the more Lu Shuran felt stifled. He seemed completely unfazed by the significance of the gift. "Why did you give away the present I sent you?" Chapter 77. "May I come in?" Lu Shuran gazed at Gu Jingjue. His expression faltered under her piercing gaze. "You mean that apple?" he quickly replied. "You gave it to me, and when I went inside, Mang Jin saw it and expressed her desire for it. I thought it would comfort her, given her illness." "Comfort her?" Lu Shuran pressed her lips together, growing increasingly disheartened by Gu Jingjue's explanation. "It's just an apple." "I thought it would be harmless," Gu Jingjue insisted, observing Lu Shuran's tight-lipped demeanor and the sorrow in her eyes. "That is not merely an apple." Lu Shuran corrected Gu Jingjue's statement. "What is it if not an apple?" Gu Jingjue gazed at Lu Shuran in confusion. "It's not about the apple." Lu Shuran, herself unsure of what she was entangled in, thought to herself that it was merely an apple, intended as a gift for the team members. One extra was simply given to him. Why was she feeling so awkward and conflicted? What was wrong? "I'll compensate you tenfold, 100-fold? Seeing Lu Shuran's aggrieved expression, Gu Jingjue felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow surge within him and hurriedly tried to console her. "I've said, it's not about the apple. Ah, forget it. You must think I'm insane." With that, Lu Shuran turned to leave. She felt a sudden warmth in her eyes. Was she really about to cry over such an inconsequential apple? She certainly did not wish to lose face in front of Gu Jingjue. Moreover, it was clearly not of such importance, so why was she so distressed? Lu Shuran, just as Gu Jingjue was about to chase after her, he heard Mang Jin call out from the hospital room. "Brother Gu, are you here?" "I'll come back later," Gu Jingjue replied to the person in the room, intending to resume his pursuit of Lu Shuran. However, Mang Jin emerged from the room. "Brother Gu, what's wrong? Didn't you just arrive? Are you leaving already?" Mang Jin looked at Gu Jingjue with a look of disappointment. "What are you doing out here? It's so cold." Gu Jingjue, feeling helpless, glanced at Lu Shuran, who had already run far away, and turned to escort Mang Jin back to her room, planning to find Lu Shuran later. Sitting by Mang Jin's bedside, Gu Jingjue noticed her holding the apple tightly. "Brother Gu, what's the matter?" Mang Jin lifted the apple to his gaze. "When Dr. Lu came in just now, she kept looking at this apple. Can I have it back? What else do you want? I can give you any gift. Gu Jingjue inquired. Why? I don't want any other gift. I just like the apple you gave me. Mang Jin replied with a slight smile, observing Gu Jingjue's expression. If not, that's fine. All right, Brother Gu, please don't make that face. It's just an apple. Mang Jin returned the apple to Gu Jingjue's hands. Now, you owe me a gift. Fine. Gu Jingjue rotated the apple in his hands, lost in thought. Mang Jin cleared her throat. Brother Gu, is this apple from Dr. Lu? Is she angry? It's nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take this apple. Mang Jin quickly apologized. If Dr. Lu is upset, I can apologize to her myself. It's just an apple. It's not necessary. Gu Jingjue raised his hand to tuck Mang Jin's blanket. Mang Jin held Gu Jingjue's large hand in both of hers. Brother Gu, your hands are so big, much bigger than mine. Gu Jingjue, enduring the strange sensation of being touched by a stranger, withdrew his hand and placed Mang Jin's back under the blanket. Rest well. I'm busy and may not have time to visit you every day. After saying this, Gu Jingjue stood up and exited. Mang Jin watched Gu Jingjue's departing figure. Her lips pressed tightly together, her previously smiling face now entirely tense. Gu Jingjue walked out of the ward holding the apple, followed closely by Zhao Hang. Glancing at the apple in his hand, Gu Jingjue seemed to be contemplating some profound mystery. Boss, are you not going to find your wife? Zhao Hang whispered in his ear. What is this if not an apple? Gu Jingjue asked, placing the apple in front of Zhao Hang. Boss, you're not just a steel straight man. You're a complete emotional. Zhao Hang began, but quickly stopped himself. You really don't know why your wife is upset? What is there to be angry about an apple? Does she particularly like apples? Gu Jingjue pondered, showing a contemplative expression. Zhao Hang felt that his boss was truly hopeless. It's not about the apple. Just say what you mean. Gu Jingjue frowned and spoke in a low voice. This is a gift. Oh, my boss. It's not just an apple. It's a Christmas Eve gift from your wife. The apple symbolizes her wish for your safety and peace. And you just casually handed it off to someone else? A girl of unknown origin. Who would be angry? I think your wife has a good temper. She even helps you with medicine. A gift. Gu Jingjue seemed to grasp something. Prepare 100 apples. Gu Jingjue Institute Zhao Hang. 100 apples? Are you planning to compensate your wife? Zhao Hang was bewildered. Just make her stop being angry, Gu Jingjue replied. Boss, can you even handle this? Can you charm a girl? Zhao Hang will get? No, Gu Jingjue replied, his expression unchanged. Zhao Hang was a loss for words. I already said it's not about the apple. If you give her 100 apples, when will she eat them? You might as well buy a golden apple. A golden apple. Gu Jingjue nodded. That works too. You handle it. Take the cost from my card. All right. Zhao Hang received the order, determined to choose the heaviest golden apple necklace for Gu Jingjue's wife. Gu Jingjue, holding the apple he wanted to reclaim, arrived at Lu Shuran's dormitory door. Before entering, he took out his phone and sent her a message. Are you asleep? I am. Gu Jingjue shook his head gently and continued texting. Could you open the door for me? Lu Shuran nearly dropped her phone. It's too late. Isn't it inconvenient? I'm a girl. It's not proper to open the door for a big man. She pressed the screen with more force. Lu Shuran. Gu Jingjue called her name softly from outside the door. Lu Shuran felt her heart tremble slightly. In truth, she had considered moments ago whether she was overreacting. Indeed, it was just an apple. There was no need for such feelings. Gu Jingjue likely didn't regard this trivial matter at all. She shouldn't morally bind others. She just hadn't expected Gu Jingjue to come looking for her after what had just transpired. If it's because of earlier, I'm fine. I was overreacting. Captain, you should return. Lu Shuran said as she approached the door. I have something to say to you, but it's better to do so in front of you. Can you open the door? Chapter 78. She is not your wife. Who is your wife? Can you open the door? Gu Jingjue's words, particularly the last four, were almost uttered with a hint of frustration. Lu Shuran felt a slight quiver in her heart. Gu Jingjue's attitude struck her as rather unconventional. I'm really not angry anymore. Captain, you should go rest. Shuran, open the door. Gu Jingjue's firm tone conveyed determination. If I say this, I'll leave. I understand where I went wrong. Gu Jingjue, is this an apology? Lu Shuran felt taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. The once arrogant and high and mighty Gu Jingjue could actually admit his fault one day. Can you open the door? Gu Jingjue asked for the third time. 3 times is the charm. Gu Jingjue had spoken so amiably, she no longer needed to dwell on it. Lu Shuran composed herself and opened the door, astonished to find Gu Jingjue standing outside, holding the very apple he had given her. For someone like Gu Jingjue, retrieving something he had gifted wasn't an easy feat, especially something as seemingly trivial as an apple. I brought it back because I know I was wrong. Gu Jingjue held the apple before Lu Shuran, saying, "This is not just an apple, it is a gift. How did you suddenly come to this realization? Did Zhao Hang teach you?" Lu Shuran guessed accurately. Ahem. Gu Jingjue cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and continued. "Has the apple been washed?" "Yes, it's been washed. You can eat it right out of the package." Lu Shuran nodded. Gu Jingjue unwrapped the packaging and held the apple firmly with both hands, effortlessly splitting it into two equal halves with a slight twist. Such remarkable strength. Just as Lu Shuran was taken aback by this display, she saw Gu Jingjue extend one half of the apple towards her. Accepting it, she took a bite, discovering that the apple was surprisingly sweet. Gu Jingjue also took a generous bite and murmured, "Thank you for your gift." A sudden warmth flushed Lu Shuran's cheeks. Was it necessary to be so earnest? After all, it was merely an apple. "All right, Captain, you should return to rest now," she said, munching on the apple to mask her slightly erratic heartbeat. The faint fragrance of gardenias began to permeate the air, and Gu Jingjue was certain that when Lu Shuran had been angry just moments ago, despite their proximity, he had not caught a whiff of that delightful scent. "Then good night," he said, and before he could finish, Lu Shuran promptly shut the door. Gu Jingjue stood outside, facing the closed door, taking another bite of the juicy apple. The flavor was delightful, refreshingly sweet and hydrating. That night, Lu Shuran found it difficult to sleep. The peace of mind she had hoped for from the apple eluded her, leaving her thoughts in disarray. She wondered why she had suddenly lost her temper so drastically. It wasn't even that time of the month. Yet, Gu Jingjue's actions truly affected her deeply, and she found it perplexing how quickly she could be soothed by his few words. Sigh. Was she really so easy placate? The next day, Lu Shuran, sporting panda eyes, led her team in training. After their routine 5-kilometer run, she spotted someone who seemed out of place by the edge of the playground. "Shuran, I didn't know you were still the captain. That is impressive." Mang Jin stood nearby, smiling sweetly at Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran nodded in acknowledgement, bemused by her sudden familiarity with others. "Why aren't you resting in the infirmary? It's quite cold out. You could catch a chill, which wouldn't be good for your condition," she remarked as she approached. "Shuran, your tone is just like Brother Gu's," Mang Jin said, winking at Lu Shuran and sticking out her tongue in a playful grimace. "Brother Gu told me to rest in the infirmary, but it's so stifling in there. It wouldn't be beneficial for my recovery to stay cooped up, so I sneaked out. Please don't let him catch me." "Man Jin, what are you doing here?" Lu Shuran raised an eyebrow, realizing how closely Gu Jingjue was monitoring her. "Brother Gu, I was just too bored. I didn't stray far. And besides, Shuran is here to keep an eye on me." Mang Jin pouted playfully, sidling up to Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran arched an eyebrow and shrugged before returning to the front of the medical team 3. Whispers began to circulate among the team. "Who is that girl? Did you see how close she is to the captain? Close doesn't necessarily mean anything. Maybe she has someone from the team? She looks too fragile to be part of the team. Hey, have you heard that rumor?" "What rumor?" "The captain's fiancé. What are you all chatting about?" "You seem quite lively. I suppose 5 kilometers wasn't enough," Lu Shuran interjected coldly. "All present, attention. Right face. Start running another 5 kilometers." She led the team past Gu Jingjue and Mang Jin, maintaining an impassive expression. Mang Jin blinked innocently at Gu Jingjue. "Why did Shuran leave? I want to chat with her a little longer." Gu Jingjue handed his coat to Mang Jin. "Wear this. Don't catch a cold. If you want to talk to her, I can arrange for her to join you when she is free. Just don't wander off." "But I want to explore the hunting brigade too." Mang Jin pouted. "That can be arranged. I'll take you around when I have the time," Gu Jingjue replied, nodding. "That's wonderful. I knew Brother Gu would be the best," Mang Jin exclaimed, hugging his arm. As Lu Shuran completed her lap, her gaze met Gu Jingjue's, and she quickly turned away, her demeanor growing frosty. The murmurs in the team persisted. "They're hugging. Is that for real? Could the fiancé rumor actually be true?" Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, tales of Gu Jingjue's supposed fiancé began to proliferate throughout the hunting brigade. Many comrades had seen Gu Jingjue's fiancé before, albeit without a clear view of her face. They recalled him carrying a woman into his quarters once, but had not seen her since. Suddenly, a new girl appeared, and the brothers from various teams observed how Gu Jingjue treated her with such warmth, as if they were merely strolling through the market. She's not a sister-in-law. Who is she then? Chapter 79. It's too precious. I cannot accept it. The rumors surrounding Gu Jingjue's fiancé spiraled into a mixture of truth and fiction, growing ever more believable. Naturally, Lu Shuran heard the chaotic gossip circulating within the hunting brigade. To claim she was indifferent would be a lie. After all, she was only human. Gu Jingjue had always ensured her identity remained confidential. Even when their shared photo was discovered, he showed no inclination to clarify matters. She understood that Gu Jingjue had not acknowledged her as his fiancée, and thus she complied with his wishes. Even if he were to agree to their engagement, she would respect his desire for discretion. Yet, how could another girl, whose origins were unknown to her, suddenly claim the title of fiancée? She could not simply overlook it. Mang Jin is quite bored in the team. If you're free, you could keep her company. Not free. Lu Shuran glared at the message from Gu Jingjue. Her teeth clenched as she replied tersely. Why did he not offer any explanation and simply expect her to entertain someone else? Was she a maid? Does Medical Team 3 have any tasks recently? None. Then why can't you come help? I don't want to. Lu Shuran's replies were curt, consisting of no more than 2 words and a punctuation mark at most. Yet, it seemed Gu Jingjue was oblivious to her frustration, continuing to speak at his own pace. What if I offer you overtime pay? I don't want it. What would make you come? Can't you find someone else? Why must it be her specifically? Lu Shuran felt exasperated. Mang Jin is only familiar with you. Gu Jingjue replied. Lu Shuran chose not to respond further. Her agreement to assist with his treatment was already sufficient. She could manage her own physical health, but she was not responsible for his emotional well-being. However, as she scrolled through their conversation, Lu Shuran couldn't help but wonder why Gu Jingjue seemed so amiable now. If this were any other time, he would have wielded his authority as captain. So, was he willing to lower himself for Mang Jin, even if it meant speaking to her in such a subservient manner? Didn't he seem bothered by it? Lu Shuran locked her phone and turned over, uncertain of Mang Jin's true relationship with Gu Jingjue. Yet, recalling her previous experience, she hesitated to inquire further, lest it provoke jealousy or lead to misunderstandings. Though she wished to avoid dwelling on Gu Jingjue the moment she closed her eyes, thoughts of him and Mang Jin flooded her mind. Tossing and turning in bed, sleep eluded her. Suddenly, she sat upright, grabbed her pillow, and pounded it as if it were Gu Jingjue's face. How could he pretend to be engaged to her when the rumors of his fiancée were spreading like wildfire in the brigade without a single explanation? Lu Shuran felt a mix of discomfort and self-reproach. Just like the previous apple, others might be oblivious, but does she remain unaware? It is merely baseless gossip circulating. Why does it matter so much? Lu Shuran reclined back on her bed, drifting into a hazy slumber, having stayed up late the previous night, resulting in a tardy awakening. She hastily got up, for she had to lead the morning exercises. As she stretched out her hand to open the dormitory door, she nearly collided with someone. Raising her gaze, she found Gu Jingjue. The captain? What brings you here? Lu Shuran bit her lip, feeling a pang of apprehension. Was Gu Jingjue here to reprimand her for not acquiescing the previous night? Here is something for you, Gu Jingjue said, producing a metallic apple ornament from his pocket. What is this? A compensation for the earlier apple? Lu Shuran felt a flicker of surprise. She had not expected Gu Jingjue to be so eager about it. Thank you, Captain, she replied, placing the small apple into her pocket. I need to lead the morning exercises. If you have something to discuss, let us chat on WeChat. Without looking back, she dashed away, leaving Gu Jingjue standing there, words unspoken. Gu Jingjue pulled out his phone and called Zhao Heng. She only said one sentence and didn't even look me in the eyes. Zhao Heng thought to himself, the sister-in-law must be furious. Captain, you're in trouble. After a full day of training, Lu Shuran returned to the dormitory. While changing clothes, she remembered the small ornament Gu Jingjue had gifted her. She took out the apple and contemplated where to place it, suddenly sensing something amiss. This does not seem to be merely a trinket. The apple appeared quite charming and exquisite, leading her to believe it was just a little toy, likely a playful gift from Gu Jingjue. As she fiddled with the small apple, it clicked open, revealing itself to be a box. The moment she opened the box, her eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a golden apple pendant, the size of a pigeon's egg. Holding in her hand, It felt weighty, truly. The heir of the Gu family is astonishing in his gifts. A golden chain to wear around the neck seems rather extravagant. Hastily, Lu Shuran grabbed her phone and messaged Gu Jingjue. This gold necklace is too precious. I cannot accept it. A few words typed out, yet she deleted them. Such matters are not suitable for WeChat. She must return in person. Clutching the necklace, she hurried to Gu Jingjue's dormitory. It was getting late. He should have returned to rest by now. Lu Shuran quickened her pace, and, as she approached Gu Jingjue's dormitory door, she coincidentally encountered him walking shoulder to shoulder with Mang Jin. Lu Shuran halted, lifting her gaze to Gu Jingjue. Her heart a tumult of emotions she could not quite name. Little Dr. Lu, what brings you here? Mang Jin, okay? Her complexion noticeably improved compared to when she first joined the hunting regiment, a hint of color returning to her previously pallid cheeks. I just mentioned you to Brother Gu. It's been several days since I last saw you. You're here to see Brother Gu, right? I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Mang Jin looked up at Gu Jingjue. Brother Gu, if your conversation isn't classified, may I stay and listen? It gets rather dull alone. That may not be, it's fine. Mang Jin is not an outsider. Gu Jingjue interjected, turning his gaze back to Lu Shuran. What do you wish to say? Lu Shuran pressed the apple against Gu Jingjue's chest. It's too precious. I cannot accept it. Gu Jingjue caught it, and, seeing Lu Shuran attempt to leave, promptly grasped her wrist. Wait a moment. Mang Jin observed from the side, her expression briefly darkening before she plastered on her usual smile. Brother Gu, what you two up to? It's nothing, Lu Shuran replied, shaking her head. I'll take my leave now. Captain, please escort Miss Mang Jin back. Lu Shuran exerted all her strength to break free, but Gu Jingjue's grip remained firm. Chapter 80. Captain, that's the captain's fiancée, E. Mang Jin's face darkened for a fleeting moment before she resumed her smile. Brother Gu, what are you two doing? Lu Shuran struggled once more, feeling Gu Jingjue's grip tighten. I must go, she insisted. Realizing Lu Shuran was serious, Gu Jingjue reluctantly released her. She turned and hurried away, her steps growing increasingly swift until she nearly broke into a run. Back in her dormitory, she closed the door, leaned against it, pressing her hand against her chest. Feeling her heart race, she closed her eyes, breathing deeply. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. She recalled the previous incident when she had helped detoxify him, and Gu Jingjue misconstrued her actions as jealousy, assuming she was overthinking their relationship. At that time, she felt nothing. But now, encountering Mang Jin stirred something strange within her. She took out her phone and decided to clarify things with Gu Jingjue. Captain, that gold necklace is too extravagant. Even if I accept it, it would be inconvenient to wear. All right, I'll hold on to it for now. Gu Jingjue's response was swift, almost immediate. Lu Shuran bit her lip, noticing another message from him pop up. If you dislike accompanying Mang Jin, there's no need to come. It's my fault. Lu Shuran was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Jingjue had apologized again, and it hadn't been long since his last apology. All for Mang Jin. If her previous feelings were mere flights of fancy, then Gu Jingjue's attitude towards Mang Jin certainly hinted at something deeper. Even if he was typically aloof and indifferent, one could not help but speculate whether he harbored feelings for that girl. Moreover, Mang Jin's affectionate calling of him brother Gu suggested a past with profound emotional ties. Lu Shuran slapped her own face with determination. It was only natural for her to care about Gu Jingjue's demeanor towards other women. After all, she had come to the regiment with the intention of marrying him. If Mang Jin truly was someone Gu Jingjue cherished, her chances of marrying him would dwindle significantly. Suddenly, she recalled a drama or novel she once watched, where the male and female leads were enamored with each other, yet an insidious fiancé appeared to wreak havoc. If Mang Jin and Gu Jingjue were truly fond of one another, would she not become the villain sent by the Gu family to disrupt their romance? Strangely, the thought of Mang Jin and Gu Jingjue being mutually affectionate caused a fleeting pang in her heart, albeit one she could easily dismiss. For several consecutive days, Lu Shuran's mind was consumed by thoughts of Mang Jin and Gu Jingjue, her dark circles deepening as she led the training sessions. One morning, she found Mang Jin beside Gu Jingjue, standing next to the medical team. Lu Shuran rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Had she truly become so sleep-deprived that she was hallucinating? Little Dr. Lu, why didn't you greet us? Mang Jin tilted her head, offering a sweet smile. I have a headache, Lu Shuran replied, massaging her temples. Why the headache? Gu Jingjue remarked, noticing Lu Shuran's poor complexion upon his arrival. Just a bit of sleep deprivation. It's nothing serious, Lu Shuran dismissed, though internally she lamented. It was precisely because of the two of them incessantly appearing in her dreams, either berating her as a meddlesome woman or insisting she leave the hunting regiment. But upon reflection, leaving the regiment was indeed Gu Jingjue's wish for her. Comparing her treatment to Mang Jin's since her arrival, Lu Shuran felt increasingly despondent about her future. Mang Jin, having recovered somewhat, expressed her desire to train with the third team, and they allowed her to join in, resting when she grew fatigued. Gu Jingjue turned to Lu Shuran and said, "We do have a gym in our regiment, right? Is it really necessary to run alongside the team for a few hundred meters? The gym is too claustrophobic." Mang Jin Zipli Ingjae shook her head, revealing a hint of grievance. "Dr. L, do you not welcome me?" she asked softly. "I truly won't disturb your training." "Captain, that is the fiancée of the regiment commander," one teammate interjected. "Even if she isn't officially engaged, she's someone held dear to his heart." "Captain, why not just give in? It's not a big deal after all," another teammate whispered to LSHRN. She understood that they meant no harm. They were merely anxious about offending the commander and facing repercussions. However, the hushed reminders from her teammates only heightened her irritation. "Well, since the commander has spoken, how could I refuse?" LSHRN thought, nodding gently at Gu Jingjue. Noticing her expression darkening, he stepped closer and whispered, "If you're not feeling well, you should return to rest." "I'm fine, just a bit tired," LSHRN replied, rallying her spirits as she called out commands. "All personnel, attention, right turn, 5 kilometers, start running," taking her place at the front of the formation. LSHRN led the team, while Ming-Jae-in trailed at the rear. Gu Jingjue observed her leadership with a subtle smile, thinking that this little captain was managing quite well. As Ming-Jae-in struggled to keep pace, she implored her teammates, "Could you all slow down a bit? GDG is watching me. I don't want to perform poorly." Her request drew the attention of the others, who noticed Gu Jingjue smiling, an unusual sight. "Is chatting allowed during running?" LSHRN coldly admonished. "Add an extra 3 kilometers. "What? We have to run more?" Ming-Jae-in gasped, but continued to push herself. "If you're tired, just take a break," LSHRN advised, knowing that extra training was common for the hunting team. Even without the additional distance, she couldn't have completed 5 kilometers. Naturally, she kept that thought to herself. However, as the team turned a corner, Ming-Jae-in twisted her ankle and fell. Ming-Jae-in, Gu Jingjue rushed forward, lifting her from the ground as the others gasped in shock. LSHRN stood stoically, observing the scene. Chapter 81. Don't mind me. Go check on Ming-Jae-in. As Gu Jingjue cradled Ming-Jae-in in his arms, she murmured, "I'm fine. GDG, please don't worry. It's not Dr. L's fault. She only suggested adding extra distance, not specifically targeting me." "Don't speak," he replied softly, turning to leave with her. "Captain, Ming-Jae-in fell while running with us. Is that a problem?" Someone questioned nervously. "Right? She is someone special to the commander. Will it reflect badly on you?" LSHRN absorbed their words, but felt little concern. Her heart chilled slightly. Addressing her teammates, she said calmly, "Do not speak out of turn. The commander is not someone who lacks discernment. Continue." As the morning training concluded, LSHRN felt a pang of hesitation. Ming-Jae-in had been injured while on her team, and it was unacceptable not to check on her, especially since she had been involved in her treatment. Outside Ming-Jae-in's hospital room, LSHRN spotted Gu Jingjue, his expression grave. "I'm truly fine, GDG. You're just overly anxious." Ming-Jae-in reassured him. "I was too ambitious. I should have just listened to Dr. L and used the treadmill." "You've done nothing wrong. This was merely an accident," Gu Jingjue replied quietly. "Dr. L wasn't frightened, was she?" Ming-Jae-in continued softly. "She is fine. Only take care of yourself," he replied sharply. Standing outside, LSHRN hesitated, unsure if she should enter. "Sister-in-law, why are you standing out there?" Zhao Hing asked quietly. "Oh, just checking on Ming-Jae-in. Is she okay?" LSHRN replied, naturally pushing the door open. Gu Jingjue stood, their eyes meeting, leaving LSHRN momentarily at a loss for words. "Dr. L, are you here for me?" "I'm fine. I told GDG not to blame you. You needn't worry. Ming-J-in chimed in before LSHRN could speak. Glad to hear it. Just don't overexert yourself next time. LSHRN said, then turned to Gu Jingjue. If everything is all right, I'll take my leave. Uncertain of her own feelings, LSHRN fled, pondering what truly troubled her. Was it Gu Jingjue's feelings for Ming-J-in? She recalled how he had rushed to embrace Ming-J-in in front of everyone, his concern palpable. Did his anxiety for Ming-J-in signal deeper affections? Why did it matter to her? Was it because Gu Jingjue had someone he favored, thus making their engagement impossible? Returning to her dormitory, LSHRN rested a while before heading to the cafeteria, but her appetite had vanished. Without nourishment, she would lack the strength for her afternoon studies. Reluctantly, she ventured to the cafeteria, only to find many casting peculiar glances, some unable to suppress whispers. As she approached the serving area, she discovered Gu Jingjue dining with Ming-J-in. Though it was not unusual for Gu Jingjue to eat in the cafeteria, it was peculiar for Ming-J-in, a patient, to join him. Dr. L, come sit with us. Ming-J-in exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she waved her hand energetically. Feeling compelled to join, LSHR North took her place at the table. Gu Jingjue glanced at her meal with a frown. Why are you eating so little? I have no appetite. It would be wasteful to take more, she replied, lowering her gaze to her food. Ming-J-in, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Dr. L, am I talking too much? Please don't mind me. I've never lived in a group setting before, and it's all so fascinating. Même, LSHR en répondait habituellement. Gu Jingjue regarded her with concern. Are you feeling unwell? You should return to rest after eating. Don't lead the team this afternoon. I'm fine, just a bit sleep-deprived, LSHRN insisted. Shaking her head, Ming-J-in glanced back and forth between them, then asked Gu Jingjue, you don't dislike me, do you? Am I too bothersome? Don't speak out of turn. Eat more to regain your strength, he advised. Then I'll eat more and recover quickly so I can join the hunting team. Ming-J-in declared, digging into her meal. LSHRN, however, found no joy in food, mechanically stuffing her mouth as if swallowing stones. Fortunately, her portion was small. She could not linger any longer. Rising from her chair, she nodded to both and departed. That night, LSHRN inexplicably developed a fever. As a doctor, she saw no need to disturb others, simply retrieving some antipyretics from her medicine box. This fever felt like an accumulation of misfortunes. Lying in bed, she coughed lightly, recognizing that a fever signals the body as distress. Many serious ailments often begin with a mere fever. Similarly, when one experiences psychological distress, it can lead to headaches and fever. Lu Shuran surmised that her recent mental turmoil, coupled with insufficient sleep and poor appetite, had resulted in her fever. It likely wasn't a serious issue. After taking antipyretic medication, she began to sweat profusely 2 hours later, her fever fluctuating wildly. Once her condition stabilized somewhat, she made her way to the bathroom for a hot shower before returning to sleep. Upon awakening, she realized she had inadvertently missed her morning exercise. Hearing a knock at the door, she hurriedly scrambled out of bed, noticing several missed calls from Liang Jinwan on her phone. She rushed to open the door. I'm sorry, Captain Liang. Before Lu Shuran could finish her sentence, she found herself face to face with a tall man. Sick? Gu Jingjue was not surprised. He had observed her declining condition over the past few days. It's nothing serious, just a bit of a fever, likely from a chill. After some rest, I should be able to return to the team in the afternoon. Please don't worry about me. You should go check on Mang Jin to prevent her from searching for you everywhere. Chapter 82. If Mang Jin is Gu Jingjue's true love, Gu Jingjue did not respond to Lu Shuran's words. Instead, he raised an eyebrow slightly, as if probing her expression for further insights. And what I meant was Lu Shuran regretted her earlier comment, realizing she could have refrained from mentioning Mang Jin. Why didn't you bring her up? It was irrelevant to her. I meant, I'm fine now. Lu Shuran shook her head. No go to the team this afternoon, tomorrow, or the day after. Gu Jingjue stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Really, it's not that serious. This is an order, not a negotiation. Gu Jingjue gazed at Lu Shuran with a serious expression. Unable to refute further, Lu Shuran resigned herself to the fact that if her captain insisted on granting her leave, she would simply rest and not overthink it. What would you like to eat? Gu Jingjue inquired. Lu Shuran suspected he intended to have Zhao Hang bring her something since she lacked the energy to go out. Thus, she felt no need to be polite and ordered black rice porridge from the cafeteria, which was suitable given her fever and the need to avoid greasy foods. All right, Gu Jingjue nodded before turning to leave. Lu Shuran returned to her bed, but soon after, there was a knock at the door. Thank you, Captain Zhao, Lu Shuran began, reaching for the porridge, but her words caught in her throat when she realized it was Gu Jingjue delivering her meal. Twice, Gu Jingjue remarked. What? Lu Shuran was puzzled by his comment. Once you mistook me for Liang Jinwen, and now you mistake me for Zhao Hang. Where do I rank in your life? What nonsense? I need to rest, Lu Shuran replied, noticing that Gu Jingjue showed no intention of leaving. I'm just here to care for you, he said, stepping into her room. Lu Shuran thought, feeling overwhelmed. I'm not seriously ill. I truly don't need anyone to take care of me, she insisted. Then I'll sit here for a while, help you with the trash after you finish eating. Gu Jingjue's reasoning was sound. Lu Shuran realized that continuing to refuse would be too apparent, especially since he was her superior. Reluctantly, she sat down to eat. Suddenly, Gu Jingjue seemed to remember something. Reaching for a plastic bag, their hands brushed as they both reached for the same item, and Lu Shuran quickly withdrew her hand. Gu Jingjue's expression remained unchanged, though his lips tightened slightly. He merely stated, "There are sugar packets in here. If you want something sweet, add sugar." Lu Shuran acknowledged her earlier reaction was exaggerated. I do enjoy sweet things, she admitted, attempting to ease the awkward tension, pouring sugar into her still-warm porridge. The porridge was fragrant and sweet, restoring her appetite significantly. Eating in silence, Lu Shuran finished her meal and tidied up. Gu Jingjue naturally took the containers from her hands and left her dormitory without lingering a moment longer or uttering another word. Lu Shuran lay in bed, having slept throughout the day, yet feeling restless. Picking up her phone, she discovered that after Liang Jinwen's calls, Gu Jingjue had also sent her several messages. One idiot if the calls didn't connect. How could I possibly see the messages? She thought, burying her face in her blanket. At that moment, she noticed Gu Jingjue's conversation bubble indicating he was typing. Her heart raced unexpectedly. What do you want to eat tonight? A simple question. Yet, Lu Shuran hesitated on how to respond. I'll just go eat by myself. I'm feeling much better. You have a fever. It's best not to go out in the wind, he replied. Then let us have egg and persimmon noodles. Lu Shuran finally typed back. Knowing Gu Jingjue would bring her dinner shortly, Lu Shuran tossed and turned, losing interest in her phone. What was going on? Just a mere Mang Jin had made her feel as though she was losing herself since joining the hunting brigade. She must have been overly concerned that Gu Jingjue and Mang Jin's relationship would jeopardize her engagement with him. Mang Jin's arrival indeed posed a threat. If she were Gu Jingjue's true love, all her efforts would be in vain. Jerked from her spiraling thoughts, Lu Shuran realized she was clenching her fists tightly, almost breaking the skin of her palms. Finally, she endured until Gu Jingjue brought her dinner. As she sat eating, Gu Jingjue silently observed her from side. Feeling awkward, she hastened her pace, but inadvertently choked, coughing violently. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Gu Jingjue advised, turning to pour her a glass of water. Thank you. Lu Shuran accepted the water, gulping down a few mouthfuls to ease her discomfort. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning? Gu Jingjue asked, eyeing her intently. Captain, are you addicted to caring for others? Lu Shuran couldn't resist teasing him. I'm really better now. I can resume morning exercises. The members of the hunting brigade aren't that fragile. Gu Jingjue gazed at her and nodded, all right. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Watching his departing figure, Lu Shuran felt a twinge of regret. After all, Gu Jingjue had only been kind in bringing her food. Why had she felt the need to say those hurtful words? Lu Shuran recognized that it was not Gu Jingjue's fault. She was the one who had changed for the worse during this time. Though Gu Jingjue had allowed her 3 days of rest, by the third day, she was already feeling nearly recovered. Upon returning to the team, as soon as Lu Shuran stood before them, the members couldn't contain their grievances. Captain, you're finally back. Oh, it's wonderful. Captain, you've returned. If you didn't come back, we might have all been scared into leaving the team. What happened? Lu Shuran inquired, puzzled. During your absence, it was the captain who filled in for you. The team members' words astonished Lu Shuran. Captain Gu, why was he covering for me? Not only did the team members look surprised, but Lu Shuran herself was taken aback. The medical team, after all, was not as stringent as the hunting brigade. Gu Jingjue's presence as their leader surely made their lives quite challenging. Lu Shuran empathized with her team members' plight and couldn't help but laugh. What is so funny? A deep voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Lu Shuran froze, noticing the team members standing rigidly like telephone poles. Chapter 83. Gu Jingjue no longer likes me turning her face. Lu Shuran saw Gu Jingjue striding toward them. Captain. She greeted politely, while the team members stood solemnly. Hello, Captain. The crowd echoed in unison. 3 words shouted with a resounding vigor. Lu Shuran couldn't help but admire Gu Jingjue. In just 2 days, he had trained the medical team to function as efficiently as a combat unit. Training should be taken seriously. Do not cause trouble for your captain, Gu Jingjue stated coldly. Did you all hear that? We did. The group responded. Louder. Gu Jingjue cast a steely gaze over the lineup. We heard it. They shouted, raising their voices. Thank you, Captain, for taking charge these past few days. You've worked hard. Please take some rest. I am already well, Lu Shuran remarked with a forced smile. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow. Was she trying to dismiss him? Nevertheless, since Lu Shuran had said so, his continued presence would only add to her pressure. Without further words, Gu Jingjue nodded and turned to leave. Only those who had been mentored by Gu Jingjue could truly appreciate Lu Shuran. Today, the entire medical team was brimming with energy, completing the usual training regimen in nearly half the time. Hopefully, they would maintain this fighting spirit moving forward. With the remaining time, Lu Shuran allowed everyone to return for some well-deserved rest. At noon, Lu Shuran found little satisfaction in lunch after several days of illness. She had grown weary of noodles and porridge. Just as she finished her meal, her phone rang. To her surprise, it was Gu Jingjue. Where are you? Is it about Mang Jin? After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded. Mang Jin just finished eating and suddenly experienced angina. Liang Jinwan is here. Please come over. Understood. It was indeed another incident involving Mang Jin, which had become all too familiar to Lu Shuran. She hurriedly finished her meal and made her way to Mang Jin's hospital room. Mang Jin lay weakly on the bed. Her complexion was poor, yet she appeared conscious. How are you? Lu Shuran approached Liang Jinwan and whispered angina. What is the situation? The cause has not been determined. It's uncertain if it is indeed angina. It could also be muscle pain in the chest. The ECG shows no issues. Liang Jinwan leaned in closer to Lu Shuran, adding softly, it might also be psychosomatic. Psychosomatic, which means there are no significant physiological symptoms, Lu Shuran acknowledged. She walked over to Mang Jin. May I check your pulse? Yes, Mang Jin nodded. The pulse would not deceive. After a period of treatment, Mang Jin had indeed recovered considerably. As Lu Shuran felt her pulse, although it was still somewhat irregular compared to normal, it had become much stronger and steadier than before. She had expelled a fair amount of toxins. But chronic poisoning could lead to certain irreversible damage in both neuromuscular and various bodily functions, which would require time to heal. Brother Gu, does Dr. Lu mean I cannot fully recover? Mang Jin's eyes turned red. Of course not. As long as I am here, no matter what illness you have, I will ensure you receive the best treatment, Gu Jingjue assured her earnestly. Mang Jin glanced at Lu Shuran without saying anything, then directly embraced Gu Jingjue. He stiffened at first, but did not push her away, nor did he return the embrace. Since there are no significant issues, I shall take my leave, Lu Shuran said, not waiting for anyone else to speak before swiftly exiting the room. Shuran, Liang Jinwan called after her. Upon realizing it was Liang Jinwan, Lu Shuran hesitated and stopped. The captain has never been in a relationship. He doesn't understand these matters. But he truly sees Mang Jin as a sister. If you do not wish for him to grow too close to Mang Jin, you can directly tell him. He will certainly. I have no right to say anything, Lu Shuran interjected firmly. Shuran, I understand Mang Jin's presence may make you uncomfortable. It's only natural to feel upset. I'm not upset, Lu Shuran shook her head, biting her lip as she decided to confide in Liang Jinwan. Gu Jingjue and I are not lovers. We are merely engaged by our parents' arrangement, and he has yet to accept it. There are no feelings between us. Liang Jinwan observed Lu Shuran's expression, trying to discern whether she was speaking in anger or sincerity. Despite her words, Liang Jinwan sensed that there was undoubtedly something unique between Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue. Even with Mang Jin now in the picture, Lu Shuran remained irreplaceable in Gu Jingjue's eyes. Thus, Gu Jingjue does not harbor feelings for me, and I am in no position to dictate his relationships with other women. Although you say that, I can see how much you care about him, Liang Jinwen remarked. That's not the case, Lu Shuran insisted, hastily departing. Take care, Gu Jingjue gently tucked Mang Jin back under the covers before standing to leave. Brother Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Mang Jin's wide eyes sparkled. Are you going to find Dr. Lu? No. There are matters to attend to in the team. I'll be heading back, Gu Jingjue replied, shaking his head. Mang Jin sat on the edge of the bed, watching Gu Jingjue leave without glancing back, her lips curling in disappointment. As Gu Jingjue stepped out of the hospital room, he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Liang Jinwen, observing this, shook her head and approached him. Captain, are you looking for Shuran? No, Gu Jingjue instinctively denied. I'm not looking for anyone. Mang Jin is a grown woman. She may even be a few years older than Shuran. While I know you may only see her as a younger sister, perhaps you should consider the feelings of others as well. The feelings of others? Gu Jingjue turned to Liang Jinwen, his voice softening with curiosity. For instance, Lu Shuran, Liang Jinwen continued, raising her brow slightly. Have you not heard the rumors circulating in the team? What rumors? Gu Jingjue asked, his displeasure evident as he scrutinized Liang Jinwen's expression. Just say what you mean, he urged. Perhaps you should consider from another perspective, Liang Jinwen suggested. Today, the injured individual is Zhao Heng. He lies there, and while Lu Shuran and he share only a platonic friendship, he is quite attached to her. Not only does she help him recover, but they also share affectionate gestures. Apologies, Zhao Heng, for using you as an example. Why are you saying this? Gu Jingjue furrowed his brows in irritation. My relationship with Lu Shuran is more complex than you realize. Please do not meddle in our affairs. Chapter 84. Why is everyone saying that you and Zhao are in a romantic relationship? Liang Jinwen's words struck a chord, and since Gu Jingjue was disinclined to listen, she fell silent. Though Gu Jingjue did not voice his thoughts, Liang Jinwen's comments lingered in his mind, stirring feelings of agitation. Zhao Heng approached, noticing Gu Jingjue's grim demeanor, and whispered, Captain, what's wrong? Did you have another argument with your wife? You are quite concerned about her. Gu Jingjue's tone was less than pleasant. What's the matter? I'm concerned about both of you, Zhao Heng retorted, feeling unjustly caught in the crossfire. Gu Jingjue shook his head, realizing he was also influenced by Liang Jinwen's words. I have taken back the golden apple, he stated. Why? Is your anger still unresolved? Zhao Hang ponda alao. It makes sense. If my fiancé were to be so affectionate with another woman, I would certainly be upset. I'm not being affectionate, Gu Jingjue scowled, pausing to reflect before he could not help but ask, is it truly excessive? It is somewhat excessive, Zhao Heng nodded slowly. Liang Jinwen's remarks sparked not only Gu Jingjue's frustration, but also disturbed Lu Shuran's peace of mind. But I can tell you care about him, she had said. Where is the evidence of that? If I care, it is only because I wish to expedite the engagement process and complete the formalities. Lu Shuran sighed, massaging her throbbing temples. She undoubtedly cannot be entirely indifferent. However, her curiosity piqued. Who exactly is Mang Jin, and what tale intertwines her with Gu Jingjue? Although the depth of Gu Jingjue's feelings for Mang Jin remains a mystery, it is certain that a girl who shares such intimacy with him must possess a plethora of extraordinary stories. Directly inquiring Gu Jingjue would be inappropriate and would render her excessively nosy. Perhaps Zhao Heng could serve as an excellent avenue for exploration, and given his innate penchant for gossip, a casual question from her would surely elicit a response. With this decision made, Lu Shuran resolved to find an opportunity to casually encounter Zhao Heng and discreetly broach the subject of this intrigue. Yet, Zhao Heng, apart from a few hours of sleep, was typically glued to Gu Jingjue's side. Fortunately, during today's meal, it seemed Zhao Heng had momentarily been left alone, likely because Gu Jingjue had gone off to find Mang Jin. Lu Shuran was reluctant to dwell further on the matter concerning Mang Jin and Gu Jingjue, as it stirred a sense of irritation within her. After all, Zhao Heng, as the captain of the guard and Gu Jingjue's most trusted aide, commanded considerable respect among their peers. Thus, when he entered the cafeteria, others would generally refrain from joining him unless the seating was particularly scarce. With the surroundings relatively empty, Lu Shuran naturally took her tray and sat beside Zhao Heng. Sister-in-law, Zhao Heng exclaimed, surprised at the coincidence. Waiting for you for half an hour. What's so coincidental about that? Lu Shuran silently retorted in her mind. Ah, yes, it's quite rare to run into you. Our medical team has ample rest time. She feigned casualness, beginning to eat. Today's buns are especially delicious. Have you tried them yet? Zhao Han yin gui, offering a bun to Lu Shuran. Thank you. Lu Shuran accepted it absently and took a bite. Just as Zhao Hang was about to mention Gu Jingjue, he recalled that Gu Jingjue had intended to dine with him before being summoned by Mang Jin. Thus, he hesitated to bring it up in Lu Shuran's presence. The captain must be dining with Mang Jin, he thought, never anticipating that Lu Shuran would initiate the topic herself. At that moment, Zhao Hang felt as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat, his palms sweaty and the bun in his hand suddenly unappealing. I didn't pay attention. Zhao Hang chuckled awkwardly. You're lying, Lu Shuran ground her teeth. If even Zhao Hang was oblivious, then surely no one in the world noticed Gu Jingjue. But I am genuinely curious about the relationship between Gu Jingjue and Mang Jin. Pausing, she added, You need not concern yourself with my relationship with Gu Jingjue. Ours is merely a business marriage and does not necessarily hold weight. I am simply Dr. Lu from the 3rd Medical Team. Look. You're even speaking in anger now. A marriage that doesn't hold weight? Captain, you absolutely must not go on like this. Zhao Hang barely swallowed the bun, his eyes darting as he decided to share what he knew. He guessed that Gu Jingjue would never voluntarily divulge the nature of his relationship with Mang Jin to Lu Shuran. Our captain recently took charge of Jin Yun's governance, having crossed the border 10 times to rescue those duped or captured by the Napa people, saving over 1,000 in total. Naturally, not every attempt was entirely successful. During the most perilous occasion, several major players from the Delta conspired to annihilate our hunting battalion. Mang Jin and her brother owe their lives to our captain and us. At that time, Mang Jin was merely a frail girl, scarcely more than a child. Both siblings held a deep admiration for the culture of the Porcelain Nation and were exceptionally friendly towards us. Years later, we received news that Mang Jin had gone missing. So, you have been assisting her brother in the search for her? Lu Shuran's grip on her chopsticks tightened involuntarily. It became evident why Gu Jingjue was so anxious about Mang Jin, not just a matter of life and death, but a debt of gratitude that the hunting battalion owed. How could Gu Jingjue not care for her? Indeed, we are unaware of what befell her afterward. I certainly do not know, nor am I aware if she has confided in the captain. In any case, we unexpectedly found her this time and brought her back. And she is just as she appears now. Zhao Hang realized he had shared too much and hurried to amend his words. So, sister-in-law, you see, Mang Jin is an absolute benefactor to us. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, indeed. It is only natural for Gu Jingjue to care for the one who saved his life. Lu Shuran nodded absently, taking another bite of the bun. Noticing Lu Shuran's unusual demeanor, Zhao Hang felt a surge of panic and hastened to bring her more delicious food, laying out a grand spread to alleviate her apparent distress from his earlier comments. To say she was unaffected would be a lie. Lu Shuran spent a restless night, her mind buzzing with myriad thoughts, yet by morning, she could recall none of them, entering the team in a less than stellar state. Lu Shuran had barely settled before Feng Wan pulled her aside. Captain, why is everyone saying that you and Zhao are in a romantic relationship? Feng Huan whispered, lowering her voice. The rumors about you and Gu Jingjue are quite numerous as well. Huh. Lu Shuran widened her eyes in disbelief, astonished at Feng Wan's words. The team had begun to regard Lu Shuran with a certain distance, yet Feng Wan, having once been her roommate, felt comfortable enough to speak freely. Wasn't there speculation about you and Zhao before? Feng Huan pander de lauf. You two were so openly affectionate in the cafeteria yesterday. Feeding each other? Feeding each other? What do you mean? Lu Shuran's face contorted at the absurdity. I merely shared a bond with him. Rumors tend to escalate in such a manner, Feng Wan replied. Everyone is saying you've been secretly dating and are now preparing to make it public. Why is everyone so nosy? Lu Shuran sighed, exasperated. Oh dear, but it's all just idle chatter. I thought the rumors sounded rather believable. So I came to ask you, not expecting it to be unfounded. Feng Wan nodded in understanding. I see. Lu Shuran returned to her duties, leading the team in a run. Ultimately, it was not a matter of great importance. Gossip within the hunting battalion was perennial. In due time, new rumors would emerge, and everyone would forget about this one. Lu Shuran had no desire to delve further into something that seemed inconsequential. Gu Jingjue typically showed little interest in the gossip circulating within the team. However, upon learning that Lu Shuran had been bullied, he realized he had overlooked something significant. Liang Jinwen happened to approach him that day to discuss acquiring additional equipment for the medical team. After addressing the main business, Gu Jingjue halted Liang Jinwen. Wait a moment. Liang Jinwen tilted her head slightly, raising an eyebrow, her expression one of intrigue, as if she were anticipating a spectacle. Recently, has anything outrageous occurred within your medical team? Gu Jingjue inquired in a calm tone. Outrageous? What qualifies as outrageous? Liang Jinwen feigned ignorance. Nothing involving cliques or instances of bullying, I presume. Gu Jingjue stated matter-of-factly. None of that has occurred, Liang Jinwen replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Captain, are you concerned about how Shuran is faring? She is now the captain of the third team, and no one dares to bully her anymore. Why would I be inquiring about her? Oh, there's indeed something. Both Gu Jingjue and Liang Jinwen began simultaneously. Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, Liang Jinwen paused. Ah, so you're not concerned about Shuran? That it's nothing. She nodded, preparing to leave once more. Wait, Gu Jingjue furrowed his brow, expressing his irritation. You know I detest when people speak half-heartedly. What do you mean? Please finish what you were about to say. Well, it's not that surprising, is it? You are concerned about Shuran, after all, Liang Jinwen replied with a gentle smile, continuing, recently the medical team. No, I should say not just the medical team, but the entire hunting brigade has been buzzing with rumors. Before she could finish her thought, Liang Jinwen couldn't help but chuckle. They say Zhao Hang and Lu Shuran are romantically involved, all lovey-dovey, feeding each other in the cafeteria. What? Gu Jingjue's brow tightened as he abruptly stood from his chair. When did this happen? Captain, don't be too agitated. What everyone says isn't necessarily true. Rumors are often exaggerated. It just seemed like you were keen on hearing some gossip about the team, so I picked one to share, Liang Jinwen said, stifling a laugh and silently apologizing to Zhao Hang. What am I agitated about? Gu Jingjue slammed his hand on the table. From tomorrow onwards, there will be a strict prohibition on any private gossip within the hunting brigade. Captain, the members have their own voices. Some harmless banter over tea and meals doesn't require such stringent regulation, does it? Is that not serious? Gu Jingjue's expression darkened. Spreading unfounded rumors about female comrades is tantamount to tarnishing their reputation. You have a point, Liang Jinwen conceded, unable to suppress a smile. I'll make sure they chat less. As Liang Jinwen left, Zhao Hang entered. She patted his shoulder gently. Take care. Zhao Hang blinked, looking puzzled. Boss, a few days ago, you asked us to investigate. Before he could finish, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. What is wrong, boss? Are you in a bad mood? After a moment of silence, Gu Jingjue inquired. Did you have a meal with Lu Shuran a few days back? Oh, we just ran into each other in the cafeteria. Zhao Hang nodded. Why didn't you mention it? Gu Jingjue's gaze seemed to penetrate right through him. Zhao Hang felt as if he were a small mouse under the watchful eye of a hawk. Is that necessary to mention? It was just a normal meal. A normal meal wouldn't stir up so many rumors, Gu Jingjue stated bluntly. Huh, what rumors? Zhao Hang ziplit, purpa. I've been too busy investigating Miss Mang Jin's matters to pay attention to rumors. People are saying you and Lu Shuran are sweethearts, enjoying each other's company. And that dining together signifies a romantic relationship. Though Gu Jingjue's voice was low, each word was pronounced with emphasis. By heaven, boss, don't you know my loyalty to you? I would never harbor feelings for your sister-in-law. Zhao Hang thought to himself. In ancient times, he would have knelt and cried out to Gu Jingjue, claiming his innocence. You were feeding each other? Gu Jingjue asked. Boss, I was merely ensuring she had enough to eat. Zhao Hang protested, silently apologizing to Lu Shuran. I didn't mean to expose you, sister-in-law. But since such an absurd rumor has spread, I had to tell the boss what we discussed that day. Actually, she came to ask about you. Gu Jingjue echoed. Yes, mainly, she wanted to know your relationship with Mang Jin. I sensed a hint of jealousy from her. Otherwise, why would she be so concerned about your connection with Mang Jin? I don't doubt you. Gu Jingjue smiled faintly. But it is inappropriate for such disarray to circulate within the team. Indeed, Zhao Hang replied. For instance, many are speculating about your relationship with Mang Jin. Me and Mang Jin? Chapter 86. Do you like Brother Gu? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Hang realized Gu Jingjue was utterly oblivious. You and Mang Jin have been too close recently. That's where the rumors stem from. Zhao Hang chuckled, stroking his chin. Many are saying Mang Jin is your fiancée. How could that be? Mang Jin is just a little girl. I understand, Captain. You still see Mang Jin as that young child, but in reality, she is in her 20s and might even be a few years older than sister-in-law. Your evident concern for her may have made sister-in-law quite envious. However, her gentle nature prevents her from expressing her feelings openly. You need not worry about that, Gu Jingjue replied. As for jealousy, even if Lu Shuran has any feelings, it would merely stem from her fear of me falling for another woman, thus delaying our engagement. There is no romantic sentiment between us. With that, Zhao Hang opted not to press further. After all, matters of the heart were strictly personal between the two of them, and outsiders should not interfere. Lu Shuran indeed wished to distance herself from Mang Jin's affairs. Whenever her assistance was not required, she made an effort to avoid her. However, Mang Jin seemed displeased, pulling Gu Jingjue aside. Brother Gu, you haven't visited me in days. It takes so long for you to come by. My work is quite demanding, Gu Jingjue replied succinctly. Mang Jin appeared still dissatisfied, but refrained from being overtly blunt. What about Dr. Lu? She has been around for a long while. She was ill recently. I advised her to rest well. Gu Jingjue answered. Oh, she was sick? I haven't checked on her. Which doesn't seem right, Mang Jin said. Why don't you take me to visit Dr. Lu today? I promise I won't be a nuisance. Although the medical team's training was not as critical as that of the hunting brigade, they were still a legitimate unit, not merely a place for leisure. Gu Jingjue gently declined. Mang Jin's eyes widened, her gaze fixated on Gu Jingjue, her eyes brimming with tears. Since arriving at the hunting brigade, Gu Jingjue had never spoken so sternly to her. I know, it's my fault. I shouldn't interfere with Dr. Lu and the others' training, she said, her voice trembling. Don't cry, Gu Jingjue thought it was perplexing to deal with a girl's emotions. While Lu Shuran seemed similar to Mang Jin, he now realized that not every girl could maintain the same composure as Lu Shuran. Brother Gu, are you thinking of Dr. Lu? Mang Jin noticed her tears had not drawn any comfort from him, and he appeared lost in thought. Do you wish to see her that much? Gu Jingjue inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Of course. Dr. Lu is my first friend in the hunting brigade. We are of similar age and have much to talk about. Mang Jin's my. Very well. I will find a time for her to join you for a chat. Gu Jingjue relented to Mang Jin's persistence. Knowing that sending a message to Lu Shuran would be futile, he decided to visit her dormitory directly. When someone knocked, Lu Shuran felt perplexed. In a hunting brigade, there was little cause for concern, so she opened the door without hesitation. To her surprise, standing at the entrance was Gu Jingjue, his imposing height an undeniable presence. Captain? Lu Shuran looked at him. Are you looking for me? Mang Jin wishes to chat with you. Do you have time now? I don't. Lu Shuran swiftly replied. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it that you lack time, or simply do not wish to go? Whether I want to or not is irrelevant. We have nothing in common to discuss. Lu Shuran tilted her head, avoiding eye contact with Gu Jingjue. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Jingjue would come to seek her out merely to facilitate a conversation with Mang Jin. Indeed, it must be Mang Jin. She certainly possesses an air of significance. Lu Shuran let out a muffled sigh. They were all young women of the same age. How could they lack common ground? Gu Jingjue remarked, You don't seem particularly fond of her. She doesn't care for me either, Lu Shuran candidly replied. I think she quite likes you. She hardly mentions anything else. Gu Jingjue gazed at Lu Shuran, and this observation held truth. Mang Jin frequently spoke of Dr. Lu, but Gu Jingjue, lacking emotional intelligence, failed to perceive the underlying motives. Lu Shuran, however, was acutely aware that each time Mang Jin uttered her name, it carried various intentions. Mang Jin was testing the waters, examining her relationship with Gu Jingjue and probing for distinctions in Gu Jingjue's feelings towards her. Or perhaps she was deliberately being provocative, showcasing how much Gu Jingjue cherished her. Lu Shuran preferred not to dwell on negativity, yet her intuition persuaded her otherwise. She was uncertain what Gu Jingjue wished to discuss with her this time. Why did Gu Jingjue acquiesce to Mang Jin so readily? Even knowing that Mang Jin was Gu Jingjue's savior, Lu Shuran found it difficult to dismiss her thoughts. A savior often leads to deeper entanglements. What are you thinking? Gu Jingjue called to her. Huh? Oh, I was just lost in thought, she replied, forcing a smile. Well then, I shall accompany her to see what she wants. Following Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran remained silent, her thoughts preoccupied, until Gu Jingjue broke the silence. Mang Jin was born in Napa and has lived an unstable life. I consider her a little sister. How many little sisters can a man have? Lu Shuran silently scoffed. Mang Jin had recovered significantly. She was no longer confined to her bed, but sat at a desk, watching a television series on her laptop. Dr. Lu, you've arrived. Manjin be met, pulling Lu Shuran closer. You see, she enjoys being with you, Gu Jingjue whispered into Lu Shuran's ear, glancing at Mang Jin's smile. Mang Jin, observing their interaction, simply waved her hand at Gu Jingjue, saying, All right, Captain, you mentioned you've been quite busy lately. Let us girls have a chat without your interference. Very well, then. Gu Jingjue nodded, and Lu Shuran watched him leave, genuinely surprised that he complied. Feeling reluctant? Mang Jin teased, tilting her head as she looked at Lu Shuran. Gu Dage has already walked far away. Not all. How have you been? Do you need me to? Do you like Gu Dage? Manjin abli intervup Lu Shuran. Chapter 87. You are unworthy of Gu Dage. Even Lu Shuran, taken aback by Mang Jin's question, exhibited a look of astonishment. Did she hit a nerve? Before Lu Shuran could respond, Mang Jin pressed on, I haven't said anything yet. Lu Shuran smiled gently. Don't presume that just because you fancy Gu Jingjue, everyone else must as well. Her tone, tender yet pointed, turned Mang Jin's question back on her with undeniable conviction. Mang Jin could hardly refute her claim of disinterest without losing face. It is only natural for someone as wonderful as Gu Dage to be liked, Mang Jin shrugged. Admitting to it is nothing to be ashamed of. Some people, however, harbor impure thoughts and dare not acknowledge them. What others think is irrelevant to me. Miss Manjin, is this the reason you summoned me? To enlist my help in pursuing Gu Jingjue? Lu Shuran sought to discern Mang Jin's true intentions. Not all. Gu Dage already likes me. Once I break through this barrier, everything will fall into place, Mang Jin smirked. I wish you success, Lu Shuran replied, turning to leave. Why are you leaving? Mang Jin hastily caught her sleeve. Dr. Lu, I only want to clarify things with you. After all, I have endured living in this hellish place of Napa for quite some time now. A person's thoughts are often written on their face, especially for pure-hearted girls. Feelings cannot be concealed. Think what you will. Gu Jingjue's affections have nothing to do with me. How can it be unrelated? If Gu Jingjue's heart belongs to Mang Jin, what path remains for her? Lu Shuran could never interfere in the romantic union of others. Yet, should she fail to become engaged to Gu Jingjue, she feared what her family might do. After several months in Jinyun, returning to Kyoto with news of Gu Jingjue and others would be a daunting prospect. It would be best if things remain as they are. I hope you do not think I'm bullying you, Mang Jin said. I actually quite like you. However, I cannot accept any girl approaching Gu Dage. Moreover, you and Gu Dage are not a suitable match. To be precise, you are unworthy of him, correct? As she spoke, Mang Jin picked up a mirror from the table, directing it toward Lu Shuran's face. The dark red scar on her otherwise fair skin stood out starkly. Society often proclaims that inner beauty is the true beauty, but how many can first look beyond the surface to perceive the heart within? It seems you are not as remarkable as you think. Lu Shuran unexpectedly chuckled. Gu Jingjue is not as superficial as you imagine. She believed Gu Jingjue would not judge solely by appearances. However, she was uncertain if others' perceptions would affect him. The scar on her face, once a symbol of disgrace in the Gu family, remained a concern. Although her relationship with Gu Jingjue had eased, it did not guarantee his acceptance. Manjin, mistaking Lu Shuran's silence for a blow to her confidence, smiled slightly. Dr. Lu, one must possess self-awareness. Your Chinese is quite commendable, Miss Mang Jin, Lu Shuran replied, forcing a smile, returning the sentiment. She no longer wished to engage in further discourse, and exited Mang Jin's room. The cold air greeted her face, sharpening her senses. Her heart raced wildly. It was the first time someone had declared war against her. The new year approached quietly. The solar calendar had already turned a year, and the lunar new year would soon follow. The hunting brigade had begun requesting leave, and those wishing to return home needed to submit their requests early for proper arrangements. Those not taking leave would receive significantly increased allowances, and Gu Jingjue had never withheld their wages. Yet, no amount of money could replace the emotional ties of returning home to see family. The majority of the hunting brigade opted to return. Lu Shuran yearned to see her grandfather, though she feared that if she went back, she might never return. Staying with the hunting brigade for the new year. I will not agree to your engagement, Gu Jingjue advised as they discussed work. Lu Shuran tightened her grip on the report, feeling a surge of impulse to inquire. Do you not wish to be engaged, Not wanting interference from the Gu family? Or do you simply not wish to be engaged to me? Captain, do you have someone in your heart? Is it Mang Jin? Lu Shuran nearly blurted out, yet she pondered how to confront such a question. If Gu Jingjue affirmed it, would she step back and cease her pursuit? The thought of his answer filled her with trepidation. Why not ask further? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Shuran shook her head. I forgot what I intended to say. Gu Jingjue smiled gently, though it was unclear if he was genuinely amused or mocking her forgetfulness. I may not be at the base for the new year, he stated. I might accompany Mang Jin back to Napa. A sudden chill washed over Lu Shuran's chest. She looked at him, her lips parting slightly, pausing for a moment before saying, Napa is rather dangerous. Are you sure you can just go there? As the leader of the Hunter Battle Corps, it is only natural for Gu Jingjue to consider his own safety. Are you concerned about my well-being? He inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is there anything wrong with a member of the Hunter Battle Corps showing concern for the safety of the leader? Lu Shuran replied with ease. No issue at all. Gu Jingjue nodded. I will ensure I have sufficient personnel. There is no need for you to worry about me. Yet, when those words emerged from Gu Jingjue's lips, they seemed to suggest that she held a particular concern for him. That is good to hear, Lu Shuran casually responded. Even though the distance was not far, the immigration procedures required thorough preparation. The border of the porcelain nation, though not as affluent as the thriving regions, at least offered tranquility and stability. However, the situation in Napa was vastly different. Danger lurked everywhere, with various horrific human trafficking operations. Living in Napa was akin to carrying one's head by the neck each day, constantly at risk. It seemed destined to be a rather dull new year. Though Lu Shuran refrained from voicing it, she acknowledged that before Gu Jingjue had mentioned this matter, she had indeed fantasized about celebrating the new year with him in the Hunter Battle Corps. Is Dr. Lu not coming with us to Napa? Lu Shuran took one last pulse of Mang Jin before her departure. Mang Jin, with her innocent, sparkling eyes, lowered her voice to a whisper just audible to Lu Shuran. Do you dare? Chapter 88. With you, is it not? Do you dare to accompany us to Napa? Mang Jin's my. Despite the place being rife with chaos and countless gray areas, it was also the homeland she shared with her brother. She will not go. Before Lu Shuran could respond, Gu Jingjue decisively interjected. Brother Gu, are you worried for Dr. Lu's safety? Mang Jin tilted her head with the Hunter Battle Corps around. What is there to fear? Dr. Lu can come with me. She knows me better, and we can reduce the number of other doctors. Brother Gu can simply bring more guards to protect Dr. Lu. The situation in Napa is too complex. One misstep could embroil us in the turmoil of the Delta. We should go, Gu Jingjue insisted, showing rare determination. It seemed that Gu Jingjue indeed did not want her to accompany them, and Lu Shuran chose to remain silent, unwilling to create unnecessary tension. Actually, Mang Jin hesitated. There is something I have not told you, Brother Gu, about my disappearance. It was due to my brother's leg. What happened to him? Gu Jingjue's expression changed at her words. Compared to the younger Mang Jin, her brother had been the one truly determined to rescue her. My brother's leg was injured in an accident. We have consulted all the best doctors in Napa, but his recovery has been far from satisfactory. Dr. Lu practices traditional Chinese medicine, and I know she also does acupuncture. I wanted to bring her along to help my brother with his leg. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will go, Lu Shuran finally spoke. As a member of the Hunter Battle Corps and someone indebted to it, I cannot stand idly by. Gu Jingjue furrowed his brow, looking at Lu Shuran. Napa is dangerous. But you are here, are you not? Lu Shuran replied earnestly. Those words stirred something within Gu Jingjue, and coupled with Lu Shuran's utterly trusting gaze, he found it difficult to utter a refusal. Mang Jin observed the two, increasingly convinced that an unusual magnetic force existed between them. Then, Brother Gu, you are in agreement, Mang Jin exclaimed, tugging at Gu Jingjue's sleeve. Lu Shuran turned her face away. Mang Jin's lips curled into a smile. She had indeed been correct in her assumptions. Each time she made physical contact with Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran would instinctively avert her gaze. Very well, Gu Jingjue said, looking at Lu Shuran. You must coordinate with Zhao Hang. He can protect you. Understood, she replied. Gu Jingjue naturally intended to accompany Mang Jin. She had truly been overthinking things. Lu Shuran's decision to go to Napa was spontaneous. Gu Jingjue arranged for expedited processing of the necessary paperwork, and by the day before their departure, All of Lu Shuran's documentation was complete. They would not need to take a plane or train. They could simply drive across the border in a Napa. The identity of citizens from the porcelain nation attracted attention. So Gu Jingjue assembled a small group of 20, including a few locals from Napa and team members fluent in the Napa language. However, given the size of the group, they would stand out in the streets. Gu Jingjue chose to walk with Zhao Heng and 2 female companions, while the others dispersed yet remained close enough to provide mutual support in case of emergencies. The climate in Jinyun was quite similar to that of Napa, and the locals bore little distinction. Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue appeared relatively conspicuous. It was reasonable for them to pose as tourists. Lu Shuran, unable to comprehend any Napa language, diligently followed Gu Jingjue's instruction to stay close and not lag behind. Our first priority is to locate Sang Qi, Zhao Heng stated. Sang Qi was Mang Jin's brother. In Napa, surnames were absent. Children were named by combining 2 characters their parents favored. Mang Jin had not seen Sang Qi since they parted ways years ago and had lost contact with him. They arrived at his former residence and, as expected, discovered that he had already moved. Before leaving, however, he left a note for the neighbors, fearing that his sister would not find him. The note included Sang Qi's new address and telephone number, which they promptly called. Finding him proved to be an easy task. The phone connected immediately. Tears streamed down Mang Jin's cheeks, and Gu Jingjue offered her comfort. She seized the moment to throw herself into Gu Jingjue's embrace. Despite the girl's tears, he could not firmly push her away, merely standing there like a tree stump. Lu Shuran chuckled softly, noticing Gu Jingjue's gaze inadvertently drifting toward her. She chose to ignore it, turning her face away. Zhao Heng gestured between Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Gu Jingjue shot a fierce glare at Zhao Heng. Then, hearing Mang Jin's sobs subside, gently pushed her away. Gu Jingjue answered the call, exchanged a few words with Sang Qi, confirmed the address, and the 4 of them set off. My brother said his leg has improved somewhat over the years. From his tone, it seems he is not fully recovered. I will need Dr. Lu's assistance with his treatment when we arrive, Mang Jin said, sitting in the car, gazing at Lu Shuran. I will certainly do my utmost, Lu Shuran replied sincerely. Napa was not particularly large. The journey from the old residence to the new one took only half an hour. Sang Qi was a robust man with distinctly Napa features, appearing to be a few years older than Gu Jingjue. He limped out to greet them with the aid of a cane. Despite his disability, he seemed quite spirited. Lu Shuran observed his healthy leg and well-developed upper body muscles, indicating that he still maintained a regular exercise routine. Lu Shuran, Gu Jingjue called from behind her, interrupting her examination of Sang Qi. Huh? Lu Shuran turned, expressing her confusion at being addressed by name. Do not stare at him, Gu Jingjue cautioned. Oh, I was admiring his muscular physique. The lines are quite impressive, Lu Shuran answered candidly. Gu Jingjue momentarily displayed an awkward expression, while Zhao Heng stifled a laugh. Mang Jin rushed towards Sang Qi in tears. Gu Jingjue introduced Sang Qi to the others, and they all took a seat. When you went missing, I heard you had gone to the porcelain nation. I was not particularly worried, Sang Qi spoke bluntly. The porcelain nation is wonderful, but it lacks the presence of my brother, Mang Jin replied, rubbing her eyes. Although Mang Jin had been in Napa, she had been well protected with Gu Jingjue by her side. Alone in Jinyun, she had endured considerable hardship. Gu Jingjue added, indeed. Sang Qi revealed a smile of familial satisfaction, glancing at Gu Jingjue and then at Mang Jin. Mang Jin has grown into a young lady now. I still remember how she was always infatuated with her brother Gu, even claiming she would marry him when she grew up. Brother, Mang Jin blushed, tugging at Sang Qi's sleeve, aware of the many onlookers. Chapter 89. Have you also fallen under Lu Shuran's spell? The innocence of childhood. Gu Jingjue's indifferent remark relegated Mang Jin to the realm of children. Sang Qi paused, understanding, and chuckled, refraining from further comments of that nature. Mang Jin pressed her lips into a straight line, casting a glance at Lu Shuran, who wore a similar smile, fueling her dissatisfaction, as if Lu's joy derived from her own embarrassment. Brother, you should let Dr. Lu take a look at your leg. Mang Jin Uget. She is the divine healer of the Hunter Combat Brigade. No. Upon hearing Mang Jin's flattering words, Lu Shuran quickly waved her hand, insisting that regardless of the ailment, it must be examined first. There are no guarantees of a full recovery. Dr. Lu need not feel pressured. Shang-Chi regarded Lu Shuran with a gentle smile. This leg had endured for many years. He would take the chance as it came. I will do my utmost. After a thorough examination, including pulse diagnosis and inspecting various features, Lu Shuran inquired a bit more and retrieved the X-rays and medical report from Shang-Chi's previous treatment for review. The report was written in Napa language, which she couldn't understand, prompting her to ask Shang-Chi for translations. So traditional Chinese medicine also requires X-rays, Shang-Chi remarked with curiosity. Lu Shuran beamed at her words. We must keep pace with the times. My grandfather always said that in any field, one must not become stagnant. Traditional medicine and Western medicine both possess their own merits. Imagine the power of integrating the strengths of both. Shang-Chi listened, momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, nodding repeatedly. No wonder Mang Jin says you're the best doctor in the Hunter Combat Brigade. I truly see it now. Not at all, Lu Shuran replied. Brother Shang-Chi, from my observation, your leg appears to be primarily a nerve issue with minimal skeletal concerns, thus a significant chance for recovery. Lu hesitated before asking, would it be convenient for you to go to Jinyan? If you can receive treatment with the Hunter Combat Brigade, your leg will surely improve swiftly. Nerve damage cannot be delayed. Shang-Chi's injury was not severe enough to warrant a disability. The lack of proper medical conditions in Napa had hindered a complete cure. Brother, let's go to Jinyan together. Brother Gu will help you heal your leg. Mang Jin, realizing the hope for Shang-Chi's recovery, encouraged. This, Shang-Chi hesitated, looking towards Lu Shuran. For now, please use your method to treat me, Dr. Lu. Lu Shuran pursed her lips, respecting his decision. Acupuncture alone could address Shang-Chi's leg, but it would require extensive time and treatment. She could not stay in Napa indefinitely. That's all right, Shang-Chi said, gazing deeply at Lu Shuran. If I can accept your treatment, that is enough for me. Don't mention it. I will do my utmost. Lu Shuran then began preparing to treat Shang-Chi. Gu Jingjue remained nearby, silently observing without offering assistance. Brother Gu, shall we take a walk outside? Mang Jin noticed Gu Jingjue's gaze fixated on the interaction between her brother and Lu Shuran. Let Zhao Hang accompany you, Gu Jingjue responded, not revealing his reasons for staying. He did not wish to leave, and no one could compel him otherwise. Mang Jin, feeling thwarted, could only linger beside Gu Jingjue. After several hours of treatment, beads of sweat formed on Lu Shuran's forehead. It has been quite some time since I felt such clarity in my leg. Soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Shang-Chi expressed his immense gratitude. It is my duty, Lu Shuran smiled at him. Shang-Chi found himself entranced by her cheerful demeanor. All right, it's time to rest. Gu Jingjue stepped forward, positioning himself between Shang-Chi and Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran nodded. You must be hungry. I will have Zhao Hang fetch dinner, Napa's specialty cuisine. Gu Jingjue naturally took the items from Lu Shuran's hands, assisting her in organizing them. Lu Shuran felt slightly awkward. Oh, all right. Shang-Chi lowered his gaze, smiling self-deprecatingly. When Zhao Hang returned with dinner, Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue went out to greet him, leaving Mang Jin to keep her brother company, knowing they likely had much to discuss. Brother, don't you think Lu Shuran pales in comparison to me? She is so unattractive yet dares to compete for Brother Gu's affection. What a foolish fantasy, right? Mang Jin proudly raised her chin while twisting her braid. Doctor, Lu has a kind heart. Though she bears a scar on her face, she is not unattractive. Her medical skills are exceptional, and her character is admirable. Mang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her brother. Brother, what is wrong with you? Have you also fallen under Lu Shuran's spell? Why aren't you supporting your sister? Mang Jin felt deeply dissatisfied, huffing as she flicked her braid and turned away. All right. She is certainly not as charming as my sister. However, everyone possesses their own strengths. One cannot judge solely by appearances. You like Gu Jingjue not only for his looks, do you? Shang-Chi looked at her younger sister with a hint of helplessness. Of course, not just for his looks, but Mang Jin, how that? His appearance is indeed pleasing, and he has a good heart. Naturally, one seeks a partner who is both beautiful and kind. Happiness must be pursued actively. Shang-Chi raised a hand to stroke his sister, now grown, whom he had not seen in a long time. Brother will always support you. You must strive forward. Mang Jin not that Vigo du sin. Absolutely. Brother Gu likes me. Word is spreading in the Hunter Combat Brigade that Brother Gu will marry me in the future. Hee. Shang-Chi gazed at his seemingly eternal childlike sister, shaking his head in exasperation, pondering how she managed in his absence. Outside, the three had set the table for dinner, and Zhao Hang came to call the two within to eat. Mang Jin assisted Shang-Chi in emerging, and they all sat in a circle. Mang Jin noticed that the seat beside Gu Jingjue had already been taken by Lu Shuran, and she clutched her bowl, intent on squeezing in. Zhao Hang, quick to react, relinquished his position, allowing her to sit alongside Gu Jingjue. Miss Mang Jin, you can sit here. Try this. It is a famous dish from Napa. I wonder if you dare to eat it. Gu Jingjue placed a morsel resembling a silkworm pupa before Lu Shuran. Although Mang Jin was displeased with Gu Jingjue serving Lu Shuran, she was eager to see Lu Shuran's reaction to the creepy delicacy. Lu Shuran picked up the fried insect, examined it briefly, and then popped it into her mouth. Not bad, though it could use a bit less fishiness. The texture is quite tender. You just ate an insect larva. Manzin et golim evilly. Oh, I know. Lu Shuran raised an eyebrow lightly. She had encountered many insects in traditional medicine and had even caught several poisonous ones herself. She hardly expected to be frightened by such trivial things. Chapter 90. So sour. Boss, I have a jar of centipede wine back at the Hunter Combat Brigade. It promotes blood circulation, dispels wind, and alleviates pain, particularly beneficial for bones and joints. Should I bring it out for everyone to try? Lu Shuran inquired. Oh, never mind. Among them, only Zhao Hang appeared most uncomfortable, pitifully clutching himself. While he could endure bugs in the wild, seeing them on the dining table or in his drink was intolerable. Gu Jingjue turned, placing a piece before Zhao Hang. Since Shuran has eaten, you shouldn't miss out either. Lu Shuran was momentarily taken aback when Gu Jingjue called her by her name without the customary surname. In her memory, he had never addressed her in such a casual manner before. She blinked her large eyes, attempting to dismiss this minor incident. My bowl is dirty, Zhao Hang exclaimed in distress. Lu Shuran couldn't help but laugh. Captain Gu, Dr. Lu, come and try our specialty curry rice and Shan-style soup noodles. The delicacies of Napa are not limited to just insects, Shang-Chi chimed in, helping Lu Shuran serve food. Thank you, brother Shang-Chi. Lu Shuran nodded in appreciation. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow slightly. Shang-Chi, if you can't even handle chopsticks, focus on ensuring you get enough to eat first. Shang-Chi met Gu Jingjue's gaze and laughed heartily. All right, everyone, feel free to enjoy. In Napa, it was customary to eat with hands after washing them, and chopsticks were primarily used in places with a larger Chinese population. Gu Jingjue's remark was unassailable by Shang-Chi. The group finished their meal in lively spirits. Even if Mang Jin wished to follow Gu Jingjue today, she opted to stay and accompany Shang-Chi, as the siblings had not seen each other for a long time and had much to discuss. Earlier in the day, Gu Jingjue had instructed Zhao Hang to rent a relatively clean room with a good view nearby. Lu Shuran had modest expectations regarding food and lodging. Although she was born into a prestigious family in Kyoto, her lifestyle was not extravagant, and her grandfather's teachings instilled in her a sense of appreciation for all that surrounded her. Uncertain if it was the unfamiliar bed or her restless thoughts, Lu Shuran stepped onto the balcony. Why are you out here with such strong winds? Gu Jingjue's voice suddenly came from the adjacent balcony. To her surprise, he was standing there as well. I'm fine, my clothes are warm enough. Lu Shuran tightened her jacket and turned to face him. Captain, what brings you out here? Just looking at the moon, Gu Jingjue replied, tilting his head skyward. Lu Shuran followed suit, glancing up at the sky, which was shrouded in a hazy gray, devoid of any moon or stars. I just wanted to see if the moon was visible, Gu Jingjue added as an afterthought. Lu Shuran couldn't suppress a light laugh. Is there a way to bring Shang-Chi back to the country? Lu Shuran inquired. That would depend on whether he consents, Gu Jingjue replied, hands in his pockets. You seem quite concerned about him, he added teasingly. Lu Shuran shook her head. As a doctor, I simply do not wish to abandon a patient with potential for recovery. If he doesn't return for treatment, will it be irreparable? At the very least, it could lead to lasting issues, and he would still walk with a limp. Lu Shuran sighed, lamenting the fact that such a well-built man, tall and handsome, had been reduced to a limp. Gu Jingjue scolded. You seem to hold him in high regard. Are you fond of him? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Shuran replied, exasperated. I see he seems rather taken with you. Gu Jingjue teased, his tone laced with mischief. I've only just met brother Shang-Chi. When did you start spreading rumors about others? Lu Shuran shot him a glare. Calling him Brother Sang-chi on the first meeting seems rather intimate. Gu Jingjue noted with increasing disdain. Not all. Brother Gu sounds much closer. Oh, is she not capable of retorting? In the dim light of the night, Lu Shuran stuck her tongue out at Gu Jingjue. Rest now. Zhao Heng and I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Stay safe at Sang-chi's home and contact me if anything arises. Matters? Lu Shuran asked, is it official business? You could say that, Gu Jingjue answered succinctly. Since it was official, Lu Shuran refrained from probing further. However, it aligned with her expectations. Gu Jingjue would not venture to Napa solely to seek out Sang-chi. He evidently had other responsibilities to attend to. Unable to withstand the cold any longer, Lu Shuran retreated indoors. Gu Jingjue stood on the balcony, scoffing. What are you lurking about for? Zhao Heng, hiding on the opposite balcony, poked his head out, wearing an expression of mischief. Do you smell something strange? It's quite sour, Captain. Gu Jingjue shot a cold glare at Zhao Heng. Less chatter. Don't forget the tasks I've assigned you. The following day, Gu Jingjue escorted Lu Shuran to Sang-chi's residence. Be cautious, he said, casting a deep glance at her. There is no need for you to venture out alone. Napa is not as safe as Jinyun. With me, you shall be secure. Gu Jingjue, you can go handle your affairs, Sang-chi called out as he emerged. Leaning on his crutch. I won't wander off, so rest easy. Lu Shuran preferred that Gu Jingjue not worry about her while engaged in his official duties. Mang Jin, observing from the sidelines, remarked, Brother Gu, why are you not concerned about whether I might face any danger? You're more familiar with Napa. I entrust Lu Shuran's care to you, Gu Jingjue replied to Mang Jin. She was taken aback. His words were strikingly clear. Gu Jingjue's request for them to look after Lu Shuran implied that he regarded her as one of their own. Biting her lip in frustration, Mang Jin suppressed her displeasure. Forcing a smile, of course, members of the hunting brigade are my family too. I will look after her. Brother Gu, you can proceed with your work. Thus, half an hour after Gu Jingjue departed, Lu Shuran's phone vibrated with a message. Are you well? All is well. No need to worry. Focus on your work. Lu Shuran looked at her phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Mang Jin, noticing Lu Shuran's expression, leaned in, eager to see who she was messaging. Unfortunately, by the time she got close enough, Lu Shuran had already locked her screen. Is it a message from Brother Gu? Do you have his WeChat? Mang Jin pauset, then shook her head. No, wait, Brother Gu told me he doesn't use WeChat much, so adding him is pointless. Chapter 91. You were quite concerned about Sang-chi? Why were you peeking at someone else's phone? Lu Shuran furrowed her brow in annoyance. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Mang Jin hastily defended herself. Continuing to pry, were you just chatting with Brother Gu? What does it have to do with you? This is my personal matter. Lu Shuran found herself growing weary of Mang Jin's incessant questioning. Without Gu Jingjue present, Mang Jin's somewhat petulant nature became evident. That's it. I've been asking you, and you've never denied it. So what if I have? Lu Shuran tilted her head slightly. Gu Jingjue hasn't given you his WeChat. What a pity. Lu Shuran could no longer tolerate her antics and chose to retaliate. You, Mang Jin huffed, sitting down and taking a deep breath to calm herself. It was just WeChat. What's the big deal? Mang Jin, stop being foolish and apologize to Dr. Lu. Sang-chi approached, limping slightly. You are 2 years older than Dr. Lu. How can you act so childish and willful? Brother, I was wrong, okay? Why don't you support me and side with an outsider? Mang Jin's gaze darted between Lu Shuran and Sang-chi. Brother Sang-chi, can we begin today's treatment? Let us head to the room, Lu Shuran suggested, picking up her medical kit. Certainly, thank you. Dr. Lu, Sang-chi nodded repeatedly. How did you feel last night? Is your leg showing any signs of improvement? Lu Shuran inquired as they walked, aiming to accurately assess the patient's condition for better subsequent treatment. Mang Jin sat nearby, watching the two exchange glances. As evening approached, Gu Jingjue returned with Zhao Heng, carrying food. Please don't tell me there are insects again. Lu Shuran, feeling hungry, opened the takeout box to see what was inside. Hungry? Gu Jingjue asked. Yes. Lu Shuran nodded slightly, and before she could speak, Gu Jingjue had already stuffed a morsel of food into her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully. The sweetness and softness of the treat revealed the delightful flavors of glutinous rice and coconut. It was a specialty snack from Napa, the coconut triangular cake. The taste was delightful, and Lu Shuran's spirits lifted immediately, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing her gleaming gaze, Gu Jingjue produced 2 more pieces and placed them in her hands, advising her to save some for the upcoming meal. I understand. Lu Shuran replied contentedly, popping another piece in her mouth. Brother Gu, didn't you bring me anything to eat? Mang Jin approached, tilting her head at Gu Jingjue. Of course I did. Gu Jingjue retrieved a bag of hibiscus cake from his pocket. The triangular cake sold out, so I asked Xiao Hang to buy you a few pieces of hibiscus cake. Let us eat first. But I want the triangular cake. Mang Jin pouted, glancing at Lu Shuran. Little Dr. Lu, can we trade? Please? Lu Shuran blinked, tempted to agree, and handed over her last triangular cake. I want to eat it if it's not from Brother Gu. Mang Jin smiled slyly, whispering in Lu Shuran's ear. Lu Shuran looked at Mang Jin, feeling an inexplicable sensation stir within her. Gu Jingjue observed the banter between Lu Shuran and Mang Jin, arching an eyebrow as he stepped forward. Time to eat. After dinner, Lu Shuran walked back with Gu Jingjue, eagerly sharing her conversation about Shang-Chi. I asked him, and he said that if the hunter battle team can assist him, he is willing to return to Jinyan with us. This way, I can help him heal his leg, she exclaimed excitedly. Gu Jingjue acknowledged her with a simple seemingly indifferent to the matter. Lu Shuran tilted her head, trying to gauge his thoughts. Shouldn't he be eager for Shang-Chi to accompany them back home to cure his ailment? Was it difficult for Shang-Chi to go to Jinyan? She pressed on with her inquiries. Gu Jingjue took a deep breath, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked, Are you very concerned about Shang-Chi? It's not just because he is your savior, the hunter battle team, that I care. I thought you valued this matter too, Lu Shuran replied. That is true. Gu Jingjue's furrowed brow relaxed. It's not difficult. I will find a way to bring him back to the hunter battle team. You need not worry about his leg. All right, I understand. So, are you concerned about the hunter battle team or about Shang-Chi? Just as Lu Shuran thought the discussion had concluded, Gu Jingjue posed another question. Both, if that is acceptable? She answered. At first, I agreed to help Shang-Chi because of the hunter battle team, but after spending time with him, I realized he is a kind-hearted person who helps unconditionally. Good people deserve good rewards. She spoke her mind candidly. He truly is a good person. As their conversation reached this point, they arrived back at the rented house, with Lu Shuran entering her room first. Lu Shuran. Before she could settle in, Gu Jingjue reached out to grab her. Lu Shuran gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at him. What are you doing? Gu Jingjue pulled her close, lowering his head to inhale the scent at her neck. What on earth are you doing? Lu Shuran felt a strange sensation as she touched her neck, which had become slightly itchy. Gu Jingjue raised his head. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? What nothing? Lu Shuran's puzzled expression deepened at Gu Jingjue's cryptic words. The fragrance, he murmured, his tone ambiguous, neither revealing relief nor regret. What? The scent that bothered you before? Lu Shuran touched her wrist and neck, feeling no particular sensation. So whose issue was it? Why had it vanished? Gu Jingjue leaned closer to her, his imposing presence casting a palpable weight in the air. Lu Shuran felt relieved that she had grown accustomed to his aura. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed. How should I know? She replied innocently, having never understood her influence on Gu Jingjue. His fingers grazed her ear, causing her to instinctively flinch and gaze at him in confusion. What are you doing? Without a word, Gu Jingjue's long, calloused fingers continued their gentle exploration from her ear down to her neck, gliding along her jawline. He tilted her chin slightly upward, his thumb brushing against her lips. What are you doing? Lu Shuran's ears turned crimson, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink hue. Gu Jingjue leaned in closer, sensing a faint, familiar fragrance wafting toward him. Lu Shuran found herself pressed against her door, attempting to push him away, but his strength was beyond her capacity. Gu Jingjue's lips brushed against hers, soft and cool, revealing slight dryness, perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment. Lu Shuran involuntarily sighed, prompting Gu Jingjue, who had intended to withdraw, to deepen the kiss. Powerless to resist, she surrendered to his embrace, the familiar scent enveloping them, bringing Gu Jingjue an unexpected sense of comfort. It reassured him that he had not lost her. As their kiss ended, Lu Shuran's lips were flushed, and she covered her mouth, glaring at Gu Jingjue, bewildered by his erratic behavior. He would kiss her in moments of joy, but dismiss her when displeased. With a huff, she stormed into her room, shutting the door with conviction. Leaning against the door, her chest rose and fell, unsure whether it was from the kiss or frustration. Gu Jingjue gently traced his lips with his thumb, feeling a sense of relaxation as he returned to his room. Outside the door, Zhao Hang sat alone, feeling small and helpless, tears streaming down his face. The following day, neither Gu Jingjue nor Zhao Hang ventured outside, and the three of them made their way to Sang Chi's home together. The treatment should be nearly complete in a couple of days. However, it is essential to rest and proceed gradually. Besides, aren't we preparing to join the hunting brigade? At that time, more thorough treatment can be administered. The hunting brigade boasts numerous doctors far more skilled than I, who will undoubtedly assist in your recovery. Lu Shuran gazed at Sang Chi and smiled. Song Kui, observing Lu Shuran's radiant countenance, found her exceedingly beautiful. Who could say that scars marred her charm? Her smile was genuinely infectious. Gu Jingjue approached Song Kui, entirely obscuring Lu Shuran from view, and said, "Since you have agreed to return to Jinyun with us, let us prepare the necessary documents for your trip abroad." Although Napa was somewhat chaotic internally, the requisite procedures for traveling abroad must still be fulfilled. Sang Chi could still find some individuals in Napa to expedite the process, ensuring he would receive everything just in time for Gu Jingjue's departure. Sang Chi's agreement to return to Jinyun brought joy to everyone. Mang Jin was particularly pleased that her brother would be accompanying them back to the hunting brigade, granting her more time with Gu Jingjue and alleviating her concerns about her brother's well-being. In the following days, Gu Jingjue and Zhao Hang were often out early and returning late, indicating that their work in Napa was far from simple. One morning, as Lu Shuran rose, she felt a twinge of pain in her stomach. Lying down offered some relief, yet standing straight was impossible. Gu Jingjue, perhaps noticing her prolonged absence, knocked on her door. "Lu Shuran, are you inside?" "I am. I'm experiencing some stomach pain." Before Lu Shuran could finish her sentence, Gu Jingjue entered without hesitation. "Stomach pain? What's wrong?" Although his expression remained impassive, his tone betrayed a hint of urgency. "It's likely just the unfamiliar food in Napa. Even though it's close, there is still a border separating us, and it takes several hours by car to reach another country. The dietary habits differ significantly, and after several days of consuming Napa's cuisine, Lu Shuran realized she had ultimately succumbed to discomfort. "Is it serious?" "I'll take you to the hospital," Gu Jingjue insisted. "It should be fine. I just took some medicine for my stomachache. Just keep an eye on me. You can go about your business. I want to be going to Sang Chi's side today. Then I will send someone to protect you," Gu Jingjue replied, adjusting the blanket around her. "Oh, no need for that." Lu Shuran waved her hand. "I will lock the door securely and stay in my room. It should be fine. I want to be eating much anyway, so there is no need to go out." Lu Shuran understood that the individuals Gu Jingjue had brought to Napa were elite, and losing even one would significantly diminish their fighting strength. "Do not leave the room for anything. We will discuss everything when I return," Gu Jingjue instructed. "Okay, I understand." Lu Shuran nodded obediently, curling up under the blanket. Illness made her appear rather pitiful, yet somehow endearing. Gu Jingjue could not resist gently patting her head. Lu Shuran had hoped that nothing would occur during these days. She could not be that unfortunate to encounter trouble on her first solo outing. Often, when one is down on their luck, even a sip of cold water can lead to misfortune. To alleviate the stress caused by her stomach ache, she decided to close her eyes and rest. In her drowsy state, she heard some peculiar noises outside her door. "Who is there?" Lu Shuran instantly became alert, clutching her blanket and listening intently to the sounds outside. The unmistakable noise of rummaging suggested that it was not Gu Jingjue or his companions returning. Oh no, a thief in a place like Napa. It was not uncommon for thieves to target better homes. Furthermore, Lu Shuran and her companions were foreigners. The previous days had been quiet, likely allowing the thieves to gauge their routine. Lu Shuran was unsure whether to lament the thief's bad luck or her own. Although her stomach pain had eased, the strange sounds outside made her anxious, and the discomfort began to return. Cautiously, Lu Shuran slipped out of bed dressed, and glanced around before hiding beneath the bed. Although hiding in the wardrobe would have been more comfortable if the intruder was indeed a thief, they would surely check the wardrobe, exposing her. Just as she nestled beneath the bed, she heard the doorknob rattling from the outside. It was not that she was particularly frightened. Rather, the atmosphere quickened her heartbeat. Lu Shuran stared at the doorknob, which turned gently, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Moments later, the door lock clicked open, and Lu Shuran could not help but curse the flimsy lock that had failed to withstand even a minute. The door creaked open slowly, and Lu Shuran held her breath, her gaze fixed on the intruder. The door opened just a crack. Whether the person was a thief was uncertain, but he was undoubtedly a stranger. At that moment, Lu Shuran nearly stopped breathing altogether. A figure slipped through the narrow opening, dark, thin, and short. He possessed the typical appearance of a Napa local. He had not noticed her, and Lu Shuran felt a slight sense of relief as she watched him begin to rummage through her belongings, leaving no drawer unchecked. It was undoubtedly a thief. If he merely sought to steal some money, Lu Shuran had no intention of confronting him. She would remain hidden until he left. She silently prayed he would not discover her beneath the bed. Let us coexist peacefully. You take the money and leave, Lu Shuran thought, clasping her hands in prayer beneath the bed. The thief rummaged through her belongings and found some loose change Gu Jingjue had given her. Clearly dissatisfied with such a meager haul, he grew frustrated and began to search more aggressively. Just as he bent down to peer beneath the bed, Lu Shuran's wide eyes met his. Good sir, please take the money and leave. I will not harm you. Just don't hurt me, all right? Lu Shuran pleaded, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. The thief responded in rapid Napa dialect, incomprehensible to Lu Shuran. It seemed communication was futile. Without further thought, she swiftly punched him squarely in the eye. The thief winced in pain, and Lu Shuran seized the opportunity to roll out from beneath the bed, scrambling out of the room and swiftly kicking the door shut behind her to buy herself some time. Months spent in the hunting brigade had not been in vain. Lu Shuran's physical condition had improved significantly, and her reflexes and speed had sharpened. The thief was unlikely to pursue her, as he was merely after money. Not a desperate criminal. Lu Shuran was not concerned about the loss of money. It could be regained, but losing her life meant losing everything. With no money and her phone left behind, she found herself wandering the unfamiliar streets, wary of straying too far lest she forget her way back. After a while, she cautiously returned, wondering if the thief had departed. Upon seeing the car parked at the entrance, a newfound sense of confidence surged within her. Gu Jingjue had returned early today. Lu Shuran's heart felt as though a massive stone had finally been lifted, and her fear dissipated. She dashed inside to find Gu Jingjue gripping the thief by the neck, lifting him off the ground. The thief, now battered and bruised, was hardly recognizable. Gu Jingjue's demeanor radiated fury as he spoke a sentence in Napa, which Lu Shuran could not comprehend, yet she could assume he was questioning the thief. Observing Gu Jingjue's intense expression, Lu Shuran was inexplicably reminded of their first meeting in the twilight, when Gu Jingjue had dispatched a wolf with a mere twist. Wait, dispatching a wolf? The man before her was merely a petty thief. He did not warrant such a fate. Captain, Lu Shuran rushed over and gently grasped Gu Jingjue's wrist. Please don't do this. He will die. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Jingjue slowly turned to meet her gaze. When Lu Shuran met Gu Jingjue's gaze, she realized that his eyes were already a deep crimson, his emotions evidently stirred. You. Gu Jingjue's voice was slightly hoarse as he released the thief, grasping Lu Shuran's shoulders. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Lu Shuran replied without hesitation, placing her hand over his. I'm fine, Captain. This person is a thief. He might have been scouting for a while before coming to steal. I initially intended to hide and let him finish stealing without being noticed, but unfortunately, he discovered me. Lu Shuran shook her fist, but I landed a punch right on his face. Did you see the wound on his eye? That was my doing. After that, I ran out. Gu Jingjue remained silent, tightening his grip on Lu Shuran's shoulder as he took a deep breath. You are worried about me, Lu Shuran stated, not as a question, but as a certainty. Of course, I am. Gu Jingjue did not deny it. It's all over now. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shuran opened her arms and embraced Gu Jingjue, patting his back. Really, I'm fine. I'm quite capable. You are indeed capable. But what if you had encountered a truly dangerous person? Gu Jingjue finally exhaled in relief. I didn't go far. I saw your car returning, so I came over. I was very careful, Lu Shuran assured him, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Gu Jingjue scrutinized her for any signs of injury before relaxing. I truly am fine, Lu Shuran reiterated. Gu Jingjue nodded and gently stroked the top of her head. Today was my mistake. I shouldn't have left you alone at home, knowing how chaotic it could be. It's all right. It turned out well in the end. Lu Shuran couldn't help but take credit for her own actions. I didn't value my possessions enough to stop him. I know that protecting myself is the most important thing. Don't you agree? The thief lay on the ground for a while, finally catching his breath and realizing that the two before him truly did not regard him as a threat. Chapter 94 in one swift motion. Gu Jingjue enveloped her delicate hand entirely within his grasp. The thief, being slight of stature, had no intention of engaging in a physical confrontation. However, he had never encountered a pair like them who dismissed his presence so casually, disregarding his dignity as a thief. Seeing them so intimately engaged, he attempted to flee, but Gu Jingjue caught a glimpse and sent him sprawling with a swift kick. At that moment, Zhao Hang entered from outside. The thief lunged at him, but Zhao Hang swiftly subdued him with a hold, pinning him to the ground. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Zhao Hang asked, glancing at the two closely standing together. "Yes, I saw a thief and feared he might harm me, so I ran out," Lu Shuran replied while subtly pushing Gu Jingjue's hand away. She handed Zhao Hang a rope, and he proceeded to bind the thief. "Just as we returned, we found only this thief. You had vanished, and I immediately went out to search for you. I didn't expect to miss you," Zhao Hang said, brushing off the dust on his hands and kicking the thief lightly. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" "No, I'm fine." Lu Shuran suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. In her anxiousness to evade the thief, she had not noticed her own tension and the adrenaline coursing through her. Now, however, the pain intensified. Before she could speak, Gu Jingjue swiftly approached and lifted her in his arms, carrying her back to the room. Lu Shuran lay on the bed, curling slightly. Gu Jingjue's expression was serious as he approached her bedside, softly asking, "Does it hurt a lot? Is there anything I can do? Please give me a cup of warm water. I have a green packet of powder in my bag. Could you prepare it for me? And also bring me a red capsule from his side?" Lu Shuran instructed, her discomfort overshadowing the fact that she was issuing commands to her captain. Yet, Gu Jingjue was more than willing to oblige. He swiftly fetched the water, prepared the powder, and retrieved the medicine, kneeling beside her bed to administer it. "Drink this, and here is the medicine." "Okay." Lu Shuran propped herself up, gripping Gu Jingjue's hand as she swallowed the medicine. "Rest for a while," Gu Jingjue said, moving to sit at the desk beside the bed. His gaze was profound as he watched her. "I'll stay here with you. Just let me know if you need anything." Once again, Gu Jingjue was tending to her. Lu Shuran recalled her previous fever, and now, on this trip to Napa, she was suddenly beset by stomach pain. However, the nature of her discomfort felt different this time. She did not want Gu Jingjue to leave her side. After the scare, his presence offered her immense reassurance. Lu Shuran reached out her hand toward Gu Jingjue. He instinctively grasped her palm, enveloping her delicate hand entirely within his larger one. For a moment, Lu Shuran hesitated, realizing her initial intention was to indicate something on the table, checking if her phone had been taken by the thief. But given the circumstances, she felt it inappropriate to withdraw her hand from Gu Jingjue's grip. "Are you very frightened?" Gu Jingjue interpreted her gesture as a clear sign of her fear. Believing she sought comfort, it was possible that she was still too shaken to sleep. He dragged the swivel chair to the bedside, sitting beside her and holding her hand. "Can you feel at ease now?" I can." Lu Shuran felt compelled to accept Gu Jingjue's kindness, unable to tarnish his intentions by suggesting he had misunderstood her. Yet, whether it was due to this small interlude or the medicine she had taken, Lu Shuran genuinely felt the pain in her stomach subsiding. It seemed that concern was not entirely futile. "Close your eyes and sleep," Gu Jingjue commanded softly. Noticing that Lu Shuran still had her eyes open, his voice, already pleasant, took on a deep timbre reminiscent of a cello, gently caressing her ears despite its authoritative tone. Lu Shuran's breathing gradually steadied. Gu Jingjue held her hand, observing her face, and gently shook his head. "Why are you so fond of being pampered? Considering your stomach pain? I will let it slide this time. If there is a next time, I shall not so easily indulge your whims. You will learn that I do not favor such behavior in a woman." As Lu Shuran drifted into sleep, she appeared even more demure than usual. Gu Jingjue tightened his grip on her fingers. During their time in the Hunter Corps, Lu Shuran's once delicate hands had become slightly rougher, yet they remained in stark contrast to his own callous palms. The door creaked open from the outside. Gu Jingjue, without turning, instructed, "Go buy some easily digestible food. For dinner, get something convenient for us both." Outside, Mang Jin watched Gu Jingjue holding Lu Shuran's hand, her eyes suddenly brimming with emotion. She fought back her feelings, swallowing hard. Brother Gu, who do you take me for? Mang Jin, Gu Jingjue, seemed to mistake the newcomer for Zhao Hang. How could you not discern the difference in footsteps? You should have been able to tell. I wasn't paying attention. How did you get here? Gu Jingjue gently released Lu Shuran's hand, placing it back under the covers as if it were the most precious treasure. You mentioned that Dr. Lu was feeling unwell. My brother insisted on sending the most stomach-friendly food from Napa for her recovery. Mang Jin explained, stepping forward to grasp Gu Jingjue's hand. Let's go. I brought you something to eat. Dr. Lu is asleep. Let's allow him to rest well. As Mang Jin prepared to hold Gu Jingjue's hand, his palm gently encircled hers, transforming her intent into a delicate grasp of his sleeve. Mang Jin bit her lip, raising the corners of her mouth in a determined effort to uplift her spirits. Lu Shuran, upon hearing the voices, drowsily opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, she caught sight of Mang Jin and Gu Jingjue walking hand in hand out of her room. Once the door closed, she found herself alone again. She nestled deeper into her blanket, shielding herself from any light. How wonderful it was. No one to disturb her. She could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Lu Shuran tightened her grip beneath the covers. Chapter 95. With this scar, which man would find her appealing? This time, Lu Shuran's sleep was far from comfortable. Perhaps her daytime tension had seeped into her dreams, resulting in a bizarre nightmare. In her dream, a strange man dragged her from her bed, plunging a sharp knife directly into her chest. No, Lu Shuran felt a searing pain in her chest, blood splattering everywhere, her vision clouded in red, as if something heavy pressed down on her, stifling her breath. Does it hurt? A male voice whispered in her ear, and she instantly recognized its owner, Gu Jingjue. Help me, please, she gasped, reaching out for assistance. Gu Jingjue began to speak, but abruptly stopped. Then, Lu Shuran stood frozen, watching as Gu Jingjue walked away, hand in hand with another girl. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I must go accompany Mang Jin. Gu Jingjue's voice seemed tinged with regret. Yet he left without looking back. Lu Shuran stared at the wound in her chest, a bitter taste rising in her throat. Suddenly, Lu Shuran sat upright in bed, one hand pressing against her heart as she gasped for air, slowly regaining her composure, realizing it had merely been a dream. She relaxed her body, touching her forehead only to find it damp with sweat. The lingering ache in her chest left her bewildered, unable to comprehend why she had such a peculiar nightmare. Knock, knock, knock. Shuran, are you awake? Gu Jingjue's voice called from outside. Lu Shuran's heart raced in response. She patted her head, bewildered by her own reaction. I am awake. You can come in. She tidied her hair and donned her coat. Are you hungry? Would you like to come out for something to eat? His tone was unusually gentle, almost uncharacteristic of him, perhaps due to her earlier fright. You seem a bit off, he remarked, turning his head to quietly inquire if her stomach still hurt. No, my stomach feels much better, she replied, biting her lip. It's just, I had a nightmare. A particularly frightening one? About that thief? Gu Jingjue asked. Lu Shuran shook her head, but nodded slightly in affirmation. Did I not come to rescue you in your dream? Why were you so frightened? Gu Jingjue's brows furrowed. Lu Shuran bit her lip, contemplating her response, ultimately choosing silence. Gu Jingjue's expression shifted to one of disbelief. I truly did not come to save you? Was I wicked in your dream? No, that's not it. Lu Shuran shook her head. What happened in the dream is irrelevant. In reality, you did come to rescue me, didn't you? Gu Jingjue nodded. Dreams are mere illusions. I would undoubtedly come to your aid. Lu Shuran gazed deeply into Gu Jingjue's eyes. The room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of gardenias. Gu Jingjue was taken aback. It had been some time since she had emitted such a scent during their interactions. Had she done it intentionally to evoke his sympathy, knowing he felt pity for her? Gu Jingjue found himself unable to discern whether Lu Shuran could control such an alluring fragrance. Was this the state she desired? As he felt the intoxicating scent envelop him, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, prompting him to turn abruptly towards the door. Lu Shuran observed his sudden change in demeanor. Gu Jingjue's previously gentle expression hardened. If your stomach no longer hurts, let's go eat. With that, he opened the door and departed without a backward glance. Lu Shuran took a deep breath, steadying her emotions before dressing and stepping outside, only to find Mang Jin seated next to Gu Jingjue, animatedly chatting with him. Under normal circumstances, whether it was she or Zhao Hang, Such incessant chatter would have been met with Gu Jingjue's command for silence. However, Mang Jin was different. Her unique identity and demeanor allowed her to linger beside him. This revelation made Lu Shuran realize that Gu Jingjue could indeed be accommodating and indulgent towards others. Though he never verbalized it, Mang Jin undoubtedly held a special place in his heart, distinct from anyone else. As Lu Shuran pondered this, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Perhaps there was no need to think so much. Unless Gu Jingjue explicitly stated his intention to marry Mang Jin, their engagement remained a possibility. Nevertheless, Lu Shuran felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that Gu Jingjue had never wished to be engaged to her, and now, with his affections directed towards another, it seemed reasonable for him to nullify their engagement for Mang Jin's sake. "Little Dr. Lu, you've arrived." Mang Jin greeted her warmly before presenting a bowl of porridge. "My brother specially made this for you. You must try it. It's excellent for your stomach." She emphasized the words "specially made" with playful exuberance. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone fell silent. Lu Shuran was at a loss for how to respond. But Gu Jingjue broke the silence. "Shang-Chi remembers the kindness shown to him. Shuran cares for him daily. He certainly appreciates your efforts." He glanced at Lu Shuran, effortlessly alleviating the awkwardness. As Lu Shuran sat down to eat, she mulled over Mang Jin's words, questioning their authenticity. Was she genuinely expressing her thoughts in front of Gu Jingjue, or was Shang-Chi truly? As Lu Shuran contemplated this, her fingers instinctively traced the scar on her face. With such a scar, what man would find her appealing? "Focus on your meal and stop overthinking," Gu Jingjue gently admonished, grasping the hand she used to touch her face. "Oh." Lu Shuran nodded, lowering her gaze to finish her porridge. It was indeed delicious, warming her insides, soothing her stomach as if a gentle hand caressed her, bringing comfort and relaxation. "It's tasty. Please extend my gratitude to Shang-Chi when you return," Lu Shuran told Mang Jin. "Let's wait until tomorrow. When we head back together, you can thank him then." Mang Jin smiled, her eyes sparkling. "I'll stay here today to take care of you." "I think that's fine," Gu Jingjue interjected before Lu Shuran could decline, allowing Mang Jin to remain. Chapter 96. What should Lu Shuran do if Gu Jingjue truly likes Mang Jin? As she suspected, Gu Jingjue indulged Mang Jin without hesitation. She could stay if she wished, even sharing a room with him. The rooms here had double beds, so Mang Jin's presence merely required an extra bed and blanket. There was nothing unusual about girls sleeping together. Lu Shuran had shared dormitory rooms before, and refusing would seem overly sensitive. After showering, Lu Shuran stepped out of the bathroom to find Mang Jin already lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing the bathroom door, she lifted her gaze to look at Lu Shuran. "I have contemplated and concluded that we indeed can coexist peacefully." Mang Jin turned over and sat cross-legged on the bed. Lu Shuran's desire to converse with Mang Jin was not particularly strong. She merely raised an eyebrow at the mention of their peaceful coexistence. Just because we coexist peacefully does not imply that we must become friends. Keeping our distance can be seen as a virtue. My point is, it is not impossible for us to become friends. Mang Jin smiled, saying, "Once my brother recovers, you should trust that he will not be inferior to Gu Jingjue. Shang-Chi must indeed be an exceptional individual. Otherwise, he would not have been able to single-handedly assist Gu Jingjue and the Hunter Brigade. Shang-Chi is truly a good person." And Lu Shuran did not hesitate to praise him. "Oh, wait a moment. Do not be too quick to grant my brother the title of a good man. Mang Jin's my Suving Lu Sudan. When I mentioned that my brother was making porridge with love, I was not jesting. You have no idea how anxious he appeared when Gu Jingjue mentioned your stomach pain and that you could not go to him. You have mentioned that before." Lu Shuran pointed to her own face. "With this scar, I cannot believe that any man would find me appealing. Then why do you still compete with me for Brother Gu? You must like him and wish for him to like you in return." Mang Jin gazed at Lu Shuran, her brow furrowed in disbelief. "I do not require his affection." Lu Shuran pressed her lips together, taking a deep breath. "I do not like Gu Jingjue either." Indeed, their relationship was not one of mutual affection. Lu Shuran's words puzzled Mang Jin. In her eyes, Lu Shuran was merely a rival, leveraging her position as a medic in the Hunter Brigade to gain Gu Jingjue's favor. "I have simply lost due to the lack of time spent with Brother Gu. You are his teammate, so you naturally have more time with him. In summary, our situations are different." Lu Shuran pursed her lips. She initially intended to tell Mang Jin not to view her as a rival. However, upon reflection, though their motives differed, they cannot be said to be on opposing sides. She intended to become engaged to Gu Jingjue, while Mang Jin's affection for him would hinder any potential connection between Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue. I see you like Brother Gu. Do not deny it. We are both women. How could I not notice the looks you give him? Mang Jin gulped. I do not understand what is so admirable about you that allows you to be prioritized by Brother Gu. Lu Shuran, you are merely a coward, clearly smitten, yet too afraid to admit it. Going in circles while claiming our situations are different. I see right through you. Which of your eyes discern that I like Gu Jingjue? Lu Shuran, irritated by Mang Jin's self-righteous tirade, retorted. I believe you are even worse than I. You cannot speak plainly, yet Mang Jin tilted her head. I still suggest you accept my brother. If you are with him, I shall assist you. I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. Brother Shang-Chi is the savior of the Hunter Brigade, and therefore my savior as well. My feelings towards him are solely to help him recover swiftly. There are no other intentions. Lu Shuran refused to engage further in Mang Jin's nonsensical arguments, lying back on the bed and covering her head with the blanket. I'm going to sleep. Her voice muffled beneath the covers. In truth, Lu Shuran had napped extensively during the day and was not tired at all. She buried her face in the blanket, inexplicably recalling Mang Jin's words. She thinks I like Gu Jingjue? What a joke. She merely wished for Gu Jingjue to return to Kyoto swiftly to get engaged. There was no question of affection involved. Gu Jingjue did not seem the type to easily fall for anyone. Lu Shuran unconsciously clutched the blanket tightly. However, it is well understood that those who are typically indifferent to love often find themselves consumed by it once they allow their hearts to be touched. If Gu Jingjue truly harbored feelings for Mang Jin, what was she to do? Lu Shuran felt a sudden warmth in her eyes, pressing down on her tumultuous heart. A mixture of bitterness and reluctance swelling within her. Her reluctance stemmed from the past few months in the Hunter Brigade, where her efforts had failed to earn Gu Jingjue's agreement to feign an engagement. If only Gu Jingjue would acknowledge it. If he would just confess that he indeed liked Mang Jin, she would leave immediately. Lu Shuran could never bring herself to entangle Gu Jingjue further, knowing he had someone he cared for. If it came to that point, she would simply let things unfold naturally, inadvertently smiling, though no one saw it, not even herself. This smile resembled more of a silent cry. Once this thought arose, Lu Shuran found herself observing Gu Jingjue's daily interactions with Mang Jin. Although most of the time it was Mang Jin who pursued Gu Jingjue, he rarely exhibited impatience towards her and sometimes even shook his head in exasperation, almost affectionately. The more Lu Shuran watched, the more convinced she became that Gu Jingjue indeed liked Mang Jin. Her heart was in disarray, causing her to be somewhat distracted in all her endeavors. Still unwell? Then do not go to Shang-Chi. After all, he has decided to return with us to the Hunter Brigade, so missing a day's treatment should not matter. Gu Jingjue remarked, noticing that Lu Shuran did not seem entirely well. No, there's nothing to do anyway, so you can take me and Mang Jin there later. Lu Shuran shook her head. Gu Jingjue's lips curled down slightly. So, even if you feel unwell, you still insist on treating Shang-Chi? It appears that little Dr. Lu is quite concerned for my brother. Mang Jin whispered beside Gu Jingjue. My brother's pursuit of little Dr. Lu has made some progress. What did you say? Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow. Sans-cuit. Yes, can't you see? Brother Gu, my brother has developed feelings for little Dr. Lu. I think they make quite the pair. Once he heals, he will not be any less than the men from your country, right? Mang Jin tilted her head playfully, narrowing her eyes into a feigned smile. Chapter 97. Gu Jingjue would not care about trivial matters related to her. Mang Jin, Lu Shuran interrupted her. Let us not dwell on this. Brother Shang-Chi is a wonderful person, but our relationship is merely one of friendship, and I respect all he has done for the Hunter Brigade. All right, I understand. Mang Jin winked at Gu Jingjue. If I continue, little Dr. Lu will become shy. Lu Shuran was fully aware of Mang Jin's intentions to forcibly link her with Shang-Chi by associating her with another man. It would diminish her standing in Gu Jingjue's eyes. However, Gu Jingjue likely would not concern himself with such matters. What did it matter to him if other men admired or despised her? Lu Shuran thought this, but could not resist stealing a glance at Gu Jingjue. His expression remained impassive, clearly not taking Mang Jin's words to heart. As expected, she knew Mang Jin had miscalculated. Gu Jingjue would not care about any connection she had with other men. Lu Shuran smiled softly. Gu Jingjue glanced at Lu Shuran, noticing her apparent indifference and even the smile gracing her lips, which inexplicably caused a pang in his heart. Surely, she had not developed any affection for Shang-Chi in just a few days? But upon reflection, despite their brief time in Napa, Lu Shuran had been treating Shang-Chi almost daily, meaning they had indeed spent considerable time together. Although Gu Jingjue maintained a composed exterior, he had already begun to ponder this matter in his heart. We will likely remain in Napa for 3 more days. Do not create any disturbances that might affect Shang-Chi's return with us, Gu Jingjue advised them. Understood. Lu Shuran nodded. Gu Jingjue escorted Lu Shuran and Mang Jin to Shang-Chi, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Gu Jingjue remained seated in the car. Gazing out of the window, he observed Shang-Chi conversing with 2 individuals, his gaze particularly tender when it fell upon Lu Shuran. It appeared that Shang-Chi indeed harbored some feelings for his sister-in-law. Zhao Heng, ever the curious one, leaned over and remarked, "You're clearly jealous, yet you're trying hard to feign indifference." Gu Jingjue raised his hand and playfully tapped Zhao Heng on the head, commanding drive. Zhao Heng clicked his tongue inwardly, silently criticizing him for his obvious jealousy. "Brother, I've already helped you lay your cards on the table with Dr. Lu. You can now pursue her openly." As Lu Shuran busied herself with acupuncture preparations outside, Mang Jin quietly entered Shang-Chi's room and spoke to her. "Manjin." Shang-Chi sighed in exasperation. "Do you even realize what you're doing? I admit I have a slight fondness for Dr. Lu, but it's not to that extent. Feelings don't develop overnight. Why not seize what you like? Is there a problem with that? Brother, the thrill of pursuit. Why shouldn't you embrace it? Even if it involves a few harmless tactics, I see no issue with it." Mang Jin countered, her dissatisfaction evident. "If you like her, you should boldly express your feelings. Otherwise, it might just slip away from you." Shang-Chi looked at Mang Jin, exhaling deeply, shaking her head. Matters of the heart are not as simple as mere acquisition. Just then, Lu Shuran entered the room to assist Shang-Chi with acupuncture. Shang-Chi lay on the bed, stealing glances at the earnest Lu Shuran. The sight of such a caring girl before her made it impossible to feign indifference. However, Lu Shuran regarded her merely as a friend. Or perhaps she was simply aiding her in the interest of the hunting team. Having endured so much and encountered numerous people, Shang-Chi was no fool. She chose to quietly harbor her affections. When Gu Jingjue entered Shang-Chi's room, he caught sight of her fixated on Lu Shuran's face, her feelings unmistakable. He approached and took the items from Lu Shuran's hands, inquiring, "Is everything ready?" "You're back early today," Lu Shuran replied. "Turn to tidy up." Gu Jingjue responded, "I'm wrapping up some matters, so I haven't been as busy these past few days." "Oh, what about Zhao Heng?" Lu Shuran glanced behind him, confirming he was alone. Zhao Heng wanted to work a bit longer to hone his skills, so I entrusted him with some decisions. At that moment, Zhao Heng, filling in for Gu Jingjue, toiled diligently, unable to voice his frustration. "So, it has been so hectic lately?" Lu Shuran asked. "Correct. Shall we take a little outing together?" Gu Jingjue proposed. "Sure." Lu Shuran nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi, who lay nearby, opened her mouth, but ultimately clenched her fingers tightly on her leg. If it weren't for her inability to walk, she would have expressed her desire to join them. "Since my brother cannot walk well, I shall accompany you both," Mang Jin stepped in, suggesting cheerfully. Gu Jingjue readily agreed. Lu Shuran felt her anticipation wane suddenly. Mang Jin enthusiastically began planning their outings over the next few days. Yongganda, the capital of Napa, was known to be the most bustling area, attracting numerous tourists annually. With every suggestion Mang Jin made, she eagerly sought Gu Jingjue's approval. Lu Shuran, seated quietly, observed Gu Jingjue's profile without uttering a word. When Gu Jingjue finally noticed Lu Shuran's gaze upon him, she realized she had been lost in thought. Since that dream, she had begun to feel strangely different. "Shuran," Gu Jingjue called her, using the affectionate term once more. Her heart fluttered, and she found herself oblivious to what he had said afterward. "What did you say?" Lu Shuran snapped back to reality and asked again, "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you paying attention to what I and Brother Gu are discussing?" Manjin pouted, expressing her discontent. "I'm not sure what's interesting in Yongganda." Lu Shuran shook her head, deciding to heed Mang Jin's suggestions. Mang Jin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she pointed at a hotel, Saint Heart Hotel. Behind this restaurant, there is a small park with two tall intertwining trees, known as the wishing trees. It's said that if you make a wish beneath them, you will find true love. Let's dine there. Though Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue found little allure in the restaurant, they were indifferent to the dining choice, agreeing simply because of Mang Jin's enthusiasm. Chapter 98. It's so hot. Is there something in the food? Napa could never compare to Jigua in terms of entertainment. It was merely an opportunity to experience local customs and observe unique landscapes. When it came to cuisine, no country could claim to surpass the richness of Jigua. What was labeled as a trip felt more like a chance for relaxation. Mang Jin appeared ecstatic, for this was her childhood home. Although she had met Gu Jingjue here, they had never enjoyed such leisurely outings together. She urged Gu Jingjue to keep pace with her. Lu Shuran followed behind, reminiscing about their previous solo excursion. Zhao Hang was once again dispatched by Gu Jingjue to handle work matters. In a trio, it was inevitable that someone would feel sidelined. Lu Shuran had no desire to listen to Mang Jin's incessant chatter. Buy. 3 for $1. A ragged child suddenly rushed forward, tugging at her sleeve, attempting to sell her a few plastic trinkets in broken Chinese. No. Lu Shuran understood that pulling out money would only worsen the situation, repeatedly shaking her head in refusal. Just as she said no, more children surged forward, surrounding her, causing her to feel alarmed. Stay close. A large hand reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her from the crowd. The sight of a tall, imposing man with a fierce demeanor made the children retreat, none daring to approach. Gu Jingjue's palm felt warm against her slightly cold wrist as he led her forward. Lu Shuran instinctively pulled her hand back, but Gu Jingjue held on tighter, bringing her closer. Don't lag behind, or you might get lost. Seeing this, Mang Jin's expression shifted to one of dismay. She sidled up to Lu Shuran, linking arms with her. I'm a girl. My steps are smaller. I'll stick with Dr. Lu. Brother Gu, you lead the way, and we'll follow closely. Only then did Gu Jingjue release her hand, stepping ahead. Doctor, Lu has her charm. Perhaps I should feign fragility to garner Brother Gu's attention. Manjin Tukka Mopkin Li. Lu Shuran had no desire to engage with Mang Jin's banter, preferring silence. The atmosphere among the three became stifled, rendering their outing less enjoyable. Why don't we head to the restaurant earlier? Mang Jin suggested, appearing somewhat impatient. The trio arrived at the restaurant, spotting the lush twin trees adorned with numerous red ribbons, a testament to the heartfelt wishes of countless visitors. While it's still early, let's make our wishes, Mang Jin exclaimed, pulling Lu Shuran towards the small park. Although modest, the park was well maintained, likely due to the tree's allure. A small fee could be paid to write a wish on a red ribbon, which one could toss onto the tree. A small price to pay for the chance of winning one's beloved's affection. Lu Shuran watched as Mang Jin eagerly purchased red ribbons. Aren't you going? Gu Jingjue inquired, standing beside her. Why should I? I have no one in mind, Lu Shuran replied, pursing her lips. Didn't you say you wanted to get engaged to me? Gu Jingjue chuckled softly, questioning the impossibility of my words. Yet Su Yuan remarked that perhaps the deities might show mercy. Was it amusing to tease me? Lu Shuran pressed her lips tightly together, challenging. Do you think I'm afraid to write? Gu Jingjue retrieved 2 banknotes from his pocket and offered them to Lu Shuran, insisting, go ahead and write. You, Gu Jingjue, you are quite mischievous. This is just to provoke me. Lu Shuran snatched the bills from his hand, asserting, I will write it. Am I afraid? She then headed toward Mang Jin. Mang Jin, who had just bought red silk, spotted Lu Shuran approaching to make a purchase as well, pretending not to like it. Mang Jin, gulp. I like it. What can you do about it? Lu Shuran, weary of her tone, couldn't help but retort. Mang Jin, taken aback by the unexpected comeback, was momentarily speechless. You admit it? Mang Jin rushed over, eyes wide with surprise. Throw your red silk away. After purchasing the red silk, Lu Shuran paused momentarily before inscribing the 6 characters declaring her engagement to Gu Jingjue. She waved the paper before him. Childish, Gu Jingjue remarked indifferently. You provoked me. Perhaps my dreams might come true. Lu Shuran lifted her chin defiantly. Before the trees, Mang Jin was attempting for the 3rd time to toss the red silk onto the branches. The lowest branches of the 2 large trees weren't particularly high, but to avoid burdening the trees, the red silk was lightweight, making it more challenging to throw. Lu Shuran glanced at the red silk in her hand, muttering silently, whatever. She bunched the silk together for easier tossing, and it obediently unfurled in the air, hanging on a branch. See? I succeeded in one go. Lu Shuran turned to Gu Jingjue, tilting her chin. Gu Jingjue merely stood with his hands in his pockets, chuckling softly. His smile was intoxicating, leaving Lu Shuran flustered. Mang Jin, exasperated, finally managed to hang her red silk on the lowest branch after much effort, panting from exhaustion. "Let us go eat," she said, seeking solace from Gu Jingjue after her struggles with the tree. The three of them entered the restaurant, which was predominantly filled with couples. The waiter glanced at their odd trio of one man and two women, but simply observed without further reaction. Mang Jin, perusing the menu, quickly ordered 3 dishes, urging for prompt service. Gu Jingjue was indifferent to the meal choice, while Lu Shuran, unable to comprehend the Napa language, acquiesced to her selections. The dishes appeared far more refined than those typically found in ordinary Napa eateries, served with knives and forks. After a day of shopping, Lu Shuran was hungry and relished her meal. Despite Mang Jin's initial excitement over ordering, she became distracted once the food arrived, her eyes darting between the two men. "Good age, how does it taste?" Mang Jin asked, searching Gu Jingjue's expression for clues. Gu Jingjue set down his utensils, looking at Mang Jin. "What are you staring at?" Lu Shuran reached for a drink on the table and gulped it down. This bold action caught Gu Jingjue's attention, prompting him to turn towards her. Her fair cheeks were flushed. "Stop eating," Gu Jingjue said, blocking her. Lu Shuran suddenly felt her heart racing, her blood rushing to her head, making her dizzy as she leaned into Gu Jingjue's embrace. "So hot. Did they put something in the food?" Chapter 99. Enveloped in Gu Jingjue's kiss. Lu Shuran's current state indeed mirrored her earlier words. However, Gu Jingjue held her close, glancing at the food on the table. Bemused by the absurdity of someone drugging another during a meal, he directed a scrutinizing gaze at the guilty Mang Jin. "Dr. Lu might have eaten something wrong." Mang Jin explained, "This restaurant has a specialty dish aimed at enhancing romance for young couples. There are private rooms upstairs." As Mang Jin had ordered the dishes, she alone knew if there were any issues. "But I didn't order anything like that," she protested with an innocent expression, suggesting it might have been a mix-up from the kitchen. "But others seem fine. Dr. Lu won't have any issues, right?" Gu Jingjue decisively picked Lu Shuran up, stating, "We need to head back." Mang Jin nodded, trailing behind Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran grasped his arm, whispering, "Everyone reacts differently to medications. I might just be the unlucky one who reacts severely." Gu Jingjue placed Lu Shuran in the car and accelerated towards their residence. Upon arrival, he carried her out, his expression grave. Throughout, Mang Jin could only follow as an observer, her lips pressed tightly together as she watched Gu Jingjue's concern for Lu Shuran, suppressing her own frustrations. She dared not cause any further trouble at that moment. Leaning against Gu Jingjue, Lu Shuran felt a feverish heat engulfing her, as if countless tiny ants were scuttling under her skin. She was unusually energetic, yet physically weak, despite feeling embarrassed to be in Gu Jingjue's arms in front of everyone. She was unable to stand on her own. Resigned, Gu Jingjue carried her inside, where Zhao Heng happened to return, quickening his pace upon seeing them. "What happened? Is she hurt?" Gu Jingjue shook his head. "Zhao Heng, please take Mang Jin back." Zhao Heng nodded, gesturing for Mang Jin to follow him. "Back to my room." Lu Shuran breathed. "I have Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid. I just need to drink a couple of doses." "Is that enough?" Gu Jingjue asked, visibly concerned. "Yes, that's all I need." Lu Shuran pressed her hand against her chest, unsure of what concoction the restaurant had used, and began to feel a dull ache. She refrained from voicing her fears about the medication's potential allergic reactions. Gu Jingjue laid her on the bed. Though it was winter, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. He returned from the bathroom with a towel, placing it on her brow. Suddenly, Lu Shuran grasped his wrist, her eyes shimmering with tears, resembling a wounded animal. She implored softly, "Don't go. I feel unwell." "I won't leave," Gu Jingjue replied, having once detested frail, clingy creatures, yet now found himself irresistibly drawn to her, slowly reaching out to caress her cheek. Lu Shuran's body temperature was unusually high, making his cool palm feel soothing against her skin. She nuzzled against his hand like a contented cat, the refreshing sensation eliciting a sigh of comfort. The fragrance of gardenias began to emanate from her, causing Gu Jingjue to realize he no longer found it disagreeable. The sweet aroma quickened his heartbeat as he leaned closer, removing the damp towel from her forehead. their foreheads touching. Lu Shuran's glistening eyes stirred something within him. She swallowed hard. Gu. Before she could finish, her words were swallowed by Gu Jingjue's kiss. He kissed her deeply, denying her any chance to speak. Both were consumed by turbulent emotions. Lu Shuran was like a frantic little beast, while Gu Jingjue resembled a predator intent on devouring her whole. Their kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity, only breaking when Lu Shuran could no longer breathe. Tears streamed down her cheeks, though it was uncertain whether they were caused by the medication or the intensity of their passionate embrace. Gu Jingjue pressed Lu Shuran onto the bed, kissing her eyelids and gently drying the tears that had slipped from the corners of her eyes. His kisses traveled from her eyes down to her cheeks and chin, finally resting on her neck and shoulders. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply the sweet, alluring fragrance of flowers. At that moment, he could not deny that this floral scent brought him not pain, but rather a sweetness he had not expected. His hand wandered lower, his fingertips lightly grazing her waist. Ah! Lu Shuran let out a soft gasp, her dazed eyes momentarily clearing as she hurriedly pressed her hand against Gu Jingjue's. Gu Jingjue. Lu Shuran bit her lip, the pain providing her with a semblance of clarity, even as her body burned with desire, longing for every touch from Gu Jingjue. Yet, she fought to maintain her rationality. The medicine. She barely managed to force the word from her throat. Gu Jingjue closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Please. Lu Shuran choked on her words, evoking a tenderness that made it impossible for him to continue with actions she was reluctant to undertake. If this persisted, it would amount to taking advantage of her vulnerability. Gu Jingjue rose from the bed and turned to rummage through Lu Shuran's medicine cabinet, striving to suppress the restlessness within him. Had another man been his place, Lu Shuran would not have been so fortunate. His self-control was unparalleled. Suddenly, fragments of memories flickered through Gu Jingjue's mind, along with the image of a woman whose face he could not discern. Perhaps there had been times when he, too, had been unable to restrain himself, but those memories were shattered, irretrievable. He found several bottles of herbal essence and, after shaking them well, handed one to Lu Shuran, urging her to drink it. Lu Shuran grimaced as she forced the medicine down. Gu Jingjue glanced at the liquid in his hand. It was a common remedy they usually carried with them, yet he had never consumed it himself. Was it truly that unpleasant? The restlessness within him refused to dissipate. So he uncorked 2 bottles and drank them down in one go. Gu Jingjue. Indeed, it was repugnant enough to induce nausea. After consuming the bitter concoction, both of them found themselves somewhat more alert, if not entirely clear-headed. So dreadful, Lu Shuran grimaced, nearly retching the meal she had eaten the night before. Drink more water. Gu Jingjue poured her a glass, interrupting the previously charged atmosphere. Lu Shuran, her clothes still somewhat disheveled, awkwardly began to tidy herself. You've gone to great lengths to take care of me. You should return to rest. Though the weakness in her body lingered, she felt significantly better than moments earlier. Based on her current symptoms, it seemed there was no serious issue. It was unlikely anyone had maliciously administered anything to her. If they had, the effects would not have been so brief. Call me if you need anything. Gu Jingjue stood by the bed, gazing deeply at Lu Shuran. She nodded, her mind still somewhat foggy. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Coming to her senses, Gu Jingjue decisively turned to leave. Lu Shuran pressed her hand against her racing heart, taking a deep breath. Thank goodness. She had escaped a calamity. What a blunder this had been. She forced herself to rise, eager for a shower to clear her mind. As she stood, her head spun slightly. She steadied herself against the nearby furniture and made her way to the bathroom, determined to cleanse herself. However, as she stepped out of the bathroom, her legs suddenly gave way, and she fell heavily to the tiled floor. The loud thud drew the attention of someone in the adjacent room. Gu Jingjue burst through the door. What happened? Lu Shuran exclaimed, hastily wrapping a towel around herself. Don't shout. Gu Jingjue turned away. I didn't see anything. Deceiver. But Lu Shuran chose not to confront him, opting instead to soothe her own embarrassment. Just then, Zhao Heng, who had just returned, heard the commotion and was about to approach when Gu Jingjue blocked his path. Leave. Gu Jingjue shut the door firmly. Can I turn around now? He asked. Fine, fine. Lu Shuran replied. Gu Jingjue turned back to see her sitting on the ground, groaning in discomfort. Did you hurt your leg? Gu Jingjue approached her and gently twisted her ankle. It appeared to be merely a minor injury. Fortunately, it should just be a bruise on my backside, Lu Shuran said, pressing the towel to her body. There's no need for you to concern yourself with me. Even Gu Jingjue nearly lost his composure. I'm only checking on you out of concern. With that, he lifted her and carried her back to the bed. Rest well. Gu Jingjue averted his gaze, not daring to look back as he exited Lu Shuran's room. Her backside hurt terribly. It would likely take several days to heal. Truly, misfortunes seemed to come in waves. Lu Shuran sighed deeply. Perhaps she and Gu Jingjue were simply fated to be at odds. Had this been ancient times, their union would have been deemed ill-fated. The following day, Lu Shuran awoke late, feeling as though she had suffered a hangover, still a bit disoriented, but largely recovered, except for the pain in her backside, which had intensified, making walking a challenge. She struggled to find a position that eased her discomfort. Ming Jin had arrived early that day, accompanied by Sang-Chi. I heard Dr. Lu was unwell. As your host, I feel responsible for bringing you to this establishment. So I owe you an apology, Ming Jin said, urging Sang-Chi to place the pastries on the table, treats that Lu Shuran adored. I'll buy her whatever she likes. There's no need to go to such lengths, Gu Jingjue remarked casually. Brother Gu, please don't be angry with me. I want to bring you to such chaotic places in the future. I heard it was quite charming there, but who knew? Ming Jin's words faltered as Lu Shuran emerged from the room, limping slightly. Ming Jin's keen eyes quickly spotted the reddish-purple mark on Lu Shuran's neck. Such markings among young couples were often mistaken for strawberries. Coupled with Lu Shuran's awkward gait, Ming Jin's face turned ashen. I'm fine. Really, there's no need to worry. Lu Shuran waved her hand dismissively. Gu Jingjue turned around, pulled out a chair, and placed a cushion for her to sit on. As Lu Shuran settled down, she observed the complex expressions on the faces of Ming Jin and Sang-Chi, feeling perplexed. What was their deal? Why do they appear so guilty? Brother Sang, you really shouldn't have come all this way. It's quite a hassle. Lu Shuran smiled at him. Sang-Chi shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. As long as you're well, coming to see you is the least I could do. At this moment, Ming Jin was fidgeting uncomfortably, unable to fathom what had transpired after Gu Jingjue had carried Lu Shuran into the room. Surely, they couldn't have consummated their relationship? She regretted not having stayed behind to care for Lu Shuran. Ming Jin was now in a state of panic, realizing Lu Shuran had been under the influence of that drug, leaving them alone together. It was inconceivable that nothing had occurred. She had been too dazed yesterday, fearing Gu Jingjue's ire, and had unwittingly granted Lu Shuran an opportunity. She had essentially dressed someone else in a wedding gown. Ming Jin fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, rubbing it repeatedly. Ming Jin, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Lu Shuran inquired. Ming Jin shook her head silently. Lu Shuran was taken aback. Usually so articulate, why was she suddenly so quiet? Shuran needs to recuperate. Perhaps we should pause the acupuncture sessions with Sang-Chi for now. Gu Jingjue gazed at Sang-Chi in despair and said, once we return to the hunting battalion, you may administer acupuncture however you wish. Of course, Dr. Lu's assistance is entirely voluntary. Her well-being is of utmost importance, Sang-Chi replied. In truth, her condition was not as dire as it seemed. Yet, given Gu Jingjue's insistence, Lu Shuran chose not to argue. As they conversed, just as the topic was winding down, Ming Jin seized the opportunity to sidle up to Lu Shuran. Lu Shuran, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully, Ming Jin said, fixing her gaze on Lu Shuran's face. Are you interrogating me? Lu Shuran retorted, slightly irked by Ming Jin's tone, but today, her mood was too lethargic to engage in a dispute. Of course not, I simply must know. After a brief hesitation, Ming Jin clenched her teeth and directly asked, Lu Shuran, did you sleep with Gu Dage? Chapter 101. This is clearly a love bite. Confronted with Ming Jin's abrupt and candid inquiry, Lu Shuran widened her eyes in shock, wearing an expression that questioned Ming Jin's sanity. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Shuran replied, somewhat speechless. Isn't it? Ming Jin raised her hand and pointed to her own neck, which corresponded to the patch of skin on Lu Shuran's neck that bore a mark. Confused, Lu Shuran mimicked Ming Jin's gesture and gently touched her own neck. A slight sting coursed through her, and her mind momentarily blanked. What on earth is this? You felt it too. Can you honestly look me in the eye and claim that Mark has nothing to do with Gu Dage? Ming Jin glared at her. Lu Shuran paused, contemplating for a moment, her mind hazily recalling the events of the previous night. That mark? Well, yes, it is indeed connected to Gu Jingjue. And? Lu Shuran continued. It's just an allergic reaction on my neck. How does that relate to Gu Jingjue? She scoffed lightly. I ate something peculiar yesterday, so it's only natural for my body to react. You're still lying. That mark on your neck is clearly a love bite. Mang Jin snapped, her teeth clenched in frustration. Internally, she oscillated between wanting Lu Shuran to admit it and hoping she wouldn't. Her emotions were more tangled than anyone else's. If you say so, then so be it. Lu Shuran opted not to engage further, though it wasn't entirely a lie. It was indeed Gu Jingjue who had left the mark. You've admitted it. Mang Jin's voice trembled, unable to fathom that Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue had indeed shared something intimate. Yes, you wanted me to confess, Lu Shuran replied, observing the tears welling in Mang Jin's eyes, caught between crying and holding back. With a sigh, she added, Mang Jin, don't think that by provoking me, I will give up on Gu Dage. What does it matter to me? Lu Shuran dismissed Mang Jin's entanglement, rising to leave. As she walked with a slight limp, Shang-Chi noticed and approached her with concern. Is Dr. Lu's leg all right? It's nothing serious. It's just that walking strains my rear end, Lu Shuran thought. But she couldn't possibly say that aloud in public. Instead, she shook her head and replied, I slipped while showering, but it's nothing grave. Mang Jin's expression darkened as she glared at Lu Shuran. Once their pleasantries concluded and they turned to leave, she urgently grabbed Shang-Chi's arm. Brother, do you really believe Lu Shuran's leg is hurting? Mang Jin exclaimed, fuming. I just asked her, and she admitted it. Admitted what? Sans crier qui red softly. She confessed that something happened between her and Gu Dage last night. You can't possibly have missed that love bite on her neck. And if I did see it, we're all adults here. Whether it happened or not, if it is meant to be, there are reasons behind it, Shang-Chi replied, though he felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. But what right did he have to meddle in others' affairs? Brother, you're far too resigned. Look at me. I refuse to accept fate. I ventured at Sigua and found Gu Dage. Now, I can finally be with him. Mang Jin scolded Shang-Chi for his lack of ambition. Though I may not like Lu Shuran, at least she did one thing right. She encouraged you to go to Sigua. Shang-Chi pressed his lips together, maintaining his composure, though Mang Jin could see that his heart was no longer as desolate as before. When a person's world is perpetually gray, the moment they begin to love someone, that individual becomes the artist who fills in the hues. If one feels affection, they should not remain passive, Mang Jin declared resolutely. Meanwhile, Lu Shuran reclined on the living room sofa, her demeanor not particularly graceful, yet the persistent pain in her rear compelled her to adopt a more comfortable position. Sister-in-law, does it still hurt? Zhao Heng approached with concern. It's manageable. I just need to rest, Lu Shuran replied. After being bedridden for several days due to illness, she was reluctant to return to her bed, opting instead to lounge on the sofa and watch television. Don't you need to go out to handle official duties today? Oh, the matters are mostly settled. Zhao Heng nodded, acknowledging that while it hadn't gone entirely smoothly, they had accomplished what they needed. Lu Shuran refrained from inquiring about what Gu Jingjue and Zhao Heng were up to. She preferred not to overly involve herself in the hunting battalion's secrets. It was essential for Gu Jingjue to perceive her as a person of propriety. When shall we depart for home? Lu Shuran asked, still unaccustomed to the local cuisine and lifestyle. Returning home earlier would bring her joy. Anytime, Gu Jingjue replied as he entered from outside. That's wonderful. After being away for a while, I find myself missing the hunting battalion, she admitted. She pondered how the members of Medical Team 3 had fared during her absence. And returning just in time for the spring festival was fortuitous. Time passed swiftly, and in less than a month, the spring festival would arrive. Many members of the hunting battalion chose to return home for the holiday, and their early return would bolster their ranks. Thus, their plans to return solidified, allowing for a day of rest before heading back with Shang-Chi. Zhao Heng contacted Shang-Chi, who had already packed his belongings. The results of Lu Shuran's treatment manifested quickly, enabling Shang-Chi to walk with a slight limp, though relying on a wheelchair had become inconvenient. Determined to accompany them back to Sigua, Shang-Chi gritted his teeth and insisted on walking when getting on and off the vehicle. Lu Shuran felt a surge of admiration for him. With such determination, brother Shang-Chi, your leg will surely heal. She smiled gently at him. With encouragement from Dr. Lu, I must recover, Shang-Chi thought, feeling an uncharacteristically intense, emotional undertone in her words. Previously, although he had shown concern, It had never resonated so clearly. Shuran, come sit over here. Your seat is this way, Gu Jingjue called from the front row. Lu Shuran nodded to Sang-Chi and quickened her pace to join him. Sang-Chi watched her retreating figure intently, and Zhao Heng, sitting beside him, couldn't help but feel sympathy. Sang-Chi was a good man, but unfortunately, their leader and sister-in-law shared a harmonious relationship, a very loving couple indeed. The bond between them was not something others could easily disrupt. Chapter 102. The mission of the rescue team is to save lives. Sang-Chi, our leader, and Dr. Lu actually seem quite well suited, Zhao Heng remarked, subtly nudging Sang-Chi. Are they really in such a relationship? Sang-Chi was taken aback by Zhao Heng's comment, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Zhao Heng was the closest confidant of Gu Jingjue, and anything he said about him would undoubtedly hold truth. No, I merely observed and couldn't help but gossip a bit. After all, CP fans tend to see everything through rose-colored glasses, Zhao Heng chuckled. After all, Sang-Chi was not for the Porcelain Nation. Listening to Zhao Heng's endless chatter, he grasped the crucial point. They were not in a romantic relationship. If they weren't, perhaps I still have a chance, right? Isn't there an old saying in your country, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal? Good girls are universally admired. I too deserve the right to pursue her. Do I not? Oh dear, boss, while you were busy with your clandestine marriage antics, you've inadvertently summoned a rival for affection. Zhao Hang, constrained by Gu Jingjue's insistence on keeping the true nature of his relationship with Lu Shuran secret, could only silently pray for them when he heard such remarks. Mang Jin, seated before them, absorbed every word of their conversation. Having spent considerable time in the Porcelain Nation, she quickly discerned the implications of Zhao Heng's words. Clearly, the ambiguity between Gu Jingjue and Lu Shuran had not arisen overnight. She could no longer remain idle as events unfolded. If they were to truly become a couple, it would be too late. Although Mang Jin fervently wished to sit beside Gu Jingjue, the current ticketing system required real name registration, and everyone's seats had already been assigned. Lu Shuran, sitting next to Gu Jingjue, finally felt a semblance of tranquility. However, the penetrating gaze of Mang Jin from behind was hard to ignore. Captain, under what circumstances would you return to the Lu family? Lu Shuran mused, recalling how many members of the Hunter Battle Corps were preparing to head home for the holidays. Sparking her curiosity, never, Gu Jingjue replied. That place holds no significance for me. When Lu Shuran posed this question, she braced herself for a fierce glare from Gu Jingjue, expecting no answer in return. To her surprise, despite his stoic demeanor, Gu Jingjue answered her query. The Gu family was a place Lu Shuran could empathize with. If it weren't for her grandfather, the Lu family would hold no sense of belonging for her either. Gu Jingjue had endured many unpleasant experiences in his own family. To regard them as kin was unfathomable. Even to perceive them as foes was more understandable. Do you truly wish to return to the Lu family? They compel you to fulfill their engagement plans, rendering you a mere puppet, thrust into perilous borders. It's not coercion, Lu Shuran instinctively retorted. Gu Jingjue raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his gaze. It dawned on Lu Shuran that she had misstepped in her response, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. How could she have answered in such a manner? By asserting it was not coercion. It implied she was willingly engaged to Gu Jingjue did not. I didn't mean it that way. I have no feelings for you. As she spoke, Lu Shuran felt her words spiraling out of control. No feelings? So, you do not harbor any affection for me? Gu Jingjue appeared calm on the surface. Yet Lu Shuran sensed an undercurrent of ferocity beneath his composed exterior. No, it's not that I dislike you. Lu Shuran realized she had ensnared herself in a trap. If it wasn't dislike, then it had to be affection, right? Gu Jingjue scoffed lightly. Do not feign ignorance before me. Sang-Chi might fall for that act, but I do not. It seemed Gu Jingjue suspected her of performing. Lu Shuran, indifferent, decided to remain silent, closing her eyes to rest, knowing they still had several hours before returning to the Porcelain Nation, followed by a lengthy journey back to the Hunter Battle Corps. As the vehicle jolted along the bumpy road, Lu Shuran felt herself drifting into a drowsy state. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air, and the bus they were traveling in swayed violently, beginning a serpentine motion. Lu Shuran was jolted awake, completely unprepared for the chaos around her, and, due to inertia, she toppled into Gu Jingjue's embrace. With a swift motion, Gu Jingjue wrapped his arm around her, stating, We have a flat tire. Hold on to me. The bus careened in a zigzag manner along the expansive road, but, thanks to the driver's adept skills, they managed to stabilize the vehicle without colliding with other vehicles or structures. A stroke of luck. However, the bus still tilted and began to overturn. Lu Shuran found herself cradled in Gu Jingjue's arms, and after securing their seatbelts, they emerged with only minor scrapes. Are you all right? Lu Shuran turned to assess the others. Many passengers had neglected to fasten their seatbelts and were flung from a bus. Hearing the chorus of cries and witnessing the injured, Lu Shuran was deeply shaken. Can you help me inform them that I am a doctor? She looked to Gu Jingjue, eager to assist in any way possible. You and Zhao Heng should know some basic first aid, right? We must help. Lacking proficiency in Napa language and unsure if others would understand English, she repeatedly pointed to herself while saying doctor, hoping to reassure the injured. Gu Jingjue observed as Lu Shuran swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt, moving towards several unconscious passengers to check their vital signs, confirming they did not require immediate rescue. Watching this unfold, Gu Jingjue felt a stirring within him. The girl who had previously cried out in pain now disregarded her own injuries, focused solely on saving others. Blood trickled from her wrist, yet she seemed oblivious to it. Zhao Heng, Mang Jin, are you both all right? Lu Shuran called out. Dr. Lu, we're all fine, Zhao Heng shouted back. Are you and the boss okay? Yes. We should get out and help others, Lu Shuran urged. Understood, Zhao Heng replied, while 3 fellow members of the Hunter Battle Corps also emerged. Zhao Heng shouted in Napa, we are the rescue team. Do not panic. We will get you out. Even outside their homeland, they remained a rescue team. For their mission transcended borders. It was to save lives. Shuran. Gu Jingjue smashed a piece of glass from a window, declaring, let us exit first. Then we'll rescue those inside, beginning with the lightly injured. Chapter 103. The resolve to rescue. By prioritizing the lightly injured, the entire bus would be able to assist in their own rescue. Often, the critical window for aiding the injured is limited. The wait for medical assistance on the highway is seldom brief. In Napa, it was uncertain when an ambulance would arrive. At such a time, self-rescue becomes paramount. Since they were on the bus, they must do everything in their power. Lu Shuran nodded resolutely, and with Gu Jingjue's support, she climbed through the window first. Zhao Heng and Mang Jin soon followed, pulling Sang-Chi to safety. Help the injured. Lu Shuran shouted towards Zhao Heng and Mang Jin. They supported Sang-Chi to a secure location before returning. Lu Shuran approached them to assess their injuries, finding only minor scrapes. Mang Jin, do you know CPR? Lu Shuran asked decisively. If not, let Zhao Heng teach you. From now on, everyone able to stand is part of the rescue team. Mang Jin paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. There were at least 30 individuals on this long-distance bus, and Lu Shuran could only pray that the majority remained unharmed. Lu Shuran turned to re-enter the bus. Just then, Gu Jingjue emerged, carrying an injured passenger. Don't go back in. Stay outside and help check for injuries, he instructed, blocking her path. My medical kit is still inside, Lu Shuran replied, realizing that the kit she carried was the greatest hope for everyone aboard. I'll retrieve it for you. You stay out here, Gu Jingjue insisted. This ISNT special treatment. You are the only doctor here, and the burden is heavy. You mustn't get hurt. At this moment, there was no time for idle chatter, and Lu Shuran nodded in agreement. Gu Jingjue leapt swiftly into the bus, his movements remarkably nimble, and soon located Lu Shuran's medical kit within. The supplies from the Hunter Battle Group were of commendable quality. Although the exterior of the medical box bore some dents, it was largely intact and should function adequately. Outside, Lu Shuran had already begun to assess the situation, estimating the number of individuals present. From the bus, approximately a dozen had emerged, and together they had managed to assist several injured individuals. It appeared that there were still over 10 people trapped inside the bus. Outside, there were 10 individuals available to aid in the rescue efforts. Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue exchanged a knowing glance. They both understood that any subsequent rescues from the bus might not be as fortunate. Suddenly, a piercing cry of anguish captured their attention. Turning, they beheld a middle-aged woman with a bleeding forehead, struggling to drag a middle-aged man from the vehicle. Lu Shuran and Gu Jingjue rushed over to assist her in pulling the man free. Lu Shuran positioned the man on his back and felt for his pulse. He had a history of heart disease. Lu Shuran inquired, her question being accurately translated by Gu Jingjue from behind her. The woman nodded vigorously in affirmation. His heartbeat had ceased. Lu Shuran immediately began performing CPR on the man lying flat. Recognizing one of his teammates, Gu Jingjue called another person over. You take over CPR. His gaze was sharp as he addressed the middle-aged woman in Napa. We are now saving him. Your tears will not help. Soon, he will instruct you on how to perform CPR. You both need to alternate in this effort. Do you understand? CPR was physically demanding, and sustaining it single-handedly was challenging. Alternating would allow for a continued effort. Upon hearing Gu Jingjue's words, the woman's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as she nodded emphatically. Lu Shuran retrieved a bottle of fast-acting heart medication from the medical kit and placed it in the woman's hands, instructing her to administer it to the man. After relaying this, Gu Jingjue seamlessly continued to serve as her translator. Lu Shuran rummaged through the kit for gauze and iodine, tending to the woman's forehead injury with a swift bandaging. Turning around, she saw Gu Jingjue directing the others, assigning tasks to ensure everyone remained focused amid the chaos. During such crises, having a strong leader was crucial. It provided a sense of purpose amidst the panic, allowing individuals to regain their composure. Gu Jingjue naturally exuded a commanding presence, and no one questioned his authority. Fortunately, the bus had not suffered severe impact. Otherwise, Lu Shuran knew the situation could have been far more dire. Gu Jingjue pulled another injured person from the bus, a man whose leg was evidently fractured. Do not move any further. Wait for assistance, Lu Shuran cautioned as she treated his wounds. With no more injured individuals inside, Gu Jingjue approached Lu Shuran. As she observed him walking towards her against the light, it was only when he drew closer that she noticed fresh wounds marring his face and hands. Even in the midst of saving others, one should exercise caution. Lu Shuran furrowed her brow, reproaching him gently. She led him aside, retrieving ointment from the medical kit to tend to his injuries. Take care of yourself, so you can save more lives, she advised, delicately applying the medicine. Gu Jingjue grasped Lu Shuran's hand, dismissing her concern. These minor injuries are nothing I am not accustomed to. He guided her hand to his pinky, where she could distinctly feel that the bone was misaligned. On the first day that the Gu family cast me into the mountains, I had to sleep high in a tree to evade wild beasts. Surviving that first night in the wilderness was excruciating. Even while standing, I soon succumbed to sleep and fell from the height of over 10 meters. Lu Shuran felt her heart race as she listened to Gu Jingjue's account. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You fell? Gu Jingjue regarded her anxious expression with a hint of satisfaction. He smiled faintly. Fortunately, I had prepared beforehand, tying myself with vines. Yet, even so, when I reached out to brace myself against the trunk, my pinky still broke. Lu Shuran's brow furrowed deeply. Despite Gu Jingjue's calm recounting of the event, she felt a profound ache as if her own hand had fractured. She could scarcely fathom how the young Gu Jingjue had confronted such adversity.